Su Chuan traveled to a fantasy world and became a disciple of a holy land. He thought he could reach the peak of life, but although he had talent, he was still poor. There were no cultivation resources available for him to practice. In fact, he was about to die soon. He looked at his life script, frowning. Name, Su Chuan. Realm, body refinement stage, 6 talent. Once in 1,000 years fate, plagued by bad luck. White, a life script, supporting character script. Opportunity, after being demoted to a handyman, he went to the back mountain to clean up an abandoned cave and discovered a prescription for body refinement liquid left by predecessors. Su Chuan expressed that he had no choice. In order to survive, he would even snatch his own opportunity. Chapter 1. Have you heard that Yang Sheng brought back by Elder Zhang a few years ago has been detected to be a rare fire spirit body due to his rapid cultivation speed, and he has directly been taken as a direct disciple by the master of Xiang Peak, becoming the youngest true disciple of the Tai Holy Land. Who doesn't know this news? It's spread all over the Holy Land. Yeah, I'm really envious. Why don't I have such qualifications? 2 outer disciples of Tai Holy Land were walking and chatting without any concealment, and their words fell into Su Chuan's ears without missing a beat. Yang Sheng? Fire spirit body? True disciple? Su Chuan, who was walking on the road, suddenly heard this news and felt a mix of surprise and envy. Having been the outer sect for so many years, Su Chuan was very clear about what the title of true disciple meant. That was the goal he had been pursuing all his life, but that goal seemed so distant. A true disciple. Su Chuan couldn't help but sigh. He was not originally from this world. 18 years ago, he was in college on Earth and unfortunately drowned while trying to save a child from drowning, getting entangled in underwater weeds. Just when Su Chuan thought his life would end like this, his soul unexpectedly traveled to this world and was reincarnated as a human. Chapter 2. As for the son, Qian, mentioned by the system, Su Chuan was already familiar with him. Coming from martial arts family, he looked down on these civilian martial artists, especially someone like Su Chuan, who was both a commoner and had high cultivation talent. With the support of his family, Sun Qian had already reached body refinement stage 9, so he often bullied Su Chuan, leading to their mutual animosity. Very well, Sun Qian, right? If you dare to trip me up, I will never let you off, Su Chuan said fiercely. According to the information displayed by the system, after he became a handyman disciple, Sun Qian not only snatched his body refinement liquid prescription, but also arranged for him to clean up the manure in the beast hall, ultimately leading to his death at the hands of a monster. That's the indirect cause of his death. Su Chuan had already placed Sun Qian on his kill list, combining both old and new grudges. As for where Su Chuan's confidence came from, of course it came from a system. With the help of the system, Su Chuan did not believe that he could not succeed in reversing his fate. After regaining his confidence, Su Chuan focused on the line about opportunities in his personal information. Opportunity. After being demoted to a handyman, he went to the back mountain to clean up an abandoned cave and discover a prescription for body refinement liquid left by predecessors. Chapter 3. Arriving at the Holy Land Market, Su Chuan took out his few remaining source stones to purchase materials, to ensure that the recipe wouldn't be leaked. Su Chuan didn't buy everything from one shop, but instead visited several stores to gather the required materials. He even deliberately bought a few extra types of materials to throw off any suspicion. After gathering all the materials, Su Chuan returned to his cave abode, set up a large pot, and began to refine the body tempering liquid. This body tempering liquid was not only low cost, but also had a very simple refining method, which a martial artist at the 6th level of body tempering could easily master. Half a day later, Su Chuan looked at the 5 bowls of thick liquid in front of him, feeling a great sense of accomplishment. It was time to break through this cultivation level. Su Chuan took a deep breath, approached the large pot, poured the body tempering liquid into it, and then added warm water. The moment it was poured in, the water was dyed a vibrant green. Su Chuan stripped off all his clothes and jumped directly into the pot. He felt a bit like being stewed in an iron pot. Once he entered the body tempering liquid, Su Chuan felt a warm current spreading throughout his body, with the violent medicinal effects continuously washing over his flesh along with streams of source energy. Chapter 4. At this moment, the woman from earlier returned, holding the very bottle Su Chuan had given her. Dear customer, this bottle of body tempering liquid you provided is of extremely high quality. After our Wanbao Tower's appraiser assessed it, it was priced at 500 low-grade source stones. Would you agree to this price? Upon hearing this price, Su Chuan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He originally thought that selling this bottle of body tempering liquid for 100 low-grade source stones would be quite good, but he didn't expect it to be worth 500 low-grade source stones, which made Sichuan once again realize the value of the body-tempering liquid. Customer, here are 500 low-grade source stones. Please take them. The woman handed Sichuan a storage bag, which contained the source stones he earned from selling the body-tempering liquid. Sichuan carefully accepted the storage bag. He had never seen so many source stones in his life. In an instant, Sichuan felt like a nouveau riche. However, he quickly regained his composure. He couldn't get carried away. The most important thing at the moment was to get that fragment of the heavenly level technique. So Sichuan casually asked the woman, "Where can I find a martial arts technique sold at your Wanbao Tower? Please follow me, customer." Chapter 5, 2 days later. Sichuan was still in the training room, practicing the Xianyang technique. At this moment, all the source energy in his body had been transformed into the great sun source energy of the Xianyang technique, and his martial arts foundation was solidified. Relying on his strong willpower, Sichuan endured the most difficult phase of cultivating this technique. At this point, he had already stepped half a foot into the Qi gathering realm. Boom! When the last trace of great sun aura was refined. This incomplete heavenly level technique was completely mastered by Sichuan. Suddenly, his body began undergoing earth-shattering changes. His bones and flesh gradually grew stronger under the refining of the great sun source energy. From all directions, boundless source energy was drawn in. The source stones on the ground shattered, and the energy of heaven and earth appeared in the training room, subsequently being absorbed into Sichuan's dantian. Fortunately, Sichuan had taken out the source stones in advance. Otherwise, relying solely on the energy provided by the training room would not have been enough for him to absorb. At this moment, a dazzling great sun phantom appeared behind Sichuan. The phantom radiated the unique heat of the great sun, and a majestic aura surrounded him. Thus, he completely crossed the threshold of the 9th level of body tempering and officially became a Qi gathering martial artist. But this was only the beginning. Chapter 6 Boom. Sensing danger, Sichuan instinctively took a few steps back. Then he saw the spot where he had just been standing explode, dirt flying everywhere, and a shadow shot out from the blasted earth. At the same time, a foul odor wafted through the air. As soon as Sichuan smelled it, he felt dizzy. It's poisonous. Sichuan's face changed, and he instantly sealed his mouth and nose with source energy, retreating from the area. Only then did Sichuan have the opportunity to see what was in front of him. He saw that in the very spot he had just occupied, a centipede demon beast, about 7 or 8 meters long and covered in legs, was staring intently at him. The surrounding poisonous gas was emanating from its gaping maw. If Sichuan hadn't sensed the danger earlier, he might have already fallen into the mouth of this centipede demon beast. The aura emitted by this centipede demon beast was more powerful than any other beast Sichuan had encountered before. Its crimson eyes revealed a blatant killing intent. As long as Sichuan dared to take a step forward, it would definitely attack. It was at least a 3-level Qi gathering demon beast, perhaps even stronger. Sichuan carefully sensed it and instantly realized the strength of this centipede demon beast, his expression becoming somewhat grave. Chapter 7 No longer paying attention to the beast. Sichuan turned his gaze to the stone platform overhead. This large centipede was clearly the guardian beast of the Qingling grass mentioned by the system. That was where this opportunity lay. Although it wasn't a great treasure, it was still worth 1,000 low-grade source stones. For someone like Sichuan, who had experienced hard times, this amount of source stones was exceptionally precious. Without any demon beasts blocking his way, Sichuan quickly climbed onto the stone platform. The stone platform was clean and tidy, unlike what he had imagined with filth and demon beast droppings everywhere. The neatly arranged stone slabs made it seem as if the platform had been artificially carved out. On the platform, a beam of sunlight shone down, and beneath it, a small grass emitting a faint white light was growing. Is this the 500-year-old Qingling grass worth 1,000 source stones? Sichuan felt somewhat disappointed. In his imagination, a 500-year-old spirit grass should have some extraordinary qualities, but this Qingling grass, apart from emitting a bit of white light, had no medicinal fragrance at all. It was quite ordinary. The only use of the Qingling grass was for refining medicine. The 500-year-old Qingling grass could be used to refine decent detoxification pills and calming pills. These two types of pills were essential for adventurers, used for emergencies. Chapter 8 I never expected this woman to have such talent. Sichuan's mood was somewhat complicated. On one hand, he was frustrated by the obvious disparity between people. On the other hand, The opportunities the woman possessed were incredibly tempting. Just by looking at the description, he could tell how powerful this opportunity was. It was the Phoenix inheritance. Even if he couldn't obtain the inheritance, as long as he befriended this woman, he would be blessed with good fortune and favored by the heavenly path. Not to mention that she had the physique of ice and jade. If he could become her Tao partner, his cultivation speed would increase. Previously, while practicing the Xianyang technique, Su Chuan's physique had already been transformed into the Great Sun physique, filled with abundant Great Sun source energy. Though not a powerful physique, it is precisely the pure Yang physique needed for ice skin and jade bones. It seems that this time, he has no choice but to intervene. Originally, Su Chuan did not want to get involved in this muddy water, but after seeing the information about this woman, he had to step in to help. Moreover, to enter the Phoenix secret realm, he could only rely on her. Gently adjusting the beauty in his arms, Su Chuan said to her, "Don't worry, I'm here." Then he pulled Su Miaoyin behind him and faced the pursuers alone. Looking at Su Chuan's tall figure, Su Miaoyin's face turned slightly red, but she was overjoyed in her heart, thinking she had met a kind-hearted person, secretly grateful for her good luck. Chapter 9. Seeing Su Miaoyin's unnatural expression, Su Chuan came up with a plan and thought to tease her a little. He deliberately elongated his voice. "I saved you. How does the young lady plan to thank me?" He stared at Su Miaoyin meaningfully, his eyes teasing. Su Miaoyin kept retreating a few steps, her body trembling like a sieve. In this situation, she didn't know what to do. Seeing her frightened demeanor, Su Chuan felt a bit embarrassed to continue teasing her. So he said, "I was just joking with you. You're too easy to tease." Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyin was momentarily stunned, confusion clouding her slightly pale face. But she was no longer as scared as before. "May I ask your name, young master, so that I could thank you properly?" "Tai Sacred Land, Su Chuan." "So you are a disciple of the Sacred Land?" No wonder. Learning that Su Chuan was a disciple of Tai's Sacred Land, Su Miaoyin felt much more at ease. Her doubts were also cleared up. As a disciple of the Sacred Land with such strong abilities, it made perfect sense. Tai's Sacred Land is a top sect in the eastern region, well known, and many people would do anything to join. A disciple at the second level of Qi gathering might very well be an inner disciple, and it is reasonable for them to fight beyond their rank. Chapter 10. Who? In the cave, Su Chuan repeatedly practiced the first level of the red blood sword technique. Without a sword, he used the sword he had just scavenged from the three men instead. Waves of red sword light crisscrossed, like a vast river, rolling endlessly. This martial skill called red blood sword technique has 3 levels. The first level is burning blood. The second level is angry blood. The third level is red blood. The first level, burning blood, is the simplest. The sword technique drives the qi and blood, continuous like a tide, linking one after another, leaving the opponent without a chance to breathe. The second level, angry blood, is slightly more difficult, with correspondingly greater power when a sword is swung. It carries the boiling qi and blood with unmatched strength. The third level, red blood, is a sword that strikes out with the determination of life and death, drawing upon all the qi and energy in one's body to unleash the strongest strike, after which one will be completely exhausted, becoming a lamb to be slaughtered. At this moment, Su Chuan was practicing the first level, burning blood. After a night of cultivation, he had completely mastered the first level. The cave was marked with numerous sword scars, broken stones scattered all around, all telling the story of the devastation they had endured that night. Seeing the daybreak, Su Chuan stopped his training and went deeper into the cave to wake Su Miaoyin. Chapter 11. Upon entering the secret realm, the burning sensation intensified. Looking around, there was only one color. Passing through the crimson forest, they came to a desert. The ground was rugged and jagged, with no place to rest. This is the secret realm. Closing his eyes, he sensed that the qi of heaven and earth seemed to surge like a raging wave, chaotic and disorderly. The balance of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the qi of all things seemed completely off here, and the invisible burning force in the air consumed the qi in his body every moment. Su Chuan's expression darkened. If it weren't for his cultivation of the Xianyang Ju, transforming all his energy into the energy of the sun, the consumption at this moment would probably increase exponentially. Even so, Su Chuan's energy wouldn't last long. "Be careful of the qi here, something feels off," Su Chuan cautioned in a low voice. But he didn't notice that Su Miaoyin was not affected by the secret realm at all. She was curiously looking around. Half a day later, they stopped in a place full of fiery red and devoid of life. Looking ahead, there was fire, High temperatures. Apart from some stones that had turned to charcoal, all that could be seen were rolling lava and fierce flames. In such a place, even ordinary chi gathering cultivators would find it hard to adapt. Chapter 12. Dusting off the sword. Sichuan carefully felt this blade. Suddenly, a surge of information flowed into his mind from the sword. Kill, kill, kill. Enter the path through killing, but alas, the karma of killing is too heavy, so I could never break through to the heavenly realm. At the cost of my life, I transformed killing into a sword, slaying the phoenix here. This sword technique is left within the blade, waiting for a fated person. When the next life comes, let us battle in martial arts again. In his mind, a figure roared to the heavens, each word filled with intense killing intent and deep unwillingness. Sichuan's expression was shaken. The owner of this sword was unwilling to accept that he could not break through to the heavenly realm and ultimately paid with his life to kill this phoenix. This meant that the owner of this sword was a peak cultivator of the reincarnation realm. More importantly, what he said at the end, he left the sword technique he created before his death within the sword. This was a sword technique that could fight beyond ranks against the heavenly realm. Sichuan was overjoyed and immediately began to examine the information transmitted from the sword. Sure enough, a sword technique manual prominently appeared in his mind. Killing sword technique, low-grade earth rank. It turned out to be a low-grade earth rank sword technique. Sichuan was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly. He had thought that this trip to the secret realm would yield no other gains besides this sword. Chapter 13. Half a day later, Sichuan's figure appeared in Tai City. At this moment, he looked travel-worn, holding a long sword. Walking alone on the streets of the city, he exuded a chilling killing intent, making passers-by feel uncomfortable and keep their distance. There was no sign of Su Miaoying behind him. Half a day ago, after they emerged from the secret realm, Su Miaoying separated from him. She set out alone on the road to Yaoqi's sacred land. According to her, she had a relative who had joined Yaoqi's sacred land. This time, she went there for two reasons: to inform her family of the massacre, and to join Yaoqi's sacred land to train hard and avenge her parents as soon as possible. Sichuan had invited her to join Tai's sacred land, but she had declined. Sichuan had no choice but to let her go. Moreover, at this moment, she was already a chi-gathering martial cultivator and had received the phoenix inheritance, so Sichuan didn't need to worry about her safety. And so, she left alone. However, Sichuan and she agreed that when she succeeded in her cultivation and returned to take revenge, he would definitely lend her a helping hand. Upon returning from the falling Phoenix mountain range, Sichuan immediately arrived in Tai City. Chapter 14. Several outer sect disciples, whose arms Sichuan had severed with a single strike, looked at this scene in disbelief. It should be noted that less than a month had passed since they last caused trouble for Sichuan. Last time, Sichuan was only at the 6th level of body refining, and he had no chance to fight back against their siege, being bedridden for a long time before he recovered. But today, Sichuan directly revealed his cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Even Sun Qian, who was at the peak of the 9th level of body refining, was no match for him in a single clash. In less than a month, he had advanced from the 6th level of body refining to the 3rd level of Qi gathering, completely overturning their worldview. They kept telling themselves internally that this was all fake. But the bloody truth could not be faked. Along with the disbelief came endless fear. Even Sun Qian had been crippled by him, showing no regard for his uncle, who was a steward. And they were just ordinary outer sect disciples with no background. They had only reached this point by flattering Sun Qian to gain cultivation resources. It was one thing to follow Sun Qian and act arrogant. Today, they even thought of crippling Sichuan. They had truly kicked an iron plate. If they had known earlier that Sichuan was a Qi-gathering martial artist, even if they had 10 times their courage, they would not have dared to act. Chapter 15. Improving strength does not necessarily mean raising one's cultivation level. Advancing too quickly can actually be a bad thing. Previously, Sichuan had bought the Crimson Blood Blade technique at the Wanbao building and had only cultivated the 1st level, with no idea about the remaining 2 levels. If he could cultivate the Crimson Blood Blade technique to perfection and combine it with the remnants of the Heavenly Tier technique, he would have some confidence in facing the impending crisis. Although Sun Qian's background brought him danger, after going through these events, Sichuan's heart began to grow stronger. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his mindset. He recalled the essence of the blade technique in his mind, and then Sichuan began to comprehend it earnestly. At the same time, in a separate courtyard of the law enforcement hall, A middle-aged man in a brocade robe sat in a grand chair, looking grimly at the several outer sect disciples kneeling before him. Speak up, what exactly happened? Who injured Sun Qian to such an extent? His heart was filled with rage. Not only had his energy sea been crippled, but he had also been rendered disabled. He was Sun Qian's uncle, Luo Tong, a steward of the outer sect law enforcement hall of the Tai Holy Land. Sun Qian was the only child of his sister and was usually favored by the head of the Sun family. His position as a steward was also secured through the machinations of the Sun family. Chapter 16. In just 2 days, Su Chuan cultivated a yellow-tier blade technique to perfection. This speed was terrifying. Even a typical genius would need several dozen days or even longer to reach this level. Yet now, he had only taken 2 days. This was thanks to Su Chuan's own extraordinary talent, but most of the credit still went to the opportunities he seized. Moreover, as he continued to cultivate and rely on his golden finger to gain opportunities, one day, he would become a powerful martial artist. At this moment, he even had the thought of competing for the position of Saint Son of the Tai Holy Land. This was something he had never dared to think about before. The improvement in strength brought him confidence. However, the most important thing now was to get through the current crisis. Su Chuan quietly contemplated his situation and his current strength. In terms of realm, he had just stepped into the 3rd level of Qi gathering, but with the enhancement of the Xianyang secret art. The elemental energy in his body was exceptionally pure, far surpassing that of martial artists of the same level, and with the Crimson Blood Blade technique cultivated to perfection. His shortcomings in killing techniques were also compensated for. Overall, if he unleashed the 3rd level of the Crimson Blood Blade technique with all his might, he had hope of directly killing a martial artist at the 6th level of Qi gathering. Chapter 17. In the silent forest, occasional beast roars could be heard. The cold moonlight shone down on the two of them. The battle was about to break out. Luo Feng did not waste any more words. His blood surged, and he instantly rushed to Su Chuan's side, infusing his elemental energy into his palm, striking fiercely towards Su Chuan's head. This strike was not his full strength. He didn't want to kill Su Chuan in one blow. That would be boring. He wanted to slowly torment him, breaking his bones inch by inch, then crippling all his meridians and finally destroying his energy sea. He wanted him to endure endless pain, ultimately dying in suffering. Only in this way could he make Su Chuan understand what kind of suffering awaited those who dared to cripple his cousin. He could already imagine Su Chuan's tragic state of being unable to survive or die, a twisted smile appearing on his face. Years of hiding in the shadows had left him with some psychological issues. However, facing this palm, Su Chuan remained calm. Just as Luo Feng's palm was about to strike Su Chuan, a flash of blade light appeared, and a cold gleam swiftly arrived, directly blocking Luo Feng's attacking palm. Luo Feng was knocked back repeatedly by the blade, his face displaying a rare look of shock. Su Chuan, I will definitely kill you to avenge my son. At this moment, Luo Tong resembled a mad beast, gritting his teeth and letting out low growls. Luo Feng was his only son, and he had great hopes for him. He never expected that he would die while attempting to assassinate an outer sect disciple. He now hated Su Chuan to the core, wishing to rush up and kill him immediately. Meanwhile, Su Chuan had found a cave in the beast forest to rest. After killing Luo Feng, Su Chuan had obtained quite a lot of things. There were estimated to be over 3,000 low-grade elemental stones, as well as many medicinal pills for cultivation and various miscellaneous items. One could only say that being an inner sect disciple was indeed a world apart from Su Chuan's previous circumstances. Taking out some medicinal pills and elemental stones, Su Chuan prepared to push himself to break through to the 4th level of Qi gathering. In 2 or 3 days, the outer sect assessment would take place, and he must shine brilliantly during the assessment to advance to the inner sect. After taking the medicinal pills, feeling the medicinal energy instantly spreading within him, Su Chuan immediately closed his eyes and cultivated the Xianyang secret art, beginning to absorb the medicinal power to enhance his strength. 2 days later, Su Chuan emerged from the cave, successfully breaking through to the 4th level of Qi gathering. Chapter 19. After the first round of the assessment was completed, elderly Hong stepped back, and it was time for the second elder. His name was Jin Lai, at the 4th level of the reincarnation realm. The second round of the assessment would be presided over by him. Congratulations on passing the first round of the assessment. This shows that you all have a steadfast heart for martial arts, which is excellent. In the path of martial arts, one should forge ahead without hesitation. Next, you will enter the second round of the assessment. As long as you can pass this round, you will all become inner disciples of my Tai Chi sacred land. Now I will announce the rules for the second round. This round tests practical combat. You will enter the trial tower and battle demons. As long as you can successfully reach the 10th floor, you will become inner disciples. Above the 10th floor, for every level you pass, you will receive rewards. The higher the level, the more generous the rewards. Strive to reach higher levels. As soon as Jean Lai finished speaking, the disciples below immediately erupted in an uproar. They did not expect that the second round of the assessment would be to break through the trial tower. In the past, the second round of assessments usually involved going out to hunt monsters, and as long as a certain number of beasts were killed, one could successfully advance to the intersect. Chapter 20. The most important thing on this trip is to obtain the creation lotus seed. After all, this relates to whether he can become the first in the assessment, change his martial arts aptitude, lay a solid foundation, and even gain a tremendous opportunity to become the holy son of the sacred land in the future. Therefore, he had to be cautious. According to the hints, the creation lotus seed was a hidden reward that Su Chun accidentally obtained after killing 10 layers of demon clans and clearing the 10th level. With a fixed goal in mind, Su Chuan now needed to rush to the 10th floor before Su Chun, clear the levels, and then find that demon tribe to kill these demons and obtain the creation lotus seed. At this moment, Su Chuan had only one thought: to seize the opportunity. He drew his sword and headed to the first level of the trial. In this trial tower, each level is a miniature world, and within each level, there are various trial tasks. As long as these tasks are completed, one can progress to higher levels. Su Chuan was quite lucky and quickly found the trial task on the first level. Kill the poisonous Snake King of the Valley, a threefold nascent Chi realm. A threefold nascent Chi realm Snake King, even a one-fold nascent Chi realm cultivator, could be confident in defeating it alone. But this task was clearly not that simple. Chapter 21. Here, it was shrouded in dense demonic energy, eerily quiet. Dozens of demons with various forms were squeezed together, eyes closed, cultivating their demonic skills. They did not notice Su Chuan sneaking in. Seeing this scene, Su Chuan shook his head in silence. It was said that demons were very cautious. So why were the demons in this trial tower so different? They had no vigilance at all, and during the day, they were openly cultivating their demonic skills. It was truly a reckless way to court death. As long as someone discovered this demon tribe, even if they had not received a trial task, these demons would be hunted down. Because all demons are to be exterminated, this is a rule that has been passed down through generations in the entire Xintian continent. In this cultivation place, most demons were at the 4- or 5-fold nascent Chi realm. Only a few leaders were at the 6-fold. Su Chuan could handle them all alone. It was not difficult at all. Without hesitation, he directly slashed with his sword, beheading the demon closest to the entrance. Then he moved swiftly through the crowd, continuously striking, taking advantage of their unawareness. He directly killed all the demons present, leaving not a single one alive. Until death, they never knew who had struck them. Chapter 22. At this moment, there was not a single living soul left in the entire tribe. All the demons had been killed by Su Chuan. Not one was spared. The place was terrifyingly quiet. However, Su Chuan paid no attention to it. What he cared about most now was where Lu Liang had placed the creation lotus seed. After thinking for a moment, Su Chuan headed straight to Lu Liang's residence. Upon entering, he saw a row of shelves with several small boxes on them. He opened one, which contained about 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, likely for the daily cultivation of this group of demons. In addition to needing to devour human martial artists, cultivating demonic skills also required spirit stones. However, it seemed that this group of demons did not have it easy. Dozens of demons had only over 1,000 spirit stones. Another box contained some miscellaneous pills, not very valuable, probably snatched from the disciples who came to the trial. The last small box contained 2 manuals. One was called Blood Refining Great Method, and from the name, it was clear it was a demonic skill. The other was called Diamond Palm, which should be the palm technique Lu Liang had previously demonstrated. When cultivated to perfection, the hands would be as strong as gold and stone, indestructible. Although it sounded impressive, its grade was only mid-tier yellow, not considered anything good. Chapter 23. At Su Chuan's chest, a surge of hot energy was wildly stirring, like turbulent waves. An indescribable feeling surged in his heart, and white smoke began to rise all over his body. Su Chuan understood that this was the change caused by the creation lotus seed beginning to merge with him. He immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to refine this energy. As time passed, Su Chuan could clearly feel the changes in his body. His blood was boiling, producing a tremendous sound, like thunder roaring, shaking the mountains and rivers. His aptitude was also undergoing a crazy transformation. This was the miraculous effect of the creation lotus seed. Upon merging, it began to transform Su Chuan's body. A day later, the creation lotus seed completely merged into Su Chuan's energy sea, no longer distinguishable. Then, a grand and massive aura surged into the sky, even breaking through the trial tower. Boom! In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and the heavens and earth transformed. The outer disciples undergoing assessment in the trial tower witnessed the most unforgettable scene of their lives. Countless rays of light shot into the sky, intertwining in the air. Then, a great sun's phantom appeared, and its scorching light filled every layer of the trial tower. The aura emitted by this great sun was magnificent and overwhelming, giving a sense of sacredness that was inviolable. Chapter 24. Boom! After a loud crash, another beast fell under his sword. After destroying the entire demon tribe, Su Chuan did not rush to the 11th level, but instead turned around to hunt the beasts on the 10th level. This was already the 5th beast he had hunted. He wanted to consolidate his newly broken through cultivation through practical combat. However, Su Chuan did not expect that these beasts below the transformation realm had no resistance against him and willingly offered their demon cores. There was no fun in it. After placing the demon core of this beast into his storage ring, Su Chuan prepared to head to the next level. Suddenly, two voices of conversation caught his attention. "Hurry, I heard that someone found the true spirit fruit over there." "Really? Where did the news come from?" "There is still a chance. My brother sent me a message, saying someone found the true spirit fruit tree, which has many true spirit fruits on it. Everyone on the 10th floor is rushing over there. I'll go take a look too. Maybe I can snag a true spirit fruit." Hearing this, Su Chuan's expression changed, and he appeared in front of the two, blocking their way. "Is what you said about the true spirit fruit true?" Chapter 25. The white ape, certainly Wu Ti, let Su Chuan take the true spirit fruit. Ignoring its injuries, it swung its long stick at Su Chuan. Roar! With a destructive momentum, the long stick swept through the air, and the white ape erupted at that moment. This strike sent Su Chuan's subordinates flying, then landed squarely on him. The terrifying force kicked up dust in the canyon. The white ape also revealed a human-like sinister smile. However, it didn't have time to enjoy its triumph. The situation on the field underwent a dramatic change. As the dust settled, Su Chuan stood unharmed, while the white ape's long stick was directly cut in half by Su Chuan's sword. With such little strength, how could it dare to claim the true spirit fruit? At this moment, Su Chuan seemed to have used some secret technique, and his cultivation had unexpectedly jumped to the 3rd level of the transformation realm. He swung his sword, and the already heavily injured white ape was struck again, crashing to the ground. Ignoring the fallen subordinates and the outer disciples nearby, Su Chuan reached out to pluck the ripe true spirit fruit. "Wait, I want that true spirit fruit." At that moment, Su Chuan appeared, interrupting Su Chuan's action. Su Chuan hadn't expected that someone would dare to stop him and speak so boldly, so he wanted to see who had such audacity. Chapter 26. Cough, cough. After the explosion, Su Chuan couldn't help but start coughing up blood. The power of the white ape's self-detonation was simply too strong. The terrifying energy shockwave left him with no good spot on his body. It was a tragic sight. If it weren't for his body being further strengthened beforehand, he might not only have died today, but also ended up with a lifelong disability. At this moment, the great Sun Yuan power within Su Chuan began to continuously repair his body. His wounds were visibly healing at a rapid pace. Not long after, all of Su Chuan's external injuries were completely healed, and not a single scar was visible. Only the internal injuries still needed some time to recover. Picking up the long knife that had just been blown away by the explosion, Su Chuan stood with the knife braced against the ground. Looking at the canyon that seemed to have been plowed through, a slight smile appeared on Su Chuan's face. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. The ancients did not deceive me. The battle just now not only allowed him to fully adapt to the 9th level of the Qi gathering realm, but in the struggle between life and death, he also grasped the killing knife technique that he had previously been unable to comprehend. although it was just the beginning. Even so, he managed to suppress Su Chun to the point where the latter had to flee. Chapter 27, It's really difficult. Su Chuan failed the challenge on the 17th floor and had no choice but to give up, being teleported outside the trial tower. He hadn't expected that the 17th floor would actually have a fox demon of the divine power realm, accompanied by a group of fox demons in the transformation realm, which was completely beyond what he could handle right now. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. Reaching the 17th floor, he had already secured the first place in the assessment. Greetings, Elder. Su Chuan bowed respectfully as he approached Li Hong and Jin Lai. You did very well. Jin Lai praised without reservation. He didn't notice that Su Chun, standing nearby, had a face as dark as thunder. Thank you for the compliment, Elder. Su Chuan did not become arrogant due to the elder's praise, but responded calmly. Seeing this, the two elders were even more satisfied with Su Chuan. All right, since you're all out, the assessment is over. Let us go. After speaking, the two elders took Su Chuan and Su Chun back to Tai Square. The disciples who had participated in the assessment, along with those who had come to watch, had already been waiting for a long time. As the four appeared, the square immediately buzzed with discussions about which of the two had made it further in the trial tower. Chapter 28, At this moment, Su Chuan followed Elder Zhou Heng to the Holy Land's main peak. The Tai Holy Land's main peak is located at the core of the Holy Land, and the summit is remarkably flat, as if it had been cut by a great power. The mountaintop is large, with only a magnificent hall sitting atop it. At the entrance stands a massive stone tablet inscribed with the words Tai, mysterious and profound. Su Chuan glanced at it and instantly became entranced, unable to extricate himself. Still not awake? Elder Zhou Heng saw this and hurriedly called him back. This is not something Su Chuan's current cultivation can comprehend. This stone tablet was forged from chaos divine stone by the first holy master, who possessed the cultivation of the Emperor realm. The two characters Tai were personally written by him, with each stroke containing his insights into the Tao. Even a martial artist at the reincarnation realm could potentially become trapped in it, let alone Su Chuan, who was only at the Qi gathering realm. With his call, Su Chuan instantly returned to his senses. He felt a wave of fear in his heart. Just that moment almost led to his obliteration by the terrifying Tao rhythm. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Su Chuan respectfully bowed to Elder Zhou Heng. He then focused his mind and stopped looking around. Everything here was too terrifying. It was no wonder it was the core hall of the Holy Land. Chapter 29, After a stick of incense, Su Chuan was brought to Jinyang Peak by Sida Lin. As one of the 9 peaks of the Holy Land, Jinyang Peak is located in the east, surrounding the main peak. Halfway up the mountain, there is an ancient plaque with 3 powerful characters inscribed, Jinyang Peak. Continuing up, one reaches the mountaintop where the main hall of Jinyang Peak is located. The aura of heaven and earth here is exceptionally rich. Even outside, the concentration of the aura is comparable to the training room Su Chuan previously rented. It is worth noting that the training room had a spirit gathering array set up to concentrate the aura into one place. Yet at the top of this mountain, aside from the basic defensive formations, there were no signs of any spirit gathering arrays. Su Chuan felt deeply moved. Indeed, being one of the 9 peaks of the Holy Land is not ordinary. Upon arriving at this place, Su Chuan felt as if he had become a bit more transparent. The only downside was that it looked somewhat desolate. Besides the main hall, there were no other buildings. Moreover, he hadn't seen a single person since arriving here. At this moment, Sida Lin seemed to have noticed Su Chuan's confusion and smiled as he spoke. There are no others here besides you and me. Chapter 30, In a cave of the outer sect, Su Chuan was wildly swinging his knife, destroying everything inside. At that moment, he resembled a furious beast, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Although he had achieved 2nd place in the competition and had become an inner sect disciple, it felt insignificant compared to Su Chuan becoming a true disciple. During the assessment period, he had suffered multiple setbacks, pushing him to the brink of emotional collapse. He believed all of this was caused by Su Chuan, blaming everything on him. At this moment, all he wanted was to cripple Su Chuan and then torture him to the point of wishing for death, believing that only then could he erase the humiliation he felt inside. However, he was destined to have no opportunity for revenge. Su Chuan had become a true disciple, elevated and admired by others. Meanwhile, he was just an ordinary inner sect disciple, separated by an immense chasm. The huge psychological gap only fueled Su Chen's hatred for Su Chuan. Everything is mine. It's all you. You took everything from me. I will kill you. I must kill you. Su Chan roared like a beast in the cave. Chapter 31, after receiving a series of tools needed for the qualification test from the task hall, Su Chuan set off alone towards Ding'an City. However, although he appeared to be alone, Su Chuan knew that there would definitely be a guardian following him to ensure his safety. This was a hidden benefit for every true disciple. Every true disciple was a treasure of the sacred land, which did not want to incur losses. Therefore, every true disciple going out on missions would have a guardian secretly protecting them. However, the guardian would not help with everything. They would only intervene in life and death crises. At other times, one had to rely on themselves. After all, the sacred land did not want to raise a useless person who could only depend on others. It would be better to die outside. Nevertheless, Su Chuan wasn't too concerned. With the protective talisman and pills given by his master, combined with his strength at the 9th level of Qi refinement, even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. If he encountered an enemy that even his master's full strength couldn't withstand, then the guardian's significance would be minimal. Moreover, Ding'an City was located extremely far from the sacred land, a distance of over 1,000,000 miles. Chapter 32, according to the timeline. The child selling the family martial arts would appear in the next few days. However, Su Chuan had no clue where to find him. Ding'an City was not a small town. It was a massive city with a population of over 1,000,000. Finding a child among so many people felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. After some thought, Su Chuan decided to check the crowded places in the city. Perhaps he would be lucky enough to run into him. The most populated place in the city was undoubtedly the martial arts market. As the trading hub for everyone in the city, the foot traffic there was enormous. Since he was looking to buy something, he would definitely go to this market. Ding'an City had 4 markets in the east, west, south, and north. The one outside Su Chuan's residence belonged to the West Market. After making his decision, Su Chuan immediately left his house, ready to explore the 4 markets. Upon entering the West Market, it felt as if he had entered another world. The noise was deafening, with voices rising and falling, some shouting while others haggled. To be honest, it was Su Chuan's first time in such a market, and he couldn't help but feel a bit curious. When he was an outer sect disciple, his pockets were emptier than his face, and apart from cultivation, he had no extra spirit stones to spend. Chapter 33. The child was filthy, with mud all over his face, looking as if he had been through a lot. He had set up a small stall with a few scattered books, and in front of him was a wooden board with charcoal writing on it, selling family martial arts. Just to buy a good coffin for my father. Behind him was a middle-aged man wrapped in a straw mat. At a glance, Su Chuan knew that this man had been dead for a long time. Seeing this scene, Su Chuan finally felt relieved. He knew that the child in front of him was the one he was looking for. Name, Wanglin Realm, mortal, talent, attention of the masses, fate, heaven's calamity, lonely star, red, born with sword bone, purple, life script, supporting role, follower on the protagonist's path, life trajectory, lived in Linan County with his father since childhood. His father accidentally obtained a spirit crystal, but the news leaked, attracting the Chun family's greed. His father was killed by the Chun family, and the spirit crystal was taken. He fled to Ding'an City with his father's corpse, and being penniless, he chose to sell the family martial arts to bury his father. Later, his talent was revealed, and he was discovered by the destined child Su Chun, becoming Su Chen's right-hand man. Seeing the information scanned by the system, Su Chuan showed a look of surprise. Chapter 34. Back at his residence, Su Chuan quickly activated the array of his house and turned to enter the cultivation room. He couldn't wait to get his hands on the Xianyang Ju. He took out all the manuals from his storage ring and began flipping through them one by one. They were all very common martial arts techniques. Among them were a palm technique, a fist technique, and a cultivation technique, all of which were of inferior yellow rank. Aside from that, the rest were just some mortal-level martial skills, not even qualifying as martial arts techniques. After flipping through 13 books, he didn't find anything worthwhile, let alone a trace of a heavenly rank technique. In front of him, there was only one worthless miscellaneous book left. The cover was tattered, with signs of worm damage everywhere, and Su Chuan didn't believe that the Xianyang Ju would be hidden inside. However, in order to find the Xianyang Ju, Su Chuan still opened this book called Xiantian Chronicles. But after he finished flipping through it, he felt disappointed. He found nothing in this book either. Su Chuan was unwilling to give up and flipped through it several more times, but the final result was the same. He found nothing. This made Su Chuan feel a bit discouraged, even leading to some self-doubt. Could it be that my luck is too low, and I'm unable to even catch the duck that comes to my hand? Chapter 35. Reward for Emperor Realm Knife Dao Insight has been issued. New information appeared. The next moment, that sharp pain struck again. He had promised himself not to try again, but hadn't been long before it came once more. However, it was truly delightful. Fortunately, this time his tolerance had improved significantly compared to before. He quickly adapted. At this moment, Su Chuan felt a surge of knowledge and insights related to the way of the sword flooding his mind. Issues he had been struggling with in practicing the killing blade technique suddenly became clear, and his mastery of this sword technique reached a new level. Additionally, there were some subtle changes that he needed to experience gradually. At this moment, he just wanted to take out his sword and swing it fiercely. Kill, kill, kill. The essence of the killing blade intent was displayed vividly. The hidden guardian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but gasp. Is this really a true disciple? To comprehend the true meaning of the sword at the mere exquisite transformation realm is terrifying. There are very few who can grasp the true meaning of martial arts at the exquisite transformation realm. Such individuals are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Each of these people is destined to become a powerful figure. This was the reason for his shock. But little did he know, Su Chuan had already comprehended his own killing blade intent back in the Qi gathering realm. Chapter 36. After testing the qualifications of this group of children, Su Chuan decided to leave. The qualified children would have dedicated individuals to lead them into the sacred land, which was no longer Su Chuan's concern. Before leaving, Manager Li earnestly tried to persuade Su Chuan to stay a few more days. However, Su Chuan only had thoughts of spirit crystals in his mind and was unwilling to waste any more time there. Thus, he declined his good intentions. Helpless, Manager Li could only see him off. He did not dare to stop a true disciple. Before departing, he directly gifted Su Chuan the property where he had been staying and promised that if Su Chuan ever returned, he would surely treat him well. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Chuan stepped onto the teleportation array heading to Linan County. Linan County is not the same as Dingin City. Linan County belongs to the Great Wei Dynasty. This Great Wei Dynasty is the only human dynasty in the entire eastern region, standing for tens of thousands of years. It governs an area of tens of millions of miles, with 36 counties and a population exceeding 100 billion. The Great Wei Dynasty has survived in the eastern region, where sacred lands and sects are abundant, thanks to its strengths. The emperors of the Great Wei Dynasty have practiced a technique called 9 transformations of the imperial extreme scriptures, which, under the blessing of human luck, allows for rapid cultivation progress, advancing by leaps and bounds. Each generation of emperors possesses the cultivation level of the Heavenly King realm. Chapter 37. The thin monkey looked aggrieved, unable to understand why he had brought in a fat sheep, yet the boss still scolded him. He was about to speak up when the bald boss, quick on his feet, slapped him away and then directly knelt before Su Chuan. Great, sir. My subordinate is ignorant and has offended you. I hope you will forgive him. The bald boss was extremely flustered at this moment, even stuttering. At this time, the thin monkey finally realized that he had kicked a hard board this time, and that even the boss did not dare to offend Su Chuan. Rolling his eyes, he simply pretended to be dead on the ground. Oh, is that so? You just took 20 low-grade spirit stones from me. Su Chuan looked at the bald boss with a half-smile and said. Upon hearing this, the bald boss scolded the thin monkey's ancestors for 18 generations. He hurriedly took out a storage bag from his body, raised it above his head with both hands, and handed it to Su Chuan. Sir, is this enough? If not, I can gather more. Su Chuan took the storage bag, glanced inside, and found about 400 or 500 low-grade spirit stones. Satisfied, he nodded and accepted it. Get up. If there's a next time, you better pray for a good reincarnation in your next life. The bald boss was too sensible, making Su Chuan feel somewhat embarrassed to act. Chapter 38. Early the next morning, Su Chuan was already waiting at the city gate of Linan County, anticipating the appearance of an opportunity. This jade talisman couldn't stay here forever. Otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago, and he wouldn't have had to wait. It must have been dropped by someone. Therefore, Su Chuan kept his eyes on the passers-by. He waited until the sun was directly overhead when he finally made a discovery. A man was pushing a wooden cart loaded with freshly dug soil out of the city. This soil must have come from a foundation being dug for a house within the city. As he was about to pass through the city gate, the cart accidentally rolled over a protruding stone, causing it to jolt and drop a pile of dirt. Among the dirt, a jade talisman was faintly visible. The man pushing the cart didn't notice. He only wanted to quickly push the soil outside the city to dump it somewhere and return to collect his wages. Su Chuan's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity, swiftly taking the jade talisman from the pile of dirt and placing it into his storage ring. At that moment, Zhang Liang from yesterday was wandering nearby with a group of subordinates. The sharp-eyed subordinate immediately spotted Su Chuan and informed Zhang Liang. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liang quickly turned around and left with his men, afraid of being discovered by Su Chuan. Chapter 39. Su Chuan stuffed all these items into his storage ring. Fortunately, the storage ring he obtained earlier was large enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fit so many things. Looking at the empty treasure vault, Su Chuan still hadn't found where the spirit crystal was. However, the system had clearly indicated that the spirit crystal was within the treasure vault at the bottom of the lake. It couldn't be wrong. Where exactly was the spirit crystal hidden? Could it be that there's a secret room in this vault? Su Chuan was determined. Even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground today, he would find the spirit crystal. After pondering for a moment, he walked straight to a wall, continuously knocking and feeling around. This was a common trope in films from his past life. After a moment, Su Chuan indeed made a discovery. This is it. Su Chuan's eyes brightened as he found a mechanism on the wall. When he pressed it gently, the mechanism sank down, and immediately, a door appeared before him. As the door opened, a rich aura of energy rushed towards him. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Before him was a cultivation secret room. In the secret room, a complete spirit gathering array was engraved, with countless energies converging here, so dense that the energy had even condensed into liquid. Chapter 40. Quick, look! What is that? Soon, someone at the birthday banquet in the front yard noticed the anomaly. This aura is at least that of an Earth-tier weapon. A leader of a faction exclaimed. No, this aura is much stronger than that of an Earth-tier weapon. I once saw a royal sacrifice in the Imperial City, and the aura emitted by this weapon is comparable to the Imperial Heavenly Tier cauldron. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but shiver, their eyes fixed on the knife-shaped phantom in the sky. A Heavenly Tier weapon. In the entire eastern region, there are only a few Heavenly Tier weapons known by name, all controlled by various sacred lands and sections. Yet at this moment, a Heavenly Tier weapon had appeared in the Chen family. Who would want to possess an ownerless Heavenly Tier weapon, as long as one can seize it and then disappear for a while to completely refine the celestial grade weapon? They will surely be able to become a powerful figure. At this moment, everyone present could not contain themselves. Some even drew their weapons, wanting to grab the celestial grade weapon and escape before the experts from the sacred grounds and sects arrived. The ancestor of the Chun family was also drawn to the phenomenon in the sky, completely unaware that the source of the phenomenon came from the bottom of the lake. Chapter 41. The Dark Soul Mountain Range is infested with poisonous insects and demonic beasts. Even during its peak period, entering recklessly would be dangerous for those in the divine transformation realm, let alone someone like him who only had the realm without any real strength. Right now, he could only watch helplessly as Su Chuan escaped into the mountains. He cautiously made his way forward behind him, relying on the system. Su Chuan avoided powerful demonic beasts and fled to a hidden spot, beginning to recover his vitality. At this moment, he looked particularly disheveled, completely depleted of vitality, and severely exhausted, needing to stop and rest. Being able to escape from the hands of someone in the divine transformation realm was entirely due to the support of the Xian Yang technique. Otherwise, if it were any other cultivator in the transcendence realm, they would have long been caught by the ancestor of the Chun family. An hour later, Su Chuan finally recovered and his vitality was once again brimming. He could not continue to flee like this, or he would definitely be caught. The ancestor of the Qin family would not let him go, that was for sure. As time passed, other experts in the divine transformation realm from Linan County would surely receive news and come hunt him down. By that time, Su Chuan's situation would be extremely difficult, making it hard to move. If he wanted to escape, he first needed to deal with the ancestor of the Chun family behind him. Chapter 42. After his injuries improved, Su Chuan left the cave and continued deeper into the Dark Soul Mountain Range. At this time, the outskirts of the Dark Soul Mountain Range were already filled with people searching for Su Chuan. They were from various forces in Linan County, and some were scattered cultivators summoned by the Chun family. After discovering that the ancestor of the Chun family had died at Su Chuan's hands, The Chun family issued a bounty, calling on various experts to hunt him down. These people left no corner unchecked. Soon, Su Chuan's whereabouts were exposed. Lord County Guard, we have found the kid's trail. A man in armor held Su Chuan's bloodstained clothes and spoke to a man in luxurious robes, exuding a powerful aura. This person was clearly the county guard of Linen, Li Anan, who was also the highest cultivator in Linen County at the 9th level of the Divine Transformation Realm. He was also alerted by the news of the celestial-grade weapon and spirit crystals, and directly led troops into the Dark Soul Mountain range to search for Su Chuan's trail. He took the blood-stained clothes and pondered for a moment, then ordered someone to call the head of the Chun family, Chen Dongshan. Head of the Chun family. My subordinates have already found this kid's trail. What do you plan to do if we catch him? Chapter 43. Su Chuan did not delay any longer, picked up the god-slaying blade from the ground, and fled again. He understood that it was not safe to stay here for long. More and more people would soon catch up. By the time Li Anan and his men arrived at this place, they found nothing but a field of corpses. Li Anan looked in the direction Su Chuan had escaped and said, he wants to enter the inner area of the Dark Soul Mountain range. Quick, pursue him and don't let him succeed. After saying this, several people transformed into streaks of light and chased after Su Chuan. Oh no! Su Chuan glanced back and was instantly startled. A Divine Transformation Realm cultivator, along with a few Transcendence Realm fighters, was quickly closing in on him. This made him accelerate again, not caring about hiding, and rushed away. He understood that only by quickly entering the inner area of the mountains could he have a chance of survival. In his current state, facing a Divine Transformation Realm expert would only lead to death. Have these people gone mad, chasing me relentlessly? Su Chuan gritted his teeth and took out the god-slaying blade again, preparing to fight back. He had many backup plans and was absolutely not going to die. Just as he was thinking this, Li Anan had already caught up with Su Chuan. At this moment, Li Anan unleashed all his divine transformation aura like a fierce god, releasing overwhelming killing intent. Su Chuan bore this pressure and did not bow his head. Chapter 44. Su Chuan suddenly felt the pressure dissipate, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He wanted to take out a recovery pill to eat and immediately recover from his injuries, but at that moment, he could no longer hold on and fell directly in front of a stranger. After consecutive battles, his energy was severely depleted, and even the Great Sun Vitality could no longer heal his injuries. How did you get so seriously injured? A girl frowned as she looked at the collapsed Su Chuan. She could tell that Su Chuan was in an extremely dangerous state. If he did not receive treatment soon, he might be in real danger. Su Chuan wanted to speak and asked the girl to help him get the pill, but he had no strength left in his body and could not even open his mouth. Seeing this, the girl took out a fragrant pill from her storage ring. The moment Su Chuan saw the pill, his eyes filled with desire. Although he could not move now, his mind was still clear. Just one glance, and he recognized that this pill was a priceless life-saving pill, the Yuan Yang pill, as long as he had a breath left. Taking this pill would keep him alive and ensure he wouldn't die. This pill was exactly what Su Chuan needed at this moment. As long as he could move again and take out the recovery pill, he could instantly recover from his injuries and change his situation. Chapter 45. The instigator of all this, Su Chuan, was completely unaware. He had just cleaned the blood off his body and changed into clean clothes. Creak! The door opened, and Ning Yusi returned with a bow and arrow. Seeing Su Chuan sitting up, she was also taken aback. She knew very well how serious Su Chuan's injuries had been. Even with the help of the Yuan Yang pill, it would take him at least 3 to 5 days to get out of bed. But she had only been gone for a morning, and not only could Su Chuan move, but it seemed he had completely recovered. This was beyond her expectations. However, she quickly adjusted and said, "Your injuries have healed so quickly. It seems your secret is quite significant. Those people outside are here to chase you, right? I just want to check the edge of the inner area, and they have all retreated. You are really lucky to encounter a celestial realm expert and survive." Hearing this, Su Chuan was taken aback. But then he realized that Ning Yusi must have seen the scene caused by that previous strike and thought that his injuries were a result of being chased and accidentally stumbling into the battlefield of the experts. As for why those who were hunting him down had retreated, it was clear they were scared off by that terrifying scene. Chapter 46. On the vast and boundless mountain land, Su Chuan and Ning Yusi walked side by side towards the ruins of the Taiyin sect. The ruins of the Taiyin sect are located in the core area of the Anhun mountain range. Logically, they should encounter many powerful demon beasts along the way. However, Under Ning Yuxi's lead, they did not encounter a single one. Ning Yuxi had used a special method to bypass all of them. Clearly, she had prepared to go to the Taiyin sect ruins long in advance, rather than on a whim. After walking for half a day, Ning Yuxi stopped. In front of them was a stone forest filled with strange rocks. Once they passed through this stone forest, they would enter the territory of the Taiyin sect. Be careful. Ning Yuxi turned back and reminded Su Chuan. Hearing this, Su Chuan frowned and glanced at the stone forest ahead. His subconscious told him that this stone forest was not simple. Thus, Su Chuan took out the killing god blade from his storage ring, alert to the dangers ahead. What's wrong? Ning Yuxi noticed Su Chuan's unusual behavior and asked. This stone forest feels off. There might be danger. Be cautious as we pass through. Su Chuan zipped. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuxi's expression also became serious. She did not doubt the truth of Su Chuan's words. After all, Su Chuan had managed to escape from several beings in the divine ability realm with his second level of the transcendence realm cultivation, indicating he had unique insights in avoiding danger. Chapter 47. Su Chuan felt darkness envelop him, and when he regained his sight, he found that the environment had changed. He had entered a small world. However, Ning Yuxi, who had been teleported with him, was not by his side. This should be a random teleportation array, and the two of them had been sent to different places. Su Chuan did not think too much and first observed his surroundings. It was a dense forest with thick vegetation, shrouded in a light mist, and the aura of heaven and earth was rich, several times stronger than outside. Faintly, he could hear the roars of some demon beasts, proving that this small world had demon beasts present, which made Su Chuan cautious. The high concentration of aura in this small world suggested the presence of some powerful demon beasts. He needed to quickly reunite with Ning Yuxi. Su Chuan thought to himself. With that, he did not linger and headed towards the edge of the dense forest. Previously, Ning Yuxi had given him a jade slip that recorded her aura, allowing Su Chuan to locate her at any time. It seemed she had long known that the teleportation array was random, hence the arrangement. This saved Su Chuan a lot of time. He did not rush forward at full speed, but remained vigilant of his surroundings. After all, this was an unknown small world, and Su Chuan did not know what dangers lay ahead. Chapter 48. After dealing with a pack of lions, the two of them worked together to exit the forest. Although they encountered a few waves of demon beast attacks along the way, they were all minor beasts that posed little threat and were easily dealt with. Not far away, beneath a steep, blade-like cliff towering hundreds of feet high, there was a place that stood out. Although it was under the stone wall, there was not a single stone here. Instead, there were wooden pavilions and towers built everywhere, grand in scale and continuous. One could see how prosperous the Taiyin sect had been at that time. However, at this moment, these wooden structures had long collapsed, becoming a scene of broken walls and ruins. Some of the wood had already rotted, while others still retained their original appearance. As Su Chuan approached and gently touched the wood, it turned to dust and scattered on the ground. It turned out to be soul-condensing wood. What a grand undertaking. Su Chuan's pupils constricted in surprise. Soul-condensing wood is a type of spiritual material that nourishes the soul and prevents one from going astray. Each piece is worth its weight in gold and is priceless. Yet the Taiyin sect was entirely built from soul-condensing wood. This was shocking. It showed just how extraordinary the Taiyin sect had been 5,000 years ago. Su Chuan had heard of the Taiyin sect, known as the most powerful sect in the entire eastern region 5,000 years ago. Chapter 49. Ning Yuxi closed her eyes, calming her mind to attempt to establish a connection with the essence of Taiyin. Perhaps due to her Taiyin bloodline, the essence did not reject her. Before long, strands of essence power were drawn out by her, transforming into visible white mist that surged into her body. The moment the essence of Taiyin entered her body, Ning Yuxi felt a piercing pain and cried out. Her already pale face suddenly turned deathly white, and beads of sweat began to roll down her forehead. But soon, she adjusted, gritting her teeth to endure the pain. Even though it made her whole body tremble, she did not let out a second sound. Su Chuan, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but feel admiration. Even though he had never experienced the pain of essence entering the body, he could tell from Ning Yuxi's expression how intense it was. To endure such agony was remarkable. Indeed, the princess of the Great Wei dynasty was not an ordinary person. If it were someone else, they would likely be crying out in pain by now. Fortunately, the pain came quickly and left just as fast. Before long, Ning Yuxi's expression relaxed. no longer tense as before. The deathly pale complexion on her face regained some color. Chapter 50. Young Master Su, thank you for what you did just now. If it weren't for you, Ning Yuxi's face flushed slightly as she thanked Su Chuan, but when it came to the end of her sentence, she couldn't bring herself to say it. However, they both understood the meaning behind her words. No need to be polite. We are friends, and it's normal for friends to help each other, Su Chuan said with a gentle smile. Ning Yuxi nodded repeatedly, agreeing with his statement, and did not dwell on the matter further. However, this incident had planted a seed in her heart. She had never been so close to a man before. Su Chuan was the first, but she did not reject it. It was evident that Su Chuan had gained her great affection. Now that Miss Ning has completely fused with the essence of Tying, what do you plan to do next? Su Chuan asked. I have achieved the purpose of my journey and have no further requests. But young Master Su, I see that you possess a profound amount of Sun Yuan power. Perhaps you could try to refine this Sun essence. I believe it will be of great use to you. Ning Yuxi organized her thoughts and said to Su Chuan, That's exactly what I intend to do. Su Chuan nodded. He was determined to acquire this Sun essence, and even if Ning Yuxi hadn't mentioned it, he was already prepared to begin refining it. Chapter 51. With the Sun's sacred body and the perfectly compatible heavenly rank technique, the Xianyang formula. This powerful combination was unprecedented and unheard of. With the enhancement of the Sun sacred body, I will undoubtedly secure the position of Saint Sun in the next election of the Saint Land. Su Chuan thought to himself, filled with anticipation. He couldn't wait to defeat the other true disciples and become the son of the Tai sacred land. Young Master Su, congratulations on your achievements in martial arts. At this moment, Ning Yuxi walked over to offer her congratulations. At that time, the aura of the Sun's sacred body on Su Chuan had not yet dissipated. As soon as she approached Su Chuan, she sensed an inexplicable attraction towards him. She didn't know where this attraction came from, but it enhanced her feelings for Su Chuan. The reason for this situation lay in their physical constitutions. One was a Tying divine body and the other a Sun sacred body, which complemented each other in yin and yang. That was why she felt this way. The combination of the two constitutions could even lead to some unexpected changes. However, both of them were unaware of this at the moment. Su Chuan noticed the genuine blessing from the other party and smiled, saying, I must thank Miss Ning for bringing me to this Tying sect relic. Otherwise, how could I have obtained such an unparalleled opportunity like the Sun Source? Chapter 52. Back in the cave dwelling, Su Chuan sat cross-legged on the bed. He took out one storage device after another from a storage ring and began to tally all his gains from this trip. First was the storage ring of the ancestor of the Chun family from the divine ability realm. Su Chuan easily broke the restrictions on this storage ring, which had a deceased owner. He probed inside with his divine sense and found magical artifacts, spiritual herbs, talismans, and jade slips. Seeing these items, Su Chuan felt a wave of fear. If it weren't for the carelessness of the Chun family ancestor, just these items in the storage ring could have led to his demise. However, now all of this belonged to him. In a corner of the storage ring, Su Chuan also discovered the 1,000-year blood ginseng presented by the Yang family. Holding this blood ginseng in his hand, Su Chuan felt elated. Another substantial amount of unsure was added to his account. Then he took out the only jade slip in the storage ring. A cultivation method jade slip treasured by a divine ability realm ancestor was clearly extraordinary. He pressed the jade slip to his forehead, connecting his divine sense with it. After a moment, Su Chuan disdainfully tossed the jade slip aside. He didn't expect that the Chun family ancestor was actually a lecher. This jade slip documented a technique called Yin Yang He Huanda Fa, which could be considered a demonic technique. Chapter 53. By the way, soon, various sects in the Eastern region will hold a discussion conference, and the top 5 will represent the Eastern region in the 5-domain competition in a year. This time, you will lead the inner disciples to participate, the Holy Master said with a smile. Finally, he reminded, this discussion conference is crucial for the quota in the 5-domain competition, so each sect will send their strongest disciples. During this time, I hope you will diligently cultivate and strive for a good result in the discussion conference, so as not to tarnish the dignity of the sacred land. Disciple obeys. Su Chuan clasped his fists and accepted the matter. Very well, if there's nothing else, you may return. The Holy Master nodded, waved his hand, and Su Chuan disappeared from the main hall, directly being sent back to the cave dwelling on Jinyang Peak. Standing in his cave dwelling, Su Chuan was lost in thought. This was the first time he had intuitively felt the power of the Holy Master. Every movement possessed boundless power. Remembering the descriptions of the King Realm, Su Chuan felt an intense longing. Then, a sense of determination arose in his heart. One day, I too will become such a strong person. Moreover, the King Realm is not the end. The Emperor Realm is my goal. Chapter 54. Chu Fan left this place in anger, heading to the next place of opportunity. He vowed that this time he would definitely not let others get there first. If anyone dared to snatch his opportunity, they would be eliminated. With the increase in strength, Chu Fan's heart also swelled. However, Su Chuan was unaware of everything happening here, as he was focused intently on Tian Yi, wanting to see which martial skill he would choose. An hour later, the chief disciple named Tian Yi put down the manual in his hand and went to the third level where the top-tier martial skills were stored. The martial skills here were among the best in the divine ability realm, treasured within the sacred land. Cultivating them to perfection would yield immense power. However, due to concerns that disciples might aim too high, these top-tier martial skills were incomplete. To obtain the complete versions, one must go to higher floors of the transmission tower. And to move up, one must diligently improve their cultivation. This created a positive feedback loop. It must be said that the sacred land put considerable effort into the design of the transmission tower. Su Chuan witnessed Tian Yi taking out a martial skill from above, preparing to open it for review. Su Chuan knew it was time for him to make his entrance. Chapter 55. Luo Yinsheng, what is he here for? In the main hall of Tai Peak, the various peak masters changed their expressions upon hearing this voice. Luo Yinsheng, the Grand Elder of the Yaoshan sword sect. His swordsmanship is unmatched. In his youth, he challenged several sects in the sacred land to hone his skills, and he was undefeated. He was a peerless genius at that time, and several peak masters were his defeated opponents. Thus, this name caused their faces to change. The Yaoshan sword sect mysteriously sent Luo Yunxing here, and they did not know the reason. Perhaps he came for the discussion conference in a year. He also brought his disciple, and this trip was likely not for good intentions. What are we afraid of? Are we, the #1 sacred land in the eastern region, afraid of him? Yes, yes, yes. When the enemy comes, we shall resist. When water comes, we shall block it. The peak masters in the hall discussed among themselves. At this moment, the holy master of Tai suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Silence, Wuya. Go lead him to the guest hall. The peak masters will accompany me to welcome him." Yes. The Qinyang peak master Nya Wuya, whom Su Chuan had met before, took his leave. Boom! Outside the mountain gate, the void trembled, and Nya Wuya's figure appeared. With a wave of his hand, the invitation letter instantly ignited. Chapter 56. Draw your sword. Don't say I bullied you. Qin Sheng, who also had a violent temper, took out his heavy sword, which was like a door panel, and pointed it at Gong Lin. However, Gong Lin made no move at all. He didn't even adopt a defensive posture. You want me to draw my sword? You think you're worthy? Gong Lin coldly sneered and replied dismissively. Since you seek humiliation, don't blame me. Hearing this, Qin Sheng was directly enraged and swung his sword at Gong Lin. Gong Lin was simply too arrogant. Sword breaks mountains and rivers. Qin Sheng shouted loudly, and his fierce sword technique enveloped Gong Lin. As an inner disciple of Liang Peak, he possessed exceptionally strong Unli, and with his matching sword techniques, he could unleash the strength of the second level while being at the first level of the divine ability realm. However, facing this seemingly invincible move, Gong Lin didn't even raise an eyelid. He extended 2 fingers and directly pinched the massive sword in midair. For a moment, Qin Sheng found himself in a dilemma. Then, he clenched his left fist, stepped forward, and punched Qin Sheng in the stomach. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise. Qin Sheng spat out blood and flew backward. The massive sword in his hand also fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 57. Too strong. It's simply terrifying. I feel that, under the same realm, only true disciples can fight against him. This Gong Lin, although arrogant, is incredibly strong. I hope Master Yang can properly diminish his arrogance. The disciples outside the hall did not rush forward anymore. They had seen the chief disciple defeated, and with their strength, going up would only be self-humiliation. Gong Lin stood there, using his own strength to overpower the inner disciples and the chief disciple of Tai's sacred land. The various peak masters inside the hall also looked grim. The chief disciple of the same realm couldn't even last 10 moves against him. It was simply a disgrace. There were other high-level disciples within the sacred land, but it wouldn't be glorious for them to win either, and among those of the same realm, few could match him. I have to say this Gong Lin is a genius. Seeing this scene, Luo Yunsheng was very pleased. Ha ha, fellow peak masters, what do you think of my disciple? He has only been with our Yaoshan sword sect for less than a year, and his sword cultivation has made tremendous progress. Even I, as his master, feel somewhat inferior. Hearing his words, the expressions of several people grew even more unsightly. Chapter 58. Holy Master, what should we do? Even Yang Sheng has been defeated. If we let him continue to be so arrogant, we will lose all face for Tai's sacred land. Nie Wuyo transmitted a message to the Holy Master of Tai. This Gong Lin is simply a replica of Luo Yunsheng in his youth. Just as arrogant, but equally powerful. Seeing him, Nie Wuyo seemed to recall the time he was defeated by Luo Yunsheng in his youth. Don't panic, didn't Su Chuan also awaken the true meaning of the knife? Let's send a message to invite him here. The Holy Master of Tai remained very calm at this moment. Through this exchange, he also discovered some issues. The sacred land has protected these disciples too well, and they lack practical combat experience. He had already decided to rectify the rules of the sacred land. Of course, the most urgent task now is to deal with this Gong Lin. True Sun Peak Cave. Su Chuan had already received the message from Ye Wuyo. His eyes flickered as he contemplated. He also found Gong Lin somewhat displeasing, being so arrogant with just a bit of strength, not taking anyone seriously. Now that the Holy Master had sent him a message to go and spar with this Gong Lin, it was just the opportunity to teach him a lesson and test his own practical ability with the sun's sacred body. Su Chuan tidied up his clothes and stepped out of the cave. Chapter 59. I'll give you 3 breaths of time to kneel down and apologize. Don't force me to take action. Ignoring Gong Lin's predatory gaze, Su Chuan said calmly. You. Gong Lin's teeth ground together. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? This guy is even more arrogant than him. 1 breath. 2 breaths. In front of Gong Lin, Su Chuan began to count. He didn't leave him any face at all. When Gong Lin saw that even his master didn't step in to stop this, he couldn't help but feel a bit desperate. Thud. Gong Lin directly knelt in front of Su Chuan. I'm sorry, I was too arrogant. I shouldn't have insulted Tai's sacred land. Seeing his disciple forced to kneel and apologize by Su Chuan, Luo Yunsheng, who had been smiling moments ago, could no longer maintain his composure. However, in front of so many people from Tai's sacred land, he couldn't do anything and didn't dare to do anything, only swallowing his anger. Inside the hall, many powerful figures of Tai's sacred land saw Su Chuan easily defeat Gong Lin and revealed long-lost smiles. Especially after witnessing Su Chuan's strength, their smiles grew even wider. The Holy Master of Tai laughed and said, Apologies, Taoist Luo. My disciple, Su, doesn't understand manners and shouldn't have forced your disciple to kneel and apologize. Chapter 60. All right, everyone disperse. The Holy Master of Tai waved his hand. Dismissing the onlookers, the disciples took their leave. Su Chuan didn't pay any more attention to Yang Sheng and, after bowing again, took his leave. He needed to return to seclusion to refine this drop of golden crow essence blood, solidify his foundation, and advance to the divine ability realm. Returning once again to the true Sun Peak Cave and confirming that no one would disturb him, Su Chuan activated the cave's defensive formation. He was very confident in refining the golden crow essence blood. After preparing everything, Su Chuan sat cross-legged on the mat. Moments latte. A faint red glow began to emanate from his body. The surrounding heaven and earth essence began to rush madly toward him. He needed to restore his state to its best. Only then would it be the best time to refine the golden crow essence blood. After a stick of incense, Su Chuan took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his state had returned to its peak. Without hesitation, with a thought, Su Chuan took out the jade bottle containing the golden crow essence blood from his storage ring. Then he poured the essence blood into his palm. Just as Su Chuan poured out the golden crow essence blood, a sharp cry echoed through the cave. Chapter 61. Peerless out of dust, transcending the mundane. Standing apart from the ordinary, wherever you go, you are the focus of attention, increasing charm and others' goodwill toward you. It turned out to be a red fate. This surprised Su Chuan a bit. After all, it was just a primary fate extraction, and Su Chuan didn't expect to draw anything astonishing. But he actually drew a red fate. Although this fate wouldn't increase his strength and fortune, it did enhance his charm and others' goodwill. Su Chuan was very satisfied. After all, Which man doesn't T like to be more handsome and charming? New fate has been equipped. Please check. A new notification appeared. The next moment, Su Chuan felt as if he had transcended. An aura of being out of this world and independent from the mundane radiated from him. He could guarantee that no woman could resist the allure of this aura. Experiencing the changes brought by Peerless out of dust, Su Chuan smiled slightly. This smile further elevated his charm. Opening his information again, he saw that it was already different from before. Name, Su Chuan, Chapter 62. As soon as Su Chuan exited his seclusion, he heard news about the Golden Ancient Hall and learned some basic information about it. Suddenly, he thought of Yang Sheng's script information. This startled him. According to the script revealed by the system, Yang Sheng obtained opportunities and inheritance within this Golden Ancient Palace, ultimately becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. He didn't expect the Golden Ancient Palace to appear so soon. The emergence of the Golden Ancient Palace disrupted his plans. He had originally decided to go into seclusion and prepare for the Tao Conference a year later. But now that the Golden Ancient Palace had appeared, he had to go. The purpose of this trip was the opportunity that Yang Sheng possessed. However, before he could ask for permission to go to the Golden Ancient Palace, the Holy Master Tai sent a message, instructing Su Chuan to prepare for the journey to the Golden Ancient Palace. Before leaving, Sita Lin called Su Chuan over. Master, what instructions do you have? Su Chuan asked respectfully after bowing. This journey to the Golden Ancient Palace will be fraught with danger and brutality. Once inside, you will not only face the talents of various major forces from the Eastern region, but you must also be cautious of the potential dangers within the Golden Ancient Palace. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Chapter 63. The distance from the Tai Holy Land to the Endless Sea is not far, but not too close either. After flying on the back of a demon beast for a day, they finally arrived at the vicinity of the Endless Sea. At this time, the Endless Sea, which should have been sparsely populated, was filled with boats of all sizes. Warriors seeking the Golden Ancient Palace crowded the vessels. In the sky, various flying beasts and airships were also filled with warriors. Most of the people in the sea were loose cultivators who could only rely on boats to go out to sea. The warriors in the sky were from those mid-sized and small forces families and sections. These individuals did not possess high strength, mostly at the Transcendence realm, with only a few at the Divine Ability realm. In addition, not far away, several large ships were slowly approaching, looking very grand and full of style. It goes without saying that the people on these ships came from the top holy lands and families in the Eastern region. Their cultivations were not weak, generally at the Divine Ability realm, with some even at the Nirvana realm, compared to the loose cultivators and disciples of small forces. These individuals were the strong competitors for the Golden Ancient Palace this time. Su Chuan stood on the back of the demon beast, overlooking the scene. How did Yang Sheng seize the greatest opportunity from these talents? Chapter 62. Su Chuan wonder endlessly. However, by a stroke of luck, he found himself near the Silver Moon Holy Land, where they had previously interacted. He happened to see the leader of the group of disciples from the Silver Moon Holy Land, the one who had made the loudest noise. Su Chuan narrowed his eyes, and the information about this person appeared in his view. Name, Yuanli, Realm, Nirvana Realm 4th Layer, Talent, Once in a Lifetime, Fate, Moonlight Apostle Red, Short-Lived Ghost, White, Divine Ability, Life Bright Moon, Life Script, Marshall Breaks the Sky Supporting Role, Life Trajectory, joined the Silver Moon Holy Land at a young age. With good talent became a true disciple of the Silver Moon Holy Land, entered the Golden Ancient Palace when it opened, was abandoned by companions, and ultimately died at the hands of the palace's puppets. Opportunity, discovered a mysterious pearl on the remains of a powerful being in the palace. Su Chuan withdrew his mind. He originally thought this loud leader would be formidable, but it turns out this is the case. He died as soon as he entered the Golden Ancient Palace, not even waiting for him to take action. As expected, with a short-lived ghost fate, he was destined to live a short life, not wanting to pay any more attention to this person. Su Chuan turned and left to witness the talents of other major forces. Chapter 65. The Golden Ancient Palace has opened. Charge. Treasures and inheritances are right in front of us. Everyone, charge. The treasures are mine. As soon as the door of the Golden Ancient Palace opened, the crowd around erupted. The warriors on the sea jumped directly into the water, swimming towards the portal, eager to enter first. The talented disciples on the island also showed eager expressions and soared into the sky towards the portal. In an instant, The back of the water-avoiding tortoise was crowded with people, blocking the portal completely. After undergoing the array's detection, the cultivators whose realms were suitable gradually entered the ancient palace. Meanwhile, some cultivators with higher realms attempted to take advantage of the confusion to slip in, but before they could get close, they were blocked by the detection array covering the entire sea. No matter what tricks they used, they could not get near. Some cultivators facing imminent doom or difficulties in breaking through were undeterred and attempted to force their way in. However, after they finally broke through the outer detection array, they were met with the gaping maw of the water-avoiding tortoise, which swallowed them whole, turning them into its meal. Some lucky ones who managed to evade the tortoise's mouth reached the portal. Chapter 66. Meanwhile, Su Chuan, alone, arrived in a valley. This valley was surrounded by smooth, mirror-like cliffs, which were impassable for ordinary people. The only way into this valley was a narrow, hidden path concealed in a cave. Without Su Chuan's keen observation, he might never have discovered this route. In the center of the valley stood a towering tree entirely red in color. On this tree, two fruits resembling mini phoenixes were growing. These were phoenix fruits. Upon seeing these two fruits, Su Chuan's eyes lit up. The phoenix fruit is said to be a rare treasure born from the phoenix tree, which can only yield fruit when a phoenix and a phoenix both fall to the same place. The phoenix tree only bears fruit twice, one phoenix and one phoenix. If a warrior can swallow it, they can enhance their cultivation base and foundation, which is extremely rare. For those with phoenix bloodlines, swallowing it can even refine their bloodline, awakening the unique divine ability of the phoenix, the Nirvana True Flame. With this Nirvana True Flame, no matter how severe the injuries after a period of Nirvana, they can recover as before. Previously, Su Chuan only knew that there was an opportunity here, but he did not know what this opportunity was. Chapter 67. Senior Brother Su. What are you looking at? Su Miaoyi noticed Su Chuan staring at her in surprise and couldn't help but feel a bit shy, quickly asking, "Looking at you? What else could I be looking at?" Su Chuan, coming back to his senses, smiled slightly and naturally reached out to pat Su Miaoyin's head. Su Miaoyin's favorability towards him reached an astonishing 90. With such a high favorability, Su Chuan's affectionate gestures did not make her feel he was a lecher. The result was exactly as Su Chuan had anticipated. His actions only made Su Miaoyin retract her head slightly, her cheeks instantly turning rosy, looking exceptionally beautiful. On the side, Huang Lin watched this scene, feeling so sour she could almost spit teeth. She never expected that the genius girl from the Yaoqi Holy Land, who was indifferent to everyone, would display such a demeanor in front of this man. She really couldn't stand it any longer, so she urged, all right, you two stop being so lovey-dovey here. Hurry up and pick the phoenix fruit and leave, or else someone else might find this place." Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyin felt even more shy, but then she smiled. "Brother Su, let's go." Chapter 68. In the blink of an eye, the two had been away from the previous valley for a day and a half. During this time, Su Chuan, based on the information he received from the system, led Su Miaoyin to successively harvest nearly 10 opportunities, all rare treasures not often seen in the outside world. Su Chuan didn't hide anything from Su Miaoyin. With such a high level of affection, he had no worries about the system exposing him. And as Su Chuan expected, Su Miaoyin only showed great shock along the way, without any other thoughts. She kept following Su Chuan, watching him continuously gather these treasures, which was inevitable to leave her astonished. After all, it was quite difficult for others to find a place with treasures. Yet Su Chuan seemed to be able to harvest treasures almost everywhere he went. This made her somewhat suspicious that Su Chuan might be the illegitimate son of the owner of the Golden Ancient Palace. Were treasures in this Golden Ancient Palace so common? Su Miaoyin thought to herself. Su Chuan, however, did not notice the doubts in Su Miaoyin's mind and was quietly pondering. It shouldn't be. I remember there should be a nearly 10,000-year-old jade spirit herb here. Could it have been taken by someone else? Su Chuan looked around, trying to find this spiritual herb. Chapter 69. After dealing with the people from the Qingxian sect, Su Chuan first searched their storage rings clean, then walked over to the jade spirit herb. He reached out to pick it along with the soil, first placing it in a jade box, adding a medium-grade elemental stone, and then putting it into the storage ring. Only in this way could he ensure that the jade spirit herb would not lose its vitality. It could only be replanted after returning to the Holy Land. Brother Su, you are really amazing. Only now did Su Miaoyin come back to her senses. Looking at Su Chuan, who was unharmed, She cried tears of joy and directly leaped into his arms. Just a moment ago, when Su Chuan was hit by 2 arrows, she almost went crazy. She silently vowed that if anything happened to Su Chuan, she would make the entire Qingxian sect pay for it. Fortunately, Su Chuan endured it and was not harmed. All right, stop crying. Those 2 arrows, how could they possibly hurt me? Gently stroking the beautiful hair of the girl in his arms, Su Chuan comforted softly. At the moment when the 2 arrows exploded, Su Chuan had used the vermilion bird fire control technique passed down by his master. In an instant, the true fire of the sun enveloped his entire body. The energy generated by the explosion was completely refined by that terrifying true fire, and he was not harmed in the slightest. Chapter 7. An attack came, directly forcing Zhang Yun back. Why should you take this treasure alone? A voice came from the crowd. It was clearly the person who made the move. Yes, this treasure was discovered by everyone together. Why should you have it all to yourself? That's right. The surrounding talents saw someone stepping up and instantly became emboldened, with hundreds of people surrounding Zhang Yun, not allowing him to approach the Supreme Bone. You're seeking death. Zhang Yun became furious when he saw so many people surrounding him. He swung his sword at the closest person. A flash of sword light passed, and the previous speaker clutched his neck, collapsing straight down, blood splattering from between his fingers. Do you dare to make a move? The group of talents did not expect that, surrounded by so many people, Zhang Yun would still dare to kill someone. Everyone was in an uproar, and then their weapons were drawn. Kill him. As long as we kill him, the Supreme Bone will be ours. Everyone, let us go together. I don't believe that so many of us can't take him down. In an instant, a battle broke out, and the place was thrown into chaos. They say many ants can kill an elephant. Although Zhang Yun was strong, he couldn't withstand the sheer number of attackers. Chapter 71 at this moment. On the road that Yang Sheng had to pass, Su Chuan was hiding with Su Miaoying. Brother Su, what are we doing here? Su Miaoying asked curiously. Waiting for the guy who snatched the Supreme Bone. Su Chuan stretched lazily and said. He chose not to follow behind Yang Sheng, but instead circled around to wait for him in front. There were too many pursuers behind Yang Sheng, and it was dangerous to follow him. It was better to wait for him to come. Huh? Su Miaoying was shocked. Can that guy survive for being chased by all these people? I see he only has the first level of the divine ability realm. There were quite a few Nirvana realm warriors among those chasing him. Su Miaoying had just seen Yang Sheng snatch the Supreme Bone and saw someone help block those 2 deadly attacks. But she still didn't believe Yang Sheng could survive from so many pursuers. Su Chuan smiled and said, don't underestimate him just because his martial arts cultivation is low. This person has quite a few life-saving means. Even I am not confident I can take him down in a frontal fight. Su Miaoying frowned slightly, finding it hard to imagine. However, since Su Chuan said so, she chose to trust him unconditionally. Here he comes. Chapter 72, however. What Su Chuan did not expect was that the storage ring he had discarded actually flew back into Yang Sheng's hands. Clearly, the 2 had already been bound together and could not be discarded. Who hit me? An hour after Su Chuan and the others left, Yang Sheng finally woke up. He pulled his head out of the ground, and the first thing he did was look around for the culprit who punched him. But Su Chuan had long since left. How would he find him? It was destined to be a futile effort. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. The Supreme Bone. The Supreme Bone I worked so hard to snatch. His face was filled with anxiety as he searched everywhere. But still, he couldn't find it. In the end, he could only sit down dejectedly on the ground, numbly staring at the sky, not knowing what to think. Then, he prepared to open the storage ring to take a healing pill for his injuries. However, he discovered an even more unacceptable fact. Who the hell took everything from my storage ring? Not even leaving me my clothes. Don't let me find out who it is. Otherwise, I will never let you go. The empty storage ring further wounded his already fragile psyche. Chapter 73. Once his cultivation level was completely stabilized, Su Chuan finally exited the state of cultivation. With the cultivation of the 5th level of the divine ability realm, Su Chuan was confident that he could walk freely in this ancient palace world. Next, there's no need to be so low-key anymore. The purpose of this trip has mostly been achieved, with only one final goal remaining: to head to the center of the ancient temple world and participate in the trial of the Golden Ancient Temple. It is said that those who participate in the trial can receive substantial rewards. He also wants to see how far he can go. After tidying up his clothes, Su Chuan stood up. Meanwhile, Su Miaoying, leaning against the stone wall, had actually fallen asleep. During the time she was protecting Su Chuan, she had stayed awake all night, guarding him. At first, seeing Su Chuan in such pain made her anxious, but she felt relieved when he began to accept martial arts experiences. She then continued to protect him. Finally, she was so exhausted that she leaned against the stone wall and fell asleep. This time, Su Chuan spent 5 whole days merging with the Supreme Bone. Looking at her tired appearance, Su Chuan couldn't bear to disturb her. He just quietly watched her sleep until the sun was high in the sky, and Su Miaoyin finally stirred awake. Chapter 74. Su Chuan's expression was somewhat serious. He hadn't anticipated that Su Chun, the son of luck, would actually join the demon clan and seemingly sacrifice his own soul for immense power. With a flash of his gaze, Su Chen's information appeared before his eyes. Name, Su Chun. Realm, 8th level of Nirvana realm. Talent, attention of the crowd, destiny. Son of luck, demonized, turning misfortune into fortune, purple. Blessing of the demon ancestor, purple. Unstable mindset, white. Divine powers, gift of the demon ancestor, life script, demonized state. Life script cannot be viewed at the moment. Life trajectory, demonized state. Life trajectory cannot be viewed at the moment. As expected, his guess was correct. Su Chen not only joined the demon clan, but also offered his soul to the demon ancestor. He had become a conscious walking corpse. Now, Su Chen's only goal was to seek revenge on him. The strength of the 8th level of Nirvana realm, even if not cultivated through his own efforts, still put immense pressure on Su Chuan. It is said that when one turns dark, they become 10 times stronger, and when they turn back to light, they become 3 times weaker. This made him proceed with caution. Just as Su Chuan was checking Su Chen's information, he had already been completely enveloped by that aura and entered the demonized state. Chapter 75. Thus, the son of luck, Su Chun, is dead. He fell at Su Chuan's hands. With Su Chen's demise, a series of system prompts appeared before Su Chuan. You have slain a son of luck, obtained the title of Slayer of the Son of Luck, and gained a chance for a high-level destiny draw. Would you like to draw immediately? You have slain a son of luck, successfully changed your own script, and gained a chance for a high-level destiny draw. Would you like to draw immediately? You have slain a son of luck, plundered his luck, and gained a chance for a top-level destiny draw. Would you like to draw immediately? The probability of drawing a golden destiny with the top-level destiny draw is 90%. A series of system prompts dazzled Su Chuan's eyes. After regaining his senses, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. 2 chances for a high-level destiny draw, plus 1 chance for a top-level destiny draw, with a 90% probability of drawing a golden destiny. This was truly a bountiful harvest. Su Chuan thought to himself, his smile showing no signs of fading. It was clear how happy he was at this moment. Since obtaining the system, he had only received 1 chance for a beginner destiny draw. Chapter 76. Hiss. Looking at the golden character's martial arts enlightenment, even Su Chuan, who had experienced many storms, couldn't help but gasp. Directly reaching the king realm, able to comprehend any martial arts technique. Just these 2 aspects had already exceeded Su Chuan's expectations. Not to mention it could also speed up the cultivation process. Too monstrous. New destiny has been successfully equipped. Please check. With the appearance of the system prompt, Su Chuan instantly felt an invisible power infusing into his body. In the depths of his mind, his understanding of martial arts ascended to a new level. The vermilion bird fire control technique, which he had only barely grasped before, had directly reached a small accomplishment. Even a martial arts path he had previously only half understood suddenly became completely clear. At the same time, Su Chuan felt that his martial arts path was exceptionally clear, leading directly to the king realm. There were no obstacles whatsoever. Although he had undergone several fortifying opportunities before, he had only hoped to reach the king realm. Each realm had its own obstacles that could not be avoided. But now, with the golden destiny of martial arts enlightenment, all of this was gone. As long as he could continue to cultivate step by step, he would surely become a powerful king realm expert. Chapter 77. Look, he can't hold on any longer. Quick chase. Seeing Yang Sheng collapse on the ground, the pursuers behind were immediately overjoyed, thinking he had no strength left to escape. But when they excitedly entered the trial area, ready to make a move, suddenly, a grand voice echoed in everyone's ears. In the trial area, killing is forbidden. Violators will be executed without mercy. This voice was cold and emotionless, instantly silencing the group that wanted to attack Yang Sheng. They all sheathed their weapons. Upon witnessing this, Yang Sheng immediately jumped up from the ground. Ha ha ha, come on. Continue chasing me, a bunch of useless fools. Having been chased all the way, he felt so stifled that he urgently needed to vent his pent-up anger. So you chickened out? Weren't you tough just now? Keep going. Come on. Yang Sheng, looking like a small person who had succeeded, shouted madly at the group. Ah, I can't stand it anymore. Die for me. Faced with such ridicule, a genius from small faction couldn't hold back anymore. He had never experienced such humiliation. He immediately drew his long sword, ready to attack Yang Sheng. However, before his sword could reach Yang Sheng, Chapter 78. This time, the inheritance trial has changed, which Su Chuan had already learned from the rules. In this trial, these martial artists will face attacks from unknown entities, one wave after another. After one wave ends, those who survive will automatically advance to the next round, while those about to die will be immediately teleported out of this mysterious space, losing the qualification to continue the trial. Clearing one level will randomly grant a reward, which could be an inheritance, heavenly materials and treasures, or various divine weapons. During the process of being attacked, killing an enemy will grant a point. Points can be used to exchange for any rewards. The higher the points, the more and better rewards can be exchanged. Conversely, with fewer points, fewer rewards can be obtained. At this moment, all rewards are clearly priced, except for the topmost golden ancient hall Master S inheritance. Everything else can be exchanged. Su Chuan even saw the supreme bone and imperial weapons up there before. It's evident that the warriors who entered also noticed this. So as soon as the trial began, all the warriors present couldn't wait any longer. Creak! A terrifying sound echoed in the darkness. Chapter 79. Senior Brother Chui, you are here too. Seeing that Yang Sheng's trouble had been resolved, Su Chuan held the god-slaying blade and walked towards Chui Jiang, greeting him with a smile, deliberately omitting Yang Sheng to see his reaction. Su Miaoyin also saw the people from the Yaoqi sacred land, so she did not stay with Su Chuan anymore. Junior Brother Su, you're here too. Chui Jiang and the others responded with smiles, although he and Su Chuan were not very familiar. As fellow true disciples of the Tai sacred land, they wouldn't act too distant. The reason he saved Yang Sheng earlier was also due to this. However, Yang Sheng, who was on the side, did not give Su Chuan a good look. Just now, he sought help from Su Chuan but received no response. So he held a grudge against him. Su Chuan smiled without saying a word. Yang Sheng's reaction was entirely within his expectations. Senior Brother Chui, hurry up and prepare. The next round of trials is about to begin. Chui Jiang nodded, acknowledging Su Chuan's words. Just as Su Chuan's voice fell, a thunderous sound erupted, and the second round of trials officially began. There was another movement from the direction where the demon of descent appeared before. Su Chuan stood proudly here with the god-slaying blade, slightly nodding to the other true disciples of the sacred lands. Chapter 80. Congratulations to you all for successfully completing the second round of trials. Next, you will have 2 days to rest, during which you can cultivate, exchange rewards, and inheritances. The second round of trials ended, and each person was rewarded with a Huangting pill. That voice echoed again, and all the warriors present breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a surge of excitement. After 2 consecutive trials, having killed tens of thousands of demons and beasts, most of the warriors present were already at their limits. If the third round of trials were to continue, it was estimated that very few would be able to pass. Moreover, no one present expected that the end of the second round of trials would reward them with a Huangting pill. This is a top-tier pill that can help Nirvana Realm warriors break through to the Reincarnation Realm. As everyone knows, to break through from Nirvana Realm to Reincarnation Realm, one must experience a cycle of life and death, seeking life and death, in order to possibly break through to the Reincarnation Realm. If one cannot find a way to survive in death, even if they fail, they will be trapped in the Nirvana Realm for life or die in the process of breaking through. The effect of the Huangting pill is precisely to help warriors find that slim opportunity of survival in death. This pill is quite valuable outside. Even if one cannot use it, they can sell it outside for a large sum of spirit stones. Chapter 81. Soon, he reached the highest point of this sea of blood and mountain of corpses. Here, a person sat on a throne made of white bones. One hand rested on the throne, and the other propped up a blade, glancing at him. Su Chuan focused and realized that this person looked exactly like him, and the blade in his hand was indeed the god-slaying blade. The only difference was that this person exuded a strong, killing intent, with a lingering malevolence between his brows. "Who are you?" Su Chuan asked the person in front of him with a frown. "I am you." The Su Chuan on the throne seemed to have discovered something interesting, smiling as he spoke. "I am you after awakening the true soul of martial arts. I have become a demon. Do you see these corpses below? They are all killed by me." Hearing this, Su Chuan frowned tightly, but soon a smile appeared on his face. He vaguely realized who this person was. The heart demon. The heart demon of martial arts. Killing is killing. What kind of demon is that? It's just the law of the jungle. If others want to kill me, can't I kill others? If one is inferior, they die. Why talk so much nonsense? Su Chuan said, loudly without hesitation. After awakening the true soul of martial arts, you will be like me, subjected to the accusations and hunts of millions. Are you not afraid? Chapter 82 Roar. A thunderous roar echoed again, and the third round of trials officially began. This time, over 100,000 beasts and demons surged from the darkness, all existing at the 9th level of the transformation realm or above. There were even some from the nirvana realm. Now, all the warriors present looked serious. Not only were there many, but their strength was also formidable. A battle was about to break out. Everyone faced enemies that outnumbered them several times. Moreover, each of these enemies had strength not weaker than their own. Soon, some began to feel overwhelmed. Either they were sneak attacked by the claws of the beasts or invaded by the demons. As time passed, more and more warriors were eliminated. Only the outstanding talents from various major forces continued to hunt the beasts and demons in an orderly manner. Su Chuan was also fighting fiercely with the god-slaying blade among them. For the sake of points, he needed to kill enough demons and beasts, because he had seen the complete inheritance of the Haori divine fist in the exchange list. However, to exchange for this imperial scripture, a tremendous amount of points was required. A full 50,000. Even Su Chuan felt considerable pressure. But here, he could obtain a complete inheritance that even the sacred land didn't possess. So he couldn't give up. Chapter 83. At this moment, all the outstanding talents were on guard against the people around them, because they all knew how crazy these people would be for the Hall Master inheritance. Among the crowd, many turned their eyes to Su Chuan, because among the outstanding talents present, Su Chuan had the most points. Moreover, at this moment, Su Chuan was in a state of exhaustion, with little fighting power left. As long as they could take him down, securing first place would be a sure thing. Therefore, many people began to harbor thoughts against Su Chuan. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. Compared to the Hall Master inheritance, Su Chuan, who had little fighting power left, clearly did not hold much weight in their minds. Just then, someone couldn't help but take the initiative. A figure wrapped in dazzling divine light walked towards Su Chuan. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of him. This figure was Su Chuan's previous acquaintance, the muscular young man with a bare upper body, whose body would emit crimson runes whenever he used his elemental force. Su Chuan's gaze flickered, and information about this person appeared before his eyes. Name, Wang Tung. Realm, 7th layer of Nirvana. Talent, Invincible King. Fate, Emperor's Gift. Gold. Divine Strength. Purple. Totem Warrior. Red. Chapter 84. Senior Brother Su's strength is getting stronger. In the distance, Su Miaoyin watched this scene in amazement. Ever since she encountered Su Chuan in this ancient palace world, his strength had been growing at an astonishing rate. Now, he had reached a level that was almost unbelievable. With his initial entry into the Nirvana realm, he had actually killed the young master of the ancient clan at the 7th layer of Nirvana with a single punch. But does senior brother Su still have elemental force left? Su Miaoyin was extremely worried. Although Su Chuan's displayed strength was formidable, he had just unleashed such a powerful force and was already incredibly weak. Now, facing off against Wang Tung, even if Su Chuan was strong, he couldn't continue fighting, could he? However, the current situation clearly would not give Su Chuan a chance to recover. Su Chuan was unaware of Su Miaoyin's thoughts. At this moment, he approached Wang Tung's headless corpse and took the storage ring from his remaining arm. He forcefully broke the restrictions and found many treasures inside. As expected of the young master of the ancient clan, this storage ring was filled with so many valuables. Su Chuan chuckled softly and transferred all the items into his own storage ring. Then, he sat directly beside Wang Tung's corpse and began to recover his elemental force. Chapter 85. Senior Brother Su is so strong. After a long time, the silence of the trial space was finally broken. Kui Jiang spoke in disbelief. the shock on his face still not dissipated. Before entering the Golden Ancient Palace, he had thought that Su Chuan was just there to tag along and see the world. He never imagined that he could unleash such powerful strength. In the distance, the little monk also stopped chanting. He did not attack Su Chuan, but he witnessed the power of Su Chuan's strike. Ba, with his strike, probably no one below the 5th layer of the reincarnation realm could withstand it. He secretly rejoiced for having suppressed his greed. Otherwise, even though he was the current Buddha's son, he might have fallen today. It seems you are not worthy of me handing over my points. Su Chuan, holding the god-slaying blade, spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the fallen Ling Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Chuan's words were like a heavy hammer, making it impossible for him to lift his head again. Usually, he was high and mighty, considered invincible among his peers, and was the young master and saint of the Tianyan sect. Yet now, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Su Chuan. This immense disparity was difficult for him to accept. Now it's my turn. Chapter 86. After Ling Tian's death, the surrounding talents who had besieged Su Chuan all revealed expressions of having survived a disaster. With 2 young masters of major forces dead at his hands, no one doubted Su Chuan's willingness to kill anymore. If they had not surrendered their points earlier, they might have ended up like Wang Tong and Ling Tian, becoming corpses. It was not suitable to stay here for long. Those talents who had their points robbed by Su Chuan voluntarily exited the trial space. After all, they had no points left, and staying here was of no benefit. It was better to leave early and seek opportunities outside, while the ancient palace world was still open for a while. Instantly, more than half of the warriors in the trial space disappeared. Only those who had not attacked Su Chuan remained. However, they did not stay long either, as there was no chance for them to enter the top 3. So they all pulled out the exchange list, exchanged their points for inheritances or rewards, and then exited the trial space. Thank you, senior brother. Su Miaoyin's eyes brimmed with tears as she expressed her gratitude to Su Chuan. If it weren't for his help, she didn't know how long it would take to kill the culprit. Congratulations. Seeing her take revenge, Su Chuan smiled and nodded. Chapter 87. Where do you think you're running? After catching a hint of this aura, Su Chuan shouted loudly, quickly activating the Xianyang Ju, causing elemental force to surge out from within him. Boom! A powerful pressure surged forth toward the hint of aura. Let's see where you can escape. Seeing that the aura was still fleeing, Su Chuan shook his head and sneered, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. The speed of the Xianyang Ju's operation increased once again. Finally, Su Chuan's elemental force connected with that special hint of aura. With a muffled boom, an abnormal change occurred in the hall. Hui Yuan and Shui Jiang, who were still searching for the Hall Master's inheritance, were directly enveloped by a beam of light and then disappeared in an instant. When they reappeared, they were back at the entrance of the trial area. Both of their expressions changed drastically. Ba, alas, it seems the little monk is fated to be without the inheritance. Hui Yuan, the little monk, sighed, then shook his head and left the place. Senior brother Su is truly fortunate. Shui Jiang showed an envious expression, but that was all. He was naturally open-minded and optimistic, and in such matters, he took it lightly. Not getting the Hall Master's inheritance was just due to his lack of luck. He couldn't blame others. Besides, he originally had no chance to participate in the competition for the Hall Master's inheritance. Chapter 88. After mastering the Golden Ancient Palace, he could comprehend the inheritance within it at any time. This was equivalent to carrying a transmission tower with him, and the inheritances within this tower were all at least of the Heavenly King realm. After browsing through, Su Chuan obtained the complete boxing technique of the Haori Divine Fist. 8,000 years ago, the Haori Emperor entered this golden ancient palace and obtained part of the inheritance, comprehending the Haori Divine Fist, which was then inscribed in this great hall. Today it was obtained by him. Moreover, he also received the Tai Chu Xianyang Jing from the Hall Master's inheritance, which was a divine-level technique. The Xianyang Ju he practiced was a simplified version of this technique. Immediately, Su Chuan began to switch to this technique. Due to their common origin, Su Chuan had no obstacles in practicing the Tai Chu Xianyang Jing. He easily succeeded in the transition. When Su Chuan truly operated the Tai Chu Xianyang Jing for a full cycle, he felt the power of this technique. This technique was incredibly suitable for his solar sacred body, as if it was tailor-made for him. Practicing this technique, Su Chuan instantly felt that the elemental force within him had risen to a new level. Moreover, During the practice, strands of solar essence were drawn in, continuously refining and enhancing his solar sacred body. Chapter 89. At this moment, at the Tai Chi Holy Land, at the location of the Mountain Gate. Several days have passed since the golden ancient palace was sealed off, and Su Chuan returned to the Holy Land alone, accompanied by a demon beast at the Heavenly King realm. Look at Su Chuan back. As soon as Su Chuan stepped into the gates of the Holy Land, he was spotted by a group of outer disciples. They immediately erupted in exclamations, and many disciples rushed over. Why did Su Chuan return later than the other true disciples? It is said that Su Chuan obtained the unparalleled inheritance. Is that true? Could it be that our Tai Holy Land is about to have another quasi-saint son? The other true disciples had already returned to the Holy Land for several days, during which these disciples had also received quite a bit of information. Seeing Su Chuan's return, they couldn't help but discuss it. Soon, the news of Su Chuan's return spread throughout the entire Tai Holy Land, and Su Chuan's master, Sita Lin, also rushed over upon hearing the news. It's good to be back. What did you gain from this trip? Sita Lin appeared and asked Su Chuan with a smile. I gain a lot. Su Chuan replied with a smile as well. Hearing this, Sita Lin nodded thoughtfully. Combining the information brought back by Cui Jiang, he immediately understood that his disciple had obtained tremendous benefits from the ancient palace. He didn't ask further and simply nodded, saying it's good to be back. At this time, Sita Lin, along with Su Chuan and several peak masters, happened to arrive at this place. Seeing this scene, Sita Lin said in disbelief, disciple, did that old ghostling son really die at your hands? Su Chuan nodded. Although Ling Tian was killed by Su Miaoyin, if he hadn't crippled Ling Tian, Su Miaoyin wouldn't have been able to kill him. So, it could be said that Ling Tian died at his hands as well. Receiving the affirmative answer, Sita Lin couldn't help but take a deep breath. He never expected Su Chuan to be this strong. Although he had heard that Su Chuan was rampaging through the golden ancient palace, Ling Tian was clearly not an ordinary disciple. He was the biological son of the sect master of the Tianyin sect, and also its holy son, undoubtedly possessing immense strength. Yet, he was still killed by Su Chuan. He became increasingly fond of his only disciple, and the surprises Su Chuan brought him grew larger. He began to look forward to how far Su Chuan could grow in the future. As for the Tianyin sect coming to seek revenge, Sita Lin didn't take it to heart at all. Not to mention that the Tai Holy Lord had already stepped into the semi-emperor realm. Ling Feng was no match for him. Even considering the overall strength of the two sects, although both were top-tier powers in the eastern region, there were still distinctions in strength. Leave? Does the Tai Holy Land allow you to come and go as you please? Since the relationship had already soured and actions had been taken, there was nothing more to say. Today, someone from the Tianyin sect must fall. Otherwise, where would his face be? As a dignified, semi-emperor powerhouse, how could his face be easily trampled upon by others? Xuanza, what do you want? Ling Feng's face was ashen. He didn't expect that, even after he had practically conceded, the Tai Holy Lord still didn't want to let him go easily. At the same time, he regretted his earlier impulsiveness. Why do you provoke this plague god? What do I want? Wasn't your Tianyin sect always aggressive? Now you want to ask me what I want. Today, if you want to leave, that's not impossible. Just leave behind one right arm and 1,000,000 high-grade essence stones. And you can leave at any time. Xuanza posed a soul-searching question to Ling Feng while stating his demands. Impossible. You're daydreaming. Ling Feng's expression changed drastically, filled with fury as he rebuked the Tai Holy Lord. He was a sword cultivator. How could he wield a sword with one less right arm? Did they expect him to become a left-handed sword saint? And as for 1,000,000 high-grade essence stones, that was nearly the accumulation of his Tianyin sect over 1,000 years. After Su Chuan returned to Xinyang Peak, he began to go into seclusion, not only to stabilize his cultivation, but also to organize the gains from this trip. He had obtained a lot, all of which he carelessly tossed into his storage ring. It was just the right time to organize these things one by one during his seclusion. While he was in seclusion, everything that happened in the Golden Ancient Palace also spread throughout the eastern region. Su Chuan, a true disciple of Tai Holy Land, had killed the young master of the ancient clan and the holy son of the Tianyin sect during the trials in the ancient palace. He even defeated over 200 outstanding talents with a single strike. After that, the sect master of the Tianyin sect came seeking revenge and directly severed the arm of a heavenly king realm powerhouse. These shocking deeds quickly gained traction in the eastern region. In no time, the name Su Chuan became the focal point of discussion among martial artists during their leisure time. Many were astonished, yet deeply understood that another top-tier talent had risen in the eastern region. However, there were also martial artists who scoffed at this. They simply didn't believe it to be true. How could Su Chuan, an obscure true disciple, possibly kill two top talents and overpower over 200 outstanding individuals, severing the arm of a heavenly king realm powerhouse? Even someone at the reincarnation realm might not be able to do that. These people thought this was just a fabricated story to hype up Su Chuan. Su Chuan had already known about the announcement from the Holy Land before going into seclusion, but he didn't pay it any mind. He had been immersed in cultivation. At the moment his cultivation was completely consolidated, a golden light enveloped Su Chuan. His pores opened up, and his martial soul exuded a unique life aura belonging to the Nirvana realm. A scorching aura swept over him, akin to a newly born sun. He had reached the peak of the first level of the Nirvana realm. At this point, he had completely separated himself from the mundane world. Su Chuan opened his eyes, and brilliant divine light shot from his gaze, quite extraordinary. The primordial power cultivated from the Tai Chi Xianyang scripture filled his body, rich and powerful. He carefully felt this power, but suddenly frowned. Although the Tai Chi Xianyang scripture could enhance his physique, the speed was still too slow. If he wanted the solar sacred body to undergo another transformation, it seemed he must find another technique to cultivate. Su Chuan thought to himself. The level of primordial power had risen, and his physique needed to be enhanced as well. Otherwise, he would have immense power but be unable to unleash it. While the Tai Chi Xianyang scripture could draw upon the sun's origin to strengthen the body, it was ultimately not a technique specifically for body refining. To achieve rapid transformation, he needed to seek other methods. Trouble you, junior brother. I still need to trouble you to take me there. This pill will serve as a reward for you. Su Chuan thanked the patrolling disciple and then took out a pill that could enhance primordial power from his storage ring and handed it to him. No, I can't accept it. The patrolling disciple saw the pill Su Chuan took out and immediately shook his head to refuse. This Xingyuan pill is extremely precious for a martial artist at the 9th level of the transcendence realm like him. After consuming it, it can basically guarantee a breakthrough into the divine ability realm. Outside, one pill would sell for 5,000 spirit stones. He didn't expect that Su Shengzi would take out such a heavyweight item as a token of gratitude. He couldn't dare to accept it. Just take it. It's only one pill. I see you wasted a teleportation talisman to inform me, Su Chuan said with a smile, pushing the Xingyuan pill into the patrolling disciple's hand. Instantly, the patrolling disciple was flabbergasted and repeatedly thanked him. Thank you, Su Shengzi. Su Chuan waved his hand. He had plenty of this kind of pill. They all came from the pile of storage rings obtained in this heist. Since they were just sitting there, it was better to take them out as a token of gratitude. All right, let's go, Su Chuan reminded. Chapter 95. Su Chuan's original home was in Fengyang County of the Wei Dynasty's 36 counties. The Su family could be considered a prominent family in Fengyang County, engaged in commerce for generations, accumulating a vast fortune. However, to send Su Chuan to the Tai Sacred Land, his parents spent all their savings and bribed the steward station in Fengyang County, allowing Su Chuan to successfully enter the Tai Sacred Land. Before leaving home, to ensure his parents could make a comeback and not live a poor and lonely life in their later years, Su Chuan taught his parents the modern method of refining salt, hoping they could earn more money with this skill. However, he never expected that this method of salt refining would bring disaster to his parents. Had he known this, Su Chuan would never have done it. Unfortunately, there are no opportunities for regret in this world. Now, he could only personally slay his enemies and rescue his sister to make amends for his deceased parents. The Wu family is a top martial arts family in Fengyang County and has always been quite ambitious. Su Chuan also didn't expect that the Wu family would kill his parents and abduct his sister over a method of refining salt. As for the Fire Valley, Su Chuan had already gathered information about it on his way here. Chapter 96. After killing all the members of the Wu family, Su Chuan slowly stepped down from the carriage. At this moment, the Wu family was empty, and he directly destroyed the restrictions of the residents, pushing the door to prepare to enter. I said, even if I die, I will not marry the young master of Fire Valley, so you might as well give up. The moment Su Chuan stepped into the courtyard, Su Lixing's firm voice rang out again. Everything that happened outside was blocked by the restrictions, so the two people in the courtyard had no idea that the entire Wu family had already been exterminated by Su Chuan. Su Lixing still thought it was another Wu family member trying to persuade her to marry. It wasn't until Su Chuan entered that she realized the visitor was a somewhat familiar and handsome young man. For a moment, she was stunned. In the courtyard, it was eerily silent. "Miss, it's young master." It was Su Tong who first recognized Su Chuan, breaking the silence in the area. She was extremely happy at that moment. Su Chuan had arrived. Perhaps he could rescue them. Su Lixing was also surprised and gaped at Su Tong's words. She couldn't believe that the tall and extraordinary young man before her was actually her brother. Of course, this was normal. They hadn't seen each other for over 10 years. Chapter 97. I haven't come to trouble you, yet you've come looking for me? Do you really think Su Chuan has no temper? Su Chuan scoffed coldly and stood up. A chilling, killing intent radiated from his heart. Even the killing god blade in his storage ring trembled slightly, emitting the sound of metal clashing. There is no need for Fire Valley to exist. As the words fell, Su Chuan stepped forward and appeared outside the Wu family, standing proudly in the void. The Tao rhythm around him flowed, and a sharp, killing intent swept out. Today, he intended to take the head of the young master of Fire Valley to cleanse the killing intent in his heart. Outside the Wu family, the young master of Fire Valley was quite pleased at this moment because yet another beauty was about to be taken into his possession. He had lost count of how many times he had forcibly taken concubines. Each time, his identity as the young master of Fire Valley made it incredibly smooth. That day, he came to the Wu family for some business, but unexpectedly discovered a stunning beauty, immediately falling for her and wanting to claim her as his own. Thus, with his support, the Wu family sent people to kill her parents and abduct her. Then he went back to prepare for marrying Su Lixing. The only thing that dissatisfied him was that the Wu family's grand elder had not yet appeared since he finished speaking. Chapter 98. No matter who you are, I will definitely kill you. Qin Wu's eyes were bloodshot as he let out a beast-like roar at Su Chuan. However, Su Chuan did not give him the chance to continue talking. With a casual slash, Qin Wu's divine sense clone was destroyed. Not far away, the wedding party stood dumbfounded. They saw Su Chuan solve the young master of Fire Valley with just 2 strikes, even shattering the Valley Master's divine sense clone. They were all shocked by this terrifying scene. This was the child of a reincarnation realm powerhouse, and he killed him without hesitation, even in front of his father? How dare he? Such a shocking scene left them standing there dumbfounded, unable to advance or retreat. The entire team fell into an eerie silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Su Chuan had no intention of letting this group go. With a wave of his hand, this group was completely wiped out. Everyone related to Fire Valley had to die. He turned around and returned to the courtyard. At this moment, Su Lixing was also standing in the courtyard, having witnessed the previous scene with her own eyes. It was only at this moment that she dared to believe that her brother had truly become a quasi-saint son of the Tai sacred land. Otherwise, how could he possess such powerful strength? Chapter 99. Very well, I didn't expect you to bring me such a surprise. Don't worry, once I obtain this heavenly grade weapon, I will ensure you die a swift death. His eyes were filled with greed. Shortly after, he wielded his weapon and charged at Su Chuan. Heavenly grade weapons are very powerful. Someone of the same realm wielding a heavenly grade weapon is not someone he could defeat in a single exchange. But now, the heavenly grade weapon was merely in the hands of a kid at the first level of the Nirvana realm, and it couldn't unleash its power at all. He could completely suppress it and seize it. With such a treasure, my Fire Valley would surely rise to the next level. With this thought, he was even more eager to obtain the killing godblade. However, facing the strike from the reincarnation realm warrior, Su Chuan remained calm and composed. Suddenly, the Shashin knife, which was originally in Su Chuan's hand, shot up into the sky. At the moment it appeared, the entire Fire Valley seemed to transform into an endless purgatory, with the Shashin knife being the only rule within this purgatory. As long as Su Chuan gave the command, it could annihilate everything within this purgatory. Cut the heavens. At that moment, a loud shout erupted from Su Chuan's mouth. The moment the voice fell, news of the destruction of Fire Valley quickly spread to the various forces nearby. They sent people to the location of Fire Valley, but only found the ruins that had been leveled to the ground. The entire Fire Valley was devoid of even a single rat. Such a fierce killing method shocked countless people, prompting them to send out inquiries to find out who was responsible. The results soon came to light. Su Chuan, the 9th quasi-saint of the Tai Holy Land. Furious over his sister being humiliated by Fire Valley, he annihilated the entire Fire Valley. This news left countless people in shock. On the other side, in a secluded and elegant courtyard that originally belonged to the Su family, Su Chuan was lying on a bamboo chair basking in the sun. Dressed in green, with his eyes slightly closed, he exuded an otherworldly aura, resembling a celestial being. Beside him, Su Lixing was leaning over a stone table, picking at grapes while staring at Su Chuan. "Why are you staring at me? You've finished a whole bunch of grapes without eating a single one." Su Chuan opened his eyes and said gently, "I haven't seen my brother for so many years. Can I look at you a little longer?" Su Lixing said with a charming smile. Hearing this, Su Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly and replied, "Stop looking. We have plenty of time in the future." Soon, the identity tokens for both of them were ready. From the day they received the identity tokens, Su Xingli became an inner disciple on Jinyang Peak, while Su Tong became an outer disciple of the Tai Holy Land. This was something she had never even dared to dream of before, but today, with Su Chuan's intervention, it had truly come to pass. She felt immensely grateful to Su Chuan. At the same time, she secretly vowed to take good care of her young lady in the future to repay Su Chuan's kindness. But that wasn't the end. Su Chuan also selected 2 suitable inheritances from the Golden Ancient Hall for them to cultivate. They were both imperial scriptures. Su Chuan currently lacked nothing but cultivation methods. He wondered why old Nan had placed so many inheritances in the Golden Ancient Hall. Was he not afraid his successors wouldn't be able to comprehend them? Perhaps old Nan had a collecting obsession? This thought crossed Su Chuan's mind. However, the truth was that Su Chuan was mistaken. Old Nan's original intention was for those who receive his inheritance to rely on these cultivation methods to form a team, so that when they eventually entered the chaos, they wouldn't end up alone like he did, ultimately being besieged and killed. After Su Chuan finished these matters, a disciple came to convey a message, saying that the Tai Holy Master wished to see him. Su Chuan did not dare to delay and immediately rushed to the Tai Peak Great Hall. With his current speed, he quickly arrived at the Tai Peak Great Hall. "I pay my respects to the Holy Master." Upon arriving, Su Chuan bowed deeply to the Tai Holy Master on the throne. "No need for such formality. Rise." The Tai Holy Master nodded slightly. "Your achievements on this trip have truly made your quasi-saint title resound," the Tai Holy Master said with a smile. "This is all thanks to the Holy Land as cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today," Su Chuan humbly replied. "You're being modest. I'm not surprised at your achievements. However, in recent days, you have made such big moves, and the top talents of various forces in the eastern region have probably already noticed you. Challenges are likely to come your way," the Tai Holy Master said with a smile. "I am confident I can suppress them all," Su Chuan confidently declared, with his current foundation and strength. As long as their cultivation level did not exceed the 5th level of the reincarnation realm, he was confident he could suppress them. Hearing Su Chuan's confident words, the Tai Holy Master secretly nodded. The speed of the teleportation array was faster than expected. Within just half a day, they had crossed millions of miles and arrived at the vast desert of 100,000 miles in the northern part of the eastern region. This place was said to be the battlefield where 2 Emperor Realm powerhouses fought thousands of years ago. It was hard to believe what kind of powerful force could create this vast desert. In this sandy land, countless dangers were hidden. There were powerful demon beasts, special terrains that could lead people astray, and rampant bandits who specialized in robbing passersby. The only thing to pay attention to while walking here was safety. Looking at the endless yellow sand, Sita Lin thought for a moment and took out a mechanical creation. Reciting a mantra, the mechanical creation instantly grew larger, transforming from a palm-sized object into a massive palace. That wasn't all. 2 legs covered in black fur extended from the bottom of the palace, supporting the entire structure. It was unclear whether the palace had gone off course or if the legs had mutated. Su Chuan and the others watched in amazement. "Master, what is this?" Su Chuan asked curiously. To be honest, he had never seen such a thing in his life. Half a day later, all the forces participating in this discussion conference had arrived. The Yellow Sand Holy Land had arranged accommodations for everyone. By now, it was already quite late, and Su Chuan and his group arrived at their respective lodgings to tidy up. They then prepared to rest and recharge for the conference the next day. At this time, outside Xiao Chen's door, someone had sneaked over under the cover of night. "Knock, knock, knock." The sound of knocking echoed. "Come in." Xiao Chen opened the door and pulled the person outside into his room. "Why did you call me here?" The person pulled inside was a young man, slender, with silver hair and a mysterious rune on his forehead. He looked at Xiao Chan with dissatisfaction and arrogantly asked him. If Xiao Chan did not give him a satisfactory answer, he would turn hostile right here. What Taiyan's sex, holy son? Didn't he take it seriously at all? In his eyes, their Beast God clan was the top force in the eastern region, due to the Beast God no longer descending upon this land. The Beast God clan had to shrink back into the mountains, rarely venturing out. However, the clan's most gifted young clan leader, Wang Tong, disregarded the clan's opposition and went to the Golden Ancient Palace, ultimately perishing there. Chapter 105. He actually let him escape. Sito Lin furrowed his brows and said, he had already recognized who came to assassinate Su Chuan, the Shadow Clan. His brows tightened. This was a forbidden race that had been nearly exterminated many years ago. Unexpectedly, it appeared again today. Moreover, it was an 8th-level Shadow Clan member. This made him take it seriously. Inside his residence, Sito Lin gathered Su Chuan and the other 5 together to start giving instructions. Just now, someone came to assassinate Su Chuan, was injured by me, and fled. From now on, you all need to pay attention to your safety. What? Someone tried to assassinate Junior Brother Su? Upon hearing this news, the others exclaimed. In the territory of the Yellow Sand Sacred Land, someone actually dared to do such a thing? Quiet, listen to me, Sita Lin scolded. Then continued. During this Dao discussion conference, all forces are coming in full force, with many outstanding talents emerging. Even hidden families and sects have come to participate, creating a mixed bag of people. Therefore, be careful in everything. If you need to give up, then give up. Your safety is the most important. Sita Lin said to them seriously. Su Chuan and the others listened attentively, nodding with serious expressions. Chapter 106. Su Chuan arrived at his drawn 7th group. There were a total of 50 martial artists here, all outstanding talent from various forces. Among them was the young man who sent someone to assassinate Su Chuan. He stared at Su Chuan and then made a throat-cutting gesture with his hand, very arrogant. Clearly, this was his declaration of war against Su Chuan. In the Dao discussion conference, once on the stage, life and death are not discussed, as long as one does not choose to surrender. The fight will continue until one party dies. This is a rule that everyone tacitly acknowledges. In every Dao discussion conference, outstanding talents have died on the stage. Su Chuan was somewhat baffled. What was this person about? Why was there always someone looking for trouble with him? A flash of light appeared in his eyes, and the young man's information appeared before Su Chuan. Name, Wang Lin, realm, 3rd level of reincarnation realm. Talent, once in a millennium. Fate, favored by the beast god, purple. Totemic shaman, red, fate against the star of calamity, white. Divine ability, beast blood boiling, invoking the god to descend. Life script, supporting role script. Can move wherever needed. Life trajectory, son of a shaman of the ancient beast god clan in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Next shaman. Can summon the beast god to descend upon himself by burning blood. Unleashing power 2 realms stronger than himself. Attempted to assassinate Su Chuan but failed. Wants to kill Su Chuan on stage to take revenge for his clan brother Wang Tong. Ultimately gets killed by him. Chapter 107. The next match. Su Chuan from Tai's Sacred Land versus Wang Lin from the Ancient Clan. After the draw was completed, the voice of the elder from the Yellow Sand Sacred Land was heard. In this first match of this round, it was Su Chuan's turn. After 2 rounds of being free from fighting, Su Chuan had already attracted a lot of attention. Plus, his opponent was Wang Lin, with whom he had past grievances. Immediately, there was a stir among the martial artists watching. Here it comes, the big one is here. Guess who will win between these two? If Su Chuan loses this match, Tai's Sacred Land will lose face. Wang Lin will definitely not let Su Chuan off, and will use lethal force. Certainly, Haven T, you heard? His clan brother was killed by Su Chuan, and he came this time for revenge. Everyone was speculating whether Su Chuan could win. Some even started betting on the outcome. Under their watchful eyes, Su Chuan slowly walked onto the stage. Opposite him, Wang Lin was already waiting there. I thought you would directly admit defeat. After all, you were just a 2nd-level Nirvana realm warrior. But since you dare to come on stage, it suits me just fine. Today, you will surely die. Wang Lin arrogantly looked at Su Chuan and said this. Chapter 108. Just like that, he died? This is too ridiculous. With just one punch, he instantly killed a talented warrior who had reached the 5th level of the reincarnation realm. Is this really the Sung Zu of Tai, Sacred Land? Is he really just a 2nd-level Nirvana realm warrior? How is that possible? Su Chuan's punch drew all eyes to him. Countless martial artists showed shock and couldn't help but exclaim, "A reincarnation realm genius. Wherever he goes is a strong contender." Yet he couldn't even withstand a single punch and died just like that. How terrifying. And this was just a fist technique. This Su Xingzi hadn't even unleashed his most skilled sword technique yet. Does that mean he has more to hide? His physical strength is also so strong. Is this what a peerless genius looks like? They even found it hard to believe what was happening before their eyes. On the high platform, the leading elders from various forces also showed expressions of shock and astonishment. Such terrifying power. The elder of the Yellow Sand Sacred Land couldn't help but exclaim. This punch brought the physical strength to its peak. This Su Chuan must have practiced an extraordinary body-refining technique. I never expected Taoist Sita Lin that your disciple would be so powerful. No wonder he could become the 9th Shengdu of Tai Sacred Land. Chapter 109. With the end of the first stage of the competition, the Yellow Sand Sacred Master reappeared on the high platform. Looking at the 20 people below, he slowly spoke. Congratulations, you have successfully stood out from 500 people. Next, it will be the competition for those 5 spots. The top 20 can compete on stage. Those who hold the stage the longest, or if no one dares to challenge them, can enter the top 5. During the battle, no one can interfere. Otherwise, they will face the pursuit of all forces participating in this Tao discussion conference. Furthermore, during the competition, no means are prohibited. Life and death are at your own risk. Wow. As his words fell, whether among the martial artists present or the eliminated geniuses, there was an uproar. Life and death are at your own risk. Although there was already the possibility of life and death in the previous matches, that was merely a tacit rule. Now, the Yellow Sand Sacred Master actually announced it directly. The significance between the two is vastly different. Moreover, there are no restrictions on any means. This means that many previously prohibited methods can also be used. As long as they can win, they can use any means, including some that have long been banned. This kind of competition rule made everyone present solemn. Chapter 110. Winning 2 matches in a row, Lin Xiaoyu was in the limelight. Below the stage, no one with lower cultivation dared to go up. Otherwise, they would be eliminated immediately. The silence was as dead as it could be. What's going on? Does no one dare to come up and fight me anymore? Is this all the Eastern region's pride? Lin Xiaoyu shouted on the stage. His words instantly ignited the anger of the crowd below. The martial artists glaring at Lin Xiaoyu with hatred, but due to his strength, none dared to confront him. The audience was silent, while the person on stage was arrogant. Such a clown, truly noisy. Just as the referee was about to announce Lin Xiaoyu the victor by default, a voice came from the crowd below. Suddenly, a figure soared into the sky, instantly landing on the arena. As soon as he appeared, he drew the attention of everyone, who stared at him unblinkingly. It was Xiao Chun, who had previously defeated the Silver Moon Holy Sun with an invincible momentum in the first phase. The scene of Xiao Chun knocking out the Silver Moon Holy Sun with a single punch was still fresh in the minds of the audience. Therefore, as soon as he stepped onto the stage, the crowd immediately showed expectant expressions, placing their hopes of defeating Lin Xiaoyu on Xiao Chun. They began to look forward to the confrontation between the two. Chapter 111. Die for me. Xiao Chun's inner energy surged violently, erupting like a volcanic explosion. As his intense fist intent enveloped Su Chuan, this punch shook the void, and the intent to kill swept across the world. Before it even reached, the killing intent and divine might on that fist changed the expressions of the martial artists and talents present. Strong, very strong. If Xiao Chun had used 50% of his strength in the previous battle with Lin Xiaoyu, now he was unleashing all his power. He aimed to achieve a one-hit kill, giving Su Chuan no chance whatsoever. Where did this Xiao Chun come from? How could he be so strong? Can junior brother Su withstand this? With such strength, even I would have no chance of winning against him. I hope junior brother Su concedes if he can't win, so he doesn't lose his life for nothing. Below, the 4 members of Tai Holy Land looked at Su Chuan on stage with concern. Xiao Chun came on strong, seemingly determined to kill Su Chuan. No matter how you looked at it, Su Chuan, a mere second-realm Nirvana stage warrior, could not resist. However, when faced with the approaching Xiao Chun, Su Chuan appeared very calm. It seemed he didn't take Xiao Chun's murderous punch seriously at all. In fact, he didn't even make any defensive movements. Chapter 112. Below, the spectators were still in shock, unable to pull themselves out of it. They were astonished by Su Chuan's earth-shattering sword strike and shocked that Xiao Chun had died just like that. The fifth realm of the reincarnation stage, a level that many could not hope to reach in their lifetime, had just died here, killed by a warrior in the second realm of nirvana stage, crossing a huge cultivation realm. If it weren't for witnessing it with their own eyes, no one would believe this scene. At this moment, the way they looked at Su Chuan was surprisingly unified. It was all respect and fear, truly worthy of being the quasi-holy son of Tai Holy Land. This strength is extraordinary. I now understand why he could become a quasi-holy son with a second realm nirvana stage cultivation, decisive in killing, truly deserving of being a talent of heaven. Below, the crowd that had come to their senses discussed with heavy expressions. The pressure Su Chuan brought them was immense. Compared to the audience below, on the high platform, the Grand Elder of Tianyin sect had a dark expression, revealing a hint of fear. He had never expected that Xiao Chun would die on the arena. Not only did he fail to kill Su Chuan, but he also ended up dead himself. Moreover, he died in such a tragic manner. This left him unsure how to explain to the master of Tianyin sect when he returned. Chapter 113. After that, Su Chuan did not pay much attention to the subsequent matches. As soon as he got off the stage, he returned to his residence to organize the gains from today. The first round of contention would start tomorrow. However, he had already essentially locked in first place. He didn't care at all about who the other four were. He just needed to wait quietly. The next day arrived. The square where the competition was held was already filled with martial artists who had come to watch the battle. They were all looking forward to the final grand melee of the day. They were eager to see who would obtain the first place in this debate conference. Here he comes. Here he comes. Su Chuan has arrived. Who will it be? It must be Su Chuan, the quasi-holy son of Tai Holy Land. He is too strong. But then again, this match could be a big melee. I admit Su Chuan is very strong. But what if the other four join forces to attack him? Can he still secure first place? After all, those who made it to the top 5 are all the top talents of the Eastern region. Before the match even started, the spectators had already begun to discuss excitedly. In their eyes, today would surely be a fierce battle. Whether Su Chuan could secure first place remained to be seen. Chapter 114. Su Chuan descended from the sky. A terrifying and indescribable blade aura slashed down, like a blade opening the heavens, suppressing everything. Boom! Instantly, this blade collided with the weapons of the four. Waves of explosive sounds erupted. In the sky, brilliant fireworks exploded. Fragments fell from the sky. This blade directly shattered the weapons of all four. Then, it collided head-on with the subsequent divine abilities. This time, the brilliant divine light erupted at its peak. The terrifying energy continuously impacted the surroundings. If it weren't for the protective formation on the arena, the martial artists present might have been in danger of losing their lives. The attack was shattered. The residual power of this blade completely reached the four. They were instantly horrified. Under the threat of death, they all took out their defensive items, attempting to block the remaining attack. But was this blade so easy to block? This blade, he had nearly used everything he knew. Even didn't he know how strong this blade was. Boom! The blade aura struck the defenses, which shattered like glass in an instant. Block it for me. Xue Wuqing let out an angry roar, his entire body's energy erupting wildly, just to block this blade. Chapter 115. With Su Chuan becoming first, this debate conference officially announced its conclusion. Afterward, Su Chuan would lead the other four to participate in the great competition of the 5 regions. Following this battle, Su Chuan's strength also spread throughout the entire Eastern region, impressing everyone. No one in the Eastern region doubted Su Chuan's strength in the second realm of Nirvana stage, and whether he was worthy of becoming the 9th quasi-holy son of Tai Holy Land. Because in this debate conference, Su Chuan single-handedly killed the ancient clan's genius Wang Lin, killed the first holy son of the Tianyin sect, Xiao Chun, both of whom are top-tier talents above the 3rd level of the reincarnation realm. Later, in the first competition, he fought against 4 geniuses alone and suppressed them with a stunning strike, damaging the martial arts hearts of the onlookers and casting a shadow over their martial paths. Finally, he even proclaimed loudly, intimidating all the martial artists present. Such declarations were filled with dominance. Su Chuan truly reached the level of overwhelming the generation, an unparalleled genius. Is it possible that a supreme emperor is about to rise in the Eastern region? Initially, hearing Sichuan's name was confusing, but now it is recognized with awe. In this great era of contention, he stands at the forefront. To witness such a figure is not in vain for this life. Chapter 116. The source of the Emperor's essence is an immensely important treasure for anyone. If a peak half-Emperor realm expert merges with some of the Emperor's essence, the chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm will greatly increase. Currently, on the Xiantian continent, the peak half-Emperor realm is considered the strongest. The reasons for this situation are twofold. First, those who become Emperor realm experts will instantly disappear, and second, the source of the Emperor's essence is too scarce to support many strong practitioners. These two reasons have resulted in the lack of emperors on the Xiantian continent. Therefore, Sichuan must obtain this source of the Emperor's essence. Anyone daring to seize it will become his enemy. After spending half a month, Sichuan finally arrived at the location of the abyss. This abyss was an ancient battlefield on the Xiantian continent. Inside the abyss, it is bottomless, shrouded in miasma year-round, and rarely visited by people. It has been unknown how many years it has existed, and is referred to as the Forbidden Land of the Eastern region due to the great dangers it harbors. It is said that this bottomless abyss was created by a single strike from an Emperor realm expert. Just thinking about such power terrifies Sichuan immensely. This further solidifies his determination to become an Emperor realm expert. Chapter 117. At this moment, Jin Xiu in the Thunder Sea was extremely excited. For countless years, he had been trapped here. His lifespan was nearly exhausted. The Thunder Sea had sealed everything, and for so many years, he hadn't absorbed any of the world's vital energy. Yet outside the Thunder Sea was rich with vital energy from heaven and earth. He could only watch but could not absorb it, leaving his cultivation stagnant. Moreover, the Thunder Sea was continuously wearing down everything about him. He was on the brink of collapse. Initially, he had lost all hope. However, today, someone had come to his door. Although their cultivation was not very high, it was precisely because of this that he had a chance to seize their body. The higher the cultivation, the harder it is to seize. Heaven does not abandon me. Old man, do you see it? Heaven does not abandon me. Jin Xiu shouted excitedly in his heart. The Thunder Sea seemed to be stirred by his emotions, instantly erupting with terrifying lightning, striking towards Jin Xiu. Jin Xiu appeared unfazed, and in an instant, a black light erupted from his body, resisting the lightning, until the Thunder Sea calmed down once again. Seeing this scene, Sichuan's vigilance heightened. Even in a state of desperation, this person was still so powerful. Chapter 118. Boom! Jin Xiu's soul rushed into Sichuan's body, directly reaching Sichuan's sea of consciousness. It's over. Xianlai's face was filled with despair. Being invaded by an emperor's soul into the sea of consciousness, the outcome is predictable. However, the reality was not as Xianlai imagined. At this moment, within Sichuan's sea of consciousness, there was a golden hall enveloping it, exuding immense pressure. This hall firmly protected his sea of consciousness. Through the system's information, Sichuan had long known that Jin Xiu would attempt to seize a body when he was at the end of his rope. How could he not react? The moment he broke free from control, he had already moved the golden ancient hall into his sea of consciousness to protect himself. As a fourth-tier imperial weapon, the golden ancient hall, naturally possessed, means to deal with such strong beings attempting to seize a rebirth. As soon as Jin Xiu's soul rushed in, it was trapped under the suppression of the golden ancient hall and could not move an inch. Moreover, the imperial weapon's aura from the golden ancient hall was continuously eroding Jin Xiu's soul. A fourth-tier imperial weapon, even without the corresponding strength of an emperor to control it, is more than enough to suppress a first-tier emperor. Not to mention, Jin Xiu had actively given up his physical body and directly charged into Sichuan's sea of consciousness in soul form. Chapter 119. It's time to leave. Sichuan's figure flashed, and he exited the location of the Emperor's essence, returning to the abyss. At this time, he also understood how this abyss was formed. It was likely that two emperors had once again unleashed their full power, creating this abyss. Now, the thunder and void storms in the abyss, along with the void collapse, had begun to dissipate with the complete death of the two emperors. The danger had significantly decreased. Sichuan could even walk freely at the bottom of this abyss without the protection of the golden ancient hall. He believed that in no time, this place would completely return to normal. By then, the eastern region would lose a terrifying forbidden area. Sichuan flew all the way and soon left the abyss. When approaching the land above the abyss, Sichuan's gaze flickered and he immediately saw many martial artists rushing toward this place. Clearly, they had discovered the changes in the abyss and wanted to check what was happening. Hurry! The thunder and void storms of the abyss have disappeared. There might be some treasures appearing. At that moment, Sichuan heard the discussions of the martial artists. Just as he suspected, this group of martial artists was indeed coming to the abyss. Chapter 120. Sichuan raised an eyebrow. This person turned out to be Chu Fan, the scumbag who had betrayed his sister in the script. He had seen this name many times, but had never had the chance to find him. He didn't expect him to come to him. However, thinking of Xiao Chen's script, he understood somewhat. Chu Fan must have come here to seek the Emperor's essence. According to the script, Xiao Chen ultimately died at the hands of Chu Fan. Jin Xiu also died under Chu Fan's golden finger. However, all of this had been preempted by Sichuan. Yet even so, Sichuan and Chu Fan still encountered each other. Sichuan Sai. The ability to correct the storyline was indeed too strong. If he were to lose to Chu Fan here today, the Emperor's essence, along with that immense soul power, would return to Chu Fan's hands. All of this further solidified Sichuan's determination to eliminate Chu Fan. He cannot allow his sister, Su Xingli, to be rewritten back into the script again. He will never permit it. After coming to this realization, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Sichuan's eyes. Although they are both disciples of the sacred land, Sichuan would not let up on him for that reason. Such protagonists are unstable factors that Sichuan absolutely does not allow to exist. Chapter 121. No, you can't kill me. I'm also a part of the Tai sacred land. If you kill me, you will also face punishment from the sacred land. Chu Fan's soul was grasped in Sichuan's hand, pleading in fear. However, even at this moment, he still did not understand the situation. He actually thought to use his identity as a disciple of the Tai sacred land to coerce Sichuan into sparing his life. But is that possible? Not to mention that Sichuan is the quasi-saint son of the Tai sacred land, while he is merely an outer disciple. Even if he were killed, who would punish Sichuan for him? It was simply a delusion. Before he could finish speaking, Sichuan directly employed the soul-searching technique to read Chu Fan's memories. Under such a violent soul-searching method, Chu Fan's consciousness instantly became chaotic, turning into a foolish state where he could no longer speak. His memories shattered into pieces, making it significantly more difficult for Sichuan to read them. However, in the end, he still managed to learn everything about Chu Fan from those fragmented memories. At this moment, after having his soul searched by Sichuan, Chu Fan's soul could no longer bear it and shattered, transforming into soul power that vanished in the void. Thus, this world-designated destined protagonist, before even beginning to shine, fell at the hands of Sichuan due to his arrogance and foolishness. Chapter 122. As Sichuan's words fell, an extremely mysterious aura merged into his body. In an instant, Sichuan felt a clarity in his spiritual platform, feeling extraordinarily comfortable. At the same time, Sichuan also sensed some inexplicable feelings emerging, wanted to guide him forward. Is this the fate of a destined protagonist? At this moment, a realization rose in Sichuan's heart. With the script of 10,000 Ways Divine book bestowing upon him, his fortune reached another peak. The path of fortune is profound and mysterious. Sichuan had consecutively seized the fortune of the child of fate and the destined protagonist. At this moment, he could say that wherever he goes, he could encounter opportunities. Even if he tripped, he could stumble upon a treasure. This is the benefit of being favored by fortune. This also made Sichuan look forward to other scripts even more. As long as he integrates more and more scripts, his own fortune will become stronger, ultimately bearing the fortune of the entire world and becoming the only protagonist of this world. By that time, he would even be able to control everything. Thinking of this, even though Sichuan's mentality was strong enough, he could not help but feel a bit moved. His reason for wanting to kill Yang Sheng increased. Once again, checking his information. Name, Sichuan. Chapter 123. Young Master, please spare this old man and my daughter. The old man knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. But the young master didn't even glance at him. Perhaps he was growing impatient, or perhaps the desire in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Go, chop this ungrateful old fool into pieces and throw him into the river to feed the fish, and then send this young lady to my residence. The young master in fine clothes commanded the many guards behind him. Upon receiving his order, a group of people rolled up their sleeves, ready to move forward. Seeing this, the old man stepped in front of the girl. "I will fight you." After saying that, the old man drew a kitchen knife hidden in the cart, ready to attack the guards. However, he was merely a mortal. How could he possibly be a match for this group of guards, who were at least at the Divine Passage realm? Before the old man's knife could strike anyone, the guards acted first. Old fool. Why not just obediently offer your daughter to the young master? How dare you resist? Go die. The leading guard spat disdainfully, then threw a punch, instantly hitting the old man, who flew dozens of meters away, his life or death unknown. Chapter 124, is the son of the Jinyuan king dead? The crowd in the distance stared in horror at this scene. The only son of the Jinyuan king of the Great Way, the first person under the Great Way king, just died like this? How dare he? Fear, horror, and surprise flooded their emotions. At this moment, they scattered and fled, no longer willing to stay and watch. They knew that a great battle would erupt here. Perhaps the Jinyuan king himself would take action. Staying here would only bring them collateral damage, or even provoke anger. The final result would be nothing but a dead end. Meanwhile, the girl also looked on in shock at this scene. She never expected that this suddenly appearing gentleman would use such a thunderous method to kill the young master Lu Yi and his group of guards. After a long time, she finally reacted. "Thank you for saving me." After saying this, she gently laid down the old man in her arms and began to bow to Su Chuan. "No need for that." Su Chuan helped the girl up, shaking his head. "Quick, check on your father. He seems—" Su Chuan did not continue, but the meaning of his words was clear to everyone. Hearing this, the girl's expression changed drastically. "Dad, what happened to you?" Chapter 125. Thank you for saving my life. Zhao Linger heavily bowed her head to Su Chuan. "No need for that." Su Chuan hurriedly helped her up. "Where's your home? Are there any relatives at home? Hurry and notify your family to bury your father." Looking at her holding her father's lifeless body, Su Chuan kindly reminded her. "Home." Zhao Linger's face was filled only with sorrow. Two streaks of tears were particularly striking. Her eyes were dazed, yet she showed no sign of action. After a long time, she finally spoke with a heavy heart. "I no longer have a home." As soon as these words came out, Zhao Linger began to sob again. Su Chuan sighed upon seeing this. Clearly, this old man was her only relative. With his death, there was no longer any home. She didn't even know where to go from now on. "After your father is buried, come with me. Just right. I lack a maidservant in my cave at Jinyang Peak. You would be quite suitable." If she agrees, it would save Su Chuan from finding another reason to take her away. She was related to a script, and Su Chuan definitely would not let her leave. Otherwise, where'd he find that script's protagonist? Chapter 126. After an hour, the woman found Su Chuan again. "Young master, the items in the storage ring you provided have been appraised by our Wanbao Tower's appraisers and valued at 10 million low-grade essence stones. Would you agree to this price?" Hearing this price, Su Chuan was very satisfied. He nodded in agreement. He had already roughly estimated the price of the items in the storage ring, and it was not far from Wanbao Tower's offer, even a bit higher. This also indicated that Wanbao Tower was not a shady dealer and did not intend to undercut him. Seeing Su Chuan nod, the woman's eyes lit up. A transaction of 10 million low-grade essence stones was made today right in her hands. Even after many years in Wanbao Tower, it was her first time. Moreover, she would earn at least 100,000 low-grade essence stones in commission from this deal. Thinking of this, her expression became exceptionally joyful. Consequently, her attitude towards Su Chuan also elevated a notch. Someone who could casually take out such valuable treasures was definitely not an ordinary person. If she could win his favor, who knows what might happen? The woman began to daydream. However, before she could continue her fantasies, Su Chuan interrupted her. "I see that the lower 3 levels are mostly items for warriors below the Nirvana realm. What about those above the Nirvana realm?" Chapter 127. Time was up, and the door to the 10th floor completely opened. Su Chuan stepped inside and realized that it was like stepping into another world. What a grand spectacle! Su Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of Wanbao Tower. This 10th floor was actually a small secret realm. Within this secret realm, there was a street, with various shops on both sides selling all kinds of goods. These items were all rare treasures, not often seen in the outside world. The crowd surged in, each heading towards their favorite shops to search for the treasures they needed. Su Chuan did not run around randomly. His gaze remained fixed on Chen Feng. Wherever Chen Feng went, he followed, maintaining a distance that allowed Su Chuan to easily see everything Chen Feng did, while Chun Feng could not discover Su Chuan. Su Chuan recorded everything Chun Feng came into contact with along the way, adhering to the principle of erring on the side of caution. Once Chun Feng left, Su Chuan bought all those items. However, unfortunately, none of these items were what Su Chuan sought. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from a nearby gambling stone shop. Chun Feng was also attracted by the sound and went to check it out. Chapter 128, 3 million low-grade essence stones. As soon as Su Chuan made his bid, he raised the price of the black stone by a factor of 2. The people present turned their heads, revealing expressions of surprise, and began searching for Su Chuan's figure. They wanted to see which young master was willing to spend such a large amount of essence stones on a black stone of unknown value. Seeing Su Chuan's face, they found him somewhat unfamiliar. However, this did not prevent them from discussing Su Chuan's actions. Where did this spendthrift come from, spending essence stones so lavishly, suddenly raising the bid by 1,500,000? I've never seen such bidding before. Could he be a fool? What if he can't come up with this much essence stone later? What will Wanbao Tower do? What will they do? Of course, they'll strip him of his clothes, seize his storage ring, and parade him in the streets. In the capital of the Great Wei Kingdom, who doesn't know that Wanbao Tower has royal backing? Who dares to shout prices recklessly here? The owner of the black stone shop also showed a look of astonishment, followed by excitement. The minimum price given by the Trading Association for this black stone was 150,000 low-grade essence stones, and no matter how much it sold for, the association only took a 70% commission. Chapter 129. At this moment, the auction hall once again fell into silence. No one made a bid. They were all waiting for the first bidder. The starting price of 1 million low-grade essence stones did not seem high. However, everyone present knew that this star core would not be worth such a price. Ultimately, only those great powers and prominent families in the capital had the qualifications and capabilities to compete for its ownership. Thinking of this, some warriors shook their heads in resignation, preparing to watch a good show. Although this was a good item, it was destined to be something they could not afford. In the back row, Su Chuan's eyes flashed with a glimmer of gold when he saw this item. This star core held a deadly attraction for him. I must obtain this solar star core. This star core was Chun Feng's second opportunity, the fragment of the solar star core. However, this item also had immense use for him. His great sun demon body refining technique had already reached a critical point. He only needed to refine this solar star core fragment to break through to another level. At that time, the transformation speed of his solar sacred body would increase another notch. Perhaps he could evolve into the great sun demon's sacred body, an incredibly powerful physique, before reaching the celestial realm. Chapter 130. In the end, Su Chuan purchased this star core for 20 million low-grade essence stones. During the subsequent auction, Chun Feng sat in the front with a dark expression, seemingly lost in thought. However, it was evident that it was not something good. For the rest of the items, neither of them made any more bids. Instead, Su Chuan watched with great interest as these warriors fought fiercely over an auction item, their faces flushed, none willing to back down. Until the auction ended, Chun Feng left first, heading to another place. He hadn't bought anything in Wanbao Tower's 10th floor today, which was quite strange. It felt as if someone was targeting him. Chun Feng was puzzled. Meanwhile, after exiting the auction hall, Su Chuan shook off those who were inexplicably following him and found a secluded place. He changed his clothes and altered his appearance, and now a new Su Chuan emerged. Following the traces he had left on Chun Feng, when Chun Feng was unaware, Su Chuan quickly located Chun Feng's whereabouts. He saw Chun Feng first enter a pawn shop, exchanging some of his unused cultivation resources for essence stones. Chapter 131. Su Chuan stepped out from the shadows, smiling as he approached the two individuals. He then took out 20 million low-grade essence stones from his storage ring and handed them to the maid. The maid dazedly accepted the essence stones. At that moment, she was somewhat undecided. To be fair, it was Chun Feng who first took out the essence stones, preparing to make a purchase. But the person who came later offered a higher price, even 200,000 low-grade essence stones more. According to Wanbao Tower's rules, the higher bidder wins. So she should sell this martial art to Su Chuan. Unlike the indecisiveness of the maid, Chun Feng felt like he was going crazy at that moment. What on earth was happening today? Why was he encountering such situations everywhere he went? Clearly, there was no one competing with him anymore. He was so close to getting it. Yet another one appeared, another one. This was the third time. They say things don't happen more than 3 times, but today, this situation occurred consecutively 3 times, and his mentality completely collapsed. Su Chuan's 3 actions were undoubtedly a blow to the heart. At this moment, Chun Feng's dominant personality began to darken. Meanwhile, his split personalities also started to stir. Kill him, and you can obtain this technique. You still dream of getting rid of us. Ask yourself, do you deserve it? Chapter 132. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Chuan knew that this was the president. He then smiled faintly and said, I just came to your place to take some things, but I didn't expect your Chamber of Commerce to be so grand. Ning Haoshuan smiled and replied, It is an honor for young Master Su to visit our Wanbao building. Today, all of young Master Su's expenses at my Wanbao building will be covered by me. After saying that, Ning Haoshuan took a storage ring and a jade slip from the maid's hand and handed them to Su Chuan. The storage ring contained all the yuan stones Su Chuan had spent during this trip, which were now returned to him untouched. The jade slip was the one Su Chuan had previously fought with Chun Feng over. Seeing this, Su Chuan did not refuse and casually accepted the 2 items. Free yuan stones? Why not take them? Moreover, it was clear that the other party was trying to show goodwill. If he didn't accept, it would be somewhat embarrassing for him. No one with a brain would do something that would embarrass others in such a large chamber of commerce. You have gone through a lot of trouble, President Ning, Su Chuan said. It's nothing, just a small amount of money. Our Wanbao building doesn't mind. Ning Haoshuan waved his hand, showing that he didn't care about the tens of millions of low-grade yuan stones at all. Chapter 133. The fleeting killing intent disappeared, and the king of Jinyuan showed no unusual reaction. Someone who could hide their emotions so perfectly was definitely not a simple character. After all, Su Chuan had killed his only son. Anyone else in his position would definitely not be able to resist attacking upon seeing such an enemy. This made Su Chuan's vigilance rise again. The person standing next to the king of Jinyuan was somewhat unexpected for Su Chuan. It was Yang Sheng, who had disappeared for a long time. Since the last trip to the Golden Ancient Palace, Su Chuan had not seen him again, only hearing that he had gone for training in the Holy Land. He didn't expect him to have come to the capital of the Great Wei Kingdom and to be with King Jinyuan Lu Qi. Furthermore, Su Chuan was shocked to discover that Yang Sheng's martial arts cultivation had already reached the 5th level of the reincarnation realm. This made him sigh at the power of plot correction. Even the opportunities for rising had been seized by himself, yet he still reached this step. This made Su Chuan more determined to eliminate Yang Sheng. If he continued to grow, who knew what changes might occur? At this moment, Yang Sheng also noticed Su Chuan's presence and frowned as he looked at him a few times. Chapter 134. Cici, do you know Su Chuan? At this moment, Ning Sangtian asked in confusion. In his impression, his daughter had only gone out once in her life, and that was when she sneaked out. How could she possibly know Su Chuan? Father, Su Chuan is the one I told you about, the young master Su who helped me awaken my bloodline and physique. After saying that, Ning Yusi looked at Su Chuan with admiration. After hearing this, Ning Sangtian suddenly understood. Looking at his daughter's attitude towards Su Chuan, it was clear why Su Chuan possessed the identity Jade token of Ning Yusi. The two had already developed feelings for each other, which explained everything. Regarding this, Ning Sangtian didn't want to inquire too much. Although he doted on Ning Yusi, he also didn't want to interfere too much in her future and life events. He preferred to let things happen naturally. Moreover, he had long heard about everything regarding Su Chuan. He was quite satisfied with Su Chuan, and Su Chuan's identity as the 9th quasi-saint of the Tai Holy Land was noble. Even if the two truly got together, he would not obstruct it. All right, you can reminisce later. Today, I invited Su Chuan for a serious matter. Ning Sangtian waved his hand, interrupting the affectionate exchange between the two. Chapter 135. Under Ning Yusi's guidance, Su Chuan first arrived at the place arranged for him to stay. Then, Ning Yusi took Su Chuan to the largest restaurant in the capital, the Tianxiang building. Long ago, Ning Yusi had said that when Su Chuan arrived in the capital, she would treat him to copper pot hot pot. Today was just the right time to fulfill that promise. The two chatted while eating, sharing their experiences during this time. Unbeknownst to them, their relationship grew increasingly intimate. By the end, they were sitting together, with Ning Yusi leaning against Su Chuan, who had his arm around her slender waist. They whispered sweet nothings to each other. After finishing their meal, Ning Yusi took Su Chuan to the stargazing tower in the capital. At this moment, the night was in full swing. The bright moon hung high, and the stars shone brilliantly. Su Chuan and Ning Yusi stood side by side, gazing at the starry sky. The cool moonlight fell down, illuminating the two of them, resembling a pair of immortal lovers. Passers-by in the distance couldn't help but sigh and feel envious upon seeing this scene. It wasn't until late at night that they each returned to their respective residences. In the following days, Su Chuan accompanied Ning Yusi in exploring the capital, and their fondness for each other rapidly increased. Chapter 136. Ning Sangtian nodded, accepting this gift. Su Chuan, the ancient battlefield's great formation has opened a passage. You can enter at any time. Are you ready? Ning Sangtian looked at Su Chuan and asked. I'm ready. Su Chuan replied confidently. In that case, let's begin. Once inside, if you encounter Su Chuan, all actions will follow his command. Ning Sangtian said, waving his hand, and a space gate appeared before everyone. Through this gate, Su Chuan could see boundless demonic energy and dense malevolent aura shrouding this desolate battlefield. This is an ancient battlefield where my eastern region fought against the demon race. At the center of this battlefield is the sealed crack to the demon realm. You need to go there and see how those newly appeared demons came about. However, this place is fraught with danger, so be careful. Sure, within this ancient battlefield, there are opportunities that exist. Whether or not one can obtain them depends entirely on yourselves. By the way, for those who emerge from the ancient battlefield, I promise that you can enter the spiritual spring in my Dowei clan to refine yourselves once. Chapter 137. Brush. Su Chuan stepped forward and was already several miles away. In this vast, ancient battlefield, Su Chuan began to walk with astonishing speed, heading towards the center of the battlefield. It is said that there have already been traces of the demon race appearing. Where are they? As Su Chuan walked, he looked around in all directions, searching for the hidden demon race within the ancient battlefield, while also keeping an eye on the movements of others. In this ancient battlefield, the terrifying aspect is not the demon race, but the companions. A careless move could lead to a backstab. Although Su Chuan was not afraid, it was always wise to be cautious. However, after searching for a long time, Su Chuan still did not find a trace of any demon race nor saw anyone else. This ancient battlefield was simply too vast, almost like a small world. Even with Su Chuan's current speed, he had no idea how long it would take to reach the center of his battlefield. Su Chuan suddenly stopped and looked towards a direction not far away. Such dense demonic energy. Su Chuan was slightly surprised. If the demonic energy in other places was at a level of 1, then here it was at a level of 10. The rich demonic energy gathered together, already approaching a liquid state. Chapter 138. After Su Chuan searched the soul of the succubus, she died on the spot, leaving the corpse behind. Su Chuan did not pay any more attention to this cave. That thing was just a trap set by this demon race, meant to attract prey. Then, Su Chuan set off on his path once again. On the other side, Chun Feng let out a long breath at this moment. He was able to enter this ancient battlefield because he had killed one of the reincarnation realm's prodigies and then used disguise techniques to impersonate the person he had killed. Previously, in the palace, he was afraid that Ning Sangtian would discover any clues and realize that he was an imposter, so he didn't dare to breathe. Fortunately, the disguise technique he obtained by chance was extremely brilliant, and even a Peking realm expert like Ning Sangtian could not see through his disguise. Even so, he was still quite anxious. Thankfully, he ultimately succeeded in entering the ancient battlefield. As for why he wanted to come to this ancient battlefield, it was entirely because, previously in the Wanbao building, all his opportunities were snatched away by Su Chuan. Unwilling to accept this, he desperately wanted to increase his strength and then seek revenge on Su Chuan. Thus, he had been searching for ways to enhance himself. Chapter 139. So cold. Does this ghostly place really have such treasures? The deeper he went in, the lower the temperature in this extreme cold land became. Even with Chun Feng's reincarnation realm second-level cultivation, he was shivering from the cold. At this moment, his complexion turned pale, and his whole body began to tremble. The situation made him doubt whether there would really be opportunities inside. Su Chuan was following closely behind him, remaining hidden. The low temperature here had no effect on him at all. He was originally a sun's sacred body, being extremely young, and with the support of 2 imperial scriptures, he could withstand even lower temperatures. Following Chun Feng all the way, they arrived at a frost passage, surrounded by deep blue ice, clearly ancient. Sunlight shone through the ice, illuminating the entire frost passage. The passage stretched forward, and soon, the two reached the end. Ahead, a small altar appeared, on which floated a snow-white jade, emanating endless cold air. This cold air froze into ice the moment it came into contact with the outside world. Opportunities. Seeing the object on the altar, Chun Feng immediately showed an expression of ecstatic joy. He even couldn't wait to grab this item. Chapter 140. In the blink of an eye, Chun Feng had already fled dozens of miles away. He turned back and did not see Su Chuan's figure. This made him somewhat pleased. No matter how strong you are, what use is it? Can you outrun me? However, just as he was feeling proud of his speed, the next scene made his eyes widen in horror. Suddenly, a towering beam of light erupted from the place where he had discovered the frost jade. Immediately after, a crimson figure emerged from the light, approaching at a speed visible to Chun Feng's naked eye. Clearly, this figure was Su Chuan, who had unleashed the Jinwu transformation technique. As Chun Feng was stunned, Su Chuan had already appeared in front of him, looking at him with a half-smile. "Run! Why don't you keep running?" Su Chuan teased. As their gazes met, a thick aura of death enveloped Chun Feng's head. At his peak, he was no match for Su Chuan. And now, after the recent explosion, coupled with the suppression of demonic energy and killing energy in this ancient battlefield, he was even less of a match for Su Chuan. This made him feel a sense of despair. "Su Chuan, as the quasi-saint son of the Tai Holy Land, you bully others with your power. What kind of ability is that?" Chapter 141. Title Upgrade. Once advanced, once top-level Fate Extraction, plus Script Fusion. Su Chuan was very satisfied with the rewards given by the system. Extract. Without any hesitation, Su Chuan immediately began to extract fate. An expression of anticipation appeared on his face. No matter how many fate extractions he had experienced, Su Chuan was still full of expectation. Perhaps this is the gambling nature that everyone has in their hearts. Take a gamble. A bicycle turns into a motorcycle. This principle is deeply buried in everyone's heart, and Su Chuan was no exception. With a command from Su Chuan, the advanced fate extraction officially began. After a brief wait, system prompts appeared. Extraction complete. Congratulations. You have obtained a red fate. Extreme Yin gives birth to Extreme Yang. Extreme Yin gives birth to Extreme Yang, if one is in a cold place. The lower the temperature, the stronger the effect of cultivating extreme Yang techniques. It was just a red fate, but Su Chuan did not feel disappointed. After all, red fate was already considered precious. Many people didn't even have a red fate. Moreover, this red fate also enhanced his cultivation, making it even more rare. Not bad. Quite interesting. Su Chuan smiled. New fate has been equipped. Please check. Chapter 142. What is this? Such a terrifying aura. What is this coming from? It seems like something is awakening. Could it be that a treasure is about to appear? What kind of treasure could emit such divine power? A chance, a tremendous chance. Hurry, let's go there quickly. Perhaps we can still catch this opportunity. We must not let others get ahead. The faces of several outstanding figures were filled with uncertainty as they discussed among themselves. On the other side, in the demon realm, in a place with extremely dense demonic energy, a male demon who was meditating opened his eyes, shooting out a beam of dark light. He looked up towards the direction of the extreme cold land, his expression slightly changing. What on earth is the source of such divine power? I hope it won't affect the resurrection of our clan's ancestor, he said, taking a deep breath. He then dispatched a team of demons above the reincarnation realm towards the extreme cold land. He must find out what it is and absolutely cannot let it interfere with his plans. Meanwhile, in the depths of the extreme cold land, on the altar, Su Chuan gazed at the Wanling Ding, which displayed divine power and an overwhelming aura, seemingly able to refine everything, and his breath involuntarily became stagnant. In Chapter 143, inside the Wanling Ding, Su Chuan was like a humanoid elixir continually being boiled. The liquid formed from the solar star core began to merge into Su Chuan's body, refining, absorbing, then refining again, then absorbing. Su Chuan repeatedly went through this process, with pain mixed with pleasure, until the liquid was completely refined and absorbed by Su Chuan. A layer of black impurities actually emerged on the surface of his skin. He became a person entirely black and in a dark environment. He probably wouldn't even need to hide. No one would be able to detect him. Seeing the changes in his body, Su Chuan was somewhat surprised. It is important to note that his current physique is the solar holy body, one of the top physiques in the Xintian continent. Yet after being boiled in the Wanling Ding and absorbing the star core, he still expelled so many impurities. Huff! The feeling of completely expelling the accumulated impurities from his body was exhilarating. Inside the Wanling Ding, the true solar fire disappeared. Su Chuan waved his hand, and a stream of water washed away the impurities on his body, revealing his completely naked form. At that moment, Su Chuan's physique was extremely fit, every muscle appearing as if it had been carefully sculpted, perfectly conforming to the golden ratio. In Chapter 144, under Su Chuan's deliberate control, the shape of the god-slaying blade slowly stabilized. A blade resembling a Tang Dao appeared within the Wanling Ding. In his past life, Su Chuan had always been a fan of swords and knives, collecting various types that had never been sharpened. Among them, his favorite was the Tang Dao, and he had always wanted a genuine sharpened Tang Dao. As the pinnacle of cold weapons in his past world, the Tang Dao became famous in later generations. Shaping the god-slaying blade into the form of a Tang Dao not only fulfilled a wish from his previous life, but also served as a way to express his nostalgia for home. Deep down, Su Chuan had always harbored a wish to return to his previous world, to see his aging parents and his newborn sister. This wish became even stronger after he obtained the system. It also supported Su Chuan's determination to become the strongest person in this world. He firmly believed that with the system, he would one day be able to return to that world. Moreover, as long as he became strong enough, he could even reverse time and return directly to the moment he first crossed over. Picking up the Tang Dao, Su Chuan carefully caressed it. Only at this moment did he feel a sense of belonging. The god-slaying blade, now fused with fragments of a second-tier imperial weapon, perhaps should no longer be called the god-slaying blade. In Chapter 145, Charge, Luo Ming commanded, and the 8 Reincarnation Realm warriors behind him surged forward. In an instant, several powerful attacks were launched towards Su Chuan. If it were any other warrior facing such a situation, they would likely be stunned. However, they were facing Su Chuan, who had already reached the 9th level of the Nirvana Realm. Back when he was at the 2nd level of the Nirvana Realm, Su Chuan could single-handedly battle against 4 warriors comparable to the 8th level of the Reincarnation Realm. Now, facing 8 Reincarnation Realm warriors who were not as strong as the previous 4, he felt no pressure at all. Boom! Su Chuan raised his fist and activated the Fate One Punch skill. The seemingly light punch collided with the attacks of the 8 warriors in an instant. Without a doubt, the attacks of the 8 were shattered by Su Chuan's punch. Afterward, Su Chuan taunted, "Is this the best the geniuses of the Great Wei dynasty can do?" How boring. His words instantly provoked the anger of the crowd. They all came from powerful families or major forces within the capital. Usually, they wielded power and authority within the capital. Feeling quite comfortable, they had never been subjected to such ridicule, and it felt as though they were being rubbed into the ground. In Chapter 146, God-Slaying, Su Chuan softly called out the name of this move. As soon as he finished speaking, the blade in his hand suddenly radiated a scorching red light. Then, a massive blade appeared in the air. At that moment, the God-Slaying blade domain unfolded, enveloping the fleeing individuals within it. However, the focus remained on Luo Ming. With his 8th level Reincarnation Realm strength, he could flee at incredible speed, and coupled with his life-saving methods, it became even harder to catch him. Therefore, he must be killed first. Otherwise, if he escaped, everything that happened here would be leaked. The news of Su Chuan possessing a half-imperial weapon would spread throughout the Great Wei and even the entire eastern region. By then, it would attract the covetous eyes of many, even prompting experts at the Heavenly King realm to take action. Su Chuan was not afraid of 1 or 2, as he had 2 imperial weapons and a peak Heavenly King-level protector in Xianlai. But if the numbers increased, who knows what unexpected events might occur. To avoid such a situation, Luo Ming and the remaining 7 must die. Today, even if a Heavenly King were to come, they would not be able to save them. As Luo Ming and the others saw the enormous blade that blocked out the sun and the dense killing intent and malice within the blade domain, fear surged in their hearts. In Chapter 147, through the memories of the Shadow Demon, Su Chuan saw the Lord of the Demon Realm, a great demon who had reached the pinnacle of the Reincarnation Realm. These Reincarnation Realm demons were all part of that Demon's Guard team. They had come out this time to investigate the anomalies that had appeared earlier. If a treasure emerged, they would spare no effort to bring it back. If it were humans, they would kill them on the spot. After arriving here, they had been hiding in the shadows, waiting for Su Chuan and the other 9 to suffer mutual destruction, so they could benefit from it. Not only could they kill humans, but they could also obtain the treasure. But they never expected that Su Chuan, who had no one in the Reincarnation Realm, could actually fight 1 against 9. And even with that last strike, he managed to slay their entire team of demon clan members. Only a few shadow demons survived. What a brilliant plan. Su Chuan couldn't help but chuckle. These demons were completely foolish in that demon domain. They had the cultivation of the reincarnation realm, but lacked any practical combat experience, making them mere empty shells. If it had been a normal reincarnation realm warrior, Su Chuan's domain of blades would have been detected as soon as it unfolded, and they wouldn't have waited until Su Chuan's blade fell before reacting. Chapter 148. After Su Chuan dealt with all the warriors and demons, he did not linger in that place. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, transforming into a crimson light that instantly disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile, in another part of the ancient battlefield, a girl in white was fleeing in panic, severely injured, blood oozing from her body, dyeing most of her white clothes bright red. And the long sword in her hand had already broken into 2 pieces. The girl in white was Ning Yusi. It was unknown what trial she had endured to end up in such a state. Run, keep running. Let us see where you can escape to. Behind Ning Yusi, a boy in green, leading a group of reincarnation realm warriors, leisurely pursued her, his face filled with mockery and derision. Yang Cheng, what do you want? Ning Yusi stopped, unwilling to flee any longer, and turned to face the boy in green, Yang Cheng, asking coldly. She had previously used various life-saving techniques, but had been unable to escape from Yang Cheng and his group of followers. It was as if they had eyes on her. No matter where she ran, Yang Cheng would find her. Chapter 149. With the puppets attacking, Yang Cheng also moved. He knew that relying solely on these puppets would not inflict any damage on Su Chuan. He had to take action himself. Suddenly, Yang Cheng's body trembled, and his entire body's energy erupted, radiating a terrifying aura. Then, he charged forward, intending to take advantage of Su Chuan attacking the puppets to strike him. However, Su Chuan showed no fear. He calmly drew his blade and slashed diagonally forward. Boom! A massive explosion sounded as his strike cleaved through the puppets, instantly annihilating them all. Following that, Su Chuan performed a mid-air spin, dodging Yang Cheng's long sword, while his other hand swung the blade toward Yang Cheng's head. Yang Cheng ducked, narrowly avoiding Su Chuan's strike. Just like a slippery loach. Su Chuan moket, you. Yang Cheng was left speechless by this remark, but his long sword showed no sign of weakening. He aimed to eliminate Su Chuan in the shortest time possible. He couldn't afford to delay, lest unexpected changes occur. Su Chuan watched Yang Cheng's increasingly fierce sword moves and smiled faintly. Want a quick victory? Then I will satisfy you. It was only at this moment that Su Chuan revealed his true abilities. Chapter 150. Spare his life? He wants to kill me, and I should spare him? Am I foolish, or are you out of your mind? Su Chuan had no intention of giving Shui Chen any leeway, directly mocking him. It's just a remnant soul of a half-emperor. I've already killed a divine soul at the emperor level. Why would I fear a half-dead remnant soul like you? Truly ridiculous. You don't know what's good for you. Shui Chen's face darkened at these words, his anger surging. He never expected that a Nirvana realm warrior would dare to speak to him like this, completely overturning his understanding. Although he was now just a remnant soul, he was not someone that a Nirvana realm warrior could easily insult. But the next moment, his expression changed. Su Chuan summoned the golden ancient palace, playing with it in his hands. Upon seeing this item, a wave of fear surged from within him. He immediately recalled a past he wished to forget. Back then, he had relied on his half-emperor realm to forcibly enter the golden ancient palace, thinking it would be easy, but unexpectedly, he and T even entered the palace doors before being shredded by the palace's defensive array. Chapter 151. Boom! The two attacks collided, instantly exploding. The surging energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. At that moment, the heavens trembled and a great sun appeared in the sky, erupting with a loud bang. The entire ancient battlefield shook. The punch and blade, along with the sword, clashed, as if the heavens themselves were about to shatter. The proud warriors within the ancient battlefield felt the aura of this battle and immediately changed their expressions, quickly distancing themselves from this place of chaos. The nearby demons also fled, wanting to return to the demon domain. At this moment, even Shui Chen's expression changed. Su Chuan's physical strength and understanding of the blade were too powerful. Even as a half-emperor, he did not dare claim that he had the same formidable physicality and understanding of the blade as Su Chuan during his peak. Su Chuan was already on the verge of breaking the limits of physical space. Not to mention that earth-shattering strike. How could this be? How could he be this strong? Shui Chen was shocked. He had traversed for many years and had seen countless geniuses. In his mind, there were few geniuses like Yang Cheng. Otherwise, he would have followed him. But he had never seen a prodigy like Su Chuan. Chapter 152. It wasn't over yet. The blade swept across the sky and came directly at Shui Chen from behind. A splattering sound echoed. At this moment, Shui Chen, struck by Su Chuan's punch, had his physical body shattered, blood spraying everywhere. The blade directly opened a large hole in his chest. Such terrifying injuries, even with the power of the stars, Shui Chen could not endure. Spit. A mouthful of blood erupted from his mouth. Meanwhile, Yang Cheng, who was suppressed within Shui Chen's body, saw this scene and his heart bled. At the same time, he witnessed Su Chuan's true strength. Without relying on Shui Chen, the gap between the two of them was like a chasm. He regretted provoking this killing god, completely overestimating his abilities. If given another chance, he would never provoke Su Chuan again. He would stay as far away as possible. Wherever Su Chuan was, there would be no Yang Cheng. However, there are no pills for regret in this world. Even if he was the destined protagonist, it wouldn't matter. Looking at Shui Chen, who was empowered by the stars, he was still no match for Su Chuan. Under the shroud of despair and the aura of death, he even began to blame Shui Chen. He resented that, after all, he was a half-emperor level expert, and even if he only had a remnant soul left, he shouldn't have been unable to defeat a mere Nirvana realm martial artist. Chapter 153. The destined protagonist has died. Fortune is now bestowed upon you. You have gained a complete understanding of the rules of the sword path. Do you wish to merge the understanding immediately? You have slain a destined protagonist, seized their fortune, altered the course of the plot, and gained a qualification for a top-tier fate draw. Do you wish to draw immediately? You have continuously slain multiple children of fortune and destined protagonists, and the heavenly Tao of this world has taken notice. Next, you will face more challenges as the heavenly Tao will arrange numerous tribulations for you. Please take heed, host. The script's protagonist has been killed. The script of breaking the sky is about to disappear. Do you wish to merge this script? The system prompt once again appeared before Su Chuan. However, at this moment, Su Chuan no longer felt the previous excitement. He even felt a bit indifferent. This was only natural. No matter how good something was, if you obtained it too many times, wouldn't it become as ordinary as anything else? However, the understanding of the sword path rules in the prompt did catch Su Chuan's attention. This was the key to breaking through from the heavenly connection realm to the king realm. Su Chuan's master had always been unable to break through to the king realm due to a lack of a complete understanding of the sword path rules. Su Chuan never expected to obtain it so easily. Chapter 154. Half a day later, Ning Yuxi's injuries finally healed. Let's go. Ning Yuxi wrapped her arm around Su Chuan's, speaking affectionately. Okay. Su Chuan nodded in response. The two then prepared to leave the place together. However, they had not walked far when Su Chuan suddenly noticed something, instantly drawing his attention. He looked towards a nearby area where 10 massive stone pillars emerged from the cracked ground. Vaguely, it resembled an ancient teleportation array. After all, the ancient battlefield had existed for tens of thousands of years, so the formations inside should be ancient as well. How could there be a teleportation array here? Su Chuan wondered, who would spend such great effort to build a teleportation array in this ancient battlefield? Just looking at these 10 stone pillars, one could tell that this teleportation array was extraordinary. Using his fate insight to perceive everything, Su Chuan discovered that these pillars were all made of void stone. It should be noted that void stone is an incredibly precious material. Many years ago, the void stone in the eastern domain had already been exhausted. He never expected to encounter it here. As the main material for constructing a teleportation array, a piece the size of a fingertip could sell for 5 million low-grade essence stones outside, yet before them stood 10 massive stone pillars entirely made of void stone. Chapter 155. The two continued walking through the passage, and after a long while, they finally saw a change. At the end of the passage, mist swirled, giving off an ethereal feeling. Within the mist, several towering pillars stood majestically, intricately carved with various mythical beast patterns, as if they were alive, stirring restlessly. At the end of the pillars, a palace appeared, faintly visible, with golden light swirling, illuminating the mist and radiating brilliance. In front of the palace was a vast Yao pool, as expansive as a lake or sea. Above the Yao pool, a divine bridge hung in the air. Above the palace, an incredibly large moon shone with a cold light, reflecting with the palace's golden glow. In that instant, when Su Chuan and Ning Yusi saw the palace and the bright moon, they both felt an impulse to kneel and worship. What is this place? Ning Yusi murmured while gazing at the palace and the bright moon. Even the royal palace of the Great Wei dynasty cannot compare to a fraction of this palace. At this moment, Ning Yusi felt an inexplicable urge to rush directly into the palace. Let's go in and take a look. Su Chuan shook his head, unable to articulate his feelings. The palace before him felt even more oppressive than the Golden Ancient Palace. Chapter 156. Inheritance? Su Chuan was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Ning Yusi to also receive an inheritance here, but he was unsure what kind it would be. At this moment, Ning Yusi had already seated herself, closing her beautiful eyes, entering into the true inheritance. Su Chuan did not feel envious. He already possessed the inheritance of the Southern Song Emperor, and even now he had not fully digested it, so he naturally wouldn't be coveting someone else's inheritance. He clearly understood the principle of not being able to chew more than he could swallow. With these inheritances, it was already enough for him to cultivate to the Emperor realm. Su Chuan sat cross-legged beside Ning Yusi, cultivating without leaving her side. Until a day later, Ning Yusi finally began to change. Tick! A crisp sound echoed through the palace, instantly waking Su Chuan from his meditation. This sound was like music from the heavens, capable of cleansing the soul, refreshing the minds of those who heard it. At the same time, silver celestial flowers began to fall within the palace, emanating a fresh and focused power. Ning Yusi began to absorb this power frantically. As she absorbed this force, the bright moon above the palace started to undergo tremendous changes, continuously shrinking as the divine power was absorbed by Ning Yusi. Chapter 157. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Su Chuan and Ning Yusi remained in the room, not stepping outside even once. No one could disturb them here. Outside the window, flowers bloomed and withered, reflecting their situation. On the morning of the 3rd day, a terrifying aura erupted from within the room. All the windows in the room were blown open by this aura, and the flowers and plants in the yard were toppled. A unique aura belonging to the reincarnation realm emanated from the room. At this moment, Ning Yusi walked out of the room, her clothes slightly disheveled, her face somewhat flushed. Clearly, she had not yet come to her senses from the frenzy of the past few days. However, now that Su Chuan was on the verge of a breakthrough, she had no choice but to step out, even if it was reluctantly. Inside the room, Su Chuan sat cross-legged on the bed, operating the Tai Chi Xianyang Sutra, absorbing boundless worldly essence at that moment. Having already reached the peak of the Nirvana realm, after 3 days of merging with Ning Yusi, he could no longer suppress it. The two had been cultivating together for these 3 days. Ning Yusi absorbed his solar essence, while Su Chuan absorbed Ning Yusi's power. Chapter 158. Reincarnation Realm. Reincarnation? Su Chuan murmured to himself. After experiencing 2 rounds of illusion, a hint of enlightenment arose in Su Chuan's heart. He had begun to understand what the process of life and death reincarnation entailed. Once again, Su Chuan took a step forward. This time, he was no longer living his own life, but had become a baby once more, experiencing birth, growth, and aging as time flew by. This time, Su Chuan did not let himself get trapped. Instead, he observed the illusion from the perspective of a bystander. He remained true to his heart, and the illusion could no longer affect him in the slightest. Thus, a plain life passed by, and Su Chuan's consciousness reappeared on the narrow bridge. This experience confirmed Su Chuan's speculation. On this path of reincarnation, once you step on it, you will relive your past, present, and even future. If you cannot break free, you will be forever trapped in this illusion, unable to surpass the realm of reincarnation. If your mind is affected by the illusion, even if you manage to escape, you will undergo a drastic change in character. Just like how Su Chuan was in this life within the illusion. If he could not understand his true heart, even if he could get out, he would turn into a mindless killer. Chapter 159. Quickly arrive at the source of the sound. Su Chuan and his companion saw a martial artist at the 8th level of the reincarnation realm, leading 5 martial artists at the 6th level of the reincarnation realm, attacking a rabbit. It was a snow-white rabbit, standing upright, with ears pointed to the sky. What was even more peculiar was that the rabbit's eyes were silver. It is known that regardless of whether they are demon beasts or ordinary rabbits, their eyes are invariably crimson. Additionally, the rabbit's eyes emitted a strange aura. Just one glance nearly ensnared Sichuan, making him unable to extricate himself. However, this was not the most formidable aspect. What was even more impressive was that this rabbit possessed cultivation at the 5th level of the reincarnation realm. It was precisely because of this level of cultivation, along with its extraordinarily magical eyes, that it could repeatedly escape from the 5th, 6th level martial artists and toy with them. It was holding a branch in its hand, which Sichuan had never seen before. However, with a flicker of his eyes, he activated his insight into all things. This branch, along with the rabbit's information, appeared before Sichuan. Tying Jade Rabbit, a pet of the Tying Goddess for generations, possesses the strength of the 1st level of the reincarnation realm from birth, and its eyes can confuse all things, making them fall into it. Chapter 160. By the time Sichuan turned around, the Jade Rabbit had already burrowed into Ning Yuxi's arms, where she was healing its wounds. Sichuan, it really is the Tying Jade Rabbit, Ning Yuxi exclaimed happily while holding the Jade Rabbit. The rabbit's adorable appearance instantly struck her heart. Seeing the scene, Sichuan couldn't help but smile. As expected of the pet of the Tying Goddess, the once fierce rabbit had become so obedient and cute in Ning Yuxi's hands. What use does this rabbit have? Sichuan asked, feeling a bit curious. His insight could only reveal some basic information, but it couldn't discern details like abilities. This is the companion pet of the Tying Goddess, the Tying Jade Rabbit, which is recorded in my inherited memories. However, it should have been sealed in an egg in the Moon Palace. I don't know why it suddenly hatched. It even ate all the ingredients prepared for its birth in the Moon Palace, and then dug a tunnel to enter that hole, eventually appearing in the ancient battlefield. Fortunately, it has a laurel branch in its hand to purify the demonic energy, allowing it to survive here. Ning Yuxi told Sichuan everything about the Tying Jade Rabbit without any concealment. Chapter 161. Sichuan relied on the Qitian Jade Talisman to hide himself, Ning Yuxi, and the Jade Rabbit, getting closer to the entrance of the demon realm. Using the token obtained from the demon clan, they smoothly infiltrated the area. Inside the demon realm, the demonic energy obscured the sky and blotted out the sun, but it was purer than the murderous aura from the outside world, making it very suitable for the demon clan's survival. Indeed, it is the demon realm. Sichuan sighed. To establish such a vast demon realm under everyone's gaze, the top experts of the demon clan were truly terrifying. At this moment, they were hidden in a secluded grove several dozen miles away from the main gate. Occasionally, patrolling demons passed by them. It could be said that once the time of the Qitian Jade Talisman expired, they would definitely be exposed. Sichuan was contemplating how to act next to avoid greater danger. On the other side, in the central hall of the demon realm, a dim environment was illuminated by ghostly light. Under this glow, the hall appeared even more eerie and strange. My lord, what is it that you wish to summon your subordinate for? A demon at the 9th level of the reincarnation realm knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing the empty throne in the hall. Buzzing. Chapter 162. Sichuan, along with Ning Yuxi, rushed toward the demon clan's hall at the fastest speed. Along the way, they encountered several teams of roadblocks, but they were merely small fry at the Nirvana realm, who couldn't keep up with Sichuan's figure and could only watch as they disappeared in the distance. Finally, when they were less than several dozen miles from the demon clan's hall, they were stopped by a team led by demons at the 7th level of the reincarnation realm. Humans who trespass into the demon realm die. The demons rushed up, intending to attack Sichuan and his companion. In an instant, they formed a formation, surrounding the two of them, kill them, and bring their heads to Lord Mo Wu for a reward. With a command, the demons charged at them like madmen. Sichuan looked disdainfully at these demons. You want to kill me? You're not worthy. After saying that, golden light surged from Sichuan, and then his speed skyrocketed, with a layer of golden primordial power covering his fists. In an instant, he unleashed dozens of punches, each landing on these demons' bodies. Boom! An explosive sound rang out, and this team of demons didn't even touch the corner of Sichuan's clothes before being turned into dust by his fists. Sichuan coldly observed this scene. The demons were not worth mourning, and no matter how many he killed, it would not shake him in the slightest. Chapter 163. At this moment, Sichuan was like a god of death. No matter how many demons came, They could only meet their demise on the spot. Go kill that man. The demon leaders had already witnessed Su Chuan's prowess and decided to attack him together. However, this might be the most regrettable decision of their lives. When several demon leaders at the 9th level of the reincarnation realm surrounded him, Su Chuan raised his hand and delivered a single strike. Clang! Amid the flash of blades and shadows, a giant blade was drawn, carrying a terrifying momentum, and struck solidly against several demons. The sharp, piercing screams echoed, sounding extremely tragic. Looking at the previously fierce demon leaders, under Su Chuan's single strike, they were directly cleaved in two. Thanks to the demon's tenacious vitality. Even after being cut in half, they did not die immediately. In fact, their two halves began to slowly move closer, showing signs of fusion. Su Chuan certainly would not give them this opportunity. He raised his hand and struck again. Blood flew, and entrails scattered all around. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, several demon leaders had met their end in the northwest. Until their deaths. They could not understand why a human warrior who appeared to be only at the 6th level of the reincarnation realm could be so powerful. Chapter 164. The Devouring of the Black Moon. Ning Yusi let out a soft shout, and an extreme silver light erupted from her body. The bright moon mark in the center of her brow was dazzling, and she slowly rose into the air. A terrifying power of the Tying emanated from her, gathering around Ning Yusi. Within a few seconds, a bright moon appeared in the sky and began to slowly rotate. The demonic energy in the surroundings was attracted to the bright moon at that moment, and it transformed into a black moon. A horrifying suction force instantly emerged. Swallow for me. Accompanied by Ning Yusi's voice, the suction of the black moon surged again. In the next moment, the demons on the ground were pulled by this terrifying force, flying towards the direction of the black moon. These demons, regardless of their type or cultivation level, as long as their cultivation was below Ning Yusi's, were all devoured by the black moon. Crack, crack! Inside the black moon, the sound of grinding like that of a millstone was incredibly eerie. Lord Mo Wu, save me! Cries of despair echoed, but most could not hold on for long before completely vanishing. Such a scene could be described as an extreme slaughter feast, within 10 miles around Su Chuan. Apart from the demon clan at the 8th level of the reincarnation realm, no other demons could be seen. Chapter 165. After Mo Wu's death, there were no traces of the demon race left here, nor did any demon dare to block their path. In this short period, the number of demons that have fallen exceeded that of the past few hundred years. Coupled with the death of the upper-level demon Mo Wu, all the demons fell into fear. They could not understand why these two humans, who seemed to have mediocre cultivation, possessed such terrifying combat power. But they were destined to never find the answer in their lives. After a brief rest, Su Chuan led the exhausted Ning Yusi on the path to enter the demon clan's Great Hall. After absorbing this massive energy cluster, Ning Yusi's martial arts cultivation also smoothly entered the 9th level of the reincarnation realm. It was believed that it wouldn't be long before she could completely step into the realm of the heavenly connection. However, although Ning Yusi was currently only at the reincarnation realm, her true strength was extraordinarily terrifying. With one hand wielding the power of the Tying under the enhancement of the Tying authority, it was estimated that few could match her below the 4th level of the heavenly connection realm. This was the terrifying aspect of those with great fortune. Upon stepping into the demon clan's Great Hall, the dim hall instantly ignited with clusters of purple-black flames, casting a terrifying glow throughout the entire demon clan's Great Hall. Chapter 166. As Su Chuan's cultivation improved, the information displayed by the system also increased. For example, regarding the information about the Devourer, Su Chuan could not only see its race, but also the detailed information about its divine abilities. This allowed Su Chuan to more accurately assess the true strength of the enemy, giving him more confidence for the upcoming battle. However, after seeing all the script information of this demon domain lord, even Su Chuan could not help but be taken aback. It was truly a case of not knowing until you look and being shocked upon seeing. He did not expect this unremarkable devourer to possess such powerful strength. No wonder it could stand out among so many demons in the demon domain. After realizing its true power, Su Chuan began to prepare. This battle would undoubtedly be a tough one for the two of them, as once the devourer devoured this demon soldier, it would definitely break through to the 9th level of the heavenly connection realm. Although Su Chuan and Ning Yusi were also strong, Facing a powerhouse at the 9th level of the Heavenly Connection realm with their reincarnation realm cultivation was still somewhat strenuous. However, Sichuan did not feel fear. Instead, a magnificent fighting spirit surged from his heart. Even if the opponent was at the 9th level of the Heavenly Connection, even if there was a significant gap in cultivation levels, Sichuan firmly believed that he could defeat the other party. Chapter 167. With the two of them working together, they easily dealt with the 10 demon puppets. Without their obstruction, the two were about to officially face the Devourer. Good, very good. The Devourer looked at the two in the hall with a dark expression. He never expected that his puppets would be so easily defeated by them. I admit, I underestimated you. But next, you can await the arrival of death. The Devourer no longer wasted words and coldly uttered these two sentences. The reason he hadn't attacked personally earlier was that he was still in the process of devouring and refining the demon soldiers. He had been trying to buy time until the critical moment. But from this moment on, the demon soldiers had been completely refined by him. The Devourer stood there. His aura began to strengthen, and dark red blood mist began to coalesce from all directions, moving towards the Devourer. Not good. Sichuan's expression changed. He had previously learned from the system information about the Devourer's power and thought it hadn't yet begun to devour and refine the demon soldiers. But judging by the current situation, the Devourer had already started refining the demon soldiers. Furthermore, at that moment, the demon soldiers had been refined, and his cultivation level began to break through. Chapter 168. The sudden appearance of Situ Lin completely disrupted the Devourer's plan, and because Situ Lin was summoned by a talisman, he would not be restricted by the ancient battlefield formation. I didn't expect that such a demon would be hidden in this ancient battlefield of the Great Way. But since you dared to harm my disciple, even if the King of Heaven comes today, he cannot save you. Situ Lin did not waste words. Seeing the Devourer being shocked away by his momentum, he waved his hand, and a blade of energy appeared in the air, slicing straight towards the Devourer. The Devourer was taken aback. He immediately channeled all his demonic power, erecting a protective shield around his body, enveloping himself within it. At the same time, he pushed his innate divine ability to the limit. Under these measures, the Devourer's figure directly disappeared, and only a special black mist remained where he had stood. This mist began to spread extensively, attempting to envelop everyone, including Situ Lin, to block and devour all beings and objects within the Great Hall. Under the cover of this black mist, Sichuan's talent to perceive everything lost its original effect, and he could no longer sense the location of the Devourer. Chapter 169. Seeing Situ Lin's spiritual clone dissipate, the Devourer instantly showed a look of wild joy. He had already despaired and began to imagine how Situ Lin would deal with him. But the outcome would definitely be tragic. Because the human race and the demon race have always been hostile towards each other, when demons see humans, they can only devour them for cultivation. While humans encountering demons have only one possibility, to kill. Demons that fall into the hands of humans absolutely have no chance of survival. They are often subjected to various cruel experiments by humans before being killed, with no second possibility. This is deeply ingrained in the memory of every demon, even for someone like Shurtian. Therefore, when he realized he might fall into the hands of humans, he showed such fear and terror. This is a very important reason. Now, with the disappearance of Situ Lin's consciousness clone, it was as if the enormous mountain pressing down on him had suddenly vanished. How could he not be excited? Ha ha ha. Blessed by the demon ancestor, truly, there is no way for demons to be utterly doomed. At this moment, Shurtian's face was filled with ecstasy. The feeling of escaping from death is truly wonderful. As for Sichuan and Ning Yusi, he did not regard them at all. Chapter 170. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the great hall, and the air began to tremble. The light emitted from the golden ancient hall became increasingly brilliant, resembling a great sun. Whoosh! A beam of golden light flew out, transforming into a sharp arrow, shooting towards Shurtian. At this moment, the blood basin mouth that Shurtian had transformed into was frozen in midair under the divine might of the golden ancient hall, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the sharp arrow rushed towards him. At the same time, fear surged once again in his heart. What is this thing? Why can I not move? Shurtian screamed in terror. At the same time, demonic power surged within him, trying to break free from the confinement of the golden ancient hall. However, this was simply impossible. The fully activated Golden Ancient Hall was something that even a peak Heavenly Realm expert like Shur Tian could not escape from, let alone a Heavenly King-level powerhouse. The sharp arrow emitted an extreme radiance and flew out at an incredible speed. In an instant, it pierced through the blood basin mouth that was just within reach. Ah, no! After a scream, the blood basin mouth, transformed by Shur Tian, began to collapse, shattering like a broken mirror into pieces, then decomposing into demonic energy, disappearing between heaven and earth. Chapter 171. Seeing this scene, Su Chuan felt immense sorrow. He knew very well what this pearl was. It contained all of Ning Yuxi's Tying power, condensed from her martial cultivation. After giving it to Su Chuan, she became a waste, yet she still acted so selflessly, without any reservation. I must kill you. At this moment, Su Chuan was truly angry. He roared out this sentence, and, after merging with the pearl from Ning Yuxi, a special power once again filled his entire body. A strong killing intent erupted from Su Chuan. With a wave of his hand, the sword returned to him. The sword domain unfolded at this moment, trapping all the surrounding demons within it. As if sensing Su Chuan's anger and killing intent, the Golden Ancient Hall suddenly erupted with a violent white light, then directly broke through the blockade of the Blood Sea, flying back to Su Chuan's head. However, this also allowed Shur Tian to escape the confinement in advance. Seeing this, Shur Tian was not surprised but rather delighted. Heaven is helping me, human brat. Today is your day of death. Shur Tian opened his mouth wide, and a terrifying devouring power appeared, consuming the vast blood sea. Chapter 172. Hearing Su Chuan's words, Ning Yuxi, who had just awakened, showed a smile, then fell back into a coma. She had already consumed a great deal of energy, and then gave all her Tying power to Su Chuan, ultimately condensing all her essence to pass on to him. This series of actions significantly damaged Ning Yuxi's foundation. To recover, she would need a considerable amount of time or top-tier pills specifically targeting this aspect. Su Chuan did not have such pills on him for the time being. Therefore, he could only hold Ning Yuxi, gazing at her delicate face. The solar primordial energy slowly flowed into Ning Yuxi's body, gradually healing her injuries. At this moment, no one, human or demon, came to disturb the two of them. The entire ancient battlefield, including the demons of the demon realm, except for the sealed demon ancestor, had been devoured by Shur Tian. Now that Shur Tian was dead, it meant that only one demon ancestor remained in the entire ancient battlefield. Just then, the long silent system suddenly reacted. You have annihilated a large number of demons and demon lords, completely shattering the demon's conspiracy, saving the Xintian continent from peril, and earned the achievement title Demon Hunter. Receiving 1 Xian Yin Pill. Do you wish to claim the reward? Chapter 173. Human Race. I will ask you one more time. Where is Shur Tian? Seeing that the two ants completely ignored him, Bai Wu was instantly furious. His hoarse voice was filled with anger, and the blood pool began to boil. On his head, an eerie dark red flame ignited. As a demon ancestor, all demons showed him great respect. What demon dared to disregard him like this? Unforgivable. At this moment, Su Chuan had just finished reading Bai Wu's script information and understood everything about him. One could only say that he truly deserved to be a special demon, able to survive under the joint efforts of multiple human emperors, and was ultimately sealed. His abilities were simply too strong. The fate of 2 gold and 1 purple. Su Chuan had only seen in those destined protagonists, and he never expected to see it in a demon today. That undying and unkillable fate made even Su Chuan envious. With such a talent, it was as if he had countless lives. As long as there was still demonic energy, he could never die, unless he was completely refined. However, with his first-level Emperor Realm strength, an ordinary Emperor Realm expert could not refine him at all. Chapter 174. Seeing this situation, Su Chuan did not stop it. Instead, he opened his mind and allowed Bai Wu's soul to enter his brow. Su Chuan was almost laughing out loud. He had originally been contemplating how to extract Bai Wu's head from the chain's confinement, but unexpectedly, the other party had voluntarily given up his head and delivered it to him. This saved Su Chuan all the trouble. How wonderful! In Su Chuan's sea of consciousness, the Golden Ancient Hall had long been waiting. Knowing that this thing could seize and borrow a body to be reborn, Su Chuan appeared to have no defenses on the surface, but secretly, he had already activated the Golden Ancient Hall, suppressing the entire sea of consciousness. Su Chuan's soul was well protected by the Golden Ancient Hall. Bai Wu charging into his sea of consciousness was simply throwing himself into a trap. As soon as Bai Wu's soul entered Su Chuan's sea of consciousness, he was shocked by the scene before him. Su Chuan's sea of consciousness, due to the awakening of his martial arts' true soul, was dozens of times larger than that of an ordinary reincarnation realm warrior. Bai Wu's soul looked at the vast sea of consciousness and immediately showed an expression of ecstasy. Good. I didn't expect this human to have such talent. Truly a blessing from the demon gods. With such a sea of consciousness, he must be an unparalleled genius among humans. Taking over such a genius, the benefits go without saying. Chapter 175. Bai Wu, today is your day of death. Su Chuan appeared somewhat excited. Refining a demon clan emperor, just thinking about it made him extremely thrilled. A massive ball of sun true fire appeared, thrown under the Wanling cauldron by Su Chuan. With a loud bang, all the resources and essence stones Su Chuan had previously taken out turned into fuel, igniting fiercely. Inside the cauldron, an invisible refining force began to envelop Bai Wu. Feeling this overwhelming refining power, Bai Wu finally confirmed that the container imprisoning him was a top-tier weapon, possibly even surpassing the 4-grade imperial weapons he had seen before. As the Wanling cauldron was activated by Su Chuan, Bai Wu's soul began to be refined at a visibly rapid pace. Bai Wu was now terrified, continuously crashing against the surroundings, trying to escape. At the same time, he kept roaring. Innate spiritual treasure? Impossible. How could you possess an innate spiritual treasure? He was unwilling, desperate, and incredulous at this moment. He finally understood what had trapped him. It was precisely because of this that he became even more suspicious of his birth. How could a human possess not only a 4-grade imperial weapon that even he could hardly dream of, but now also take out an innate spiritual treasure far beyond a 4-grade imperial weapon? Chapter 176. This time, I wonder what level I can break through to? Su Chuan was currently excited. Since entering this ancient battlefield, his cultivation had already broken through from the 2nd level of the Nirvana realm to the 6th level of the Reincarnation realm. Now, after refining everything of Bai Wu, his cultivation was about to experience another explosive growth. Su Chuan was crazily absorbing the vitality within the essence stones, continuously digesting the accumulated source power in his body, not wasting a single bit. At this moment, Su Chuan seemed like a sponge lacking water. No matter how much water came in, he absorbed it all without leaving a trace. Su Chuan operated his cultivation technique, comprehending the path of martial arts, and his strength was rapidly increasing. Boom! The surging vitality was absorbed and refined by Su Chuan, transforming into pure solar power, while the Great Sun Demon Body refining technique was also in operation, causing Su Chuan's physical body to continuously grow stronger, and his martial arts' true soul was slowly being nourished. After an unknown amount of time, all the essence stones Su Chuan had previously taken out had been absorbed cleanly, during which Su Chuan had also supplemented the essence stones multiple times. Finally, Su Chuan successfully broke through his realm. At this moment, he opened his eyes, the divine light gleaming within, and his entire spirit once again reached a peak. Chapter 177. The deeper into the cave, the denser the demonic energy became. Su Chuan was fine. His cultivation technique was special, allowing him to endure it relatively easily. However, Ning Yusi was different. For some reason, the higher the concentration of demonic energy, the weaker she appeared and the greater her consumption. Just this stretch of road consumed her energy faster than the previous battle. It was evident that the demonic energy had a tremendous suppressive effect on her. In fact, the deeper they went into the cave, the weaker Ning Yusi became. Seeing this, Su Chuan understood why Ning Sangtian didn't send his royal family or the Ning clan's geniuses into the ancient battlefield. The rift in the demon realm surely had traps left by the demon clan. Anyone of the Ning bloodline entering it would face immense consumption and gradually lose their ability to act. Why don't he go out first? Looking at the sweaty Ning Yusi, Su Chuan felt a bit of pity and suggested to her. This cave was still unknown in depth, and that faint sense of danger always lingered. If there were to be a battle later, Su Chuan couldn't guarantee Ning Yusi's safety. It's fine, I can hold on, Ning Yusi said somewhat insincerely. Saying this, she raised her foot and suddenly took a step forward, wanting to prove it to Su Chuan. Chapter 178. Su Chuan silently waited here for an hour. After an hour, ding, system upgrade complete. This upgrade introduces new functions: teleportation, enlightenment. For specific function information, please check for yourself. The prompt appeared, instantly capturing Su Chuan's attention. Teleportation, enlightenment? What is this? Su Chuan was somewhat curious. After the system upgraded once, it ended up with this? Clicking on the introduction, the information about teleportation and enlightenment appeared before Su Chuan's eyes. Teleportation, a new function generated after the system absorbs the heart of space. With a starting price of 1 top-grade essence stone. The number of essence stones depends on the teleportation distance. The farther the distance, the more expensive the teleportation, and it cannot be interrupted by anyone below mid-grade Emperor level. Enlightenment. The host can spend luck to activate this function, comprehending various rules, even the Great Tao. The longer the comprehension time, the more luck spent. Wow. After reading the introduction of these 2 new functions, Su Chuan was instantly overjoyed. This is a good thing. First, talking about teleportation, just looking at the introduction shows how powerful it is. Chapter 179, Master Su, it's so good that you're fine. Seeing Su Chuan standing there without a scratch, Ning Yusi was extremely emotional, almost in tears. Just a moment ago, she was genuinely afraid something had happened to Su Chuan. Of course, I'm fine. Su Chuan smiled, then bowed and said, I have met your majesty, Ning. However, he was somewhat surprised. Why was Ning Santian here? Did he discover that the system had absorbed the heart of space? Feeling a bit anxious, Su Chuan couldn't figure out what Ning Santian was thinking. Fortunately, after Ning Santian's words, Su Chuan's anxious heart was completely put at ease. Ning Santian solemnly asked Su Chuan, what happened at the site of the rift in the demon realm? Why did the rift disappear? Has the seal completely collapsed? This matter is very important, even concerning the survival of the entire Wei dynasty. So Ning Santian had to be cautious. Faced with Ning Santian's inquiry, Su Chuan didn't know how to explain at that moment. Should he tell Ning Santian that it was a system that took away the heart of space, which was crucial for forming the rift, causing it to disappear? Is that something he could say? Obviously not. As for the seal collapsing, Su Chuan really didn't know. Chapter 180 in the Great Wei Imperial Palace. Ning Santian suddenly appeared with Su Chuan and Ning Yusi. Soon after, one by one, the prodigies were teleported out of the ancient battlefield and appeared in the palace hall. At this moment, most of them were in a daze, unable to comprehend how they had gone from the ancient battlefield to here in just a second. After a long while, they finally came to their senses, realizing the current situation and understanding that their journey in the ancient battlefield had come to an end. However, compared to the nearly 100 prodigies who set out, there were now fewer than 20 standing in the hall. This clearly showed how dangerous the ancient battlefield was. Yet, every surviving prodigy wore a joyful smile. Although the journey was perilous, they had gained a lot. Their purpose in entering the ancient battlefield was not for the tasks assigned by Ning Santian, but rather to seek opportunities and breakthroughs in their realms. Now that their goals had been achieved, they were naturally overjoyed. But not everyone was happy. At this moment, the expression of King Jinyan Lu Qi, standing under Ning Santian, was very grim as he stared intently at Su Chuan. The reason was simple. Su Chuan had actually come out of the ancient battlefield alive, while his nephew Yangsheng was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 181 at this moment. Even Su Chuan was quite nervous. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first time in such a situation, and he had absolutely no experience. A full quarter of an hour passed without Ning Santian responding to his request. Su Chuan became even more anxious, gripping Ning Yusi's hand tightly. As sweat dripped down his forehead, Ning Yusi also looked at Ning Santian with a face full of tension. Although Su Chuan's actions were somewhat sudden, she felt no discomfort. Her heart had long belonged to Su Chuan. All that was needed was Ning Santian's approval, and their relationship would receive parental support, making it legitimate. Another incense stick burned down. At this time, Ning Santian suddenly exuded an unmatched aura that pressed down on Su Chuan, making it hard for him to breathe. And he fell to his knees. You want me to agree to you two being together? Ning Santian asked from above. Yes. Even under the pressure of Ning Santian's aura, Su Chuan's tone remained firm, neither servile nor arrogant. The decision he made could not be changed by anyone, not even Ning Santian. However, at this moment, Ning Santian's attitude still made Su Chuan somewhat nervous. All right, I agree. Chapter 182, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Su Chuan took Ning Yusi to explore the capital once more. Their relationship steadily grew closer, soon reaching a point where they found it hard to part. In these 3 days, Sichuan also found his maid Zhao Linger. He had indeed not misjudged her. During his time in the ancient battlefield, Zhao Linger had been diligently cultivating at the inn and had not run off after obtaining anything. In such a short time, she had progressed from mortal with no cultivation to the qi gathering realm. This speed of cultivation was far superior to Sichuan's previous rate. This was partly due to Zhao Linger's special identity and her inherent fortune. On the other hand, it was also due to the powerful cultivation methods and sufficient resources she had access to. Both were indispensable. However, Sichuan still did not take Zhao Linger with him when he left. For him, her qi gathering realm cultivation was of no help at present. Having her along would be no different from a burden. So, Sichuan arranged for Zhao Linger to take his identity token and head to the Tai Sacred Land Station in the capital, where the people there would send her into the Tai Sacred Land to cultivate diligently. Only when her cultivation was sufficient would she be qualified to be his maid. Chapter 183 in the Cleansing Pool. Sichuan was now radiating a clear light all over, spreading outwards. His body began to become more robust. Seeing this, Sichuan exerted all his energy to operate his cultivation technique, absorbing the heavenly essence and special substances from the spirit spring water. It wasn't until 3 days later that Sichuan felt he had reached his limit. No matter how hard he tried to absorb more, he could no longer gain any benefits from the spirit spring water. At this moment, under the refinement of the spirit spring water, Sichuan's physical body reached another peak, and his foundation became even more solid. He had nearly reached the utmost pinnacle possible for his current realm. Sichuan had no regrets and stood up to conclude his practice. Next, it was time to get down to business. Sichuan thought to himself, I wonder where that opportunity of Chu Fan is? Never mind. Even if I have to turn the spirit spring upside down, I will find that essence of the spring water. After all, it is a divine object capable of enhancing one's aptitude, far beyond what this ordinary spirit spring water can compare to. Sichuan silently vowed that he must find this essence of the spring water. Now, he had already surpassed ordinary prodigies in cultivation, reaching the level of a peerless prodigy. But there was still one thing that weighed heavily on his mind. Chapter 184. I want to find that essence of the spring water. Can you locate it? Sichuan asked Xianlai. It would be great if Xianlai could sense the presence of the essence of the spring water. However, Xianlai shook his head, giving a negative answer. In this source water world, all water spirits and spirit fish could not be sensed, relying solely on opportunity. It seems that the essence of the spring water you seek is the same. It appears I can only search slowly. Let us go and take a look. Sichuan shook his head helplessly. Indeed, such divine objects could not be obtained so easily. If they could be obtained too easily, they wouldn't be called divine objects. Open. Sichuan lightly commanded, and immediately, a large crack opened up on the surface of the water beneath his feet. Then Sichuan sat on Xianlai's back, diving into the water, his figure gradually disappearing from the surface. Entering the water, the environment underwent a tremendous change. The scenery was bizarre, and the water emitted a colorful glow. With Xianlai, the water-avoiding black tortoise, even in these deep waters, Sichuan's clothes remained completely dry. Various fish that Sichuan had never seen before swam by, looking quite unusual. However, these fish did not last long before being devoured by Xianlai's large mouth. Chapter 185. Sichuan grabbed the essence of the spring water in his hand. At this moment, the essence of the spring water had developed spiritual intelligence and was no longer just a dragon carp born to leap over the dragon gate. Upon being captured, it naturally wanted to escape. Thus, the moment Sichuan caught it, the essence of the spring water began to struggle wildly, trying to break free from Sichuan's grasp. In an instant, the water surface roiled, and huge waves surged. The essence of the spring water tried to use this to make Sichuan let go, seizing the chance to escape. However, would Sichuan let the bird in hand fly away? That was obviously impossible. He directly summoned the forgetting and slashed out with a knife, instantly clearing the world as if after the rain, calm and serene. Little guy, still want to escape? If I let you go, wouldn't that mean I've waited for so many days for nothing? Sichuan looked at the struggling essence of spring water in his hand and scoffed. Underwater, Xianlai had also completely dealt with the suddenly appeared dragon race, devouring it entirely. From beginning to end, that dragon race couldn't even utter a single word before it perished. The world of demon beasts is just like this. It's either you eat me, or I eat you. They devour each other to enhance their own cultivation. Even a peak demon beast like Xian Lai is no exception. Chapter 186. Su Chuan operated the Taichu Xianyang Ju with all his might, not wasting a single bit of the essence of spring water. At this moment, his internal energy surged, as if thousands of troops were battling. Boom! Endless energy crashed within Su Chuan's body, directly breaking through all barriers. Su Chuan's physical body radiated a bright red light. This feeling was exhilarating. Su Chuan could clearly sense the changes in his body. This change made Su Chuan more and more excited. However, after a brief moment of comfort, the special energy of the essence of spring water suddenly became ferocious and violent, as if it wanted to destroy everything within Su Chuan's body. Yet, with the opportunity right in front of him, how could Su Chuan give up? He recklessly began to absorb and refine this energy again. With the help of the Wanling Ding, this process was quick, but also painful and dangerous. Refine for me, Su Chuan shouted, his spirit highly concentrated. The pain and torment were temporary. As long as he could endure it, once he passed this hurdle, his talent would be among the top in the entire eastern region, the whole Xintian, even in the entire chaos. Su Chuan was a person of great willpower. Without this willpower, he could not have risen from a weak outer disciple to his current height. Chapter 187. Su Chuan wanted to test his strength in the Tontian realm. Xianlai's expression became somewhat strange upon hearing this. Just after breaking through, he dared to challenge him. A peak king realm? Did he not have any self-awareness, or was he overly confident in his own strength? However, Su Chuan's next words dispelled his doubts. Xianlai, suppress your strength to the first level of the king realm. Let's practice. Su Chuan confidently said to Xianlai. Xianlai was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then quickly reacted. All right, I'll accompany you for practice, but it has to be quick. The enemy will arrive soon. Subsequently, Xianlai suppressed his cultivation to the first level of the king realm and soared into the sky. He also wanted to see how strong Su Chuan really was. As allies, the stronger Su Chuan was, the fewer dangers they would encounter, and the less he would be needed, which he preferred. Let me see how strong you really are. After Xianlai finished speaking, he transformed into a burly man. As a peak demon beast of the king realm, he could already take human form. However, he didn't like the appearance of humans, so he generally wouldn't appear in human form. He would only transform when facing serious opponents. Chapter 188. Godi. Ao Bin didn't waste any time. He roared angrily as he struck directly. The terrifying pressure of the dragon race instantly enveloped Su Chuan and Xianlai, and then a dragon claw that obscured the sky reached out to grab the two, attempting to slay Su Chuan and Xianlai on the spot. Not good, block it. Seeing Ao Bin so decisive, leaving no chance at all, Su Chuan was shocked and suddenly shouted at Xianlai. Xianlai also understood the seriousness of the situation, his expression extremely grave. At that moment, he completely released his cultivation and punched out, colliding with the giant claw that obscured the sky. At the moment of confrontation, the void shook and the seawater boiled. Xianlai spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to withstand Ao Bin's attack. A half-emperor realm expert's furious strike was not something Xianlai could easily defend against. In the distance, Ao Bin was also knocked back by Xianlai's punch, but it was clear he wasn't injured. Run, we can't defeat him. Xianlai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shouted at Su Chuan. As the spirit of the source water world, the entire world was his home ground. With the world's support, he could unleash the strength of a first-order emperor with his half-emperor realm cultivation. This was not the kind of first-order emperor Su Chuan had encountered before, who was either a remnant soul or already half-damaged, but a genuine first-order emperor. Chapter 189. Now was not the time to linger in battle. Su Chuan and Xianlai quickly fled. Stop! Ao Bin roared, pursuing them again. However, at this moment, Xianlai had fully unleashed his escape skills. His speed was terrifyingly fast, and for a moment, Ao Bin couldn't catch up. However, even though he couldn't catch up, he closely followed behind the two, leaving them no chance. Just wait, the water eye is coming soon. Let's see how you chase us later. Su Chuan thought to himself. As long as they entered the water, even if Ao Bin wanted to chase, he wouldn't be able to. He couldn't leave this source water world. If he dared to take a step outside, he would definitely suffer backlash. Holding this thought, Su Chuan and Xianlai sped along and soon arrived at the location of the water eye. However, It seemed Ao Bin also realized their intention and suddenly stopped his pursuit. Sichuan looked back and saw an unforgettable scene. He saw that Ao Bin had disappeared without a trace. The world around them was pitch black, and a black hole appeared behind them. Within the black hole, the space was constantly collapsing and healing, then collapsing again. A terrifying suction force was devouring everything around. This black hole seemed to want to swallow everything in this world, including the fleeing Sichuan and Xinlai. Chapter 190, as the saying goes, the higher the skill, the bolder the person. Su Juang, relying on his first level of the Tongtian realm cultivation, showed no signs of fear even in an unfamiliar environment. After his injuries had recovered somewhat, Su Chuan began to move around in the forest, searching for a route to leave this place. No matter what, the first priority was to find a place with people to clarify where he was. This was the most important thing. Su Chuan found a direction and kept moving forward, easily dealing with the demon beasts he encountered along the way. The demon beasts here had low cultivation and were no match for Su Chuan at all. By chance, Su Chuan indeed found a camp with people stationed. The people in this camp were traders from nearby and passers-by, gathered together to prevent any accidents. Su Chuan disguised his identity and cultivation to blend into the crowd, finally clarifying his current situation. This is located in the southern region of the Xiantian continent. But just a bit further ahead, one can directly reach the western region of the Xiantian continent. The distance from the eastern region, where Su Chuan is located, is unknown. But they are completely two extremes. I didn't expect to be directly transported here onto the space crack. Chapter 191. Seeing the script of Yichun, Su Chuan was also a bit surprised. A person with such talent actually has a destiny of 1 gold and 1 purple. One can only say that the world is vast and full of wonders. Su brother, what are you thinking about? Seeing Su Chuan in a daze, Yichun softly asked. It's nothing, just some trivial matters. Su Chuan shook his head and said, not revealing what the system had detected to Yichun. Telling him these things would be useless and could even have adverse effects. Anyone who knows they are about to encounter a life and death crisis would not remain calm. Even Su Chuan was no exception. Seeing that Su Chuan was unwilling to say more, Yichun did not pursue the matter further. Just then, the caravan was about to start moving, and the manager came to remind Su Chuan to check his luggage. Brother He, why not come up with me? Su Chuan invited Yichun. With such a large carriage, he felt a bit bored being alone. Su Chuan also wanted to see how Yichun would counterattack that demon from the demon clan. Thank you, Su brother. Hearing Su Chuan's invitation, Yichun's eyes lit up, and he stepped onto the carriage, expressing his gratitude. Why walk when there's a carriage? That would be foolish. No problem, Su Chuan said indifferently. After everyone in the caravan finished packing, the long line began to move. Chapter 192. In the sky, that demon looked at the scattered crowd, unmoved, as if watching a performance. Run, the more scared you are, the happier I am. He was a demon who grew by absorbing emotions and souls, and the fear of humanity was part of what he could absorb. So he was delighted to see such a scene. He even felt a bit excited, with an uncontrollable killing intent enveloping the valley. The fleeing people were like headless flies, running chaotically in the valley, but no matter what, they could not escape. Because the entire valley had already been ensnared in an illusion set by the demon, but these people were unaware. However, there was a group of people in the caravan who remained very calm, standing still and vigilantly staring at the figure of the demon in the sky. This group was the part of the guards that Su Chuan had previously discovered who were hiding their cultivation. They formed a circle around a carriage, tightly guarding it. This made Su Chuan somewhat curious about who was in that carriage that warranted these warriors to hide their cultivation and identity while following along. Just as Su Chuan was pondering this, the demon in the sky finally revealed its true form. Chapter 193. Seeing such an attack, everyone showed an expression of anticipation, hoping that this strike could kill the demon UTI. However, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. This strike seemed immensely powerful, but when it truly hit the demon, they realized how naive their thoughts were. Thunderous booms echoed, and the shockwave from the exploding arrows sent everyone in the valley flying, as if the ground had been plowed, with soil flying everywhere. Just when everyone thought the demon had perished in the explosion, a low voice rang out, causing everyone's hearts to leap into their throats. That really hurts a bit. You ants are truly despicable. As the dust settled, the demon Utai slowly walked out from the center of the explosion. At this moment, he was no longer as calm and arrogant as before, His demonic body was covered in wounds, and the hideous injuries testified to the damage he had suffered. This strike had indeed caused him considerable harm, but that was all. In his peak period, being at the first level of the Tongtian realm, he had still endured this strike with his demonic body, comparable to an attack from the 9th level of the reincarnation realm. Chapter 194. Want to kill me? You're still a bit too tender. Today, let your flesh and soul become the nourishment for my growth. UTI sneered repeatedly, not taking the girl's threat to heart at all. Meanwhile, Su Chuan was watching from the side, and the girl's information appeared before him. Name, Lung Wufrist, race, Shintian human race, realm, 3rd level of the reincarnation realm. Talent, Invincible King, Destiny, Stronger Rebirth gold, Divine Spear skills gold, Long-lasting luck purple, Undaunted by hardship red, Mystery in the womb white, Divine ability, Spear like thunder, Control fire and wind, Life script, Stronger Rebirth script, Life trajectory, a half-emperor level powerhouse reborn with memories of martial arts cultivation. Born as the daughter of the Lingxiao sect master, with astonishing spear talent. About to come of age and head to the western region's Wanxiang mountain to find a suitable weapon, will find the weapon from her past life and merge it. About to break the mystery in the womb and gain memories of her past cultivation, rising strongly. Opportunities, none. Destiny, Stronger Rebirth, reborn with the cultivation memories of the past life, making martial arts cultivation significantly easier than others and will not take wrong paths. Divine Spear skills, a genius in the way of the spear, destined to live by the spear. When using spear-type weapons, the power is doubled, and various spear techniques can be easily learned. Chapter 195. Who are you? UTI looked warily at Su Chuan, who had suddenly appeared, and an ominous feeling surged in his heart. Someone who could easily block and eliminate his attack was definitely not an ordinary character. Meanwhile, Lung Wufrist felt a glimmer of hope upon seeing this scene. Although she could not discern Su Chuan's specific cultivation, she knew from his powerful strike that Su Chuan's realm was not beneath UTI, and perhaps even stronger. With this person taking action, their chances of survival had greatly increased. Su brother, you? He Chun, standing beside him, was shocked to see that Su Chuan had shattered the demon UTI's attack with a single strike. A martial artist with such powerful cultivation had casually chatted with him along the way, and he hadn't even noticed. However, it could explain why Su Chuan had maintained an extremely relaxed expression since the demon clan's appearance, not panicking at all. Even He Chun, staying close to Su Chuan, was unconsciously influenced by Su Chuan's aura and remained calm, not fleeing with the others. Everything is under control. Su Chuan turned and smiled at He Chun. From start to finish, he had not put UTI in his eyes at all. Chapter 196. The other people present had similar expressions, beginning to ponder where this prodigy had come from. They had never heard of anyone in the entire southern region who could become a Tongtian realm powerhouse at such a young age. But the facts were right in front of them, forcing them to believe. However, Su Chuan paid no attention to their shock and looked at UTI with a smile. Did you just say you wanted to kill me? Is that right? As Su Chuan spoke, he walked forward, his cultivation at the Tongtian realm fully unleashed. Pressing down towards UTI, feeling the increasingly terrifying divine might, UTI dared not utter a word, only exerting all his strength to resist the terrifying pressure with his severely injured body. Why? Why would a powerful being at the Tongtian realm mingle among an ordinary merchant caravan? What is the reason? UTI struggled to hold himself up with both hands on the ground, desperately raising his head to question Su Chuan. Even now, he couldn't understand how he had ended up in this predicament. Everything had been under his control before. Kneel, Su Chuan reprimanded without answering his question, and the pressure intensified once again. Chapter 197. He Chun, who was in a coma, had no idea what was about to happen to him. He lay there peacefully. Seeing this scene, Su Chuan revealed a slight smile. You really got lucky. After saying that, he directly infused a trace of his life magic and the magic essence of the demon race into He Chen's body. Instantly, He Chen's painful cries echoed, and he lost consciousness again, slipping back into a coma. As an ordinary person, how could he passively accept the essence and magic of the 8th level demon race from the reincarnation realm? In an instant, He Chen's body began to swell, resembling a large balloon that could explode at any moment. Seeing this, Su Chuan took out a number of pills from his storage ring and forcefully stuffed them into He Chen's mouth. With the massive energy in He Chen's body, There was no need to worry about him being unable to digest the potency of the pills. As the pills entered, He-Chun's body began to move. Under the transformation of that trace of life magic, He-Chun became a half-human, half-demon existence, fully capable of absorbing UTI's demon race essence. Unlike the half-demon hybrids, He-Chun would not be targeted by the Xintian continent. Instead, because of his future actions, he would gain the favor of heaven and possess great fortune. Chapter 198. May I ask where the senior is heading? Perhaps I can guide you. Lung Wushuang said respectfully. Don't call me senior, just call me Su Chuan. Su Chuan found it hard to accept someone who looked older than him calling him senior. It felt very awkward. Strictly speaking, he was only 19 years old. At this age in his previous world, he was still a young adult. Thank you, young Master Su, for saving my life. Lung Wushuang expressed her gratitude again and introduced herself to Su Chuan. Su Chuan accepted her way of addressing him. Young Master Su was much more acceptable than being called senior repeatedly. How far is Lingxiao Sect from here? Su Chuan asked Lung Wushuang. He wanted to clarify the direction and get there as quickly as possible, not wanting to delay on the way. Lingxiao Sect? Lung Wushuang was taken aback. What did this young Tongtian realm expert want at Lingxiao Sect? She was very familiar with Lingxiao Sect. After all, she was the daughter of the sect master and the nominal young sect master. May I ask what young Master Su plans to do at Lingxiao Sect? As the young sect master, Lung Wushuang felt it was her duty to inquire about Su Chuan's intentions. Chapter 199. It hurts. He-Chun found it hard to accept such a massive influx of information, and suddenly, his head throbbed painfully. These memories were carried within the trace of life magic from UTI before his death. A portion of them were also some advice and explanations left for He-Chun by Su Chuan. After some time, He-Chun finally sorted through the memories in his mind. At this moment, he felt even more bewildered. He waved his hand, and a ball of water appeared in front of him. Looking at his reflection on the water surface, he opened his mouth wide, unsure of what to think. After a long while, He-Chun forced a smile and said, "Since that's the case, I must not let down young Master Su's good intentions." He now understood why he had become this way. At the same time, he realized how poor his talent truly was. Even if he could enter Lingxiao Sect and cultivate step by step, it would ultimately all be in vain. Now, with Su Chuan's help, he had suddenly become a martial arts expert. Although the price was becoming half human, half demon, it was all worth it. He also understood his mission. He would not truly fall into the demon path. He-Chun silently vowed in his heart. Chapter 200. We can completely rule out the third possibility. What remains are either geniuses from the major sects of the central region or successors cultivated by the top forces from the other four regions. But no matter which one it is, they are not someone I, Lung Tianhan, or the entire Lingxiao sect can provoke. There is no need for you to be so polite, sect master. Su Chuan shook his head and said, "What is a mere convenience for young Master Su is a tremendous favor to me, Lung Tianhan, and to Lingxiao sect. Such a favor must be repaid." Lung Tianhan said firmly. After saying this, as if he had made up his mind, he took out a pitch-black key from his storage ring. It was clear that he was reluctant to part with this item, but he still handed it to Su Chuan. Lingxiao sect is just a medium-sized sect, and we cannot offer anything substantial to thank young Master Su. This key was something I obtained by chance, so I will gift it to you today. The elders and disciples of Lingxiao sect nearby changed their expressions upon seeing this item. One elder even stated directly, "Sect master, no. This item concerns the future of Lingxiao sect. How can it be easily given to outsiders? Yes, sect master, please think twice. This matter is of great importance. It cannot be given away." Chapter 201. Thank you, sect master Lung. I really like this. Su Chuan smiled lightly and accepted the treasury key. He didn't expect to obtain this item in Lingxiao sect. It seemed that the upcoming journey might undergo some changes. Su Chuan silently thought. Originally, he planned to return to the eastern region as soon as he obtained the information from the southern region, but now, he might as well secure the treasures of the Emperor's treasury first. A treasury belonging to an Emperor realm expert surely contained many good things. Otherwise, how could a prestigious holy land risk their reputation to snatch the key? This indicated that there must be something in the treasury that tempted them. As long as young Master Su is satisfied, Lung Tianhan also said with a smile, "Young Master Su, you must be tired from your journey. Why not rest at Lingxiao sect for a few days before continuing your journey?" Since Su Chuan accepted the treasury key, it indicated that he was not afraid of the Yinyang Holy Land. Today's gamble had indeed paid off. Next, Sichuan only needs to stay at Lingxiao sect for a few days, waiting for the Yin-Yang Holy Land to come knocking. Then, Sichuan can step in to resolve this disaster for Lingxiao sect. Well, then I respect your wishes. Sichuan did not refuse Lung Tianhan's invitation and took the opportunity to settle in at Lingxiao sect. Chapter 202. It's the worship of the Yin-Yang Holy Land. Hurry and inform the sect master and elders. So many powerful warriors, what are they here for? They can't be here to invade our Lingxiao sect, right? What should we do? Should we run for our lives? Below, most of the disciples of Lingxiao sect did not know what was happening. They only saw the worship of the Yin-Yang Holy Land approaching aggressively, seemingly determined to achieve their goal. Only a few disciples who knew the inside story changed their expressions at this moment and began to inform their masters. In the void, on the worship of the Yin-Yang Holy Land stood a young man dressed in luxurious clothing, smiling as he watched the panicking entrance of Lingxiao sect. Behind him stood several powerful warriors of various ages. You guys said, will this Lung Tianhan obediently hand over the key? The young man's voice echoed as he asked the warriors behind him. With the prince personally taking action, Lung Tianhan would have to bow down immediately, right? There's no reason to not hand it over. As soon as the young man finished speaking, a warrior beside him flattered. Although the others did not speak, their expressions all indicated agreement with what this person said. Chapter 203. Next, it's your turn, Sect Master Lung. As long as you obediently hand over the key, none of this will happen, right? I'll give you another chance. If you continue to be stubborn, then today, I'm afraid no one in Lingxiao sect will be able to walk out alive. After killing an elder, the holy son of Yin-Yang arrogantly threatened Lung Tianhan. As long as he dares to say no, the warrior who just killed an elder will immediately take action. Upon hearing this, some timid disciples within Lingxiao sect began to fear and spoke to Lung Tianhan. Sect Master, you should hurry and hand over the key. Yes, Sect Master. You can't gamble with our lives. Holy Son, I know where the key is. A disciple directly turned to the Holy Son at this moment, hoping to exchange the information about the key for his survival. Shut up. At this moment, Lung Tianhan was no longer calm and shouted at this disciple. Don't. Sect Master Lung, let him continue talking. The Holy Son of Yin-Yang said with a faint smile. Where's the key? Say it, and I can spare your life. Even let you join my Yin-Yang Holy Land. Hearing this, the disciple was overjoyed. Is what the Holy Son said true? Chapter 204. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone present did not react in time. And that peak warrior of the Tongtian realm just died with a single punch. How monstrous. Everyone present had this thought in their hearts. The attackers surrounding Sichuan were also intimidated by Sichuan's strength, not daring to make any further moves, fearing that the next one to die would be themselves. On the warship, the Holy Son of Yin-Yang, who was originally confident and smiling, now wore a terrified expression. Uncle Wang is dead? Just like that? Who exactly is he? Looking at Sichuan, who stood out in the crowd, the Holy Son's mind echoed this thought. This warrior named Wang was the strongest in the team heading to Lingxiao sect. With peak cultivation in the Tongtian realm, he was among the top powerhouses in the entire southern region, second only to the Hidden King realm powerhouses of the sections. Yet, such a powerful figure not only died in Lingxiao sect, but was also killed by someone who looked younger than himself with a single punch. How terrifying. Not far away, Lung Tianhan also appeared stunned. Chapter 205. You really look down on me. Sichuan shook his head and said, you actually thought to block his attack with a protective formation? Isn't that just dreaming? Break for me. A cold glint flashed in Sichuan's eyes, and then he struck with his sword. Since he had already made a move, there was no need to spare this one. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar. The entire formation creaked, and the warship within the formation was on the verge of collapse under Sichuan's strike. The Holy Son of Yin-Yang inside the warship trembled in fear upon seeing this scene. Then, Sichuan struck again. The formation finally couldn't bear the load and shattered. With the shattering of the formation, the residual force of this strike hit the warship. The already collapsing warship completely exploded at this moment. Debris filled the sky, falling to the ground. Among them, the Holy Son of Yin-Yang also fell. Sichuan then grabbed him with one hand, as if pinching a chick, holding him in his grasp. So you're the Holy Son of Yin-Yang, what a waste. Sichuan Mokget. To be honest, this Holy Son of Yin-Yang was the most useless one Sichuan had encountered in his training thus far. He was completely just a name. Chapter 206. Old Man. You bully the weak, huh? Xianlai stared at the old man, saying coldly. Xianlai spoke very kindly to Su Chuan, but he wasn't so nice to others, especially to those who posed a threat to Su Chuan. He could not tolerate them. If anything happened to Su Chuan, all his years of effort would be in vain. Who could bear that? The old man did not speak, but his expression was more serious than before. As Xianlai's physique restored, the sense of oppression he brought became even stronger. Not speaking? You could go die. As Xianlai's words fell, a violent golden light erupted from his body, and his peak cultivation in the king realm was displayed without concealment. Everyone who felt this aura was horrified. Unexpectedly, such a powerful demon clan powerhouse would appear in this southern region border. This was simply beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, in a magnificent main hall of the Sanyang Holy Land, the Sanyang Holy Master suddenly opened his eyes. Go check. There are demon clan powerhouses appearing in my Sanyang Holy Land, he said calmly to the person in the darkness. Yes. On the other side, in a land of 10,000 demons, the demon emperor also woke from meditation, showing a look of surprise. Chapter 207. Sect Master Lung. Now that this matter is settled, I should take my leave. After dealing with the holy son of Yin Yang, Su Chuan said to Lung Tianhan, Thank you, young Master Su, for your assistance. Lung Tianhan expressed his utmost gratitude. If it weren't for Su Chuan's intervention, Lingxiao sect would have surely faced total destruction this time. Nowadays, even the strong ones at the Heavenly King level have died at Lingxiao sect, and I believe no one dares to cause him trouble anymore. This crisis has been completely resolved. Lung Tianhan did not try to keep Su Chuan any longer, as he knew it was futile. Such a peerless talent cannot be retained by a small sect like Lingxiao. There's no need for the sect master to be like this. It's just a fair trade. With that, he took his leave. After speaking, Su Chuan turned and left Lingxiao sect. He had already learned the location of the emperor's treasury from the storage ring of the Yin Yang Saint Child. It was precisely because the Yin Yang Saint Child accidentally discovered where the key was that he was so eager to find it. Unfortunately, Su Chuan did not find the missing part of the key, but it didn't matter. Su Chuan decided to head there first, waiting for the owner to come to him. Lung Tianhan's follower, Lung Wushuang, looked at Su Chuan with reluctance. He had something to say, opened his mouth, but couldn't bring himself to speak. Chapter 208. The sudden death of the Yin Yang Saint Child completely disrupted Jin Ao's plans. Originally, he had planned to wait until the Yin Yang Saint Child obtained the key and went to the location of the treasury. Then he would reveal the missing part, and the two would collaborate to enter the treasury. His goal was only the World Tree Seed, while the Yin Yang Saint Child aimed for the treasures within the treasury, so their interests did not conflict. However, Su Chuan's appearance caused a significant deviation in his plan. Jin Ao's thoughts were in turmoil, and he couldn't understand why his proud precognitive ability failed at such a crucial moment. Forget it, no matter where this person came from. The World Tree Seed must be mine. I will definitely get my hands on it. After much contemplation, Jin Ao finally made up his mind. He planned to head to the treasury's location first and wait for Su Chuan's arrival. When the time came, he would pretend to cooperate with him, and the two would enter the treasury together. Then he would seize the World Tree Seed at the opportune moment. With that in mind, he began to instruct his subordinates to make all the necessary arrangements and set off immediately. On the other side, after learning about Jin Ao's plan, Su Chuan left the residence and found an inn to stay in the city. The Emperor's Treasury, the World Tree Seed. Chapter 209. After killing Jin Ao, Su Chuan searched for a long time on his body, looking for the missing part of the key. After rummaging through, Su Chuan found several storage rings on Jin Ao, containing all sorts of things from rare materials and treasures to cultivation techniques and precious stones, but he did not find the key component he needed. Strange. Where did he put that thing? Su Chuan was puzzled, and after searching thoroughly, he still couldn't find it. Could it be that he didn't carry it on him? Su Chuan speculated in his heart. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. The time for the treasury's emergence was approaching. He must have carried such an important item with him, or else he wouldn't have made it in time. It must just be hidden somewhere that Su Chuan did not discover. So, Su Chuan searched again, this time even digging 3 feet deep at the place where Jin Ao had meditated. Finally, after much effort, Su Chuan discovered a clue in the earrings Jin Ao was wearing. If it weren't for Su Chuan's ability to see through everything, he wouldn't have noticed that the earring on his left ear was actually a very small storage device. He tore off the earring, forcefully broke the restrictions, and probed inside with his divine sense. Su Chuan indeed found the missing part of the key he had been searching for. Chapter 210. Not long after Su Chuan entered the treasury, strong individuals had already begun to arrive at the desolate North Cold Mountain. Who wouldn't be tempted by a treasury left behind by an emperor? If one could obtain treasures from it, they might soar to the sky and become the strongest person in the entire southern region. Therefore, in a very short time, the entrance to the treasury was surrounded by martial artists. Is this the emperor's treasury? What do you think is inside that has attracted so many powerful individuals? Who knows? But it must be something good. The martial artists outside looked at the entrance and discussed privately. They were just here to try their luck and see the excitement. Such a treasury had long been reserved by those powerful figures in the southern region, and they had no chance of entering. They were very clear about this. Look, isn't that the Grand Elder, Zhao Hong? The number one under the three young Holy Master. Look, the sect master of the Miao Miao sect, Yuan Hao. People from the Great Wilderness Dynasty have also arrived. It seems this treasury has nothing to do with us. It will probably be divided among them. As many well-known, powerful figures appeared one after another, many martial artists completely abandoned their tiny hopes and turned into mere spectators. Chapter 211. Su Chuan was completely unaware of everything happening outside. At this moment, he had already arrived inside the treasury. Inside, there was a different world, completely unlike the outside. Although it was called a treasury, the environment here resembled a medicine garden that had been cultivated. The spiritual energy in this place was abundant. Taking a breath felt refreshing, and even the speed of cultivation techniques increased. After scanning with his divine sense, Su Chuan found no danger here. He was able to relax. In fact, Su Chuan's worries were entirely unnecessary. Who would set up dangers in their own treasury? Wouldn't that be pointless? After confirming safety, Su Chuan leisurely strolled through every inch of the treasury. Here, the ground was covered with rare spiritual herbs not often seen in the outside world, some of which Su Chuan couldn't even name. But judging by their appearance and the medicinal power they exuded, Su Chuan knew they were extraordinary. Moreover, each spiritual herb here possessed a terrifying age. Just one herb had a medicinal age of no less than 10,000 years. One can imagine the terrifying efficacy. Incredible. I've struck it rich now. Even Su Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. The discoveries in this treasury were simply astonishing. Chapter 212. However, for this divine medicine emperor, these were merely the main business. Martial arts were considered his side endeavor. The reason he could achieve the rank of emperor was that he had perfected these skills to their extreme, thus reaching the pinnacle. Therefore, it can be said that any path, when taken to the extreme, has the potential to make one an unparalleled powerhouse. Su Chuan was very satisfied to obtain these inheritances. The many spiritual herbs he had acquired previously now had a place to be used. In martial arts cultivation, the assistance of medicinal pills is also very important. He also possessed the powerful Wanling Ding, and the pills he refined would be even more effective. Not wanting to linger too long, Su Chuan prepared to leave this place. However, before leaving, Su Chuan thoroughly searched everything in the room, leaving no part of the surrounding walls untouched. That is a rare, celestial treasure from the outside world, and with so much here, not taking it away would be a waste. Recently, Su Chuan has been deliberately collecting some precious materials to prepare for future upgrades. Su Chuan is a nostalgic person, and as a weapon that has always accompanied his rise, he will definitely enhance its quality when he becomes a prominent figure among the emperors in the future. Perhaps the weapon will have the chance to become a top-tier imperial weapon. Chapter 213. Seeing that there was no profit to be made, more and more warriors left the place until finally, it was empty, with only the woman walking out of the treasury cave with a heavy expression. Behind her, the treasury cave had already begun to collapse. It won't be long before this treasury ceases to exist. No matter who you are, I will definitely find you. The woman gritted her silver teeth, clenched her fists tightly, and squeezed out this sentence through gritted teeth before flying away from there. Seeing everyone had left, Su Chuan let out a sigh of relief. He had almost been caught just now. It was truly thrilling. Not to mention anything else. Just a few strong warriors at the Heavenly King level brought enormous pressure to Su Chuan. If they found out that the entire treasury cave had been looted by Su Chuan, he couldn't even imagine the consequences. Besides, the woman with the veil on her head put even more pressure on him. From the moment she entered, Su Chuan didn't even dare to look at her, fearing that too much attention would draw her notice and expose him. He had only felt this kind of pressure from the old dragon in the source water world and the supreme Master Tai. There was no doubt that the woman was at the semi-emperor level and was one of the top existences among them. Chapter 214. Next, Su Chuan was about to begin the second step, which was equally important. What he needed to do was to refine this space, turning it into a true inner world. With a thought, a large amount of the world's energy surged into the space. At the same time, Su Chuan engraved his martial path onto this space, allowing it to grow alongside him. As time passed, the world's energy in this space became abundant. Seeing this situation, Su Chuan understood that it was time for him to take action. Come on, World Tree Seed. As he spoke, the World Tree Seed, which had been hidden in Su Chuan's dantian, suddenly emerged and squeezed into this space. It directly took root and sprouted in the center of this space, crazily absorbing the world's energy within. In a very short time, the World Tree Seed had grown into a seedling. The seedling was not large, only an inch high, but it was surrounded by 9-colored brilliance, with a hint of life force emanating from it. Around the seedling, the yellow sand was no longer present, and some greenery began to appear, presenting a scene full of vitality. Furthermore, above the seedling, a massive phantom of the world tree suddenly appeared, beginning to stretch its branches and leaves within this space, gradually expanding the entire area. Chapter 215. Early the next morning, Su Chuan arrived at a place called Sunset River. The Sunset River Festival is the most important holiday in this city, with decorations everywhere and a lively atmosphere. Young people from the entire Great Wilderness Empire also gather here on this day, hoping to meet a woman they admired at the river festival. The reason this river is called Sunset River is due to a legend. It is said that the Xiantian continent originally had 3 suns that took turns surveying the world, never disturbing or seeing each other. However, one day, all 3 suns appeared together, and the entire Xiantian was engulfed in flames, turning the land into scorched earth, with water sources drying up and a scene of suffering everywhere. The entire human race in Xiantian suffered greatly, but had no way to remedy it. Until one day, a semi-emperor level strongman emerged, wielding a great bow, and with an incredibly powerful stance, bent the bow and shot the suns, bringing down 2 of them. One fell in the southeast of the southern region, forming an immortal volcano, and the other fell near today's Great Wilderness Empire, crashing into a water vein and creating this sunset river that nurtured countless citizens of the Great Wilderness Empire. The remaining sun is the one currently hanging high in the sky. Chapter 216. With a command, the river crossing competition officially began. Contestants from various places jumped into the river at the first moment, beginning to cross the Sunset River. Only Wei Kong, participating in such a competition for the first time, stood frozen for a long time before finally jumping into the river, perhaps due to poor swimming skills. He swallowed a big mouthful of water before surfacing and starting to swim. However, he had already fallen far behind the others. At this rate, he could only come in last and would not receive any rewards. Seeing this, Wei Kong began to feel anxious and hurriedly swam faster, trying to shorten the distance between them. Meanwhile, Su Chuan was hiding just behind Wei Kong on the surface of the water, calmly observing everything without intervening. Only by going with the flow could Wei Kong find the opportunity that was meant for him. If Su Chuan intervened, given Wei Kang's unique fate, he might miss out on that opportunity. After about half an hour, the competition had passed the halfway point. Without using any martial cultivation, everyone's stamina began to decline. Wei Kong at the back of the line was gasping for breath, sweat mixing with river water, and he was on the verge of exhaustion. Chapter 217. Thank you for your great kindness, my lord. Wei Kong was aware of his current situation, so he did not refuse. After expressing his gratitude, he took the elixir and sat cross-legged to begin refining it. You rest and heal here, don't wander around. I'll go take a look. Su Chuan Institute. After saying this, he walked deeper into the area to search for the source of the sun and the sun-shooting divine bow that were suppressed here. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, before leaving, Su Chuan set up a simple confinement array around Wei Kong and left some food behind. Until he found those 2 opportunities, Wei Kong could only stay here. With a wave of his hand, a ball of true solar fire appeared, illuminating the entire space. Su Chuan then discovered that this seemed to be a cave, with cracks covering the surrounding stone walls. It looked like they had exploded due to high temperatures. Following the cave inward, Sichuan clearly felt a significant increase in temperature inside. Additionally, the true solar fire in his hand began to flicker unpredictably, as if it was being attracted by something. It seems we're getting close, Sichuan murmured, continuing to delve deeper. After about half an hour, suddenly light appeared ahead. Chapter 218. Another day and night passed, and Sichuan had completely adapted to the source of the sun, with the speed of absorption and refinement gradually stabilizing. However, Sichuan was somewhat dissatisfied. At this rate, how long would it take to completely refine this source? Looking at the source in front of him that showed no signs of decreasing, Sichuan frowned. His time is limited, as there are still many things waiting for him to complete, so he cannot delay here for too long. However, such a massive source cannot be taken away, yet he is reluctant to give it up. What can he do? Sichuan pondered in his heart, wanting to find a way to completely absorb and refine this solar source in a short time. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into Sichuan's mind. The inner world. As the world Sichuan personally opened up, everything in the inner world can be controlled by him. Now, he can completely manipulate the inner world to absorb and refine this solar source at an extremely terrifying speed. This is it. Come on, black hole, devour. Sichuan Sautet then activated the inner world, reversing the operation of its rules. In an instant, a massive black hole appeared before Sichuan. Chapter 219. This is another opportunity waiting for him. The golden-red great bow quietly floated there, looking somewhat ordinary without the backdrop of the solar source. But Sichuan knew very well that this was just the divine artifact retracting its aura. Once it recognized a new master, it would regain its former divine light. Drawing the bow to shoot the sun would be effortless. After observing for a while, Sichuan cautiously approached the divine bow. If he could obtain this divine bow, it could be said that he would have no weaknesses at all. In close combat, he had his fists, and he could also use sword techniques, with a golden ancient palace protecting him. 4 ranged attacks, wielding the sun-shooting divine bow, drawing the bow as if to embrace the moon. A single arrow would make even the strongest beings kneel and beg for mercy. Imagining that invincible scene, Sichuan was almost lost in it. Then, once his martial arts cultivation improved, the first thing he would do is return to the source water world and take revenge on that disgusting old dragon, bullying the weak and ambushing them. How shameless! Just as Sichuan was about to approach the divine bow, a burst of extreme light suddenly erupted from the nearby skeletal remains, and then a figure of a tall man condensed in the sky. He looked at Sichuan with a smile. Chapter 220. With both opportunities in hand, Sichuan was ready to leave. He had originally planned to rest here for just 2 days. However, this back and forth took half a month. Yes, Sichuan spent a full half-month completely refining the solar source. It is said that time flies during cultivation, and this was vividly reflected at this moment. Without the solar source and the sun-shooting divine bow, only a massive deep pit remained. Following the deep pit upwards, Sichuan found the cave he came from. Retracing his steps through the cave, he finally saw Wei Kang's figure again. At this moment, Wei Kang had become so thin he looked like a bag of bones. His eyes seemed to emit a green light, clearly having been hungry for quite some time. No wonder. Before Sichuan entered, he thought it wouldn't take long, so he only left a few days' worth of rations for Wei Kang. Who would have thought that just refining a solar source would take Sichuan half a month? If it weren't for easily gaining the recognition of the sun-shooting bow, Sichuan would probably have to stay for a long time. Moreover, since Sichuan left a trapping formation before he left, Wei Kang couldn't get out, surviving only on that little food, so it's no surprise he was starving. Young master, you finally came out, Wei Kang said weakly upon seeing Sichuan. Chapter 221. Cough, what do you want? Please make it clear. Sichuan asked anxiously as he was squeezed by a pair of large hands, his face turning red. This was the first time he had been treated this way, and his heart was already burning with anger, but Sichuan still endured it. Angering her now was clearly not a wise choice. Moreover, Sichuan also didn't know what she was asking for. If it was the World Tree Seed, he really couldn't take it out, which meant that today's matter could not end well. Sichuan's mind raced, trying to think of a solution. The moment he was grabbed by her, all his cultivation was suppressed. Sichuan didn't even have time to react. At this moment, Sichuan was no different from a mortal at the mercy of others. I know you have obtained the Emperor's inheritance. Hand it over, and I will spare your life. A cold voice came from her mouth. The invisible hand loosened a bit, no longer gripping as tightly as before. But it didn't let Su Chuan down, as long as Su Chuan dared to refuse. She would crush him into pieces in an instant and extract his soul for a direct soul search. The reason she didn't directly search his soul was that she had previously learned at Lingxiao sect that Su Chuan had a peak heavenly king-level guardian beast. Chapter 222. Su Chuan then noticed the opportunity on Huang Xingyue's body. A golden crow egg? A golden crow egg that would become an emperor-level existence upon maturity? Seeing this, Su Chuan's eyes narrowed, and he was greatly shocked. Logically speaking, an adult golden crow only possesses heavenly king-level cultivation, even after further training. It would be difficult to become an emperor-level existence. But what did he see now? Once it matures, it would be a first-tier emperor. No need for cultivation. This is simply a defying existence. As long as he could get this golden crow egg and hatch it, the day it recognized him as the master would be equivalent to having an emperor-level existence to protect him. A no-cost transaction. Who could resist this? Su Chuan Muto. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon such a huge opportunity due to misfortune. Just let me collect some interest first, since he had already made an enemy. Su Chuan would not go easy on her. Opportunity? Bring it on. With a new target in mind, and one that aligned with Su Chuan's path, his motivation increased even more. Stealing away her opportunity would also be a small act of revenge. Immediately, Su Chuan quickened his pace towards the undying volcano. Opportunities are only his once they are in hand. Chapter 223. Young Master Su, please. The elder made an inviting gesture, letting Su Chuan walk ahead. While walking and chatting, the elder introduced Su Chuan to the younger members of the Phoenix clan. They all bowed to Su Chuan. It was clear that they held him in high regard. Just now, this elder had already transmitted to them Su Chuan's true cultivation level, which caused a huge stir in their hearts. Such strength at such a young age. It wouldn't be long before he became another invincible existence. Such a figure, even if not the holy son of Tai, deserved their respect. Building a good relationship with Su Chuan would definitely bring many benefits in the future. At that moment, the elder paused the introductions, pointed at someone, and said, "This person is also from the eastern region, just like young Master Su. I wonder if young Master Su knows him?" Su Chuan was stunned upon hearing this. There was actually someone from the eastern region here too? This piqued his interest. Meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land, he felt the need to get acquainted. He immediately looked in the direction pointed out by the elder, and once he did, Su Chuan found himself unable to move. "Miaoying, is that you?" Su Chuan's voice trembled as he looked at the young girl before him. Countless words swirling in his heart, but only this one escaped his lips. Chapter 224. Aside from harboring murderous intent towards Su Chuan, he was also pondering where this Su Chuan had come from. In his memory, there was no such person among the quasi-saints of the Tai Holy Land. The 9th-ranked quasi-saint was someone named Yang Sheng. The one who ultimately became the saint of the Tai Holy Land was also Yang Sheng. Furthermore, Su Miaoying had never accepted any man's affections from the beginning until she became an existence at the Emperor Venerable Realm. But now, Yang Sheng was missing. The 9th quasi-saint had become this Su Chuan, and he had even gained Su Miaoying's favor. Everything was drastically different from what he remembered. What was going on? Who exactly was this Su Chuan? Could he also be a reborn individual? Feng Hao's expression shifted unpredictably. However, since he was at the back of the group, no one noticed the change in his expression. Impossible. Having one reborn individual is already astonishing. If there were another, wouldn't the Xintian continent be thrown into chaos? Therefore, he absolutely cannot be a reborn individual. Soon, Feng Hao shook his head, dismissing his previous thoughts. This idea was simply too unrealistic. Chapter 225. In that case, thank you, Senior. Su Chuan cupped his hands in thanks. Feng Sheng nodded as well, followed by a round of pleasantries. As the conversation drew to a close, Feng Sheng scanned the people below and said, "Since everyone is here today, I will take this opportunity to announce something. I believe everyone is well aware that in 10 days, the Phoenix Tomb will open. I know everyone wants their own juniors to enter. However, since the number of participants is too large, I have decided that the quotas for entering the Phoenix Tomb this time will be determined through selection, and the top 10 juniors will be allowed to enter." Feng Sheng's words immediately stirred up a huge uproar among the crowd below. Everyone looked at Feng Sheng in shock, but no one questioned his decision. In this undying volcano, Feng Sheng held absolute authority. "All right, this matter is settled. The selection will begin tomorrow, so have your juniors prepare." With a wave of his hand, Feng Sheng finalized the decision. However, at that moment, Feng Sheng suddenly said, "By the way, I almost forgot about you. Let's add another quota to let Su Chuan in, but he won't need to participate in the selection." Chapter 226. The enormous arena was surrounded by disciples of the undying volcano. Although these disciples were humanoid, they all bore traces of their own races, making it clear at a glance that they were not human. Despite being transformed beasts, it didn't hinder their desire to watch the spectacle. Who among the participants would stand out in the selection this time? I can't guarantee much, but the Phoenix Young Master will definitely be one of them. Isn't that just stating the obvious? The Young Master is a powerful warrior at the 5th level of the Heavenly Connection, the strongest among our younger generation in the undying volcano. Who could possibly defeat him? That might not be the case. I heard yesterday that even the Patriarch personally spoke, saying that the Young Master is no match for that Tai quasi-saint. Is that true? The outer disciples were discussing animatedly, speculating on who could defeat this strong enemy and who could claim the first place. Almost everyone believed the Phoenix Young Master would take the title. Ding ding ding. A bell rang, signaling the official start of the selection for the Phoenix Tomb's quotas. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of powerful auras surged into the sky, drawing the attention of all spectators. In the distance, Feng Sheng appeared on the observation platform with a group of elders. Chapter 227. Good. Su Chuan cheered. Su Miaoyin's growth speed was already astonishing, and Su Chuan was generous with his praise, leading the applause. The others soon followed suit and applauded as well. To be able to fight 4 levels higher in the reincarnation realm was already considered top-tier talent. Moreover, being a woman made it even more unexpected for everyone. "Thank you for your mercy, junior sister Su." The young man from the Phoenix clan stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and bowed with a face full of shame towards Su Miaoyin. At the beginning, he had looked down on Su Miaoyin. After all, she was just an outsider who had received the Phoenix inheritance, and her strength was much lower than his. He thought he could easily defeat her in a few moves. However, after a few exchanges, he found himself unable to hold up and was defeated. "Senior brother, you were gracious." Su Miaoyin returned the salute politely, and then walked to the winner's circle, waiting for the next match. As soon as she sat down, she saw Su Chuan smiling and nodding at her. Instantly, a blush crept on her face. This Su Miaoyin is quite strong, actually able to defeat her opponent while fighting 4 levels higher. Others might be the saintess of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and although her realm might not seem impressive, her actual strength was quite formidable. Chapter 228. Here comes the excitement. The Phoenix Young Master was also very excited to see everyone come up and began to unleash his transformation again. He then punched out at a few people who attacked him first, followed by swinging a large hammer. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and a massive shockwave spread across the entire arena. The powerful energy fluctuations directly sent the first attackers flying. This strike activated the protective formation on the arena, allowing the few to survive the blow. However, even so, they were severely injured, spitting blood, and unable to move. With one strike, 10 people were directly eliminated. They were all slightly weaker in cultivation and had relied on luck to win in the previous matches. At this moment, under the Phoenix Young Master's attack, their true forms were revealed. The remaining participants were also knocked down by the energy storm. The entire arena fell into silence. Strong, too strong. With just one strike, he almost eliminated everyone. This strike was far more powerful than when he fought against Yushan. It seems that during the previous battle with Yushan, the Phoenix Young Master had held back. After this one strike, the remaining participants began to concede one after another. Those 10 individuals, severely injured by the Phoenix Young Master's blow, lost their combat ability and would take a long time to recover, effectively being eliminated. Chapter 229. What happened? The Young Master was defeated? And so thoroughly. You are too strong. The Phoenix Young Master is simply no match. The audience reacted first, and suddenly a heated discussion erupted. Everyone found it hard to believe the result they had just witnessed. Although some had speculated that Feng Qingyang might lose, no one had expected him to be defeated so thoroughly. With one arrow, after one arrow, the once invincible Phoenix Young Master, Feng Qingyang, fell to the ground, completely losing his combat ability. What terrifying strength was this? They couldn't imagine it. They only knew that what Feng Sheng had said was true. Not allowing Su Chuan to participate in the selection competition was because no one in the entire Phoenix clan, or even the younger generation of the undying volcano, could defeat him. Senior brother Su is so strong. Outside the arena, Su Miaoying watched as Su Chuan defeated Feng Qingyang with an invincible momentum. Her beautiful eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. Although she had guessed Su Chuan's strength would be formidable, seeing it with her own eyes was an indescribable feeling. While she was happy for Su Chuan, she also made a silent determination in her heart. Chapter 230. All right, I agree. From now on, you will follow me. After pondering for a long time, Su Chuan spoke. According to Feng Qingyang's script, having a follower like this was actually quite good. It could also help him solve some unnecessary troubles. I will give you the opportunity to chase after me, but whether you can seize it depends entirely on you. I hope that in the future, you can truly defeat me with your own hands. I look forward to that day, Su Chuan said lightly. Thank you, young master. Upon hearing Su Chuan's agreement, Feng Qingyang bowed in gratitude. Then, he vowed to pursue the path of martial arts, following Su Chuan until the day he defeated him. As the vow was made, both Su Chuan and Feng Qingyang felt a special connection forming between them. Su Chuan understood that this was the feeling of martial arts, witnessing Feng Qingyang's vow. Thus, Feng Qingyang became Su Chuan's follower, to be commanded by Su Chuan until the day he defeated him. Seeing the vow completed, even if there were more objections, there was nothing that could be done. The elders present all sighed. Feng Sheng also shook his head with a hint of melancholy. Chapter 231. The three of them traveled westward, continuously delving deeper. The further they went, the hotter the surrounding air became. The ground was scorched black. The bones of strong warriors buried in this place also increased in number. Even long after death, the pressure emanating from them was still terrifying. This showed how formidable these warriors had been in life. Senior brother Su, what are we going to do? Su Miaoying asked curiously. She was sure that it was also Su Chuan's first time in the Phoenix Tomb. However, since entering here, Su Chuan seemed to have a target in mind, continuously moving in a specific direction, which made Su Miaoying very curious. You'll find out soon. Su Chuan smiled and said, not revealing the purpose of their trip. Seeing that Su Chuan wouldn't tell her, Su Miaoying became even more curious. What could possibly attract Su Chuan? On the other side, Feng Hao arrived at a hidden place at an extremely fast speed. In front of him was a sea of fire. A sea of fire composed of true solar flames. The violent true solar flames emitted a destructive aura. Yet, Feng Hao looked on with fascination, even disregarding the danger, wanting to reach out and touch this sea of fire. Fortunately, the sea of fire was separated by a barrier, so when Feng Hao reached out, he was unharmed. Chapter 232. Since you all have appeared here, then you cannot be allowed to leave. Feng Hao did not answer Feng Qingyang's question, but spoke directly. Then, he no longer suppressed his power at the 5th level of the heavenly connection realm, revealing it completely, coupled with his imperial-grade divine soul. The pressure he emanated caused immense pressure on the two present, aside from Su Chuan. He had already planned to eliminate Su Chuan, and now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he naturally would not hold back. Moreover, with Su Miaoying present, eliminating Su Chuan, absorbing Su Miaoying's physique to strengthen his foundation, and then obtaining the Phoenix Eel was simply a triple gain. As for Feng Qingyang, he would be dealt with too. There were only the 4 of them here. If they all died, who would know he was the one who killed them? Feng Hao, you dare. Feng Qingyang resisted the pressure and directly questioned. He did not expect Feng Hao to be so bold as to want to kill all 3 of them. He was also quite astonished by the cultivation and pressure Feng Hao was exhibiting. When did someone stronger than him appear in the Phoenix clan? And that person was Feng Hao. Why wouldn't I dare? Do you think I'm still that useless person from before? Chapter 233. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The incapacitated Su Miaoying and Feng Qingyang could only watch helplessly as Feng Hao's fist flew toward Su Chuan, unable to do anything. They inwardly cursed themselves for being useless and not being able to help Su Chuan. At the same time, they yearned for power even more. This feeling of helplessness in the face of danger, having experienced it once, they never wanted to go through it again. However, in the face of such an attack, Su Chuan remained completely unchanged, without any fluctuations in his mindset, as if he were not the one about to be attacked, as if he were living in a different world. When Feng Hao's fist reached Su Chuan's face, Su Chuan finally moved. He suddenly stomped his feet, and the ground beneath him instantly collapsed. Using the rebound force, he leaped high into the air. The golden ancient palace appeared above Feng Hao's head, and a brilliant divine light radiated from it, instantly suppressing the golden giant behind Feng Hao. Immediately after, he threw out his hand, and the blade light crisscrossed, directly colliding with Feng Hao's fist. Boom! The overwhelming divine might swept in all directions, washing over everyone present without any dead angles. Even Su Miaoyin and Feng Qingyang, who were lying on the ground, were no exception. Faced with such a ferocious collision force, they could only do their utmost to resist. Chapter 234, Is This the Young Master's Strength? Feng Qingyang stared blankly at the scene before him, unable to help but swallow. Su Chuan's full-force explosion completely shattered his worldview. It turned out that such a powerful person existed among the younger generation. It turned out that he was just a frog at the bottom of the well. At the same time, he began to rejoice in the decision he had made earlier. Following such a peerless genius, he would definitely witness a whole new world in the future. Su Shixiang was already excellent to this extent. Su Miaoyin looked at Su Chuan, dressed in flowing white robes, and murmured. Although she had long realized Su Chuan's strength and excellence, it turned out that her vision was too narrow. Now, having witnessed the battle between Su Chuan and Feng Hao, she finally understood just how outstanding and powerful the man before her truly was. Initially, she had secretly rejoiced at the diminishing gap between the two. But now, she had completely recognized the chasm-like difference between them. Su Miaoyin, if you don't want to be just a passerby in his life, you must work harder to keep up with his pace. Only by being of help to him can you be considered valuable. Chapter 235. You have killed a main character and received a high-level fate draw. Would you like to draw? The script's main character has been killed. The script The Return of the Great Emperor is about to disappear. Would you like to fuse this script? The unchanging system prompt appeared. Su Chuan had already become accustomed to it. Draw. Although it was only one high-level fate draw, it's better to take it than not. Draw completed. Congratulations. You have obtained the purple Fate Heavenly Forgiveness. Heavenly Forgiveness. Turn misfortune into good fortune. Turn disaster into safety, resolve calamity, and turn danger into safety. This fate is quite good. Su Chuan nodded, feeling fairly satisfied with this draw. After all, it was just a high-level fate draw, and getting a purple fate was already considered good. Moreover, this fate seemed tailor-made for him. He happened to lack this aspect of fate, and the system delivered it to him. Fortunately, today's curse from Feng Hao was related to luck. If it were any other curse, Su Chuan might not have been able to handle it. Now, with the Heavenly Forgiveness fate, he didn't have to worry about this issue. Next came the script fusion. Due to the fact that luck had already been devoured by Su Chuan, he didn't feel much change when fusing Feng Hao's script. Chapter 236. Qingyang, you stay here to protect Miaoyin. I will enter this place and take a look. The barrier had disappeared, and what Su Chuan needed to do now was to obtain both opportunities. Since it was uncertain how long it would take for Su Miaoyin to transform her physique, Su Chuan decided to go in alone. At present, the true fire of the sun had been suppressed by the sun-scorching divine bow, and Feng Hao was already dead, so they wouldn't encounter much danger here. Furthermore, Su Chuan had seen Feng Qingyang's script and trusted his character, believing he would not do anything harmful to Su Miaoyin. Thus, leaving Su Miaoyin in Feng Qingyang's protection made Su Chuan very at ease. Yes, young master, Qingyang will definitely not fail your trust. Feng Qingyang said respectfully with a cupped fist. After witnessing Su Chuan's true strength, he had completely become Su Chuan's little fanboy. He would carry out any command from Su Chuan with his life. Su Chuan's status in his heart even surpassed that of Feng Sheng. He was such a loyal and upright person. Since he chose to follow Su Chuan, then his life belonged to Su Chuan. I believe in you. Su Chuan nodded, affirmatively saying. He then glanced at Su Miaoyin, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, and stepped directly into the sea of fire formed by the true fire of the sun. Chapter 237. Seeing that the black aura could not approach, Su Chuan finally revealed a satisfied expression. However, what he had to face next was somewhat troublesome, given the current situation. To obtain the golden crow egg and the phoenix seal, he had to deal with this demonized phoenix ancestor. But the problem Su Chuan faced was that he simply couldn't defeat this one. No matter how strong he had been during the confrontation with Feng Hao, it was all superficial. Such reckless bursts of power, even he wouldn't dare to attempt again in a short time. His body really couldn't take it. Moreover, even if he exploded again, he still wouldn't be able to defeat it. A demonized, mutated half-emperor peak powerhouse, even if his current strength was only at the 8th level of the Heavenly King realm, was completely beyond his capacity to handle. Yet, Looking at the golden crow, egg, and phoenix eel that were within reach, Su Chuan was reluctant to give up. Weighing the pros and cons in a short time, Su Chuan decided to take a gamble. Xianlai, come out and get to work. Of course, he couldn't do it alone. At this moment, it was time for Xianlai to make an appearance. After this period of recovery, Xianlai's injuries had mostly healed. With him around, the possibility of defeating the Phoenix Ancestor and obtaining the two items was significantly high. Chapter 238. In countless years, although he had not yet died, he was no different from being dead. He had long been looking forward to someone killing him, allowing him to be free. However, no one dared to come here, fearing they would be corrupted like him by the black aura. They could only build a barrier outside to isolate the true fire and the black aura here. Until today, Su Chuan arrived here. He used the sun-scorching divine bow to suppress the corrupted true fire of the sun, and with the protection of the golden ancient palace, plus the invulnerable divine demon sacred body of the great sun, he was able to successfully reach this point. Finally, he could see the Phoenix Ancestor. Let us do it. Send him on his final journey. Su Chuan looked at the pained expression of the Phoenix Ancestor and spoke. Xianlai nodded. Without further ado, he raised a long spear in his hand and prepared to accompany Su Chuan in sending the Phoenix Ancestor on his final journey. In a moment of solemnity, the two struck. The blade and spear moved, directly slashing towards the Phoenix Ancestor. In a relieved and gratified gaze of the Phoenix Ancestor, they severed his head and eradicated his incomplete soul. Thus, the Phoenix Ancestor was completely liberated. After the Phoenix Ancestor's death, the black aura did not dissipate. Instead, it began to gather rapidly. Chapter 239. With a single leap, Su Chuan directly grasped the Phoenix Eel in his hand. Perhaps because the master had already died, or perhaps because Su Chuan had helped the Phoenix Ancestor find liberation, the Phoenix Eel was held in Su Chuan's hand without any resistance, extremely docile. After repeatedly checking and confirming there were no issues, Su Chuan boldly accepted it as his own. This Phoenix Eel had no grade and no power. It seemed more like a symbol of identity and status. Possessing the Phoenix Eel meant having control over the entire Phoenix clan and even the entire undying volcano. Everyone would treat the holder with utmost respect and deference. With ease, Su Chuan completely mastered the Phoenix Eel. The moment he took control of the Phoenix Eel, Su Chuan could feel that the control of the entire undying volcano had fallen into his hands. Whether it was the mountain protecting Great Formation or various secret treasure vaults. As long as Su Chuan wished, he could enter anytime and anywhere. Su Chuan also felt that the Phoenix clan possessed the fortune of the immortal volcano, which was connected to him. At this moment, Su Chuan effectively held all the fortunes of a major power. Even more impressive was that he could use the Phoenix Eel to restrict any clan member who practiced the immortal volcano's inheritance. Chapter 240. After obtaining two opportunities, Su Chuan returned the way he came. Xianlai, on the other hand, returned to the Golden Ancient Palace to continue his deep sleep. His ability to defeat the Phoenix Ancestor this time was entirely due to his reckless explosion of power. However, this also caused his already incomplete injuries to worsen once again. Although Xianlai didn't say it, Su Chuan was very clear in his heart. He remembered this favor and would definitely repay him in the future. On the way out, Su Chuan took action and gathered all the true sun fire from the Sea of Flames. Since all the black aura had been absorbed by the boundary stone, the true sun fire had restored its original appearance. It was very obedient in Su Chuan's hands. However, for safety's sake, after condensing the collected true sun fire into a ball, Su Chuan took out the Wanling Cauldron and refined it. Even any residual black aura would cease to exist under the refinement of the Wanling Cauldron. Soon, this ball of true sun fire was refined into a true fire seed. As long as this seed was refined, he would be able to control the true sun fire. Looking at the pure, true fire seed in his hand, Su Chuan was very satisfied. Although this item was not particularly useful to him, it was an invaluable treasure to others. Chapter 241. Without Su Chuan's help, she didn't know how long it would take for her physique to successfully transform. Not to mention that she had now transformed into such a powerful phoenix immortal body. She could feel that at this moment, every cell in her body, every inch of skin, was filled with power, an extremely powerful power. Any injury to her body could instantly recover, even if her body was completely shattered, leaving only her soul. As long as there was enough energy, she could quickly recover. Moreover, in such a short period, her cultivation had skyrocketed from the 5th level of the reincarnation realm to the peak of the reincarnation realm, only a step away from the heavenly realm. All of this was thanks to Su Chuan's help. Senior Su, thank you. Su Miaoyin leaped into Su Chuan's arms and whispered in his ear, "Why thank me? All of this is your own hard work." Su Chuan patted Su Miaoyin's head and smiled. Beside them, Feng Qingyang felt like he was receiving a thousandfold blow, showing off their affection in front of him. What kind of justice was that? At the same time, he was also a bit envious of Su Miaoyin, who had made such rapid progress with Su Chuan's help. In a short time, she was almost ready to break through to the heavenly realm, and her foundation was incredibly solid. Chapter 242. Feng Sheng brought Su Miaoyin and Su Chuan to the place where he usually secluded himself. He looked at the two in front of him, but said nothing, making both of them feel uneasy. So Su Chuan took the initiative to ask, "May I ask why you brought us here, Senior?" Actually, he already had a faint guess in his heart. When he first saw Feng Sheng, Su Chuan noticed that the phoenix seal inside him began to tremble slightly. It was clear that as the current actual master of the immortal volcano, Feng Sheng had some kind of connection with the phoenix seal. And it was this connection that brought Feng Sheng to this place. As for Su Miaoyin, the only thing Su Chuan could think of was her recently transformed phoenix immortal body. Feng Sheng likely recognized this physique and brought her along. Sure enough, in response to Su Chuan's inquiry, Feng Sheng no longer remained silent, but looked at Su Miaoyin and said, "If I'm not mistaken, your physique should have transformed into the phoenix immortal body." Upon hearing this, Su Miaoyin appeared somewhat helpless and nervous, turning to look at Su Chuan. Seeing Su Chuan nodding at her with a smile, she finally felt relieved and replied, "Reporting to Senior, it is indeed as you said." Chapter 243. Su Chuan and Feng Sheng both made a martial arts oath, ensuring that neither side would go back on their word. This matter was thus settled. Once Su Chuan cultivated to the half-emperor realm, he would be able to fully control the immortal volcano. At that time, no one would dare to covet the phoenix seal in his hands. After settling this matter, Feng Sheng ordered a grand farewell banquet for Su Chuan, sending them off. Having achieved his purpose for coming to the immortal volcano, Su Chuan did not plan to stay any longer. After the banquet, he continued on his journey. However, he was no longer alone. Su Miaoyin was now by his side, and Feng Qingyang followed closely behind. "Are you really not planning to stay here for a while longer?" Su Chuan turned to look at the beauty beside him and asked. With Su Miaoyin's talent and physique, she would be able to perform exceptionally well at the immortal volcano, and it was clearly not a wise decision for her to return to the eastern region with him. "No need, I've already achieved my purpose for coming here, and it even exceeded my original expectations. It's time to go back." Su Miaoyin gently shook her head. However, this was only one of the reasons. The most important reason she did not say. Chapter 244. In the core hall of the Beast God clan, all the high-ranking members were gathered here. Because today there were very important guests arriving, the Beast God clan had to take it seriously. "Clan leader, don't you want to take revenge for your only son? That Su Chuan is truly despicable. If we join forces, we can definitely take him down. As for the Tai Holy Land, there are people to restrain them. In a short period of time, the Tai Holy Land won't have the energy to deal with us. So please rest assured, clan leader." In the hall, a hunched old man spoke ominously to the middle-aged strong man on the throne. When it came to Su Chuan, he was filled with endless hatred, wishing he could devour his flesh and drink his blood. This person was the Grand Elder of the Tianyin sect, the one who had previously brought Shao Chun to the debate conference. However, he was now completely different from before. Not only had he become hunched, but his cultivation had also dwindled significantly. His face was covered with hideous wounds and terrifying crevices. No one could recognize that this person was once the Grand Elder of the Tianyin sect, the one who stood above all. He had become like this entirely because Su Chuan killed Shao Chun, and he had suffered cruel punishment from Ling Feng. Chapter 245. What? He is Su Chuan? He is the one who killed our clan's young master, the son of the great, which also died at his hands. Su Chuan's appearance immediately caused an uproar among the Beast God clan members. Everyone looked at Su Chuan and his two companions in disbelief. They never expected Su Chuan to come to them willingly. Kill him. Take revenge. For a moment, the only sounds within the Beast God clan were these two cries. Everyone wanted to kill Su Chuan and wash away the shame of the Beast God clan. However, Su Chuan remained completely indifferent. His purpose for coming here was to annihilate the entire Beast God clan, a great battle was inevitable. Today, none of you from the Beast God clan will leave alive. You all must die, Sichuan said coldly. At this moment, he resembled a god of death. Revenge is his principle of survival. From the moment Wang Lin sent someone to assassinate him, the fate of the Beast God clan became clear. There was only one way out: death. You little brat, what do you think you are? Do you really think you can destroy my Beast God clan? A powerful figure from the Beast God clan, at the 5th level of the heavenly realm, stepped forward and said mockingly. In his eyes, Sichuan, who was at most at the 2nd level of the heavenly realm, was nothing but an ant. Chapter 246. It is rumored that the holy son of Tai, Sichuan, possesses extraordinary talent and overwhelming strength. Seeing him today, he truly lives up to the reputation. The Beast God clan's leader, Wang Hao, who had been silent, finally spoke. However, instead of questioning Sichuan, he praised him. He had been observing Sichuan, trying to understand why he had such courage to attack the Beast God clan alone. Unfortunately, he found nothing. It seemed that Sichuan was simply confident in his own strength, believing that no one in the Beast God clan could defeat him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so reckless or choose this time to take revenge. Although this speculation was hard to believe, the facts were laid out before Wang Hao, forcing him to consider the Beast God clan behind him. Thus, after some contemplation, he made a difficult decision: to negotiate with Sichuan. Wang Hao stared at Sichuan and continued. Today, Holy Son Su, you barged into my Beast God clan with 2 companions and even killed 2 of my clansmen. Isn't that breaking the rules? The reason he said this was to gauge Sichuan's expression and see if there was a possibility of negotiation. Rules? Chapter 247. Roar. A series of deep roars erupted from the figure's mouth. Although it had a human body, its head was that of a beast. This was the Beast God worshipped by the Beast God clan. These ancient clans had similar beliefs. According to records in ancient times, when there were no martial artists among humans, the human race lived in a state of suffering at the mercy of beasts and other creatures. Until one day, the Xiantian human race suddenly discovered that there were deities in this world. They began to worship these deities to gain power and resist the invasion of other beings. However, these deities were not easy to deal with. They required the human race to exchange blood and souls for power. Later, with the emergence of martial arts, the strength of the human race gradually grew. Under the leadership of the strongest human, they initiated a massive campaign against the gods. After paying a heavy price, the gods either died or fled. The Xiantian human race finally stood up, yet there were still some who were unwilling to give up their faith and continued to worship these gods. This group was hidden among the ancient clans within the 10,000 Great Mountains. They had originally concealed themselves in various regions of Xiantian, but were later unified and relocated to within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chapter 248. Boom. The blade aura descended with tremendous pressure, striking the approaching Beast God. The Beast God's avatar suddenly froze. Immediately after, a deafening roar erupted in the sky. At that moment, this avatar of the Beast God abruptly shattered. The violent energy spread through the air, causing those fighting nearby to turn their heads, eager to know who would win. However, as expected of the Beast God's avatar, it could not die so easily. The body that Sichuan had just shattered began to reassemble. The energy that had dissipated also gathered back together. Roar! I will make you die. The not-so-bright Beast God let out a furious roar. Sichuan's previous attack caused the little delicacy he had barely savored to vanish before he could digest it, and the pain from his shattered body made his already crimson eyes look even more terrifying. It seemed as if blood could drip from his eyes. This time, he not only gained nothing but, due to his carelessness, was fundamentally injured by Sichuan. He had to consume Sichuan to compensate for this loss. The Beast God punched out, and a fist as large as a boulder appeared in the sky, smashing toward Sichuan. Chapter 249. Sichuan. I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you barging in, I wouldn't know how long it would take to seize the Beast God. Wang Hao's wild voice came from within the Beast God's body. Suddenly, the overwhelming power made him feel immensely comfortable. He had waited too long for this day. Finally, today, he succeeded. At this moment, the reversal was complete. Wang Hao transformed from his previous timidity to an arrogant demeanor, as if he had become a different person. Sichuan frowned, unsure of what he was talking about. Seeing Sichuan's expression, Wang Hao laughed proudly. Don't understand, right? Today, I'll make you understand. Did you really think I was afraid of you? Everything was just part of my plan, without your coercion. How will my foolish clansmen willingly sacrifice themselves to summon the beast god? If the beast god doesn't appear, how can I seize the body? I have waited too long for this day. Your appearance today has given me this opportunity. Ha ha ha. Wang Hao laughed loudly to the sky. Sichuan understood from his words. It turned out that all of this had been part of his plan. Chapter 250. Don't speak too early. Sichuan was not afraid of Wang Hao at all. So what if he gained his strength through possession? Would he be scared? Let us not forget, his own strength was not weak. After borrowing strength from Xianlai, whether it's the beast god or Wang Hao, they would all die. Very good. I like your kind of tough talk. I hope you can still say such things later. Wang Hao smiled cruelly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Then he raised his hand, palm, facing Sichuan. Suddenly, a terrifying power gathered in his palm. The void trembled, and waves rose without wind. In an instant, this power surged directly towards Sichuan. This kind of attack, is it trying to kill me? Sichuan raised an eyebrow. Then the killing god blade domain unfolded, and a blazing golden light erupted from his body, with true solar fire swirling in his eyes. A vast killing aura surrounded Sichuan, not in the slightest weaker than Wang Hao at that moment. Facing his attack, Sichuan stepped forward. Then he raised his hand and punched out, while his left hand, unwilling to be outdone, followed up with a slash. The Great Sun Divine Demon Sacred Body combined with the powerful Imperial Sutra made Sichuan's attack grand and formidable, coupled with the enhancement of the killing God Blade domain. Wang Hao in front of him was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Chapter 251. You want to kill me? You are not qualified. Wang Hao also sensed Sichuan's killing intent, and he was intimidated by the divine might displayed by him, his mind shaken. But it was obviously impossible for him to just wait for death. He let out a loud roar, and at this moment, he began to unleash all his power. If he didn't go all out now, he might really capsize today. The strength Sichuan displayed was simply too abnormal. And now, Sichuan's terrifying strike made him feel a life-and-death crisis. What is this? Could it be that the beast god body he painstakingly plotted for so many years to seize is inferior to a young brat who has barely cultivated for a few years? Then what is the meaning of his years of effort? At this moment, Wang Hao was filled with rage and serious expression. He looked at Sichuan with eyes that dared not show any contempt or underestimation. Life and death were within his thoughts. Beast god true body. At this moment, it seemed like Wang Hao made some difficult choice, letting out a loud roar. In an instant, countless beast claws emerged from the beast god body he had seized. Those beast claws radiated boundless power and an eerie energy that captivated the mind. Chapter 252. Wang Hao's death did not stir any ripples. After all, the entire beast god clan was left with only him. Sichuan directly read the fragments of Wang Hao's shattered soul, searching for information about him and the Tai sacred land. There wasn't much useful information, and most of it was fragmented. However, Sichuan still saw the scene that occurred before he arrived. Did the Tianyin sect and the central domain send people? A glimmer of light flashed in Sichuan's eyes. He wasn't surprised by this news. He had guessed that such a day would come when he read about killing Shaochen before. He just didn't expect that they would actually join forces to deal with him, and they came so quickly. However, Sichuan felt no fear at all. When soldiers come, generals block. When water comes, earth covers. Anyone who dares to attack him will pay a painful price, no matter who it is, regardless of their cultivation level. But for now, he needed to figure out what this red light was. Looking at the faint red light flickering on his body, Sichuan instinctively sensed that this thing was not good. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. You have killed the beast god avatar. Before dying, the beast god avatar marked you with the negative fate of the beast god's gaze. Chapter 253. It's you. The leader of the Shadow Clan team recognized the suddenly appearing Sichuan at a glance. After all, he had once sneaked into Sichuan's residence at midnight to assassinate him, only to be countered by the Golden Ancient Hall and severely injured by Sidolin, forcing him to cut off his own arm to escape using secret methods. After that incident, he spent a lot of time recovering. Since then, he had memorized Sichuan's appearance and was always looking for opportunities to kill him. This hatred in his heart pushed him to break through from the 8th level of the Heaven Connecting Realm to the 1st level of the Heavenly King Realm. He had planned to find an opportunity to secretly eliminate Sichuan after this. After all, for the Shadow Clan, Killing in the dark was an instinct engraved in their hearts. But he never expected to encounter Su Chuan here, looking at the three of them, and then at the empty and dilapidated beast god clan land behind. A terrifying thought emerged in his mind. Did you annihilate the beast god clan? He asked Su Chuan in a low voice. He no longer ran away. He had to figure out what had happened here. No, no, no. The beast clan did not die in my hands. Su Chuan shook his head in response. Chapter 254. As he said this, Su Chuan directly summoned the Golden Ancient Hall. In an instant, a powerful suppressive force fell upon Xiao Yuan. At the same time, Su Chuan also took out the sun-shooting divine bow, drew the bow to moon, and locked the long arrow directly on Xiao Yuan. Life or death? You choose, Su Chuan said without reservation. For a moment, Xiao Yuan did not dare to make any movements, because at this moment, he felt a strong sense of life and death crisis. As long as he dared to move, he would probably die under Su Chuan's arrow immediately. With Su Chuan's presence, Su Miaoyin and Feng Qingyang became even more unrestrained. Various divine powers, talents, and martial arts were unleashed as if they were free. The techniques and martial arts practiced by the two, who came from great powers, were simply incomparable to those of the sneaky Shadow Clan. Moreover, the deaths of Wang Hao and the previous youth greatly impacted them. In an instant, the numerical advantage of the Shadow Clan members vanished. The battlefield shifted towards a one-sided situation favoring Su Miaoyin and Feng Qingyang. Countless Shadow Clan members fell at the hands of the two. Indeed, Su Chuan looked at this scene, feeling very gratified. Chapter 255. Refreshing. It's been a long time since I felt this good. Young master, I have not failed you. Feng Qingyang returned to his normal form, laughing heartily as he respectfully approached Su Chuan. Well done. Su Chuan praised with a smile. Feng Qingyang had once again proven his value. Clean up the battlefield. Take anything valuable, and then prepare to leave. Su Chuan instructed. Having followers has its advantages. He didn't have to do everything himself. He just needed to give orders. Yes, young master. Feng Qingyang responded and began to clean up the battlefield. The destruction of the Beast God clan was too sudden. The entire clan was annihilated before everyone could react. There were definitely many good things. After all, it was also an ancient clan, even though it had been hiding in the 10,000 Great Mountains. At this moment, Su Chuan suddenly shook and then felt somewhat exhausted. Even swaying, he nearly fell from the air a few times. His face was extremely pale, lacking any trace of blood. Seeing this, Su Miaoyin hurriedly flew forward to support Su Chuan, not caring that she was covered in the blood of the Shadow Clan. Senior Brother Su, are you okay? Su Miaoyin asked with a worried expression. Chapter 256. A day after Su Chuan and the others left. Everything that happened in the Beast God clan quickly spread throughout the eastern region due to the dissemination by these ancient clans. All the forces and families, big and small, in the entire eastern region learned of this news. These ancient clans, without exception, frantically distanced themselves from the Beast God clan, fearing being implicated. Moreover, they who had originally united with a momentum of sweeping back to power began to exhibit extreme restraint, no longer daring to be as arrogant as before. This incident once again pushed Su Chuan to the forefront. His performance at the Dao Discussion Conference had already made him the recognized #1 among the younger generation in the entire eastern region. Now, he had even grown to the point where he could slay those at the Heavenly King realm. His rapid growth left the other outstanding talents of the same era in the eastern region feeling a sense of despair. The name Su Chuan, because of this event, was listed as a figure not to be provoked by many forces. He had completely established his own reputation. When the news of the Beast God clan's destruction reached the Tianyin sect, both the sect master and the powerful figure from the central region had extremely gloomy expressions. This was simply a slap in the face for them. Chapter 257. We don't have the person you're looking for, so please leave quickly. If our leader arrives, you won't be able to leave. The leader of the Sand Bandits said sternly. The threat in his words was unmistakable. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to notify his subordinates to hurry and summon the Sand Bandit leader, as enemies were approaching. With the martial arts realm of the three, none of his actions could escape their notice. However, Su Chuan did not stop him. He was clear that the person he was looking for was among them. If this group of Sand Bandits refused to cooperate, Su Chuan had no qualms about sending them to meet the King of Hell. It would be perfect to take the Sand Bandit leader along and catch them all in one net. After all, these Sand Bandits were not good people. They had burned, killed, and looted in this vast expanse of yellow sand, committing all sorts of evil. Moreover, most of the people who made up the Sand Bandits were criminals who had committed heinous crimes in the outside world and had fled here, deserving death. Sichuan felt no guilt in killing these people and would not show any mercy. My young master says there is, so there is. Quickly get out of the way, or today you will have no place to bury you. Feng Qingyang stepped forward to speak to the group of Sand Bandits in front of him. Being of a righteous nature, he had no good feelings towards these Sand Bandits. Chapter 258. However, to be safe, Sichuan still used the system to check the script of this child. His eyes flashed, and instantly all the information appeared before Sichuan's eyes. Name, Hoyun, race, Xuantiang Hutu clan, realm, mortal, talent, eye-catching destiny, last bloodline gold, turn danger into safety, purple, quick learner, red, mortal in the world, green, divine ability, none, life script, none, life trajectory, the last bloodline of the Hutu clan due to his parents accidentally obtaining a legacy, attracted covetous eyes and faced extermination, narrowly escaping with the legacy discovered by the Gold Sand Bandits. The leader of the Gold Sand Bandits wanted to use the legacy on him to exchange for the position of elder in the holy land of Yellow Sand for protection, ultimately dying because of his own opportunities, leading to the complete extermination of the Hutu clan. Opportunity possesses the top-level legacy of the 3 heads and 6 arms secret method, but lacks sufficient fortune and must undergo 3 lives and 3 deaths to successfully obtain the legacy. Destiny, last bloodline, the last remnant of the Hutu clan, possessing the fortune of the race, loyal to the fortune of the race, can gain enhancement in cultivation, turn danger into safety, has 3 opportunities in life to escape from extreme situations. Remaining times, 1. Chapter 259. Hoyun was taken aback when he received the stone. He did not expect that there would still be someone in this world thinking of him, and even leaving him a dedicated legacy. He hurriedly asked Sichuan, Sr., "Where are my ancestors now?" His eyes were filled with anticipation. Seeing his expression, Sichuan hesitated about whether to tell him the truth. The truth is often too cruel, and this time was no exception. He feared it would strike another blow to the heart of this child before him. But Sichuan also didn't want to deceive this young child. For a moment, Sichuan became somewhat indecisive, a feeling he had never experienced before. After a period of psychological struggle, Sichuan ultimately decided to tell Hoyun, "Your ancestor has already died. This legacy is the last gift he left for you. He was a hero who saved Xuantiang. I hope you can become someone like him in the future." Sichuan Pais. He was also very much in agreement with everything the sun-shooting emperor had done. He admitted that he could not do the same. But that did not hinder Sichuan's admiration for him. Hearing Sichuan's words, Hoyun's expression visibly darkened. Chapter 260. The disturbances from the outside world had no effect on Sichuan at all. After Sichuan healed his injuries, he once again took out the Bodhi leaf that had absorbed the 3 heads and 6 arms legacy. He had not anticipated that he would obtain such an ancient secret method on the path of fulfilling his promise. Indeed, with great fortune, things were different. Sichuan was not unfamiliar with this ancient secret method. The moment he heard the name, a well-known figure sprang to mind. Neza, the troublemaker of the seas. In addition, the legendary son Wukong and Erlang Xinyangjian were also masters of the secret method. Unexpectedly, he had also received this legendary secret method today. Moreover, this secret method was simply a timely assistance for him. Once he learned this ancient secret method, he would have no flaws. Immediately, Sichuan pressed the Bodhi leaf to his forehead, comprehending the legacy within. His fortune was no less than that of any protagonist. Naturally, cultivating this secret method would not be as difficult as with Hoyun. In the midst of chaos, I observed the bodies of alien races and created this secret technique. After practicing it, one can possess 3 heads and 6 arms, working together to fight beyond their rank with ease. Chapter 261. This commotion once again startled the disciples of the Tai Holy Land, who had just calmed down. What is this? It's the other 8 quasi-saints. They actually returned to the Holy Land together. With all 8 quasi-saints returning at once, something big is about to happen. Could it be that the battle for the Holy Sun is about to begin? Is the true Holy Sun of the Tai Holy Land about to appear? Countless disciples gathered to watch the return of the 8, engaging in frenzied discussion. They were shocked by the terrifying aura radiating from these 8 individuals. It has been many years. Aside from Su Chuan, the 8 quasi-saints of the Tai Holy Land had long been confirmed. They had been out training and rarely returned to the Holy Land. Many new disciples had never even seen their faces. The elegant young man standing on the warship is the #1 ranked quasi-saint, Du Hongyu. He became famous 30 years ago and was the most outstanding person in the entire Tai Holy Land at that time. With such high talent, he was already at the peak of the Tongtian realm 30 years ago. After traveling through the Xintian for 30 years, no one knows what level he has reached now. The second-ranked quasi-saint is named Zhang Tong, who became famous after Du Hongyu. Chapter 262, I have seen the Holy Master. In the Tai Great Hall, the 8 quasi-saints retracted their auras and respectfully saluted Xuanzi. It's fine, rise. Xuanzi nodded and spoke. I believe you all know why I summoned you back, right? We all know. The 8 answered in unison. Whether it was the discussions among the Tai Holy Land disciples on the way, or the gathering of the 8 quasi-saints who had not appeared for a long time, they all pointed to one reason. That is the battle for the Holy Sun. That's good. Xuanzi nodded slightly, his expression calm as water. The position of Holy Sun in our Tai Holy Land has been vacant for too long. Now, with 9 quasi-saints already in place, it is time to start the battle for the Holy Sun. The position of Holy Sun will be decided among you 9. The 9th quasi-saint is still in closed-door cultivation. I have ordered someone to notify him, and I believe he will arrive soon. At that time, you can get to know each other. Xuanzi said to them. Yes. The few nodded in response. They then began to chat with each other, waiting for Su Chuan's arrival. Although the 8 quasi-saints knew each other, they had not met often. Many had only met once. Chapter 263, since you have made your decision, I will no longer interfere. Xuanzi stared at them for a long time before saying this. After that, the ancient bell that had stood for countless years at the highest point of the Tai Holy Land was struck. Zong. The melodious sound of the bell spread throughout the Tai Holy Land and then across the entire eastern region. After the bell rang, Xuanzi's dignified voice slowly sounded. Everyone in the eastern region heard this authoritative voice. 9 days from now, our Tai Holy Land will compete for the position of Holy Sun. This voice was like a thunderclap on a clear day, instantly exploding in everyone's ears. Boom! Great! Our Tai Holy Land will finally have a Holy Sun. The position of Holy Sun is truly something to look forward to. I believe the position of Holy Sun definitely belongs to Su Chuan. The situation is still uncertain. Anyone could potentially take it. Don't jump to conclusions so soon. This battle is destined to shake the entire eastern region. The entire Tai Holy Land fell into heated discussion. Soon, this momentum spread throughout the entire eastern region. Countless people began to bet on who would ultimately succeed in seizing this position. Among the younger generation, most supported Su Chuan. Chapter 264, is he here? Just wait. Once everyone is gathered, we'll be ready to start. Xuanzi nodded to Su Chuan and said. Around the arena, powerful figures stood in the void, waiting for the start of this great battle. They were all strong individuals from various forces in the eastern region. Only the strong could approach the arena and watch the competition up close. If one lacked strength, the terrifying aura emitted by the arena would instantly shred anyone who got too close. After all, this arena is an imperial weapon and is currently in an activated state. No one is willing to risk their life to test the sharpness of an imperial weapon. As for the strong of the Tai Holy Land, aside from Xuanzi, none were present today. One reason is that the Tai Holy Land is currently filled with people from various forces in the eastern region, and they need to maintain order. The second reason is the battle for the Holy Sun. They need to avoid any suspicion. After all, these quasi-saints have varying degrees of connections with the strong of the Tai Holy Land. Their presence could very likely interfere with the performance of the quasi-saints. Therefore, they did not attend. But even so, they were constantly directing their gaze towards the arena, quietly observing this battle. Below the arena, there was a huge light screen. Chapter 265, as soon as these words were spoken, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Su Chuan's body. The intent of the sword surged into the sky, directly pointing at the 5 opponents across from him. Stimulated by this aura, the 5 of them finally reacted. Their expressions changed dramatically. They had never expected Su Chuan to be so confident. He alone was going to challenge all 5 of them. The strong individuals watching from the outside also snapped out of their shock and began to discuss fervently. I can't be hearing this wrong, can I? Su Chuan wants to take on 5? Is this arrogance or confidence in his own strength? I can't imagine. Has he lost his mind? What if he really could? Nonsense. The onlookers debated Su Chuan's words passionately, with some supporting him and others sneering at him, completely disbelieving that he could succeed. At this moment, the second quasi-saint, Zhang Tong, spoke up. Su Shidi, are you serious? He couldn't help but ask. Although Xuanze had mentioned that one could take on 5, none of them had taken it seriously. The realms of the few were quite similar, all being martial artists of the 4th to 6th levels of the Tianwang realm. Their strengths were also comparable. To take on 5 alone was simply impossible. Chapter 266, on Jinyang Peak. Su Miaoyin and her group had not yet left and were staring intently at the two sides battling in the arena. Seeing Su Chuan take on 5, the battle instantly erupted. Their faces still showed a hint of worry, although they had great trust in Su Chuan's strength. He was facing 5 quasi-saints who had been carefully trained by the Holy Land. Their strength was not something that could be compared to ordinary Heavenly King Rel practitioners. Could he win? Zhao Linger had just begun her cultivation and her level was not high. However, she could also see the danger of this battle and asked with some concern. Of course he can. The strength of the young master is the strongest I've seen among the younger generation, Feng Qingyang said with great certainty. During the time he had followed Su Chuan, he had witnessed Su Chuan's terrifying strength, each time giving him different surprises. Su Chuan seemed to become stronger with each battle, and no one was his opponent. Now, Su Chuan chose to fight 1 against 5, which meant he had absolute confidence. Therefore, Feng Qingyang firmly believed in his judgment. Meanwhile, Su Xingli and Su Miaoyin were also closely watching the arena battlefield. Chapter 267. It's over. In front of everyone, this highly anticipated battle for the position of the Saint's son came to an end. Some thought it was a bit hasty, yet it seemed only natural, so strong. The strength Su Chuan displayed reached an almost perverse level. The other Saint's sons were simply no match for him. On the arena, Zhang Tong, Su Jia, and Jiang Chengyun, who were injured by Su Chuan, had not yet reacted from the battle. They couldn't believe they had lost just like that. Clearly, their strength was also terrifying and invincible. But how could they be so thoroughly defeated by Su Chuan? The countless martial artists watching from below were also shocked. More than that, they were horrified and incredulous. Even those powerful martial artists were somewhat dazed at this moment. A legendary battle had ended just like that. Su Juang, who had the lowest martial arts realm, had actually reversed the odds against 5 quasi-saints and won the battle with an invincible force. Moreover, in this battle, Su Chuan displayed many unexpected things, whether it was his extremely powerful physique, his ever-emerging martial arts techniques, or the secret technique of 3 heads and 6 arms, and the 3 great imperial weapons he showcased in the end. All these things deeply shocked everyone present. Chapter 268. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, outside the Tai Chi Holy Land, it became even more lively. People came to witness Su Chuan ascend to the position of Saint Sun. When the first ray of sunlight on the 3rd day shone on Tai Chi Peak, it signified that the ceremony for the Saint Sun's enthronement officially began. Bang! The melodious sound of bells rang out again. Everyone's spirits lifted. It began. It's here. The enthronement of the Saint Sun, something they had never seen in their lives. With the sound of the bell, the crowd that had been waiting for a long time immediately became restless. At this moment, the gates of the Tai Chi Holy Land were completely opened. The people who came to observe entered one by one. However, this action would not bring any bad consequences to the Tai Chi Holy Land. Long before the gates opened, the entire Tai Chi Holy Land had already been enveloped by a terrifying formation. Anyone with ill intentions entering this range would be instantly detected and killed by the formation. For this reason, the Tai Chi Holy Land dared to let this group of people in to observe without hesitation. However, those who were not from the Tai Chi Holy Land could only watch from below Tai Chi Peak, while disciples of the Tai Chi Holy Land could step onto Tai Chi Peak. Chapter 269. These sounds of congratulations meant that Su Chuan had truly become the Saint's son of the Tai Chi Holy Land. Thank you all, Su Chuan said. I owe my achievements today to the cultivation of the Holy Land. In the future, I will lead the Tai Chi Holy Land to new heights. Su Chuan spoke generously. Although all his achievements stemmed from the system and his own efforts, people liked to hear pleasant words. No one was an exception. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Both the Holy Master of Tai Chi, Xian Sa, and the Peak Masters, or Elders, all showed satisfied expressions. At this moment, that Taoist boy stood up again. In front of everyone, he shouted loudly, "The ceremony is complete. The Tai Chi Saint Son has returned to his position." As soon as his voice fell, a system prompt abruptly appeared in Su Chuan's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully ascending to the position of Saint Son, gaining the luck of the Tai Chi Holy Land. As a congratulatory gift for the host, the system has prepared a great gift. Please check it. The system's new function has been loaded. Please check in a timely manner. Upon hearing this voice, Su Chuan showed a surprised expression regardless of the crowd present. What? The system actually issued a reward? Chapter 270. Since you are willing, that's even better. You have not let down my efforts, Sita Lin said with satisfaction. He then nodded to Xian Sa. Xian Sa understood and, together with Sita Lin, began to perform hand gestures and chant incantations. Both of their expressions were very serious. In their youth, they had also felt the power of this magic blade and knew its terrifying nature, so they had to take it seriously. Under the cooperation of the two, the seal was slowly opened. A crack suddenly appeared in the entire mountain wall. Streams of blade energy erupted from it, slashing towards the few people. However, they were easily blocked by Sita Lin. Feeling this blade energy, Su Chuan had a familiar feeling. He had previously managed to awaken the killing blade intent here, and the blade energy that emerged from the stone wall had played a significant role. Initially, he thought those blade energies were left by the past masters of the True Yang Peak. It now seemed that they were indeed related to this town prison magic blade. The killing intent exhibited by both was strikingly similar. The cracks slowly widened, and the blade energies that slashed out from inside became increasingly terrifying. By the end, these blade energies put pressure on Su Chuan. Chapter 271. After successfully subduing the town prison magic blade, Su Chuan's mission this time was complete. After swallowing a healing pill to recover from his injuries, he prepared to leave. Outside, Sita Lin was still anxiously waiting, while Xian Sa had already left. After Su Chuan became the Saint's son, there were still many matters he needed to handle, making it inconvenient for him to linger here. Moreover, he believed that Su Chuan could succeed, so he was not overly worried. Finally, amidst the eager gaze of Sita Lin, the stone wall cracked open. Su Chuan walked out unscathed. How'd it go? Sita Lin asked eagerly upon seeing Su Chuan. Deep down, he hoped Su Chuan would succeed. The Jinyu Demon Blade could be considered the core inheritance of Jinyang Peak. Every generation of Jinyang Peak's Peak Master had tried to enter, but unfortunately, none had succeeded. He wasn't sure if Su Chuan could succeed either. Now that Su Chuan had finally come out, he naturally wanted to know the answer. I have lived up to expectations, Su Chuan said, holding the Jinyu Demon Blade with both hands and bowing to hand it over to Sita Lin. Without any intelligence, and now recognized by Su Chuan as its master, the Jinyu Demon Blade could naturally be inspected freely. It would no longer act like a powder keg ready to explode, threatening anyone who approached. Chapter 272. Upon learning about the new function, Su Chuan immediately planned to give a try. He silently thought, "Start script fusion. Script fusion starting, please wait." Su Chuan waited evilly. The system was operating silently. Su Chuan felt no special sensation until after a stick of incense burned. He heard the system prompt again. Script fusion completed. Boom! Su Chuan suddenly felt a rush of enlightenment. In an instant, he found the world before him incredibly clear, as if he were seeing the essence of the world for the first time. Not only that, he felt an unprecedented closeness to the heaven and earth's vital energy. The feeling was something he had never experienced before. The luck golden dragon above his head appeared at this moment. After the script fusion, the golden dragon seemed more lively and vivid. Su Chuan checked his life script again. Name, Su Chuan. Race, Xintian human race. Realm, 7th layer of Tongtian realm. Talent, unrivaled top-tier talent. Fate, defying heaven to change fate gold. Martial arts proficiency gold. Invincible in battle gold. From adversity comes prosperity gold. True destiny protagonist gold. One punch Superman. Purple, unity of man and blade. Purple, blade soul seed. Red, excess leads to reversal. Red, peerless and transcendent. Red, rule affinity. Red, righteous chi. Blue, extraordinary control. Purple, heart of killing intent. Purple, indestructible soul. Purple, blood rebirth. Purple, wind fuels fire. Blue, heartfelt resonance. Purple, heaven's forgiveness. Purple, Beast God S. White. Chapter 273. After several days of closed-door training, Sichuan had completely stabilized his cultivation at the 7th layer of Tongtian realm. Continuing to cultivate would not yield significant improvement for a while, so he decided to stop. Sichuan then walked out of the cave. He saw many disciples from Jinyang Peak working hard to construct various buildings. After inquiring, Sichuan learned that they were there to build a palace for him. With Sichuan's promotion to Saint Sun, the original cave dwelling was no longer worthy of him. The main hall of Jinyang Peak was also Situ Lin's training ground. Therefore, Xuanzhe ordered the reconstruction of a palace at the peak of Jinyang Peak for Sichuan's daily cultivation. Originally, the Holy Land intended to assign Sichuan a separate mountain peak upon becoming a Saint Sun. However, Sichuan refused. There were not many disciples at Jinyang Peak, and Situ Lin had only him as a disciple. If he moved away, Jinyang Peak would return to its previous desolate state, which was something Sichuan did not want to see. In the end, Xuanzhe did not insist and settled for having a palace repaired for him at the peak of Jinyang Peak, as long as he retained the title of Saint Sun. Sichuan did not mind and went directly to the place where Su Miaoyin and the others were living. Chapter 274. After a night passed, Sichuan's fatigue not only did not diminish but intensified. In contrast, Su Miaoyin appeared radiant, as if she had received some nourishment. Sitting side by side on the bed in the cave, Sichuan looked at Su Miaoyin, who wore a smile, and decided to confess. Miaoyin, there's something I want to tell you. Sichuan hesitated, unsure how to explain. He had never mentioned Ning Yuxi's existence to her until now, and he found it difficult to voice. No need to say much. I understand, Su Miaoyin said, placing her hand on Sichuan's lips and shaking her head with a smile. Sichuan wanted to say something, but she could tell at a glance. This was a woman's intuition. Moreover, she had actually known about Ning Yuxi's existence for a long time. Ever since she became the saintess of the Yaotai Holy Land, she had used her position to keep an eye on Sichuan. Naturally, she was fully aware of Sichuan's matters with Ning Yuxi. However, since Sichuan did not mention it, she also did not bring it up. Between them, there was a high degree of tacit understanding. Now that Sichuan wanted to speak, she didn't want him to. As long as you have me in your heart, that's enough. Chapter 275. After receiving the approval of Situ Lin and Xuanzhe, Sichuan took Su Miaoyin and left the Holy Land. On the surface, it was just the two of them, but in the shadows, a powerful warrior at the 9th layer of Tianwang realm followed them. This was the Dark Guard mentioned by Xuanzhe, a powerful existence secretly nurtured by the Tai Holy Land, hidden in the shadows and only obeying Xuanzhe's orders. It was another major trump card of the Holy Land. Sichuan had no idea how many such Dark Guards existed. He only learned about their existence after becoming the Saint Sun from Xuanzhe. After becoming the Tai Saint Sun, he learned many secrets about the Holy Land, things he had never heard of before. It was as if he had opened a window and seen a different world. The Tai Holy Land was able to firmly control the eastern region and stand strong for countless years. Its foundation far exceeded what he had previously known. He admitted that his previous perspective had been somewhat short-sighted. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, Sichuan and Su Miaoyin continued on their way. 2 days later, they successfully infiltrated Tianyin City. At this moment, Tianyin City was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Chapter 276. You heard that. Lin Yud, your Lin family is doomed. Sichuan said Donda to Lin Yud. At this moment, Lin Yud's expression also darkened. Family knows family matters. Lin Yin is a person of a certain caliber, and he is very clear about that. However, as one of the only 2 heavenly kings of the Lin family, he is quite forgiving of Lin Yan's daily actions. Moreover, he has given birth to a prodigy like Lin Shaoqing. Naturally, Lin Yud would not punish him. Is there really no room for reconciliation? Lin Yud asked in a deep voice. The strength of the 3 people before him was extraordinary. At such a young age, they possessed such power, indicating that their identities and backgrounds were not simple. Therefore, he did not want to resort to violence if he could avoid it. Room for reconciliation? When your Lin family slaughtered the entire Su family, where was the room for reconciliation? You really take yourself too seriously, Sichuan said without reservation. As soon as these words came out, they caused an uproar among the crowd. What? The Su family was actually exterminated by the Lin family? I didn't see that coming. The Lin family would do such a thing? Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. The onlookers discussed among themselves, pointing fingers and condemning the Lin family's cruel actions. Chapter 277. Such a large Lin family has just perished. They had come to witness the Lin family's ancestral worship ceremony, but unexpectedly witnessed the fall of a great family. Everyone was so frightened that they fled in panic, afraid that this one-sided crushing battle would affect them and bring about an undeserved disaster. Watching the deceased members of the Lin family, Su Miaoyin shed tears. The culprit that caused her family to be destroyed is finally dead today. Brother Chuan, thank you. Su Miaoyin rushed into Su Chuan's arms, tightly hugging the person before her. Amidst the feeling of avenging her great grievance and the emotional moment, even the way she addressed him changed. Su Chuan gently stroked Su Miaoyin's hair and comforted her, saying, "It's okay now, it's all over. I believe uncle and aunt can rest in peace in the heavens." He knew how great the pressure on Su Miaoyin was. Seeing her finally vent her emotions today, Su Chuan felt genuinely happy for her. "I'm fine." Su Miaoyin nodded vigorously, wiping away her tears and revealing a faint smile. She was as beautiful and captivating as a snow lotus blooming in the ice and snow. This caused a wave of affection to rise in Su Chuan's heart. "Xingyang, clean this place up." Chapter 278. The moment Su Chuan finished reading Lin Tian's script, he had already decided how to use these opportunities. The Yuan Ling Pearl, though he couldn't use it, could be given to his sister Su Xingli to forge the Yuan Ling sacred body. What Su Chuan was interested in was the mysterious technique, the Qi and Ju, and the Guanghan ice flame. Having only mastered the true fire of the sun, he had already gained a significant boost to his strength. If he were to cultivate the Qi and Ju and harness all the flames of the world for himself, wouldn't he become even stronger? Su Chuan knew from the inheritance that there were many flames stronger than the true fire of the sun. If he could control or even fuse them all, Su Chuan found it hard to believe how much his strength would be enhanced. Therefore, he was very tempted by the Qi and Ju and couldn't wait to get his hands on it. As for the Guanghan ice flame, although Su Chuan had never heard of it, just from its name, it seemed related to his true fire of the sun. Perhaps the two were complementary, much like the essence of the sun and the essence of the moon. So Su Chuan also prepared to acquire it. Looking at Lin Tian's fate, Su Chuan suddenly recalled the villain protagonist Chun Feng, whom he had killed long ago. The similarity in their fates was too high. Even their backgrounds were remarkably similar. Chapter 279. After a round of warm greetings, the two finally calmed their emotions. The old man was named Lu Cheng, who was once the accountant of the Su family. He managed the Su family's accounts for decades and was one of Su Miaoyin's father's most trusted individuals. When the Su family was in trouble, he happened to be returning to his hometown to pay respects to his ancestors, thus escaping a disaster. Upon returning to find the Su family exterminated, with not a single person left, he felt very anxious. However, out of gratitude for the Su family's kindness, he ultimately did not flee. Instead, he stayed behind to collect the remains of the entire Su family. This prevented Su Miaoyin's relatives from being left unburied. Since he did not see Su Miaoyin's body, he was very hopeful that she was still alive. Therefore, Lu Cheng had been waiting outside the Su family residence for her return. However, his age had caught up with him, and without the protection of the Su family, his body was already failing. Fortunately, he finally waited for Su Miaoyin's return. "Grandpa Lu, thank you." Su Miaoyin expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Lu Cheng. Not only did he collect her parents' remains, but he also waited for her return. "Miss is too kind. This is what I should do." After Su Miaoyin's return, Lu Cheng's spirit visibly improved at a rapid pace. Chapter 280. The operations of Xianlai and the Dark Guards caused the Tianyin sect to become weak and vulnerable. Before the next generation of warriors could rise, they were crushed in their cradle. No one thought this action was too cruel. The path of martial arts has always been extremely brutal. Life and death often hinge on a single thought. Everyone who steps onto the path of martial arts has already made preparations for this. This action also forced some hidden trump cards out of the Tianyin sect. The elder, after this extreme outburst, found his already worn-out body even more frail. Even if he lay back in his coffin, he wouldn't live much longer. It could be said that the Tianyin sect suffered heavy losses this time, laying a foundation for Su Chuan to deal with them later, regardless of old grudges or new enmities. Su Chuan had no reason to let the Tianyin sect off the hook. Before long, it would be the day of the Tianyin sect's complete demise. When the sect master Ling Feng learned of strong forces attacking the Tianyin sect, he quickly returned to the sect with a group of strong individuals. However, Xianlai and the Dark Guards had long since disappeared without a trace. Even if he wanted to pursue them, he couldn't find any way to do so. No matter who you are, even if you hide at the ends of the earth, Ling Feng, will definitely find you, strip your skin, and grind your soul to dust. Chapter 281. 3 days later, Su Chuan and Su Miaoyin successfully arrived at the entrance of the Yaoqi Sacred Land. Halt! Men are not allowed to enter the Yaoqi Sacred Land. Before they could take a step into the Yaoqi Sacred Land, they were stopped by a delicate voice. Soon, a group of outer disciples dressed in Yaoqi Sacred Land attire arrived, blocking Su Chuan and Su Miaoyin. They stared at Su Chuan with suspicious and hostile eyes, as if ready to take action at the slightest movement from him. Su Chuan was perplexed by the sudden change. Why was the other party treating him like a thief? With a sense of helplessness, Su Chuan turned to Su Miaoyin beside him. In this situation, it was up to Su Miaoyin, the Yaoqi saintess, to step in. Otherwise, judging by the current circumstances, a fierce battle was inevitable. Senior sisters, I am Su Miaoyin, and this is my identity token. Su Miaoyin first stated her name and then took out her identity token to present it to the leading disciple for verification. The patrolling disciple looked puzzled. Su Miaoyin? The name sounded somewhat familiar, but they couldn't recall it at that moment. Could she be a senior sister from the inner sect traveling abroad? But as far as they remembered, there seemed to be no such senior sister. Chapter 282. This is not nonsense. Judging by the expression of the Yaoqi saintess, it was clear that the situation was not simple. Moreover, Si Lin had traveled through Xiantian when he was young. Perhaps something happened along the way. Cough, cough. Seeing everyone looking at her with curiosity, even the Yaoqi saintess felt embarrassed. She deliberately coughed to pull everyone back. All right, let's not discuss this for now. Su Juang, may I ask what brings you to our Yaoqi sacred land? The Yaoqi saintess turned to Su Chuan and asked. This question immediately shifted everyone's attention to him. They were all curious as to why this newly appointed Tai Saint Son had come to the Yaoqi sacred land, especially since he came back with the saintess. Shouldn't he be consolidating his position and accepting the sacred land's inheritance after just becoming a saint's son? How could he still have time to roam around? At this moment, Su Chuan had lost the tension he felt earlier and was left with a sense of calm. To report to Senior, Su Chuan has come with a request. Su Chuan bowed respectfully and then straightened up, speaking with neither arrogance nor servility. Oh, what is it? Speak. If I can do it, I will do my best to help you. Tupte 283, Likim Shou. The people present seemed to have an epiphany. The Yaoqi sacred land was close to the central region, so they were fairly well informed about the happenings there. Moreover, the Yaoqi sacred land had some historical connections with the Xiantian sacred land. Therefore, everyone present knew about Li Qingho. Li Qingho was a figure who had recently risen to prominence. He was discovered by the Xiantian sacred land due to his terrifying talent and entered the sacred land. After that, his cultivation soared, and he quickly became the saint son of the Xiantian sacred land. It is worth mentioning that the Xiantian sacred land is the #1 sacred land in the central region, and there are 5 saint sons in total. Li Qingho is the 5th saint son, but he is referred to as the Xiantian saint son in general. It was said that after becoming a saint son, Li Qingho had been in seclusion, but unexpectedly, he appeared in the Yaoqi sacred land today. Su Chuan frowned as he looked at the young man before him. Clearly, they had never met before, and Su Chuan had never heard of him. However, as soon as he appeared, he bore a strong hostility towards Su Chuan. Su Chuan noticed this immediately, leaving him baffled, but also made him alert. This person might not be harmless. He could very well be targeting him. Chapter 284. Li Qingho was dumbfounded. As a dignified saint son of the Xiantian sacred land, one of the top powers, he found it hard to accept being forced to kneel by someone whose cultivation was far inferior to his, especially in front of so many people. You are seeking death. He was instantly enraged, filled with killing intent. Li Qingho gathered all his energy, wanting to stand up and instantly kill Su Chuan with his powerful strength. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch under Su Chuan's overwhelming presence. It felt as if he had been hit by a paralysis spell. Li Qingho's face turned red, and his eyes could not hide the murderous intent and hatred. Xiantian, saint's son? Just this, even less capable than my subordinates. Su Chuan spoke again to humiliate Li Qingho. His words pierced Li Qingho's heart like a knife. He wanted Li Qingho to feel the humiliation of being ridiculed in public. If it weren't for all these people watching, Su Chuan wouldn't have humiliated him like this. If they were in a deserted place, Li Qingho would probably have already reported to the King of Hell. As for the Xintian sacred land, Chapter 285, Sichuan did not stop him and let him leave. When soldiers come, I will block them. When water comes, I will cover it. Sichuan had never been afraid of anything. Senior, the matter here is settled, and I should return now. The emperor's tomb is about to open. It is very important, and I must bring this news back. Once the tense atmosphere dissipated, Sichuan prepared to take his leave. His purpose for this trip had been achieved, and it was time to go. He turned to Su Miaoyin beside him, took her hand, and said, "Wait for me. I will definitely come back to get you. How about marrying me then?" Sichuan declared his feelings in front of everyone. Su Miaoyin's face turned red, and she replied in a voice barely above a whisper, "I will wait for you." Although she also wanted to follow Sichuan, she knew very well that with her current strength, she was not worthy of staying by his side. If she insisted on being with him, it would only bring him trouble. Therefore, despite feeling reluctant, Su Miaoyin decided to stay in the Yaoqi sacred land, and even chose not to participate in the upcoming emperor's tomb. That opportunity was not something her current cultivation could compete for. She was eager to enter seclusion to improve her cultivation. With her current talent, combined with her newly transformed phoenix immortal body and cultivation level, she was already capable of accepting the highest inheritance of the Yaoqi sacred land. Chapter 286. After half a month of this, everyone's emotions had reached a peak. Finally, under the search of countless people from the 5 directions Dao region, the trace of the emperor's tomb was found. It was located in a desolate area in the eastern region, where not a single blade of grass grew within 100 miles. Normally, no living being dared to step foot here, and it had even been forgotten by people. Until news of the emperor's tomb spread, almost the entire eastern region was turned upside down before this desolate place was discovered by the martial artists who came searching. Buzz. After a large number of martial artists gathered in this desolate area, a dazzling and extraordinary light erupted here, shooting up into the clouds. That massive beam of light was visible throughout the entire Xintian continent. It was night, and the light column emitted thousands of rays, making the entire eastern region seem like daytime. At the same time, an immense aura swept out. The martial artists in this desperate place were directly blown away by this aura. Some with lower cultivation even exploded, dying on the spot. However, no one sympathized with these people. Their strength was insufficient, and they lacked self-awareness. This was their fate. The imperial tomb has appeared, far away in the Tai Holy Land. Sichuan opened his eyes, looking at the soaring light column, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. Chapter 287. At the same time, Sichuan and his companions entered the desperate place. Spatial passages appeared in all directions. They all came from the major forces of the 5 regions. The moment the imperial tomb emerged, they seemed to have agreed, appearing at this location simultaneously. Look, those are the martial artists from the Sanyang Holy Land of the southern region. And over there, the people from the bright divine hall of the western region. And also, the people from the starry pavilion of the northern region have arrived. Everyone should step back a bit. Look over there. Do you see that worship? That's the symbol of the Xintian force from the central region. It seems that the top forces from all regions are here. How exciting. What about the geniuses from our eastern region? I wonder who from Tai Holy Land will come? Need I say? Of course, it's the Tai son, Sichuan. Seeing the powerful figures of these forces, the scattered cultivators, and those from smaller factions discussed among themselves, their words revealing anticipation and excitement. The gathering of the top forces from the 5 great regions in such a scene was unprecedented. Just being able to witness this was already worth it. At this moment, Sichuan and his group also emerged from the passage. With Sichuan's appearance, it caused another stir in the crowd. This Su Saint's son is truly terrifying. Can you imagine that his current realm is only at the 7th level of the Tontian realm? Chapter 288. Sichuan, I know you are here. Come out and fight me. Roaring voices echoed throughout the desperate place, arrogant and unyielding. Countless people felt a surge of emotions, their faces displaying shock. Many knew the name of Li Qingho. Today, in front of so many people, he dared to challenge others. And the target of his challenge was the recently popular Sichuan. This was big news. Does this Xintian Saint's son, Li Qingho, have a grudge against Su Saint's son? How arrogant. Who will win if they fight? The people present were abuzz with discussion, eagerly anticipating this battle. Hearing the clamor of ants early in the morning was truly annoying. At this moment, Sichuan's calm voice rang out, resonating in everyone's ears. Immediately, Sichuan suddenly appeared in midair, locking eyes with Li Qingho. Su Chuan's sudden appearance made countless people's pupils constrict. They couldn't figure out how Su Chuan appeared here. It completely exceeded their expectations. Dressed in white, with Tao rhythm flowing around him, he had an extraordinary demeanor, like a celestial being. Beside him stood Feng Qingyang, who had just returned from a mission. Chapter 289. Hearing this, Li Qingho became even angrier. What on earth is happening today? Why do all kind of people dare to look down on him? After all, he is a generation Xiantian saint's son. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? And you are? I, Li Qingho, do not kill nameless individuals. Suppressing his anger, Li Qingho questioned Feng Qingyang with his sword drawn. In truth, he was also somewhat surprised that the sword strike just now was easily deflected by Feng Qingyang. It was utterly unexpected. I am a follower of the young master. Feng Qingyang, if you want to challenge the young master, you must first pass me. Feng Qingyang's fiery gaze fixed on Li Qingho, the sun's true fire swirling in his eyes. He showed no fear of Li Qingho, who possessed the strength of the 5th level of the King realm. Make your move. Let me see how strong you really are. With a cold snort, Feng Qingyang raised his large hammer high. Then, the sun's true fire enveloped his entire body. A terrifying aura instantly erupting, aimed straight at Li Qingho. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's self-introduction, Li Qingho was momentarily stunned. He quickly regained his composure, becoming even more furious. His primary goal for this trip was to take Su Chuan's head. Chapter 290. Su Chuan, if you don't make a move, do you want to watch your follower die? Li Qingho shouted angrily. Clearly Feng Qingyang was no match for him, yet Su Chuan still did not intervene. He even just handed over his weapon to Feng Qingyang. This act of ignoring him further enraged Li Qingho. I said, you are not worthy of me making a move. Su Chuan said indifferently, his emotions showing no fluctuation, as if everything was under his control. Good, very good. Then I will first kill your follower, and then come to kill you. Li Qinggu laughed inanje. Su Chuan's arrogance had completely exceeded his imagination. He actually thought he could kill him with just a knife and a waist. As his voice fell, endless coldness erupted from Li Qingho's eyes. Then, a silver-white true dragon coalesced on his long sword. Roar! The true dragon let out a roar towards the sky, and a terrifying aura instantly swept out in all directions. I know what this imperial weapon is. This is the silver dragon sword, forged from the corpse of a true dragon killed by one of the holy masters of the Xiantian Holy Land countless years ago. Unexpectedly, this imperial weapon ended up in Li Qingho's hands. It seems that Li Qingho is highly regarded by the Xiantian Holy Master to even be granted this imperial weapon. Chapter 291. At this moment, the countless onlookers were all staring in shock at the scene before them. They felt their minds go blank, unable to believe what they were seeing. The invincible Xiantian saint's son, Li Qingho, died just like that. Moreover, even the imperial weapon he wielded was shattered by Su Chuan's knife. So terrifying. What level is this knife? Why is it so powerful? This knife is filled with the intent to kill, inherently rebellious. How strong must Su Chuan be to control this demonic knife? After a long time, they finally began to react, murmuring in disbelief. Their words contained unspeakable shock and fear. As for Su Chuan, the main character, he remained indifferent, as if Li Qingho's death was no different from squashing an ant. But that was indeed the case. From the very beginning, Su Chuan had never regarded him highly. The reason he didn't kill him in the Yaoqi Holy Land was merely to let him live a few more days. Unexpectedly, he came to seek death so eagerly. Su Chuan had no choice but to satisfy him. Young master, I have not disappointed you. Feng Qingyang returned with the Jinyu Demon Blade, his face full of excitement and admiration for Su Chuan. Chapter 292. Su Chuan paid no attention to the harsh words dropped by the guardian of the Xiantian Holy Land. If they had the ability, they would report on the spot instead of waiting for later. It was merely the self-satisfaction of the losers. Shaking his head, Su Chuan took the Jinyu Demon Blade from Feng Qingyang. Well done. Su Chuan praised him generously, making Feng Qingyang feel that his efforts were not in vain. Thank you for the praise, young master. I will definitely continue to work hard. Feng Qingyang promised excitedly. Now, his goal was no longer to defeat Su Chuan, but to follow in his footsteps closely. As long as he could reach that level, he would be content. After witnessing Su Chuan's terrifying talent and rapid progress during this time, he understood how ridiculous his previous grand ambitions were. Feng Qingyang then handed over Li Qingho's storage ring to Su Chuan. Su Chuan did not check it immediately. Firstly, given Li Qingho's strength, it was unlikely to contain anything good. Secondly, the imperial tomb had opened. Suddenly, melodious Tao sounds echoed, captivating everyone present. Following that, a series of thunderous roars resounded, reaching everyone's ears. Chapter 293. Seeing the line about opportunities, Su Chuan was once again attracted. Spirit Sea Stone? Su Chuan murmured this name, his eyes shining even brighter. If you remember correctly, the Spirit Sea Stone was quite significant. Any piece of it was something that even Emperor-level experts would fight over. In the inheritance of Nansongyu, Su Chuan had only heard of this name and had never seen the real thing. This indicated that even a powerful 4th-level emperor like Nansong, you had never obtained a Spirit Sea Stone in his lifetime. But now, Su Chuan saw it on Chu Wushang. Another great opportunity. Su Chuan murmured to himself. Spirit Sea Stones, also known as Rule Stones or World Stones, were formed from the scattered rules of chaos. Each one was incredibly precious, and their uses were even greater. These stones could be used to expand the rules of the inner world and increase its size. It is known that a major standard for judging the differences in strength among Emperor-level warriors is the size of their inner world. The Spirit Sea Stone is a treasure in this regard. One can imagine how precious a Spirit Sea Stone is. The higher the quality of the Spirit Sea Stone, the higher and more complete the martial arts rules it contains, resulting in a larger area for the expanded inner world. Chapter 294. After locating Lin Tian, Su Chuan did not pay him any further attention. It seemed that he still needed some time to obtain his own opportunities. For now, it was more important to follow Chu Wushang and secure the Spirit Sea Stone first. Securing it was the safest decision. However, not long after Su Chuan and his group entered, someone had their eyes on them. These individuals were filled with hostility towards Su Chuan. Clearly, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that everyone's cultivation was suppressed to eliminate Su Chuan once and for all, completely removing this major threat. Su Chuan frowned slightly, and soon, information about these people appeared before his eyes. The leader was from the Tianyin sect, whom Su Chuan had offended severely. After a thorough investigation during this time, the news of the Lin family's destruction had reached Ling Feng. Coupled with the attack on the Tianyin sect by a powerful expert, he quickly identified Su Chuan as the culprit. Of course, this was also because Su Chuan had never intended to cover anything up. However, even though he knew it was Su Chuan, he lacked direct evidence to take any action. Moreover, he simply did not have the courage to face Su Chuan's backing, the Tai Holy Land. The strong attack from Xuanzhe that day had completely shattered his pride. Chapter 295. On the other side, Lin Tian crawled in from a place that looked like a dog hole. At this moment, he was dirty and disheveled, with a weak aura, appearing as if he was on the brink of death. Master, the back door you left is really too trashy. Besides, the main door of the Imperial Tomb is already open. Why didn't Tiwi just blend in with the crowd and enter directly? Why go through all this trouble? Lin Tian couldn't help but complain. After Han Feng told him to use the back door, he encountered a group of Alshog and almost lost his life to them. In the end, it took immense effort for him to enter the Imperial Tomb. Yet those who entered through the main door faced no danger and entered here with ease. This disparity made Lin Tian feel furious. What do you know? Entering through the main door may not encounter danger, but you would be suppressed by the rules of the Imperial Tomb, reducing your strength to almost nothing. Even my remnant soul would be suppressed. By then, would you still have a life to obtain what I need? Han Feng said unceremoniously. But in truth, this was just his excuse. What he cared about most was that his own soul would not be suppressed. Chapter 296. Seeing Su Chuan take the initiative to attack. A dozen black-robed puppets immediately changed their formation. They moved in unison, like a drawn sword stabbing towards Su Chuan. Their speed was even faster than before. Come on. Su Chuan swung the demon blade, and in an instant, 3 blood-red blade energies flew out. The blade energies carried terrifying killing intent and the true fire of the sun towards these black-robed puppets. For these puppets, the true fire of the sun was their natural nemesis. After all, the method to refine such puppets belonged to the realm of extreme yin and evil, while the true fire of the sun was the embodiment of extreme yang and was specifically designed to counter such existence. Before the puppets could react, the blade energy had already struck them. It instantly broke through their formation. The 2 black-robed puppets that were tainted by the true fire of the sun were burned to a pile of black charcoal on the spot. just as Su Chuan had envisioned. This change left the remaining black-robed puppets stunned, appearing somewhat dazed. They had never anticipated that this human who suddenly invaded here not only had his strength unrestrained, but also possessed means to counter them. Su Chuan would not miss such a good opportunity. Taking advantage of their weakness, he charged forward again, his entire body enveloped in the true fire of the sun. Like gasoline meeting fire. Chapter 297. Su Chuan turned his head, and what met his eyes was a group of ants that had previously harbored ill intentions towards him. Seeing these people, Su Chuan's furrowed brows relaxed. It seemed they were here to seek death again. He wouldn't be polite this time. Su Chuan, you are quite easy to find, the leading disciple of the Yaoshan sword sect said sternly. They had entered the passage first, reaching the palace to ambush Su Chuan. However, after waiting for a long time, they only saw the battleship of the Tai Holy Land, which had only Feng Qingyang and Guling aboard, but no sign of Su Chuan. This left them feeling quite uncomfortable. After waiting for so long, the main character hadn't appeared. Who could endure that? So they changed tactics, no longer waiting for Su Chuan to come to them, but instead taking the initiative to surround and kill him. After discussing it, they once again entered the passage, preparing to go out and search for Su Chuan. Just as they entered the passage, the formation within it activated again. Fortunately, the Blood Sea and the entire puppet group had been destroyed by Su Chuan, so the formation naturally lost its effect. They thus narrowly escaped the disaster. After that, they discovered the large hole created by Su Chuan. Entering it, they indeed found Su Chuan's figure. Chapter 298. Gong Liang, who was closest to Gu Batong, was instantly stunned when doused with his hot blood. How is this possible? Why can he use Yuan power? His eyes were about to burst, completely unable to believe what was happening before him. They had originally been confident of victory, but unexpectedly, at a critical moment, such an unforeseen situation arose. This was simply putting them in a dead end. One could imagine the scene of a group of martial artists with no cultivation, only strong physiques, facing someone who could easily slay a fifth-tier king realm expert with just a knife during his prime. In an instant, Gong Liang's hand holding the sword began to tremble slightly. A wave of fear surged into his heart. He was no longer the proud and steady self he once was. He wanted to beg for mercy, but didn't he know how to start? You can't. You are all useless. But I am not like you, Su Chuan calmly said, killing both the body and the heart. It couldn't be more so. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. So, you'll all die here today. After saying this, Su Chuan struck fiercely, without mercy. The hell-suppressing demon blade crazily harvested their lives. Chapter 299. All the opportunities in the Imperial Tomb are mine. A surge of ambition rose in Chu Wushang's heart. Having crossed over, he found himself in the body of the Son of Light and possessed memories unmatched by predecessors. He would not remain anonymous. Becoming a powerful Emperor Venerable was just his first step in this world. Dominating the chaos, controlling the entire human race, achieving the highest, and transcending chaos was his ultimate goal. He had this confidence. After all, as a transmigrator, if he couldn't accomplish something earth-shattering, it could only be said that he had disgraced the name of a transmigrator. The first step to achieving the highest was to seize everything that belonged to Lin Tian. A glint of brilliance flashed in Chu Wushang's eyes. The moment he entered the Imperial Tomb, he set his goal. That was to take everything that originally belonged to Lin Tian. Moreover, if necessary, he could kill him and absorb his luck to strengthen himself. However, this move was still somewhat dangerous. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered that Lin Tian had a remnant soul of an Emperor Venerable. Furthermore, this remnant soul had no good intentions. From the beginning, its goal was to seize Lin Tian's body. But in the end, it was killed by Lin Tian. Chapter 300. Very good. I have another reason to kill. After confirming his suspicions, Su Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Then he transformed, rapidly shrinking in size. At his realm, controlling his body size was quite simple. He didn't want to crawl through a dog hole like Lin Tian. It would be a loss of dignity. Su Chuan closely followed behind Lin Tian. Every move Lin Tian made was under Su Chuan's watchful eyes. Finally, Lin Tian climbed to a stone door. Here, he no longer had to stay prone. The space was sufficient for him to stand up. He stepped forward to push the stone door. However, the stone door was as heavy as 10,000 pounds, and with Lin Tian's cultivation, even using all his strength, he couldn't budge it. Seeing this situation, Lin Tian became anxious. Master, this door won't open. How do we get in? With the opportunity for inheritance right before him, he couldn't obtain it, and Lin Tian felt extremely reluctant. What are you panicking about? Han Feng school dead. This imperial tomb was personally built by my master. How could I not know the ins and outs of it? I don't know what you're in a hurry for. Hearing this, Lin Tian hurriedly put away his little thoughts and pretended to be obedient. Chapter 301 once again appearing. Chu Wushang also entered this burial ground. As a contemporary son of the Light Temple, he was not afraid of the demonic aura spread throughout. With a shake of his body, a burst of light power instantly emerged, dispelling the demonic aura surrounding him. Indeed, it was exactly as I remembered, although he had never been here. From the perspective of the novel, he had explored this place that helped Lin Tian rise countless times. Therefore, he was very familiar with the environment here. Chu Wushang felt somewhat delighted. Having come here, his purpose was already more than half fulfilled. Next, he just needed to quietly wait for the big fish to bite. Following the direction in his memory, he advanced at full speed. His next plan was surprisingly consistent with Su Chuan's. Waiting for rabbits. It wouldn't be long before a scene of master and disciple would unfold here. Just as Chu Wushang was advancing toward the coffin, Su Chuan, who had long been hiding in the surroundings, had a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. Thanks to the powerful concealment effect of the heaven-deceiving jade talisman, no one could detect him, yet he could easily spot everyone heading to this place. Chapter 302 Through the Divine Light. What appeared before the eyes of the three was a skeleton. Unlike a normal human skeleton, this skeleton had grown 8 arms, resembling an 8-armed king. Above the skeleton's head was a chaos-colored pearl. The endless divine light earlier emanated from this pearl. One of the skeleton's arms was grasping a jade slip. The jade slip emitted a faint glow, filled with a sense of ancient times. Strangely, at the position of the skeleton's pupil, a silver-white flame burned, emitting an endless chill. It seemed as if this was not a flame, but a cold ice capable of freezing everything. However, Su Chuan's feelings were different from theirs. The moment he saw the silver-white flame, the true sun fire within Su Chuan began to burn fiercely, as if dry grass had encountered a raging fire. Su Chuan could feel the intense attraction of the silver-white flame to the true sun fire. But Su Chuan held back. Now was not the time for him to take action. Since Han Feng dared to bring Lin Tian here, he must have left behind a backup plan. He decided to wait and let Lin Tian and Chu Wushang take the lead, testing the waters first. Chapter 303 What? Hearing Han Feng's words, Lin Tian showed a shocked expression. He had calculated everything, but he never expected that Han Feng's intention was to seize his body. He initially thought he had figured out Han Feng's plan, believing Han Feng only wanted to use him to obtain a few treasures. But the current situation far exceeded his imagination. At this moment, he felt like a fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of others. If Han Feng seized his body, he would only have a dead end. There was no chance of survival. Lin Tian began to struggle frantically, trying to break free from the skeleton's control. His face turned red, blood surging. Lin Tian exerted all his strength, and his entire body's energy erupted at that moment. Yet, still, it was difficult to escape the skeleton's control. Everything was in vain. This was a skeleton of an emperor-level being. Even though he had been forcibly elevated by the demon race, he was still not someone a mere body, refining realm warrior could escape from. Stop struggling. Give up. This is my carefully planned backup for countless years. Not even a heavenly king realm warrior could escape being seized by me. So, obediently give up your body, and perhaps I will spare your soul. Chapter 304. Who are you? The moment Chu Wushang appeared, 2 voices emerged within Lin Tian's body. One was Han Feng's harsh reprimand. It was unclear why Chu Wushang was here, and judging by the situation, he had been here for quite a while. Yet, despite the time passed, he noticed. This sudden change caused Han Feng's emotions to fluctuate. Lin Tian's voice, however, was filled with a hint of hope and expectation. He didn't know the identity of the suddenly appearing Chu Wushang, but from the white light radiating from him, it was clear he was a righteous martial artist, perhaps able to help him out of his current predicament. This young master, the remnant soul in my mind, is from the demon race. You must kill him quickly. Otherwise, once he seizes my body, both of us will die. Lin Tian's voice echoed, filled with anticipation. Shut up. Han Feng's voice rang out, reprimanding Lin Tian. At this moment, they shared a body, neither willing to give way, both wanting the other dead. You all continue. Don't mind me. Let me watch the grand show. At this moment, Chu Wuxiang was confident and completely disregarded Lin Tian and Han Feng. Chapter 305. The cold killing intent enveloped Chu Wuxiang. It felt as if Lin Tian would erupt and kill him in an instant. Under such murderous intent, Chu Wuxiang's body began to tremble. His background was merely that of a homebody from Blue Star. His only exposure came from the novels he had read. In the novels, the scene before him was not uncommon, and he had seen many like it. But when truly facing this killing intent, he realized how terrifying it was. In an instant, he forgot that he was still a fourth-level heavenly king martial artist. He trembled all over, his legs went weak, and his teeth chattered uncontrollably. How is this possible? You should be seriously injured, right? Han Feng should have suppressed you. How can you unleash such power? Chu Wuxiang, suppressing his fear, pointed at Lin Tian and asked. However, Lin Tian did not answer him, only shooting him a cold glance. It was this glance that made Lin Tian feel as if he were falling into an abyss again. You deserve to die. Lin Tian's words were devoid of emotion. At this moment, he seemed like a machine performing a predetermined task. Chapter 306. Who are you? Lin Tian did not recognize Su Chuan. Although Su Chuan had destroyed the Lin clan and Lin Tian hated him to the bone, in reality, he had never even seen what Su Chuan looked like. This hatred was entirely unfounded. Earlier, outside the Emperor's tomb, he had missed Su Chuan because he followed a route guided by Han Feng, failing to witness Su Chuan's prowess. But now, with Su Chuan suddenly appearing here, his expression changed drastically. He felt a faint yet palpable killing intent and immense pressure emanating from Su Chuan. This was something Chu Wuxiang had never given him. Although he had been taken over by a mysterious force earlier, his consciousness had always been present. Therefore, he had a direct experience of the previous battle. However, the pressure Su Chuan exerted on him was on a completely different level, incomparable to what Chu Wuxiang had provided. Who I am is not important. What matters is that I am here to take your life, Su Chuan said with a smile, his tone and expression making one feel as if they were basking in spring breezes. But to Lin Tian's ears, it instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Chapter 307. However, Su Chuan did not let his guard down. There was a special glow within Lin Tian's soul. Previously, Han Feng's remnant soul had been extinguished by this glow. Moreover, the system had not given any prompts. Even though the rewards for killing the protagonist were decreasing, they should not have completely vanished. Therefore, Su Chuan concluded that Lin Tian had not completely died and was still hiding in this space. If it were an ordinary person, they might have been deceived. But unfortunately, he was facing Su Chuan. With the system in place, Lin Tian was destined to have no chance of escape. He retrieved the demon blade, and the ability to perceive all things was activated. Moments later, Su Chuan indeed discovered a slight clue. In a place invisible to the naked eye, there was a very faint light, and under the protection of that light was Lin Tian's remaining fragment of soul. If Su Chuan hadn't discovered it and had left, perhaps one day in the future, Lin Tianjin could rely on this wisp of soul to return against the heavens and seek revenge on him. This does have the appearance of a destined protagonist. Su Chuan looked at the remaining soul before him and smiled. Since you're going to die, then die completely. After saying this, Su Chuan was about to take action to destroy Lin Tian's last wisp of soul. Chapter 308. Immediately, the script began to merge. Su Chuan looked at the fortune above his head. The golden dragon of fortune let out a hearty roar, but only Su Chuan could hear it. The power of fortune from Xiantian poured down, madly surging into the body of the golden dragon. The golden dragon's body expanded at a visible speed. The increase in fortune manifested on Su Chuan, making him appear as if he were the son of heaven, radiating a sacred and majestic aura. If someone were standing next to Su Chuan, they could perceive this change with the naked eye. It was even possible that under the cover of this terrifying fortune, they might achieve enlightenment on the spot. Fortunately, this feeling came quickly and left just as fast. When the script was fully integrated and the fortune was completely absorbed by the golden dragon, the strange changes on Su Chuan returned to calm. The hidden benefits within still needed Su Chuan to explore slowly. Su Chuan let out a long breath. It must be said that having his own exclusive script made merging new scripts and devouring fortune a completely new sensation. Even he was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. Next was the highlight of this trip. Su Chuan turned his gaze towards the bronze giant coffin. Chapter 309. What should he do? Sichuan was anxious. According to the current situation, it wouldn't be long before his inner world would be burst apart by the massive amount of martial rules and energy. Although the inner world was expanding, its speed was far from keeping up with the release speed of the Spirit Sea Stone. The World Tree Seedling. Yes, the World Tree Seedling. Suddenly, Sichuan thought of the World Tree Seedling in the center of the inner world. Although it was still just a seedling, it could already extend its roots into chaos and convert chaotic essence. Perhaps using the World Tree to respond would have miraculous effects. As long as the World Tree could absorb and refine a portion, Sichuan would have a way to completely resolve this Spirit Sea Stone. Let's do it. Sichuan gritted his teeth, his gaze firm. He didn't have much time left, and he couldn't afford to think too much. After making the decision, Sichuan tried to contact the World Tree Seedling. To his surprise, he actually received a response. A faint consciousness emanated from the World Tree, releasing goodwill towards Sichuan. Sichuan couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed a top-tier treasure prepared for the protagonist. Truly extraordinary. At this moment, this consciousness was also very fearful. If the inner world were to be destroyed, it would not escape death either. Chapter 3:10. At the moment, Sichuan's cultivation broke through. The Spirit Sea Stone was also completely refined by the 10,000 Spirits Cauldron. All the martial rules and energy were transformed into the power of the world, continuously expanding Sichuan's inner world. It wouldn't be long before Sichuan's inner world could fully reach the level of a first-tier emperor. At that time, Sichuan would truly qualify to break through and become a powerful emperor. The 10,000 Spirits Cauldron returned to its normal size and flew back into Sichuan's hand. Meanwhile, the World Tree Seedling gradually shrank, and its roots re-entered chaos. A joyful emotion was transmitted from the World Tree Seedling to Sichuan. It was evident that refining the Spirit Sea Stone was both a crisis and an opportunity for the World Tree Seedling. The gains made during this short time were equivalent to the results of the World Tree Seedling taking root in chaos for countless years. It was only natural for it to feel this happy emotion. With this matter concluded, Sichuan flashed out of the inner world. Now he just needed to wait. With the matters here finished, he was also ready to begin studying the Scarlet Flame technique. In the giant coffin, Sichuan took out the jade slip. Having learned from the painful lesson of the Spirit Sea Stone, this time, Sichuan did not act impulsively. Impulsiveness comes at a cost. If it weren't for the dual refining suppression of the 10,000 Spirits Cauldron and the World Tree Seedling this time, the Spirit Sea Stone alone would have nearly cost him his life. Chapter 3:11. In the next moment, Sichuan briefly controlled the Guanghan Ice Flame using the Scarlet Flame technique, then began to move it through his meridians like the true fire of the sun. Finally, the two flames intertwined into a ball in Sichuan's energy Sea Dantian. Following that, under the guidance of the Scarlet Flame technique, they merged with each other, indistinguishable from one another. In an instant, a terrifying wave spread directly from Sichuan's body. Following this, a very strange phenomenon appeared in this place. On one side was terrifyingly high temperatures, while on the other side was extreme low temperatures. The two extreme temperatures caused this space to begin trembling, the void to shake, and cracks to appear. It even felt like it was on the verge of collapsing. Even Sichuan, who had seen much, was shocked into silence by this situation. It should be known that this space was opened by an emperor to prepare for his own revival. Even he, at full strength, could only briefly break a few cracks. Moreover, these cracks would quickly heal. But now, after the two flames merged, the mere manifestation of their anomaly had plunged this space into a state of imminent collapse. How terrifying was that? It could be said that even if Sichuan used only fire, he could easily defeat Lin Tian, who was under the control of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 3:12. As soon as these words were spoken, the person who had just spoken instantly changed his expression. He wanted to speak, but saw Gu Ling leading a group from the Tai sacred land, already by Feng Qingyang's side, supporting him. Suddenly, the words in his mouth seemed to be stuck, neither able to speak nor swallow. Dare to snatch our things? Are you tired of living? Gu Ling would not give him a good look. With his cultivation at the 6th level of the Heavenly King realm, he was among the top in this emperor's tomb. Besides, he had never feared anyone, not to mention that this thing was discovered by our people first. Even if it wasn't, when did it become your turn to speak? These days, all sorts of trash dare to come out pretending to be wolves with big tails. Gu Ling continued to mock. Hearing this, The young man's face turned red with anger. You should die. As a young talent, he might not be at the very top, but he was at least well known. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Immediately, he attacked Gu Ling, wanting to regain his face. However, he forgot the gap in strength. Shut up. Gu Ling coldly spat out these words. A hand stretched out, slowly striking a palm. Chapter 3:13. Insult my holy son must die. Hearing Yang Ding Tian's humiliation of his target Su Chuan, Feng Qingyang was immediately filled with rage. Su Chuan could not be insulted by anyone in his heart. After speaking, he charged directly at Yang Ding Tian, regardless of the huge gap in strength between the two. He only wanted to give him a painful lesson. Huh, am I wrong? Yang Ding Tian was not afraid of Feng Qingyang's attack at all. He even continued to taunt while defending himself. Everyone has been here for so long. Where is your holy son? He hasn't appeared yet. Isn't that just a turtle hiding its head? I think he has probably run away, and you are all still here waiting foolishly. He had actually been paying attention to Su Chuan all along. From outside the imperial tomb, Su Chuan had already defeated Li Qingho with just a knife. Seeing Su Chuan's strength, he was very excited. Many years ago, he had defeated everyone in the southern region, and it became increasingly difficult to find an opponent. This led to his martial arts path stagnating and progressing slowly. Therefore, he desperately needed to find an equally matched opponent to force himself to improve. It was precisely for this reason that he rushed to the eastern region as soon as the imperial tomb opened. Chapter 3:14. Seeing Feng Qingyang attack first. Yang Ding Tian was not afraid at all. With a pair of demon dragon claws waving, terrifying attacks came in an instant. Boom! Feng Qingyang's attack was instantly shattered. Puffed. In the next moment, the demon dragon claws directly reached for Feng Qingyang's vital points. In an instant, they pierced through Feng Qingyang's chest. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and his body began to crack, his breath rapidly declining. In an instant, Feng Qingyang was heavily injured and on the verge of death. So strong. Is this the demon dragon, Yang Ding Tian? Seeing him today, he truly lives up to his reputation. It's over. It seems this young master of the immortal volcano is destined to fall here today. Where is Su Chuan? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Could it be true that he ran away as he said? Seeing Yang Ding Tian's attack, everyone present was shocked. If Su Chuan doesn't show up, who else can be his opponent? However, after heavily injuring Feng Qingyang, Yang Ding Tian had no intention of letting him go. In the activated state of the demon dragon's body, he was only filled with killing intent. Only by killing everything could he stop. He struck out again with a claw, and everyone present closed their eyes, not daring to watch this cruel scene. They all believed Feng Qingyang was undoubtedly going to die. Chapter 3:15. Today you must die. No one can save you. I said so. Facing Yang Ding Tian's provocation, Su Chuan coldly spat out these words, his eyes flashing with cold light. At this moment, he had been completely enraged by Yang Ding Tian's actions. Only the death of the other party could extinguish the anger in his heart. Ha ha ha. I want to see how much strength you have. Yang Ding Tian was unperturbed, laughing loudly. Die for me. Without waiting for Su Chuan to respond, he shook his whole body and then charged towards Su Chuan. Seeing Yang Ding Tian rush over, Su Chuan's expression did not change at all. He remained as cold as ever. He raised his hand, and the prison demon knife appeared in an instant. Clang! A knife cry filled with killing intent rang out. It echoed in everyone's ears. Su Chuan's knife domain unfolded. After comprehending numerous knife rules, Su Chuan's killing knife soul broke through to another level. Correspondingly, the knife domain became even more terrifying. Within the knife domain, it was filled with killing aura and pervasive killing intent. In the knife domain, everyone present felt as if they were in purgatory, surrounded by endless evil spirits wailing and demanding lives. It seemed that in the next second, these evil spirits would drag them into the abyss. Chapter 3:16. Delightful. Yang Ding Tian slowly stood up, his face filled with a crazed smile that grew stronger. He let out a hearty roar, completely disregarding his injuries. Then he trembled, his disheveled hair flying, and the burnt scales on his body quickly shed, new black scales regenerating. A vast and terrifying source of power once again spread from his body, sweeping across the entire world. A momentary defeat did not crush him. Instead, he turned misfortune into fortune and broke through again. Now, he was a genuine 7th-layer Heavenly King realm powerhouse, the highest in the entire Imperial Tomb world. With the support of the demon dragon's body, One could say his strength was already infinitely close to the 9th layer of the Heavenly King realm. If it weren't for Sichuan, he would be the uncrowned king of the entire imperial tomb. What? Breaking through in the midst of battle? What kind of monster is this? With the 7th layer of the Heavenly King realm, combined with this body born for battle, Sichuan is in a bit of trouble. A great era is approaching. Countless monsters are emerging. Yang Ding Tian's miraculous survival left those fleeing martial artists dumbfounded, all expressing their astonishment, some unable to believe their eyes. Clearly, he had been heavily injured by Sichuan's knife, yet miraculously, he broke through. Chapter 317. Sichuan finished speaking, no longer holding back, raising his knife and preparing to end Yang Ding Tian's life. At this moment, Yang Ding Tian was still immersed in the fact that he could not defeat Sichuan and had been crippled. He did not notice that Sichuan's knife was already close to his neck, only one step away from decapitation. Seeing this scene, Yang Ding Tian's protector and followers were furious. One elder at the 6th layer of the Heavenly King realm quickly flew out, blocking in front of Yang Ding Tian, wanting to take this lethal blow for him. Protect the Holy Sun. The Holy Sun absolutely cannot die. He shouted loudly, his whole body's source power surging wildly, protecting Yang Ding Tian behind him. Yang Ding Tian absolutely cannot die. If he dies, even if those who came with him can survive out of the imperial tomb, they will definitely be killed by the higher-ups of the Sanyang Holy Land. There is no way out. As for escaping, there is no possibility at all. As long as they dare to flee, they will definitely be hunted down. As the strongest of the 4 great powers in the southern region, once they start hunting, there is no chance of survival, even if they escape to the ends of the earth, unless they can escape to the Xiantian realm and directly enter the chaos. But without the cultivation of the Emperor realm, entering the chaos is only a dead end. Chapter 318. Just as Yang Ding Tian was about to completely dissipate, a black aura suddenly appeared above Sichuan's head. Surrounding the aura of the golden dragon of fortune, it seemed to be plotting something sinister. Sichuan could feel that this black aura was filled with ominous and strange energy. Anyone who gets a slight touch of it will likely face a life-and-death crisis soon. Is this the curse of Yang Ding Tian before his death? Sichuan murmured, having some guesses about the origin of this black aura. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have no way to deal with this curse. But for Sichuan, breaking this curse was no difficulty at all. You're dead and still want to cause me trouble? Is that possible? A trace of fierce light flashed in Sichuan's eyes. He then activated the golden fate he had just obtained, divine concealment. As the golden light flashed, the golden dragon of fortune above Sichuan's head let out a howl that echoed to the sky. The black aura was immediately struck as if by lightning. A black human face emerged from that aura. It was the already deceased Yang Ding Tian. Although his soul was utterly destroyed, he managed to preserve a trace of his mark through this alternative method. If Sichuan really fell under his curse in the future, he could use this mark to be reincarnated and start all over again. Chapter 319. Everyone has been watching here for so long. Haven't you seen enough? After dealing with his own matters, Sichuan turned his attention to the martial artists still remaining in the imperial tomb. This group of people had relied on their strong cultivation to not escape, instead watching the show. They planned to reap the benefits after Sichuan and Yang Ding Tian had both suffered injuries. However, they never expected Sichuan to kill Yang Ding Tian so quickly and decisively. By the time they reacted, they found themselves in a dilemma, unable to escape or stay. They could only stand dumbfounded at the entrance of the imperial tomb, staring blankly at Sichuan. Now, Sichuan was finally free to deal with them. His excitement was not something everyone could witness. Since they had watched, they had to be prepared to pay the price. Moreover, Sichuan also recognized a familiar aura among this group. These people were all martial artists from the eastern region. The aura they emitted was identical to that of the group of martial artists Sichuan had casually slain before. They should be the so-called elders mentioned by the group that had previously attempted to assassinate Sichuan. Each of them was a martial artist above the 4th stage of the King realm. They had initially come to assassinate Sichuan. However, the treasures in the imperial tomb were too tempting, so they only sent their underlings to kill Sichuan while they came to the palace to gather treasures. Chapter 320. Boom. This action completely ignited the atmosphere among all present. They didn't know what grievances this group had with Sichuan, but Sichuan's decisive methods intimidated everyone there. It once again refreshed their impression of Sichuan. At the same time, the speed at which they submitted their gains increased significantly, fearing that their slow speed would displease Sichuan and lead to their demise. No one dared to provoke Sichuan. After killing this group of people, Sichuan felt much more relaxed. Anyone who dared to have thoughts against him must die. Following that, it would be their sect. Sichuan would not spare them either. After a stick of incense, everyone submitted their gains. At this moment, Feng Qingyang's hands were piled high with storage rings. As expected of the imperial tomb, the treasures inside were absurdly abundant. They were all gathered by Han Feng after he became a demonic being. They were what he prepared for resurrection. However, now all of this became Sichuan's. He collected everything. As for the items in the hands of those martial artists who had escaped earlier, Sichuan did not care. Those who escaped early were all martial artists of low cultivation. Even if they gained something in the imperial tomb, it was merely trivial benefits. Chapter 321. Reappearing in that desperate place, Sichuan looked around. With the destruction of the imperial tomb world and the dissipation of all demonic energy, this place had begun to rejuvenate, with a hint of greenery sprouting from the ground. It wouldn't be long before this place transformed into a blessed land. After all, a supreme emperor had once fallen here, and with the imperial tomb world shattered, a large amount of world power was spilling out. Moreover, many martial artists had perished here. All these opportunities destined this place to undergo earth-shattering changes. Perhaps, countless years later, another sect or holy land would rise again and compete for supremacy in Xintian. However, none of this was Sichuan's concern anymore. Let's go. Glancing back at the spot where the light pillar had been, he saw that it had disappeared with the destruction of the imperial tomb, and the palace had crumbled as well. Sichuan withdrew his gaze and then released his carriage, pulled by a demon tiger, leaving this place. The last sentence he spoke was directed at the Shadow Guard elder who had been waiting outside the imperial tomb. The demon tiger pulled the carriage at high speed, and within half a day, they had returned to the Tai Holy Land, releasing the others from the golden ancient palace. At this moment, each of them was spirited, beaming with joy. Chapter 322. Xianzan on the throne was somewhat surprised, wondering what opportunity was worthy of Sichuan's offering. After all, he was the master of the Tai Holy Land, a peak half-emperor existence. What kind of opportunities had he seen? But seeing Sichuan's serious demeanor, he felt a bit curious. Let me have a look. After speaking, he reached out, and the jade slip in Sichuan's hand immediately flew into his hand. Then he probed into it with his divine sense. He discovered that this inheritance was actually a secret method. Initially, he was somewhat dismissive. After all, with the Tai Holy Land as foundation, there had been many strong ones in the Emperor realm. What kind of secret methods had he not seen? However, as he delved deeper, he was profoundly shocked by the contents recorded within. Is this the method to open the inner world? Or is it the supreme secret method to open the inner world below the Emperor realm? Xianzan's voice trembled slightly, and along with that, his body began to tremble slightly, revealing just how excited he was inside. He knew that cultivating in the Emperor realm required opening the inner world. This was recorded in the Holy Land's inheritance. There were even many secret methods for opening the inner world in the Holy Land. But the secret method Sichuan brought out was different. It was actually a method that allowed martial artists to open the inner world below the Emperor realm. Chapter 323. However, Xianzan's last sentence caught his attention. Something left by the master? Sichuan was somewhat puzzled. From the meaning of this sentence, did the master leave the Holy Land? He speculated in his heart. After all, when he brought back that item from the Yaoqi Holy Land, Sichuan had noticed something was off with Sita Lin. Was he looking for the master's wife? Sichuan was speechless. If it was really as he guessed, it will be interesting. Sichuan had noticed in the Yaoqi sacred land that the Yaoqi Saint Lord still had feelings for his master. However, due to their identities and cultivation levels, the two ultimately could not be together. But now, Sita Lin's cultivation had rapidly broken through to the 7th level of the King realm, coupled with his terrifying swordsmanship. Even when facing a strong opponent at the 9th level of the King realm, he would not be at a disadvantage. With such cultivation, Sita Lin was more than capable of pursuing his own love. To this, Sichuan wholeheartedly agreed. With him in Jinyang Peak, there wouldn't be any major trouble. However, all of this was merely his speculation. As for the actual reason, he would have to wait until he returned to find out. Thus, Sichuan did not linger any longer and turned to leave the Tai Hall. Before long, he had already returned to Jinyang Peak. At this moment, Jinyang Peak was very quiet. Chapter 324. After listening to Sida Lin's words, Su Chuan fell silent. He did not expect that Sida Lin had prepared such a great gift for him. He was very clear about the value of the true soul fruit. Its appearance would undoubtedly lead to a bloody storm. After all, it was an unparalleled spiritual fruit that could help King Rel martial artists achieve the Yang God. Any martial artist whose true martial soul had not transformed would be tempted by it. Su Chuan could easily imagine the kind of battle Sida Lin had gone through to obtain this true soul fruit. A large number of King Realm martial artists who had died at Su Chuan's hands had not achieved a single Yang God, including those prodigies and saints. This showed how difficult it was to achieve the Yang God. If a martial artist's true martial soul had transformed into a Yang God, killing them would not be so simple. Blood rebirth and indestructible souls were not just words. Possessing a Yang God, even if the physical body died, the soul could survive for a long time, just like Han Feng before, who survived for countless years relying on a remnant soul. It was because his soul still retained a trace of Yang God characteristics. Achieving the Yang God was one of the basic requirements for breaking through to the Half-Emperor realm. It could be said that without the transformation of the true martial soul into a Yang God, no matter how talented one was, they would be stuck at the 9th level of the King realm for their entire life. Chapter 325. Not long after, the vast power of the soul was completely devoured by Su Chuan's soul. In this back and forth, Su Chuan's soul became increasingly heavy and terrifying. The originally childlike soul had grown into a youthful appearance, identical to Su Chuan. Buzz. In the next moment, Su Chuan began to madly absorb the vitality of heaven and earth. At this moment, the soul erupted with a brilliant radiance. Eventually, at a certain moment, it reached its peak. Boom! Su Chuan's soul ignited like dry wood meeting a raging fire, burning fiercely. The soul was the fuel, and the vitality of heaven and earth was the fire. It purified the impurities in the soul and washed away the soul power. An invisible black smoke surged from Su Chuan's soul, disappearing into the sea of consciousness. The mottled remnants in Su Chuan's soul vanished without a trace at this moment. Soon after, the burning flames seemed to have completed their task, and in an instant, they disappeared without a trace. Very good, just one last step to go. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Su Chuan's face. All the previous events were necessary for the transformation of the soul. Only by refining all the impurities within the soul could one achieve the Yang God. Otherwise, it would be easy to fall short. Chapter 320. Boom. 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 The overwhelming power from Su Chuan's breakthrough continued to spread. The towering Yang God giant was still emanating its divine might. At this moment, Su Chuan's breakthrough had ended. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance. Countless martial arts rules surrounded him, with purple energy coming from the east, resembling a living saint in the world. At this moment, he was a genuine 5th-level King Realm martial artist. Yet, no one knew his true strength. Even Su Chuan himself was not very clear, because since breaking through to the King Realm, no one had been able to make him use his full strength. Let alone now, when not only had his inner world reached the level of first-stage Emperor, but his soul had also transformed into a Yang God. His strength had risen to a whole new level. So, even Su Chuan himself did not know how strong he was now. Just breaking through to the 5th level of the King Realm had such momentum. It was truly terrifying. I can't even imagine how astonishing his performance will be when he breaks through to the Half-Emperor realm, or even the Emperor realm. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. We are old. We are all old. It's now the world of the young. Chapter 327. Stepping into the training room again. This time, it was not for Su Chuan to cultivate, but to improve Su Xingli's qualifications and forge her physique. To ensure that Su Xingli's qualifications and physique received the best enhancement, Su Chuan was prepared to invest heavily. He took out a sky-blue dragon horn from his storage ring. This horn was from Albine, the dragon clan of the Half-Emperor realm, whom Su Chuan encountered during the trip to the Source Water world. After Su Chuan blew it off, it fell into his hands and had been kept until now. Now, it was just right to enhance Su Xingli's qualifications. With both hands, he squeezed hard, and the dragon horn immediately shattered, scattering onto the floor of the training room. Suddenly, a clear spring appeared on the ground. The spring water was golden, radiating brilliant light and filled with vast martial arts rules. Moreover, with colorful clouds swirling, it quickly formed a water pool about a square foot in size. Albion had also transformed from the spring water spirit after leaping over the dragon gate. Naturally, every part of him carried the characteristics of the spring water spirit. Moreover, because he had cultivated to the half-emperor realm, the effect was even better than that of the spring water spirit Su Chuan absorbed. Standing by the edge of this pool, Su Chuan took a slight breath and immediately felt a refreshing sensation. Chapter 328. Until now, Su Xingli had finally completely digested the mysterious power of the Yuanling Pearl. Her physique had also transformed into a true Yuanling sacred body. Su Chuan did not know much about this physique, but just thinking that it was prepared for a destined protagonist, it must be extraordinary. Su Xingli's martial arts path would be bright from now on. With such a physique, coupled with the potent medicine Su Chuan had given earlier, her foundation was also very solid. In the future, achieving the half-emperor realm would be without any problems. Let alone emperor. All the benefits would gradually manifest in Su Xingli's future cultivation. However, although her physique had transformed at this moment, Su Xingli's cultivation was not yet over. Under Su Chuan's witness, Su Xingli moved once again. She was surrounded by glow, and a terrifying suction force suddenly appeared, crazily absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth. After gaining the Yuan spirit's sacred body, her speed of refining the vitality of heaven and earth increased several levels. In the blink of an eye, she absorbed all the remaining vitality and the essence of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Next came a rapid advancement in her cultivation. Nirvana Realm, 8th layer. Nirvana Realm, 9th layer. Soon, she reached the peak of the Nirvana Realm. Following that, she began to break through to the Reincarnation Realm. Chapter 329. Not long after, Su Chuan arrived at the trial tower. Looking at the towering structure that reached the clouds, he couldn't help but feel emotional. This was the first stop of his rise, and also a turning point in his life. However, he hadn't been back since the grand competition. He never expected to return here in another way today. Upon entering the trial tower, before Su Chuan could begin to climb, a beam of light enveloped him, and he instantly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already at the top of the trial tower. This was the most mysterious place in the entire Tai Holy Land. Usually, no one was allowed to step here. Nobody knew what was inside. Su Chuan only learned after becoming the Holy Son that the two supreme elders of the Tai Holy Land were each cultivating in the trial tower and the transmission tower. Before Su Chuan was an unfurled scroll. The scroll depicted a world, with everything above intricately portrayed, full of life. At the same time, a powerful pressure emanated from the scroll. Feeling this pressure, Su Chuan's expression slightly changed. The scroll gave him the impression that a real world was sealed within it. Chapter 330. Hearing Su Chuan's response, Shui Sanjian nodded and said, "Since you know, I won't beat around the bush. A month from now, the grand competition of the 5 domains is about to begin. This time, our eastern domain will be led by you, and among us, your cultivation is the highest." Regarding this grand competition of the 5 domains, the strategists within the Holy Land have calculated that there is an opportunity to break through to the Emperor Respect level. Therefore, they want you to seize the first place in the competition while also obtaining this opportunity. An opportunity to break through to the Emperor Respect level. Su Chuan was somewhat surprised, not expecting that the strategists of the Holy Land could calculate this. Although they couldn't determine the specifics of the opportunity, knowing it was related to the grand competition was already impressive. After all, Su Chuan knew the connection between the grand competition and breaking through to the Emperor Respect level was derived from the system, gathered from the protagonist. According to the calculated results, this opportunity would ultimately land in the Void Immortal Realm. Moreover, this grand competition of the 5 domains would also take place in the Void Immortal Realm. Shui Sanjian explained everything in detail. The Void Immortal Realm? This was the second time Su Chuan had seen this name. The first time was concerning the protagonist named Chun Feng's opportunity. Now, he heard this name again. Chapter 331. 3 days passed in a flash. After assigning some matters, Su Chuan had been in seclusion to stabilize his cultivation. After listening to the words of the Supreme Elder, Su Chuan also understood what this grand competition of the 5 domains represented and what challenges he would face. Those warriors stuck at the peak of the half-emperor realm for countless years, some even nearing their limit, would definitely use every possible means to compete for the opportunity to break through to the Emperor Respect level in the Void Immortal Realm. Facing those below the half-emperor realm, Su Chuan was confident and unafraid of anyone. But if he encountered warriors above the half-emperor realm, Su Chuan would feel somewhat powerless. Although the other party couldn't kill him, he didn't have any means to deal with them either. Even though the Supreme Elder had stated that no beings above the half-emperor realm could enter the void immortal realm. Those with nearing lifespans who must seek breakthroughs wouldn't care about such restrictions. They might even have special means to enter the void immortal realm. Therefore, he needed to be fully prepared and absolutely could not expose himself to danger. Although he currently had some strength, Su Chuan was very clear that arrogance was not advisable. No one was invincible forever. One must know that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. Chapter 332. At the moment the warship began to move, Gu Zhan clenched his fists and suddenly struck out, punching towards the void ahead. Boom! With a loud bang, the space ahead was instantly pierced, creating a massive rift in the void. A void storm rampaged within, with countless thunders rushing out, trying to destroy everything outside. However, they were all blocked by the great formation of the Tai Holy Land, unable to break through. At that moment, all the warships emitted a sacred aura, completely suppressing the chaotic void. They formed a vast, navigable passage through the void. Because the distance between the central domain and the eastern domain was vast, it would take a lot of time relying solely on manpower. Moreover, there was a rift created by chaotic space that isolated the central domain, making it difficult to cross. Therefore, to reach the central domain, they could only use this method of traveling through the void. Fortunately, the ship they were on was the top-tier warship of the Tai Holy Land. Each one was comparable to a heavenly weapon, capable of suppressing the void, traveling through it, and resisting the invasion of void storms and void thunder. Moreover, it was incredibly fast. At full speed, they could reach the central domain in at most 10 days. Chapter 333. Not long after Su Chuan set off, other forces from the eastern domain participating in this grand competition also brought their disciples to rush towards the central domain. They were still unaware that this grand competition of the 5 domains had the opportunity to break through to the emperor respect level. They were merely participating in the contest. In the Great Wei dynasty, Ning Tsongtian reluctantly looked at his daughter in front of him. Ning Yusi was the most talented among his many children. After this period of seclusion and the various opportunities she had previously obtained, she had now broken through to the Heavenly King realm. She had become a warrior of the second layer of the Heavenly King realm. Although she was not as strong as Su Chuan, she far surpassed other geniuses of the same level. In this grand competition of the 5 domains, it was Ning Yusi who represented the Great Wei dynasty. This was also her first time traveling so far from home. Therefore, Ning Tsongtian inevitably felt a bit worried and reluctant. But looking at the smile on his daughter's face and the determination in her brows, he couldn't bear to directly refuse her. Forget it, the child is grown up. Let her go. Ning Tsongtian sighed in his heart, shook his head, and decided to let go. He knew very well what Ning Yusi was thinking. It was nothing more than that guy from the Tai Holy Land. As for the 5 domains grand competition, it's all secondary. Chapter 334. Accompanied by a loud roar, Su Chuan instantly appeared above the head of the void beast. With the Jinyu demon blade in hand, he unleashed a strike with unmatched momentum. Feeling this blow, the void beast raised one of its tentacles towards Su Chuan, trying to block the attack. Buffed. Even though the void beast's physical body was strong enough, it was still insufficient against the Jinyu demon blade. With just one strike, Su Chuan severed that thick arm. Roar! The void beast, in pain and lacking intelligence, began to roar frantically, becoming even more violent. All its tentacles swung together, striking the void and producing a series of piercing, thunderous sounds. For a moment, even Su Chuan found it difficult to find a suitable means of attack. However, Su Chuan was not just a close combat fighter. He drew the sun-shooting divine bow with 2 of his arms, and an arrow feather imbued with endless flames appeared on the bowstring, ready to be released. It was no surprise that it was infused with fire. Under the burning flames, even the void began to sizzle. Su Chuan had no doubt that if the flames continued to burn like this, they might directly burn through the world membrane. Roar! Perhaps sensing the danger, the void beast roared even more fiercely. Chapter 335. Su Chuan returned to the warship holding this bug, wanting to study what it really was. Suddenly, Gu Zhan, who was beside him, saw the bug in Su Chuan's hand and showed a look of surprise. Isn't this the goo worm from the 10,000 Insect Valley? Your Highness, where did you get this? Hearing this, Su Chuan raised an eyebrow and asked Gu Zhen, Elder Gu, do you recognize this? What coincidence. I didn't expect Elder Gu to know this. This saves me from further research. Your Highness, the bug in your hand is definitely a goo worm from the 10,000 Insect Valley. The unique aura on this bug, I absolutely cannot be mistaken. Elder Gu Zhen said affirmatively. Goo worm? This involves Su Chuan's knowledge blind spot. He had no research in this area and looked down on using something that sounded like a wicked path in battle. That's right, by its appearance. It should be a parasitic goo. This type of goo worm is extremely powerful. Once parasitized, one will be controlled and unable to break free until death. Not only beasts, but even humans can be parasitized. It is a very vicious goo worm. Elder Gu Zhen explained to Su Chuan. Chapter 336. Another 2 days passed, and the warship of the Tai Holy Land finally flew out of the void. The violent void storms and the ubiquitous thunder were no longer seen. Everything returned to calm. Welcoming them were the brilliant sunshine and abundant natural energy. Truly, this is the central region of the Xiantian continent. The concentration of natural energy here is visibly denser than in the eastern and southern regions. Practicing martial arts here will be much faster. Moreover, in such an environment, the possibility of giving birth to talents will greatly increase. One could say that blessed lands are everywhere. This also caused the rare strong figures from the other 4 regions to be quite common here. Just as Su Chuan stepped out of the void, he saw a first-level heavenly king flying past him with a group of young martial artists at the celestial realm. They showed no sign of surprise at the sudden appearance of the Tai warship, as if they were accustomed to such scenes. The place where Su Chuan and the others landed belonged to the Xiantian Holy Land. It was the force behind the slain Li Qingho, and it was also the strongest force in the entire central region. Its holy master had been famous for a long time, commanding the entire Xiantian with an invincible strength. And since then, no one knew his true strength. Chapter 337. As Shui Wuqing passed by Su Chuan, he whispered, Su Chuan, just wait, I will definitely defeat you. After saying that, he walked straight away. Your Highness, be careful of this person. He seems to have a lot of hostility towards you. Elder Gu Zhen reminded. He did not know the enmity between Su Chuan and Shui Wuqing, but was keenly aware of the fleeting killing intent and hatred from the other party. Although he was sure that Shui Wuqing was definitely not Su Chuan's match, as the leader this time, he would not miss the necessary reminder. It's fine. He's just a defeated opponent and won't cause any big waves. Su Chuan calmly shook his head. He didn't take Shui Wuqing's provocation to heart. He had said this when he defeated the 4 of them initially. Those who are defeated by him will never catch up to his footsteps. This statement applies just as much now as it did back then. Su Chuan was that confident. Just a clown, he really couldn't pique his interest. With a bit of strength, he acted like he had lost his mind, completely seeking his own demise. This time, having truly encountered Shui Wuqing, Su Chuan would definitely not hold back. Not only because of his provocation, but also because of the people from the Yao Mountain Sword sect who conspired with other forces to encircle him in the Imperial Tomb. Chapter 338. In the face of Jiang Ming's provocation, Su Chuan always maintained a calm demeanor. This only fueled Jiang Ming's anger. Immediately, he unleashed his divine might towards Su Chuan, wanting to humiliate him. However, faced with such pressure, Su Chuan merely smiled slightly, then waved his hand, making the pressure vanish without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Moreover, Su Chuan responded to Jiang Ming in the same manner. Su Chuan es yang gut emerget, and with a glare, a wave of soul-level pressure surged towards Jiang Ming. All the martial artists present felt a sharp pain in their souls, and a wave of fear instantly surged forth. This was just a trace of pressure leaked from Su Chuan's Yang God. Jiang Ming, who faced this pressure directly, suddenly changed his expression and let out a muffled groan. Then blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, glaringly bright. The first round of confrontation ended in Jiang Ming's defeat. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face alternating between blue and red. He didn't expect Su Chuan's soul to be so powerful and that he had already cultivated to the Yang God stage. Losing face, he had no choice but to leave. Chapter 339. His intention was to provoke this brainless person from the 3 Yang Holy Land, hoping to incite him to act and automatically lose his qualification for the competition. This way, he would have one less opponent. Although Su Chuan was unafraid, having too many pests was also a troublesome matter. Su Chuan did not want to waste too much time on these trash during the competition. His goal is not just the opportunity to break through to the Emperor's realm. There are also those 3 clues to opportunities he obtained long ago, waiting for him to acquire. Wasting time on these useless people is indeed unwise. However, Chu Wushang's transformation is somewhat unexpected for him. When he first crossed over, Chu Wushang acted as if he was the greatest, looking down on everyone with his prophetic golden finger, believing himself to be the only protagonist in this world, with an extremely high opinion of himself. Unexpectedly, after experiencing the failure in the Emperor's tomb, his mindset has undergone such a significant change. This has made Su Chuan look at him with new eyes. But that's all. Those who are meant to die at his hands will not escape, not even Chu Wushang. From the beginning, Su Chuan had no intention of letting this fellow traveler go. Chapter 340. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated only after the two left. The onlookers, feeling bored, went back to their own business. However, everyone was looking forward to whether Su Chuan, who had offended so many people in this grand competition, could survive. Some clever individuals even started betting on Su Chuan's chances of survival. Most participants were betting on Su Chuan's death, with odds reaching a terrifying 91. After all, many of them were not very familiar with Su Chuan. They had only heard of his achievements through word of mouth, and very few had seen him in action. On the other hand, they were much clearer about those who held hostility towards Su Chuan. Just one Jiangming had already boosted their confidence significantly. Coupled with other top geniuses who were exceptionally powerful, Su Chuan's odds of winning were virtually negligible. The possibility of survival was almost non-existent. Therefore, in their eyes, betting on Su Chuan's death was a surefire profit. This time, they aimed to make a killing. However, some people scoffed at their actions. These fools had no idea about Su Chuan's terror. Betting on Su Chuan's survival was the most correct choice. Chapter 341. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Su Chuan and Ning Yusi, who had been separated for a long time, were holed up in the house within the ancient palace world, practicing complementary cultivation. It must be said that after Ning Yusi improved her cultivation, practicing together with her significantly boosted Su Chuan's speed. Her physique and fate perfectly complemented Su Chuan. They were indeed a match made in heaven. One day, outside Su Chuan's residence, a voice sounded from Guzhan. "Your Highness, the grand competition of the 5 domains is about to begin today. Please prepare to exit," Guzhan said respectfully. "Got it, I'll be right there." Su Chuan's voice came from within, slightly lacking in strength at first, but soon recovered. Then Guzhan saw Su Chuan holding Ning Yusi's hand, both walking out of the room. He was not surprised, as he already knew that his holy son had 2 partners. "Yusi, let's go," Su Chuan said with a smile. With Guzhan beside her, Ning Yusi appeared a bit shy, lowering her head to respond. In the days of cultivating with Su Chuan, she had also greatly benefited, with her cultivation skyrocketing from the 3rd to the 5th level of the Heavenly King realm. Chapter 342. I am Lian, the Grand Elder of the Xiantian Holy Land. And beside me is Elder Ho Qinglin. We will be hosting this grand competition of the 5 domains. I look forward to the wonderful performances of the talents from each domain, Lian said with a smile, speaking slowly. "What, it's these 2? This is the first time I've seen such powerful figures. I heard that the Grand Elder and the Second Elder of the Xiantian Holy Land are both semi-emperor level experts. They don't look like it. Don't talk nonsense. This is called returning to simplicity, a sign of martial arts mastery. Do you understand? I didn't expect that for just a grand competition of the 5 domains, the Xiantian Holy Land would send out 2 semi-emperor level experts to host. Is this the foundation of the number 1 power in the central domain? It seems more like an opportunity to show off their strength to the various powers of the 5 domains. There have long been rumors that the Xiantian Holy Land's power is already sufficient to become the number 1 force in the Xiantian continent. It looks like the stakes in this competition are quite high. As Lian's voice fell, the square erupted in excitement. Most of the martial artists gathered here were from the central domain, and they had all heard these 2 names to varying degrees. Chapter 343. His teasing made all the martial artists present gnash their teeth in frustration. However, due to his identity and strength, they did not dare to say anything, only swallowing their anger. But they were very curious about the rules of this grand competition. This is the first time the grand competition of the 5 domains has been held in the Void Immortal realm. The Xiantian 5 domains have existed for so many years without ever having anything like this. Moreover, they also wanted to know if other martial artists besides those participating in the competition, had the chance to enter the void immortal realm. Countless people wished to enter the void immortal realm to seek opportunities. With various thoughts in mind, everyone looked at Li Yin and Ho Qinglin with eager eyes, seeing that the atmosphere was ripe. Ho Qinglin decided to stop teasing and spoke directly in front of everyone. This grand competition of the 5 domains will adopt a point system. Each contestant's token has a function to record points. The points will come from killing various creatures in the void immortal realm, and the token will automatically record points based on the strength of the killed creatures. The final ranking will be determined according to the number of points. Chapter 344. Our Xiantian Holy Land is not something anyone can slander. Those who dare to speak disrespectfully to our Xiantian Holy Land will be dealt with. Li Yin calmly stated these 2 sentences. In his eyes, killing a martial artist was no different from killing a beast. Moreover, his actions achieved the results he intended. From this point on, no one dared to speak again. This decision was not made solely by our Xiantian Holy Land, but was jointly discussed with the leaders of the top forces in the other 4 domains. If you don't agree, you can go back and call for help. I would like to see who has the audacity to defy this decision. Furthermore, when did I ever say that only those participating in the competition have the chance to enter the void immortal realm? As soon as these words were spoken, the warriors who had long given up hope and sighed in silence suddenly had their eyes shine with renewed vigor, fixating intently on Li Yin to see what he would say next. Perhaps they still had a chance to enter the void immortal realm in search of opportunities? The void immortal realm is the supreme realm belonging to every Xiantian human, and the opportunities within naturally belong to the virtuous. Chapter 345. Even Su Chuan didn't notice the change in Ning Yuxi's token. Still too young. Although Su Chuan anticipated that Li Yin might tamper with the token and had conducted a thorough inspection in advance, he did not expect that Li Yan's manipulations were on Ning Yuxi's token. This old fellow had long investigated the relationship between Su Chuan and Ning Yuxi and had predicted Su Chuan's predictions, which is why he set up such a trap. And Su Chuan, just as he thought, walked right into the trap he had arranged. You kill my grandson, shatter my sword, and yet you still live? Li Yin whispered to himself, killing intent evident, but on the surface, he wore a smiling demeanor. This behavior perfectly matched his reputation as the benevolent King Yin. Ever since Su Chuan arrived at the Xiantian Sacred Land, he had been plotting to eliminate Su Chuan and avenge his grandson, Li Qingho. Another reason was that the Xiantian Sacred Land sought to dominate the 5 great domains of Xiantian, and the Taiji Sacred Land in the Eastern Domain was the hardest nut to crack. Even the Xiantian Sacred Master found it difficult to gauge the depths of the Taiji Sacred Land. Now, with such a gifted prodigy emerging from the Taiji Sacred Land, if they allowed Su Chuan to rise completely, the Taiji Sacred Land would become even harder to deal with. Chapter 346. The 3 soon arrived at the location of the volcanic clusters. From a distance, it didn't feel too overwhelming, but as they got closer, the shock became apparent. Towering volcanoes loomed, with magma everywhere. The terrifying temperature far exceeded that outside, and the space was distorted by the scorching heat. What does this mean? This is the void immortal realm, where the stability of space is far beyond that of those small worlds. It was still being scorched and distorted. Every droplet of splattering magma posed a deadly threat to the warriors who came here. In such an environment, even with the protection of the Golden Ancient Palace, beads of sweat appeared on Ning Yuxi's forehead. The lower-ranked Shui Jiang was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. This won't do. This is just the beginning? Su Chuan shook his head and smiled, flipping his palm, and the fusion flames within him appeared instantly, enveloping the 2. His flames had 2 properties, and the property of the Guanghan ice flame was just right for the current environment. The moment they were enveloped in flames, the 2 felt a long-lost coolness. Brother Su, what kind of flame is this? Ning Yuxi couldn't help but ask. Chapter 347. Is there a divine fire crystal here? Upon hearing Shui Jiang's words, Su Chuan's spirit jolted, and even his breathing became a bit rapid. Previously, when he obtained the Qian Ju, he received some inheritance, which included an introduction to the chaotic divine fire, particularly the divine fire crystal. Since Su Chuan's goal was to reconstruct the chaotic divine fire, he naturally paid special attention to such things. The divine fire crystal, as its name implies, is the core that breaks away when the chaotic divine fire shatters. It contains the laws of the chaotic divine fire. For warriors who cultivate the fire path, the divine fire crystal is an unparalleled treasure. Not only because it allows one to comprehend the laws of the chaotic divine fire, but also because the fire attribute energy within it is incredibly pure, formed during the primordial chaos. Absorbing this fire attribute energy not only enhances cultivation, but also strengthens one's foundation and fortifies their martial path. Moreover, the divine fire crystal can also reinforce the inner world of fire attributes. In the chaos, it is a rare treasure. Every appearance triggers fierce battles. For Sichuan, the divine fire crystal is even more precious. He wants to reconstruct the chaotic divine fire, and the divine fire crystal is essential. Chapter 348. Just as Sichuan shouted this, a deep and furious roar erupted from the sea of magma behind the divine fire crystal. The sound was so loud and powerful that the entire cave trembled. Immediately afterward, Sichuan saw a massive beast, entirely crimson and engulfed in flames, appear in the cave. As soon as it appeared, it fixed a hostile gaze on Sichuan and opened its enormous maw, spewing forth a terrifying flame. Fire Qilin! Sichuan exclaimed in shock upon seeing the creature before him. The creature looked exactly like the Fire Qilin from his memories. This was precisely why Sichuan could call its name immediately. After being in this world for so long, he had seen dragons and phoenixes. But this was his first encounter with a Qilin, and it was a Fire Qilin. Records on the Xintian continent also mention Qilins as symbols of auspiciousness. There has always been a legend among mortals that when a Qilin appears, calamities will be dispelled. However, the Fire Qilin before him was clearly not the kind from the legends. It seemed to be a fire spirit born from the laws of the chaotic divine fire within the divine fire crystal. Its responsibility was to protect the divine fire crystal. Chapter 349. Come on, Sichuan shouted, completely unafraid of the Fire Qilin's attack. At this moment, it was finally showing some semblance of a peak heavenly king realm. Unlike before, when Sichuan fought it without any pressure. Following that, Sichuan's sword technique changed. It was no longer the broad and open style from before. The previous sword technique was only suitable for large-bodied creatures, where one strike could inflict immense damage before the opponent could react. Now, Sichuan's sword technique had taken on a bloodthirsty edge, and with a wave of his hand, the killing intent surged. Thousands of sword chi directly met the Fire Qilin's incoming claws, forming a wall of sword chi in front of him that completely blocked the Fire Qilin's attack. Roar! Roar! The distant attack couldn't harm Sichuan, and now that it had shrunk its body, it still couldn't do anything to Sichuan, which made the Fire Qilin roar angrily. Becoming increasingly agitated, the flames on its body grew stronger due to its rage. The entire Fire Qilin transformed into a ball of flame, merging into the surrounding magma, making it impossible to tell where its next attack would emerge from. You think you could defeat me with this? You're far from it, Sichuan declared proudly. Then, he brushed his right hand across his eyes, and two different flames, one red and one silver, covered his eyes. Chapter 350. After absorbing the entire sea of magma, the divine fire crystal became even more dazzling. Sichuan could feel the laws of the chaotic divine fire within it from a great distance. This was truly an unexpected harvest, Sichuan said happily. At first, he thought this piece of divine fire crystal was just one of many fragments. He didn't have high hopes for the divine fire rules contained within it. He just hoped that with some guidance from the divine fire rules and the help of the system, he could gradually comprehend the complete divine fire rules and reconstruct the chaotic divine fire. But now it seemed that this piece of divine fire crystal in front of Sichuan was anything but an ordinary fragment. The divine fire rules it contained and the scene it created proved otherwise. This divine fire crystal was one of the core fragments, containing most of the divine fire rules. This saved Sichuan a lot of time. With such a harvest, how could he not be happy? Now, he just needed to wait for the divine fire crystal to completely condense the divine fire rules before he could collect it. This process didn't last long. Soon they reached the final step. The fire lotus holding the divine fire crystal suddenly erupted with a burst of energy, as if it were undergoing extreme sublimation. Chapter 351. After exchanging glances, the three decided they couldn't just watch any longer. If they waited any longer, the Crimson Flame Demon would be killed by this woman, and they wouldn't have any good outcomes. Let us kill her, the leader commanded, and the three rushed towards Ning Yusi. together with the Crimson Flame Demon. The seven formed a siege. These three were not easy opponents either. They attacked fiercely, targeting Ning Yuxi's weaknesses. For a moment, Ning Yuxi found herself at a disadvantage under the siege of the four demons and three people. Seeing this, Cui Jiang couldn't hold back anymore. "I'll help you," he said, pulling out his weapon, a heavy hammer, and charging into the crowd. He targeted the weakest of the three, and they exchanged blows, giving Ning Yuxi a brief moment to catch her breath. However, this situation didn't last long. Cui Jiang was only a Sky Realm cultivator. Although he had gained strength from the inheritance found in the Golden Ancient Hall, he was facing opponents whose realms far surpassed his. It was already quite good that he hadn't been defeated immediately. As time went on, he began to show signs of decline. "You're done for." Cui Jiang's opponent sneered as he noticed Cui Jiang's weakening aura and diminishing attacks. Chapter 352. All of this happened in an instant. The remaining two looked at Ning Yuxi in terror. They were sent by Li Yin to ambush Su Chuan, but they hadn't even seen Su Chuan yet, and their side had already suffered heavy casualties. The losses were severe. They weren't even out of danger yet and could die at any moment. One of the warriors quietly distanced himself from the leader, fearing he would meet the same fate as the previous person and be backstabbed by his own leader. If that happened, he would truly die with regrets. A bunch of useless fools. How could you even think of targeting senior brother Su? Ning Yuxi looked down on the two, filled with disdain. On the surface, she still appeared to have some strength left. But only she knew that the last arrow had drained all her internal energy, and the fire poison was completely uncontrollable, sweeping through her body. At this moment, she had already lost her combat capability, but she couldn't let the two see through her, or she would definitely face a counterattack. At that point, it would be truly hopeless. However, the more she tried to avoid it, the more it came. Suddenly, the fire poison within Ning Yuxi erupted completely, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 353. How is this possible? The two stared blankly at the scene before them, muttering in disbelief. Their last trump card, a powerful warrior among imperial weapons, was easily suppressed by Su Chuan. They couldn't understand why this was happening. Su Chuan looked at the two with no intention of playing around any longer. He then unleashed two waves of sword energy, slicing towards them. The stunned duo had no reaction, collapsing to the ground as the sword energy struck them. By the time they regained their senses, the sword energy had already pierced through their hearts. Due to forcibly activating the yellow gourd, there was not a drop of blood left in their bodies. Even though their hearts shattered, no blood flowed out. The leader's gaze was fixed on the expressionless Su Chuan, filled with unwillingness and regret. Before coming, the three were filled with joy and anticipation for the future. Li Yin had promised them that as long as they could kill Su Chuan, they would be allowed to join the Xintian sacred land and become honored disciples, no longer having to toil for resources. In their eyes, this was like a pie falling from the sky. This was the Xintian sacred land. Chapter 354. Seeing this situation, Su Chuan was speechless. Truly, as a weapon about to become a third-tier imperial weapon, its spirituality was remarkable. This scene also extinguished his thoughts of refining it. How should he deal with it? This question left Su Chuan in a dilemma. To be honest, he was the first person to feel troubled because he had too many imperial weapons. For others, acquiring one imperial weapon would be a huge deal. But for him, this divine sword gourd was truly redundant. Which inherently conflicted with his knife techniques. Moreover, this divine sword gourd contained a trace of innate sword energy. Wasn't this clearly working against him? He couldn't give up the knife path he had been cultivating for so long just for an imperial weapon. That would be like losing a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Suddenly, Su Chuan's gaze turned to Ning Yuxi, who was healing with her eyes closed. And his eyes lit up. Ning Yuxi practiced both archery and swordsmanship, so this divine sword gourd would be perfect for her. Given his relationship with Ning Yuxi, giving it to her would be no different than keeping it for himself. They had been together for so long, and to be honest, Su Chuan had never given her anything. This was a perfect opportunity to express his feelings. Chapter 355. Su Chuan led Ning Yuxi and Cui Jiang forward, wandering aimlessly. The two didn't ask Su Chuan where he was going, and the journey was silent. Finally, after a day and night of traveling, Su Chuan stopped. Before them lay an endless expanse of yellow earth, with nothing else in sight. "Senior brother Su, what are we doing here?" Ning Yuxi asked curiously. This place didn't seem like a spot for opportunities. Besides, weren't they supposed to be competing in the void immortal realm? Since entering until now, aside from killing 5 flame demons, the group hasn't killed a single beast, leaving their token points significantly lower than others, though Sichuan had no idea how much. I don't know either. Sichuan shook his head. What he said was true. He really didn't know what he was doing here. However, fate had always been guiding him to this place. His intuition told him that this was related to Chu Wushang's opportunity. But what exactly it was and where it was, he still had no clue. Just as the three were lost in thought, suddenly, the environment around them changed drastically in the blink of an eye. The sky darkened, and a stench of blood assaulted them, making them feel nauseous. Chapter 356. After killing this alien team, Sichuan was surprised to find that his token points had actually increased. Sichuan was now somewhat unable to distinguish whether this was an illusion or reality. If it were an illusion, the increased points in the token wouldn't be fake. But if it was real, where did these aliens come from? In the history of Xiantian, besides the demon clan, he had never heard of the existence of other alien races. Sichuan thought to himself, his brow furrowing deeper. However, at that moment, an alien king realm expert of the 9th level had unknowingly appeared above Sichuan. He had a sinister grin on his face, not expecting to encounter a genius cub of the human race. If I take his head back, the respected lord will surely reward me handsomely. Perhaps I can even use this to break through to the semi-emperor realm. This alien was tall, with 8 arms and 6 eyes on his face, making anyone who saw him shudder. He had been present when the alien team attacked Sichuan and the others, but he hadn't intervened until the entire team was slaughtered by Sichuan, coldly watching as the alien heads fell. Chapter 357. This wasn't Sichuan's first encounter with a semi-emperor realm expert, but in the past, he had either been severely injured or had to flee in panic. Today, facing a semi-emperor alien head-on, and even declaring he would kill the opponent, was a first for him. This wasn't arrogance, but rather confidence in his own strength. During this time, his power had seen a terrifying increase, and he had never had the opportunity to truly feel how strong he had become. Today, that opportunity finally came. A newly ascended semi-emperor alien expert. However, because this was an illusion, it seemed his strength was not on par with a true semi-emperor. This gave Sichuan the confidence to counterattack this semi-emperor alien. Without much dialogue, Sichuan sidestepped to avoid the sneak attack. Then, the Jinyu demon blade erupted with dazzling light as he slashed out. In this strike, Sichuan used 100% of his strength, and at this moment, he was more serious than ever. Facing a stronger opponent with a weaker force, any mistake could cost him his life. And even Sichuan did not dare to be careless. As he swung this blade, the space began to tremble, and faintly, some spatial cracks could even be seen. Chapter 358. If you want to kill me, you should consider whether you have that ability. Sichuan snorted coldly and took the initiative. In his 3-headed, 6-armed state, powerful runes emerged all over his body. He threw a punch, and the long and used Haori divine fist erupted with a terrifying fist intent under Sichuan's immense strength. The other 2 arms waved the Jinyu demon blade. An endless killing intent and bloodthirst surrounded Sichuan. At this moment, he resembled a demon god. With a step forward, various fates were activated, enhancing himself. At the same time, in his last pair of arms, the Sun Arrow God Bao emerged, and a phantom of the Sun Arrow God Bao appeared in Sichuan's Yang God hand as well. The two complemented each other, radiating endless celestial light. The ancient golden palace floated above Sichuan's head, emanating golden light to protect his physical body. In an instant, Sichuan had displayed all his strength without any reservation. The semi-emperor alien across from him changed expression slightly upon seeing this, but ultimately, he still felt confident in his own strength. He stepped forward, absorbing all the black gas swirling around his body, and in an instant his body swelled, transforming into a small giant 10 zhang tall. Chapter 359. Too strong. How can he be so powerful? The remaining aliens widened their eyes in shock, their faces changing wildly. A powerful semi-emperor alien was thus fallen. This battle didn't resemble a battle across levels. It was more like a massacre. Even in death, this semi-emperor alien couldn't create any waves. We can't let him live. Kill him. At this moment, a top alien expert finally reacted and shouted. Sichuan's displayed strength was too terrifying. if he continued to grow. It would definitely bring a devastating blow to the alien side. Therefore, he absolutely could not be allowed to survive. Whoever can take his head will be richly rewarded. Kill. More and more alien experts reacted, baring their teeth as they charged at Sichuan. The remaining alien warriors, hearing of the rewards, also gathered their last breath and rushed towards Sichuan. They planned to use a sea of people tactic to overwhelm Sichuan. No matter how strong Sichuan was, he was just one person, and they were many. They didn't believe they couldn't crush him. At this moment, the alien side, which was originally scattered, surprisingly united. Chapter 360. Under the command of the spear-wielding semi-emperor, the human warriors who had originally prepared to pursue and continue slaughtering the aliens also stopped. They began to clean the battlefield, gathering the fallen human warriors. After the battlefield was cleaned up, they retreated in a tide towards the direction they had come from. At that moment, the spear-wielding semi-emperor walked up to Sichuan, a smile on his face. The strength of a few young friends is truly not to be underestimated. I misjudged you. His attitude at this moment was completely different from before. The reason for his rapid change in demeanor was due to the overwhelming strength Sichuan and his companions had displayed in their cross-level battle. Especially Sichuan, who had slain a semi-emperor and withstood the attacks of several semi-emperor aliens. Such feats were not something ordinary people could achieve. It was enough to earn his respect. You flatter me, Sichuan replied with a smile. This battle had brought him immense rewards. He and T had such a thrilling fight in a long time. Where are you planning to go next? The spear-wielding semi-emperor continued to ask. This indeed caught Sichuan and the others off guard. They had accidentally entered this illusory battlefield and truly did not know where to go. Sichuan also just had a sense that Chu Wushang's opportunity was here. Chapter 361. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Sichuan expressed his gratitude. At the same time, he had also figured out the origin of the identity token given by the Xintian Holy Land. No wonder it could isolate the chaotic primordial energy in the void immortal realm. It turned out to be modeled after the identity tokens of the two realms pass. The so-called function of issuing and redistributing points was actually the military merit record system of the two realms pass. It seemed that the Xintian Holy Land had once sent martial artists into this illusory battlefield, and they had attained high status. Otherwise, it would not be possible to obtain the method to create this identity token, because such a method clearly required high confidentiality. Once it was known to the alien races, the two realms pass would be infiltrated by them. This would be a devastating blow to the human race within the two realms pass. However, Sichuan was more curious about what the military merits, that is, the points in the token, could be exchanged for. So Sichuan asked, Senior, may I know where the logistics department is? It's the highest building in the city. Why? Do you want to exchange for some resources? Wu Ming asked with a smile. I just want to take a look. Sichuan nodded and admitted openly. Chapter 362. He didn't pay attention to the two any longer. There would be plenty of opportunities to deal with them later. No need to rush. Right now, it was more important to see what military merits could actually be exchanged for. It didn't take long for the three to arrive at the logistics department. People were coming and going here, all warriors from the city. After a fierce battle, it was the time when military merits were at their highest. So they all came here to exchange for their desired cultivation resources, to enhance their strength and prepare for future battles. The reason Sichuan was in such a hurry to exchange resources at the logistics department was to clarify his doubts. If the resources here could truly be exchanged, it would prove that the two realms pass was real and not just an illusion. Thus, it could operate normally. The reason for his doubt was that previously, when Wu Ming and the others introduced the two realms pass outside the city, Sichuan felt something different. There was an aura in the two realms pass that Wu Ming and the others did not possess. Although Wu Ming and his companions were strong, they were ultimately just manifestations of an illusion. Sichuan could sense that they were like floating weeds, lacking any real feeling. However, the two realms pass gave him an inexplicable sense of reality. Therefore, Sichuan had this speculation. He came to the logistics department to verify it. Chapter 363. Everything here is real. You can see for yourselves what you want. After confirming his inner speculation, Sichuan said to the two, most of the things here were not very useful to him, but they were quite good for Ning Yusi and Shuijiang. It could be considered a significant opportunity. When capable, Sichuan suggested they exchange as much as they could. If there's wool, don't miss the chance to shear it. Such good opportunities won't come again. Your Highness, look at this. Suddenly, Cui Zhang's exclamation caught his attention. He immediately saw that Cui Jiang was pointing a line on the exchange list, his body trembling with excitement. Following the direction of his finger, Su Chuan was instantly attracted. He saw that the exchange list stated, "Control of the Two Realms Pass for 100 million military merits." Boom! The moment Su Chuan saw this line, his head buzzed. He had only glanced at the exchange list before and hadn't looked closely, so he had missed this line. Now seeing it, he was utterly shocked. The control of the Two Realms Pass could actually be exchanged. According to Su Chuan's observation, the Two Realms Pass was an imperial weapon not weaker than the Golden Ancient Palace, making it incredibly precious. Chapter 364. Su Chuan did not pay much attention to the two. In his eyes, they were nothing but dead men. Once he had taken all the opportunities, it would be their time to die. Not long after, the vast training ground was filled with people. In the Two Realms Pass, every warrior with combat capability had come here. The number was so large that there were probably several 100,000 people. A terrifying killing aura surged into the sky, filled with a sense of slaughter. The three were affected by this aura, and their expressions became serious. It was terrifying. There were so many martial arts experts in the Two Realms Pass. Cui Zhang's eyes widened, muttering. Everything before him was impacting his worldview. Hundreds of thousands of warriors, the lowest of whom were at the Nirvana realm, with countless at the Reincarnation realm, Heaven-reaching realm, and even the King realm. As a martial artist at the 8th level of the Heaven-reaching realm, he might receive respect and attention outside, but here, he was not much different from an ant. Don't be too shocked. This is just one of the many inconspicuous battlefields among the human and alien races. Su Chuan shook his head and said. He had seen more terrifying and brutal battlefields, with more powerful warriors, directly unfolding in chaos from the inheritance of the Southern Song Imperial. Chapter 365. Su Chuan was still unaware that even before he reached the battlefield, he had already been targeted by the alien races. Such a genius. The alien powerhouses would definitely not let him continue to live. Otherwise, once Su Chuan fully rose, it would be a devastating blow to the alien races. At the 5th level of the King realm, he could already slay half-emperors of the alien races. It was hard to imagine how powerful he would be when he reached the half-emperor realm. Moreover, killing Su Chuan would also boost their own morale and suppress the human side's morale. Zhou, Su Huan Musti. However, at this moment, Su Chuan was not thinking about that much. Even if he knew about the alien races schemes, he would not be afraid. With numerous means at his disposal. Even if he couldn't defeat the aliens, at least he had no problem saving his life. Ahead, the true martial emperor saw that the atmosphere had been built up and said, "The situation ahead is urgent. We shouldn't delay. Let's set off now. Our goal is to kill all the aliens." He roared, and a kingly aura that shook the world spread out, intertwining with the auras of the half-emperor level powerhouses behind him, causing the sky to darken slightly. The warriors on the training ground were invigorated by his aura, their faces filled with fervor. Chapter 366. Su Longxiang, you finally came. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing that under the leadership of the true martial emperor, the human warriors were all in place, the lofty alien dignitary spoke. The pre-battle shouts before the two sides clashed were inevitable. This is more like a tradition formed by the long-term conflicts between the human race and the alien races. Old Furball, are you here to send your alien cubs to their death today? I will fulfill that wish of yours, don't worry. Su Longxiang confronted the alien elder in the sky, not yielding an inch in his words. It's hard to imagine that such words could come from a supreme powerhouse at the peak of the 2nd stage, about to break through to the 3rd stage emperor. Who will die today is still uncertain. Perhaps it will be you. Facing Su Longxiang's taunts, the alien elder remained expressionless. At his level and age, he no longer easily showed emotions on his face. He would only strike a fatal blow to his enemies from the shadows. No need for more words. Today, all the human beings you brought will die here, he said blandly. A confident aura radiated from him, even before the battle had begun. He seemed to already hold victory in his hands. Chapter 367. Facing the threat from Chu Wushang, Su Chuan couldn't be bothered to respond. To make him die, one must first drive him mad. Let him be crazy for a while longer. After all, he wanted to live much longer. Watching the battle erupt in front of him, Su Chuan did not delay any further, gripping the hell-suppressing demon blade, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Stay close to me, don't stray too far. There are too many aliens, and I can't provide timely support if you're too far away. Act according to your abilities. He glanced at Ning Yusi and Chui Jiang beside him, reminding them. Seeing that both were already geared up, Su Chuan leaped into the alien camp. Swish! With a blade slashing through the air, a terrifying blade light burst forth, instantly slaying an alien at the 4th level of the King Realm, blood splattering everywhere. Immediately after, with a twist of his wrist, another alien head from the King Realm fell to the ground. Such a horrific scene sent chills down the spines of many aliens, who dared not approach Su Chuan at all. But while they avoided him, Su Chuan actively sought them out. With every swing of his blade, another alien from the King Realm fell. It was as if he was mercilessly harvesting green leeks. From the very beginning, Su Chuan's target was these aliens at the King Realm. Chapter 368. The scale of this battle was truly enormous. The alien race had almost emptied their nest. As a result, Su Chuan's battle achievements were increasing in a way that was completely unimaginable. Moreover, he directly broke through the 200,000 mark. This was something Su Chuan had not anticipated. To put it into perspective, exchanging for that heavenly grade breaking realm pill only required 150,000 battle achievements. Su Chuan had already gathered enough, and even exceeded it by a lot. Su Chuan could turn back right now and directly exchange for that breaking realm pill. But he didn't do that. Firstly, the battle had just begun. If he were to return now, wouldn't he be a deserter? Returning to the 2 realms pass might even lead him to be scorned by thousands. That was something he didn't want to do. Furthermore, he had just warmed up. He hadn't killed to his heart's content yet. The last reason was that since he had discovered the existence of the battle achievement exchange list, how could he just exchange for one thing and leave? Su Chuan decided that he would seize everything on the exchange list, except for the control of the 2 realms pass, which was worth 1 billion battle achievements. That was something Su Chuan really couldn't manage. Even if he single-handedly wiped out all the aliens here, he might not be able to gather 1 billion battle achievements, right? Perhaps only by personally slaying that alien elder Yuanhai could he gather 1 billion battle achievements. Chapter 369. How is that possible? He has slain another alien half-emperor? Not far away, Wu Lingfeng stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Previously, Su Chuan's ultimate outburst, slaying a fusion monster comparable to a half-emperor and an alien half-emperor, had already shocked him enough. He even began to comfort himself, thinking that Su Chuan's extreme outburst was a path to death. Once the outburst ended, he would surely be encircled and killed by the aliens. At that point, he wouldn't even know how he died. But the scene unfolding now made it impossible for him to remain calm. He stared at Su Chuan with horror. The fact that Su Chuan still had the energy to slay other alien half-emperors indicated that this was his true strength, far from what he had imagined. Such terrifying power filled him with dread and fear. Reflecting on the various taunts he had directed at Su Chuan before, he even began to think about fleeing. Staying here posed a great risk of Su Chuan settling accounts with him later. He dared not imagine the consequences of that. At this moment, fear consumed his heart. Divine Son, what should we do? He trembled as he looked at Chu Wushang, seeking a way to resolve the situation. Chapter 370. The strength of these alien half-emperors still had a certain gap compared to true half-emperors. Otherwise, Su Chuan wouldn't be able to slaughter them so easily. Under the joint efforts of Su Chuan and Wu Ming, the remaining alien half-emperors were like stray dogs, fleeing in all directions. Since they became half-emperors, they had never experienced such a situation. But the current circumstances forced them to do so. Otherwise, it was a dead end. However, even if they fled, where could they escape to? The battlefield was only so big, and under the relentless pursuit of Wu Ming and Su Chuan, more and more alien half-emperors fell. On the battlefield, it was a scene of cat and mouse. Yuanhai, it seems your aliens are not up to par. The true martial emperor looked at the performance of the two with great satisfaction, using a mocking tone to address the alien elder Yuanhai. Up until now, the human side had not lost a single half-emperor, while the alien side had already lost nearly 10 half-emperors. Even if the aliens were numerous, losing so many half-emperors was a heavy blow. Chapter 371. With a command from Ning Yusi, the divine sword gourd absorbed enough energy and erupted explosively. A sword light that could cover the sky burst forth from the gourd's mouth, radiating boundless might. This divine sword gourd was different from other imperial weapons. Regardless of the cultivation level, as long as there was enough energy, it could unleash terrifying sword light. Boom! The dazzling sword light collided with the giant palm, producing a tremendous burst of light. In the sky, a massive void crack appeared, briefly severing time and space. It also blocked the giant palm from Su Chuan. It was stopped. Although Ning Yusi was heavily consumed, seeing the critical role played by the divine sword gourd strike caused her to show a happy expression. As long as Su Chuan was fine, no matter the cost, it was worth it. However, the imagination was beautiful, but the reality was incredibly cruel. Although the strike from the divine sword gourd did block that gigantic palm momentarily, it was only for a brief moment. Soon, they saw the giant palm directly pass through the void crack and rush towards Su Chuan again. No! Ning Yusi shouted in despair, her eyes filled with hopelessness. She desperately tried to urge the divine sword gourd again to buy Su Chuan some time. Chapter 372, A Sword to Bury Heaven. The true martial emperor shouted loudly, and the long sword in his hand suddenly emitted thousands of invisible sword chi, swirling around his body. The power of this sword chi was so strong that even before it struck, it felt like a sword of death coming to reap lives. Then, under the control of the true martial emperor, these sword chi gathered together, transforming into a brilliant sword light, carrying terrifying momentum towards the Abyss Sea. The killing intent contained in the sword light indicated just how furious the true martial emperor was. What? The Abyss Sea was also shaken by the sword light that was attacking him, revealing a look of disbelief on his face. He discovered that the power contained in this sword from the true martial emperor had even reached the level of a third-stage emperor. The sharp sword light, carrying an indestructible force, made him feel a hint of crisis. Clang! He did not dare to underestimate this sword. He suddenly saw black scales appear on his palm, filled with a deep abyss aura, looking profound and terrifying. This was the inherent scale armor of their three-eyed clan, formed to resist the abyssal aura due to long-term living in the abyss. Chapter 373, Buzz. The sound of knife ringing out followed by a sharp knife chi slashing towards the Abyss Sea. The Abyss Sea keenly sensed this knife chi and retreated swiftly. The attack that was originally aimed at the true martial emperor was interrupted by Su Chuan. The terrifying knife chi nearly grazed the Abyss Sea's forehead, carving out a horrific ravine beside him. The Abyss Sea reacted, looking at Su Chuan with some surprise. I didn't expect you to still have a trick up your sleeve. Su Chuan's strength soaring to first-stage emperor was completely beyond his expectations. Although he did not understand why Su Chuan could erupt with such power in a short time, it did not prevent him from taking an interest in Su Chuan again. In that case, I will kill you first, the Abyss Sea said coldly. Even though Su Chuan's strength had risen to first-stage emperor, he still did not take it to heart. With his third-stage emperor strength, killing Su Chuan was like child's play. The reason he did not immediately eliminate Su Chuan was just to toy with him a bit. Moreover, he also saw that Su Chuan was merely trying to buy time for Su Longxiang to successfully break through to third-stage emperor. But he was not afraid at all. Su Longxiang had just begun to break through. Success was impossible in a short time. Chapter 374, Whoosh. Terrifying flames erupted from Su Chuan, swelling against the wind. Faced with the Abyss Sea's attack, he certainly could not sit and wait. That was not his style. The dual domains of the knife and fire descended, suppressing the black flames emanating from the Abyss Sea. However, it was merely a suppression. The next second, the Abyss Sea's attack landed on him. Boom! Infinite black flames erupted instantly. Su Chuan was completely suppressed and had no ability to resist. Fortunately, the Golden Ancient Palace protected him, allowing him to barely withstand this strike. But it was obvious that the Golden Ancient Palace could not hold out for long. Because it was only first stage, the Golden Shield had already developed some cracks. Seeing this, the Abyss Sea pressed the attack, with power surging wildly. The furious energy struck the shield, and Su Chuan could only passively defend, unable to react at all. The terrifying power fluctuations caused countless people to change their expressions drastically. They all understood that if Su Chuan could not withstand the Abyss Sea, then everyone present today, including the true martial emperor, would die. The alien race would achieve a great victory. Brother Su, you must hold on. Ning Yusi anxiously watched Su Chuan from the side. Cheer him on. Chapter 375. The true martial emperor stood proudly in the void, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. Terrifying power swirled around his body. Having reached the peak of third-stage emperor, facing the Abyss Sea again was a different scene. The Abyss Sea had no power to fight back in front of him. Weak. Too weak. The true martial emperor said coldly. Clang! A sword sound rang out in the sky again. The soaring sword light seemed to split this space, restarting chaos. The previous strike was merely the true martial emperor testing his own strength. Seeing the abyss sea crumble before him, he achieved the result he wanted. Naturally, there was no need for this meaningless battle to continue. The vast sword light fell with the true martial emperor's voice, targeting the abyss sea not far away. Upon seeing this scene, the abyss sea's expression changed drastically, a sense of death's crisis pressing down on him, making him gasp for breath. But he did not dare to sit and wait. He knew that if he could not block this sword, he would undoubtedly die today. So, black light erupted all over him, and the originally shattered scale armor visibly restored at a rapid pace. Terrifying black flames enveloped him, leaving only a pair of bloodshot eyes to prove the abyss sea's existence. Chapter 376. However, hesitation would lead to defeat. Before the true martial emperor's attack could reach the abyss sea, his third eye had completely opened. A red beam of light shot from his third eye, projecting into the sky. Likewise, the red beam enveloped the abyss sea. The true martial emperor's attack then arrived. A sword struck the beam of light. However, the originally immensely powerful attack, when faced with the beam, seemed to encounter some kind of natural enemy and completely lost its effect. How is this possible? The true martial emperor's eyes narrowed, filled with disbelief. A family knows its own business. Just now, that sword strike almost exhausted all his strength. Due to Sichuan's reminder, combined with the unrest in his heart, he wanted to completely kill the abyss sea with one sword. Therefore, this sword was stronger than any of the previous ones. But now, such an attack had completely failed. What is going on? What is this red beam? The true martial emperor's heart was becoming increasingly uneasy. When Sichuan saw this situation, his expression changed dramatically. He knew that the arrival of that terrifying existence was inevitable. I will bring you into the ancient palace world shortly, so don't panic, Sichuan said seriously to the two people beside him. Chapter 377. The entire battlefield fell silent at this moment. But both Sichuan and the true martial emperor were very clear that this was just the calm before the storm. The upcoming battle would be extremely brutal. Once this existence completely merged with the abyss, his aura would reach the peak of the fourth-tier emperor. Having a physical body feels really good. A deep voice came from the abyss, from which endless comfort could be heard, as if a person who had been trapped for many years had suddenly been rescued. Thank you for allowing me to experience the feeling of having a body again. As a reward, I will devour you and turn you into a part of the abyss. Be grateful. He raised his head to look at the true martial emperor and Sichuan on the ground not far away, and spoke. The implication of his words seemed to suggest that being devoured by him was an incredibly honorable thing, even deserving of gratitude. Arrogant, the true martial emperor shouted angrily, finding it utterly outrageous. Being humiliated like this, even though the opponent's strength far surpassed his, he couldn't help but want to take action first. Sichuan could only watch from a distance. This level of battle was completely beyond his ability to intervene, even in the previous state comparable to a first-tier emperor. He was not a match for either of these two. Chapter 378. In the darkness, Sichuan groped his way forward. He didn't even know where he was. As soon as the illusion ended, he appeared here. However, he could be sure that there was no danger here. Otherwise, his talent would have given him a warning. He walked in one direction. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed in the darkness, startling Sichuan. You finally came. Although the voice sounded somewhat old, Sichuan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He walked towards the direction of the voice, wanting to see who it was. I have been waiting for you for a long time. The voice echoed again, and Sichuan felt even more that the voice was familiar, but he just couldn't remember. So he quickened his pace. After an unknown amount of time, a faint light finally appeared before Sichuan. He walked towards the light and finally saw the source of the voice. True martial emperor, Sichuan exclaimed in disbelief as he looked at the figure emitting a faint light not far away. That figure was undoubtedly the true martial emperor Su Longxiang, who had previously fought against the abyss spirit possessed by the abyss and ultimately lost his life. However, now he was no longer as young and vigorous as before. He no longer carried the aura of being high and mighty. Chapter 379. It would be a lie to say Sichuan was not excited. The two realms pass. From the first moment Sichuan saw it, he knew it was an extremely powerful imperial weapon, not at all inferior to the golden ancient palace in his hand. However, Su Chuan still had some doubts in his heart. Why choose me? According to the script of Chu Wushang, he should be the one to obtain all of this. But now, it had directly become his opportunity. He didn't even need to fight for it, saving him a lot of effort. Su Chuan naturally wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that it was his charisma that conquered the true martial emperor. Especially since even the opportunities arranged for the destined protagonist had been handed over to him directly. Hearing Su Chuan's doubts, the true martial emperor explained, "It is all because of the fourth-tier imperial weapon in your hand." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the golden ancient palace flew uncontrollably into his hand. What's going on? Su Chuan was shocked. The golden ancient palace had long been recognized by him, and logically, no one else could control it. But now, this remnant soul of the true martial emperor only needed to wave his hand, and the golden ancient palace was out of his control. This was too absurd. The true martial emperor didn't give Su Chuan a chance to express his surprise. Chapter 380. Without hesitation, Su Chuan activated the seal. He felt a flash of golden light before instinctively closing his eyes. After a dizzying spin, Su Chuan opened his eyes. The dark environment he had been in had completely disappeared. Before him stood the tall walls of the two realms pass again. Unlike before, just looking at it now felt overwhelmingly pressured. After refining the seal and gaining control over the two realms pass, Su Chuan felt a strange connection with it. As long as Su Chuan wanted, he could instantly shrink it and take it away. Moreover, Su Chuan discovered that he could now freely enter and exit this void immortal realm without being restricted by the 1-month limit. Even if the void immortal realm closed, he could enter or exit at will, feeling utterly at ease. Su Chuan was a bit impatient to enter the two realms pass. Now, the two realms pass naturally had no guards to check his identity token. It had clearly become an empty city. The buildings in the city still retained their appearance from many years ago, unchanged in the slightest. They were just covered in a thick layer of dust, no longer thriving like in the illusion. According to the script Su Chuan had seen, everyone in the city had been devoured by the abyss. Chapter 381. Not handing over was just right, saving him from having to find other reasons to eliminate the two. What do you want to do? Wu Lingfeng looked at Su Chuan warily, admitting that he was somewhat scared. They had witnessed Su Chuan's strength. If he was determined to take action, even Chu Wushang might not be able to stop him, let alone him. What do I want to do? I said, if you don't hand over, you will die. Su Chuan, no. An endless killing intent enveloped the two. The terrifying pressure instantly made it impossible for them to lift their heads. Su Chuan's strength had risen to the first-tier emperor before, and even though he had retreated now, his aura still carried an emperor's presence. He was not something Chu Wushang and Wu Lingfeng could withstand. Su Chuan, don't you bully people too much. Chu Wushang gritted his teeth and spoke while barely withstanding the pressure. At the same time, he felt a sense of fear. Su Chuan's strength had grown even stronger. This aura was even more terrifying than what he felt on the battlefield. Just the pressure alone was enough to keep him from lifting his head. If they really fought, he would have no power to resist. At this moment, he even felt a sense of regret. Why did he provoke Su Chuan? There was clearly no direct hatred between him and Su Chuan. Chapter 382. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the capability. Su Chuan showed no mercy, speaking bluntly. However, you only have one chance. If you lose, you all must die. Su Chuan's eyes swept over the 6 individuals, and he spoke coldly, his killing intent unabashed. Each of the 6 was above the 5th level of the King Realm. If this were outside, it would indeed be a terrifying force. But in front of Su Chuan, they were simply not enough. These few had provoked him multiple times, which was unforgivable. I hope you can still be so tough later. Hearing Su Chuan's words, Jiang Ming's expression darkened, and a surge of rage flooded his heart again. However, he suppressed his anger and turned his gaze to Chu Wushang and Wu Lingfeng beside him. How about the two of you join us and take down Su Chuan? He invited. Before entering the void immortal realm, he had investigated everyone who had enmity with Su Chuan, so he naturally recognized the two. Chu Wushang's strength goes without saying. He is the current son of the Light God Palace, and his status is not inferior to others. His strength is also quite formidable. As for Wu Lingfeng, although he was previously unknown, ever since Yang Ding Tian's death, the Three-Yang Holy Land has started to promote him, making him a top talent. Chapter 383. Fall. With Su Chuan's command, that terrifying blade aura descended. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, directly striking Jiang Ming's Law Avatar beast. The originally terrifying beast was shattered in one blow by Su Chuan, turning into pure energy that spread out. What? Jiang Ming, who had never witnessed Su Chuan's true strength, was taken aback. Although that blow was just a casual attempt to test Su Chuan's strength, it was still incredibly powerful. Logically speaking, even someone at the 9th level of the King Realm should treat it with caution. Yet in front of Su Chuan, it was shattered with a single strike. This completely exceeded his expectations. At the same time, he had to reevaluate Su Chuan's true strength. After all, this was a life-and-death battle. If he misjudged, it would be their lives on the line. Boom! After shattering the beast avatar, the strike did not weaken but instead soared into the air, meeting the sword aura of Xue Wuqing head-on. In the moment of their clash, a sound of gold and iron clashing echoed through the heavens and earth. A moment later, Xue Wuqing's brilliant sword aura was completely cleaved apart by Su Chuan's strike. Chapter 384. The first round of confrontation ended with all 6 sustaining varying degrees of injury. Looking at the 6 before him, Su Chuan chuckled. Is this all you can do? If you don't have any other means, then I'll have to send you on your way early. Su Chuan did not want to delay any longer. It was completely a waste of time. You, the one who was the most fierce earlier. Su Chuan pointed the Jinyu demon blade at the fallen Xue Wuqing and announced. Hearing Su Chuan's words, Xue Wuqing's heart tightened. He involuntarily gripped the long sword in his hand. He turned to look at the others beside him. But now, everyone was wary of Su Chuan's strength, and no one was willing to be the one to step up. Seeing this, Xue Wuqing knew he had to rely on himself. I'll fight you. Even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. Xue Wuqing shouted, his inner power erupting to its peak. He took out a talisman and crushed it. Instantly, a powerful aura was bestowed upon him. For a moment, his strength surged to the level of a half-emperor. As the sword son of the Yao Mountain sword sect, he naturally had life-saving methods. This was his life-saving measure. In a short time, he broke through to the half-emperor level. Chapter 385. You're dead. A flicker of shock and regret flashed in Chu Wushang's eyes as he cursed silently. Even he, who was not foolish, realized that they were trapped here by Su Chuan's unknown means, rendering all their teleportation methods ineffective. If Su Chuan did not die, they would be stuck here, unable to escape. However, being trapped here meant they would be picked off by Su Chuan one by one. At this moment, they found themselves in a dilemma. They couldn't fight back and couldn't escape. Besides waiting for death, it seemed there was no other way. Jiang Ming's expression was also very grim. What was supposed to be a sure victory was now developing beyond his expectations. Not only did they not gain any advantage, but one of the 6 had also died first after reaching the half-emperor level, Xue Wuqing. Now even their escape route was blocked. They could only watch as Su Chuan approached them with a blade in one hand and a bow in the other. The closer Su Chuan got, the heavier the killing intent around him became, suffocating everyone except Jiang Ming and Chu Wushang, especially Wu Fa and the person from Wanchong Valley, who had just been severely injured and were now struggling to hold on. Why did they have to seek death? Wasn't it better to live well? Chapter 386. At this moment, Chu Wushang could no longer care about anything else. He unleashed his ultimate divine power, divine kingdom protection, and faith-sealing God. With these 2 divine powers and the enhancement of other faiths, his cultivation soared. He broke through to the peak of the half-emperor level without stopping. Among the 5, he was the strongest. He was enveloped in white light, like a living deity. His indifferent voice rang out, pronouncing Su Chuan's death. In his voice, there seemed to be a mysterious power that could erode one's soul, making others involuntarily feel drawn to the speaker. However, Su Chuan's soul had already transformed into the sun god. This power had no effect on his soul whatsoever. Oh, are you going to fight to the death now? Just right, I didn't want to play with you any longer. If that's the case, let me send you on your way. Su Chuan Lauet Li. His aura surged again. His long, flowing hair danced with the wind. His clothes fluttered, and the killing intent surrounding him made people's hearts tremble. Soul Devour. Su Chuan swung the Jinyu demon blade, and strands of black blade energy flew out, swirling around Su Chuan's head, stirring the wind and clouds. Chapter 387. Hearing this, Chu Wushang turned to look, feeling a chill run down his spine. Jiang Ming, who could become one of the 3 sons of the Xiantian Holy Land, naturally did not need to be mentioned in terms of strength. Moreover, he was now unleashing everything he had, even using an imperial weapon. Yet, in Sichuan's hands, it still did not last long. He was dead beyond any doubt, with not even a corpse left behind. Chu Wushang felt immense regret in his heart. Why hadn't he escaped earlier, instead of thinking he could take down Sichuan with sheer numbers? Why had he placed himself in such a dangerous situation? With his current strength, he was no match for Sichuan at all. Even the arrow shot from Sichuan's sun-shooting divine bow caused him great distress. Not to mention that Sichuan had now completely focused on him. Where could he escape to? Sichuan looked at the panicking Chu Wushang, saying indifferently at this moment, "You are no different from a turtle in a jar. No matter where you run, you cannot escape death. Sichuan, do you really want to wipe me out completely? I am the only son of the bright divine hall, and my father is already half a step into the emperor realm. If you kill me, you will die too." Chapter 388. Chu Wushang had not yet recovered from the thought of his decapitation when Sichuan grabbed his head and pulled his soul out from it. Only then did he react, his face filled with fear. "Don't kill me. I was wrong. Spare me. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will do anything you want." With only his soul left, he felt death was so close. Fear overwhelmed him completely. He did not want to die. As a transmigrator, he had not yet fulfilled his ambitions. He was unwilling to die just like that. If Sichuan was willing to spare him, he could choose to be Sichuan's dog, just to survive. However, upon hearing this, Sichuan showed a look of disdain. What a disgrace to transmigrators. To submit so easily. "No need, I don't need trash like you," Sichuan said coldly. Then, with a squeeze of his hand, Chu Wushang's soul could no longer speak. At this moment, far away in the western region, within the bright divine hall, the hall master suddenly opened his eyes, and an immense aura erupted. A powerful pressure spread outwards, causing the beings within his divine realm to tremble in fear, unsure of what had happened to this existence. Chapter 389. Fusion of the Script. Sichuan commanded without hesitation. After experiencing several script fusions, he was already quite familiar with it and wouldn't he encounter any other accidents. Buzz. He felt his body tremble. Script fusion complete. The speed was incredibly fast. Perhaps it was because he himself also possessed a script. Previously, when the system said Chu Wushang was the last destined protagonist of the Xinjiang continent, Sichuan had no clear concept. Now, after fusing with the script, he had a clear understanding. At this moment, he felt refreshed, and his mind was exceptionally clear. The luck golden dragon above his head let out a delightful roar. Now, it had completely solidified and had become a genuine dragon. With its body formed from luck, it protected Sichuan. Anyone with lower luck than Sichuan who dared to harbor ill intentions would have to be cautious of the backlash from luck. Even a glance could sever their path in martial arts. Moreover, the immense luck could ensure Sichuan's martial path remained smooth in the future. Truly, the benefits were plentiful. Sichuan beckoned, and the golden dragon shrank its body and flew into his hand. The lifelike scales and unique appearance made Sichuan as a descendant of dragons in his past life, like it more and more. Chapter 390. After drawing these two destinies, Sichuan was in a great mood. Taking advantage of this good mood, it was time to start breaking through his realm. Being stuck at the 5th level of the king realm was not ideal. Although his true strength had long since surpassed the skies, his surface realm was indeed a bit low among many prodigies. Sichuan stood up and walked towards Chu Wushang's headless corpse. He took off the storage ring on his hand and violently broke the restrictions on it. As expected, the heavenly grade breaking realm pill and the millennia spirit herb that could help break through cultivation were right inside. After taking them out, Sichuan inspected them and found no other valuable items in the storage ring. This showed that Chu Wushang was not someone who could keep things. He casually discarded it in the storage ring and didn't care anymore. Then, with a wave of fire, Chu Wushang completely vanished from this world, leaving only a pile of dust scattered by the wind. Looking at the heavenly grade, breaking realm pill, and the millennia spirit herb in his hand, Sichuan pondered for a moment before finally putting away the breaking realm pill. With the millennia spirit herb in hand, it was already enough for him to break through his realm. Having the master of pills destiny, along with the inheritance from the divine pill emperor, Sichuan recognized at a glance that this millennia spirit herb was a type called Qi Lian Jin Shun, which only existed in chaos. Chapter 391. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a torrent of surging primordial energy, flooding into his organs. A strong burning sensation washed through his meridians. The hidden injuries he had suffered in the illusion battlefield were completely healed under the effect of the pill. All that remained was endless comfort. Su Chuan operated his cultivation method and began to refine this primordial energy. Without any accidents, Su Chuan easily refined this primordial energy, turning it into his own primordial power. As the primordial power increased, his martial arts realm began to break through. King Realm level 6. King Realm level 7. King Realm level 8. In one go, he directly broke through to the peak of King Realm level 9. The effects of the 3 pills were completely absorbed. Su Chuan was now only one step away from breaking into the Half-Emperor realm. For others, it might take years of accumulation to break through at this step. However, with that heavenly grade breaking realm pill, Su Chuan could break through his realm at any time and step into the Half-Emperor realm. This was his advantage. However, outsiders were not allowed to have Half-Emperor level warriors appear in this void immortal realm. If he broke through to the Half-Emperor realm, it would be hard to explain outside, easily exposing that the void immortal realm was under his control. Chapter 392 Roar. A roar from a demon beast shattered the tranquility here. Boom! A vast power burst forth, shattering the surrounding space. The demon beast that had let out the roar also fell under this overwhelming power. Indeed, now your combat abilities could match your strength. Su Chuan, standing not far away, smiled with satisfaction as he watched the two work together to slay a demon beast at the 9th level of the King Realm. After leaving the place of the Two Realms Pass, Su Chuan hurriedly took the two of them towards the direction of the Void Bridge. With the inheritance of the true martial emperor and the control of the Void Immortal Realm, he naturally knew where the Void Bridge was. However, even while on the road, he did not forget to let Ning Yusi and Shui Jiang hone their newly broken through cultivation. Along the way, Su Chuan did not make a move against the various monsters and fierce beasts they encountered. Instead, it was Ning Yusi and Shui Jiang who solved them either separately or together. Su Chuan watched from the side, only stepping in when they encountered beasts they couldn't handle. Under Su Chuan's deliberate guidance, their combat awareness rapidly increased, quickly reaching a level that matched their strength and realm. Chapter 393. All the outstanding individuals who arrived here were eyeing the Void Bridge with great interest. They had searched almost the entire Void Immortal Realm without finding any trace of the Emperor's opportunity until someone fortuitously discovered this mysterious Void Bridge and inadvertently leaked its location. As a result, almost all the martial artists who entered the Void Immortal Realm gathered here. I have a feeling that this Void Bridge is definitely related to the opportunity for breaking through to the Emperor, a young genius declared passionately. This statement immediately drew disdain from those around him. Isn't that stating the obvious? Who here can't see that? In the entire Void Immortal Realm, only this place hasn't been investigated. In other areas, they might as well have dug 3 feet into the ground. Even a fool could see there's something wrong here. Just as they were engaged in a heated debate, an unexpected change occurred. Boom! A loud sound echoed. The entire void trembled, and then everyone saw the void seemingly collapsing. The Void Bridge, which was high in the sky, also began to fall. In the blink of an eye, it plummeted from the heavens to the ground, and the defensive formation on the Void Bridge started to dissipate, replaced by a powerful suppressive force. Chapter 394. Hearing Su Chuan's inquiry, the person arrogantly replied, "Why not tell you? My name is Shun Changfeng, the holy son of the mysterious land, and I won't change my name or surname." After saying this, he looked up into the sky, completely disregarding Su Chuan. It seems any Tom, Dick, or Harry can become a holy son now. It seems the so-called mysterious land is also garbage. Su Chuan sneered, mocking him. With a bit of strength, he thinks he is invincible, daring to be a peacock in any situation. Su Chuan didn't mind teaching him a lesson, which would also establish his own authority and make others think twice. Su Chuan deliberately provoked him to see if he would take the bait. "You're seeking death." The warrior named Shin Changfeng instantly erupted in rage upon hearing Su Chuan's mockery. As a genius and a strong person, he was never short of sycophants and had never experienced such ridicule. The other party completely disregarded him, even insulting his holy land, which made it unbearable for him. "No matter who you are, daring to insult me and my holy land, you must die today. No one can save you," Shin Changfeng declared fiercely, his face dark and twisted with anger. Chapter 395. Once the others left, Ning Yusi and Cui Jiang emerged from the shadows. Your Highness's might is unparalleled, rarely met with an opponent. Even Cui Jiang rarely flattered him. Now, the opportunity for breaking through to the Emperor realm had completely fallen into Su Chuan's hands. Even if other geniuses felt unwilling, it was futile. With this opportunity, the Tai Holy Master could break through to the Emperor realm and become another emperor after countless years. Cui Jiang was already imagining the scene of Xian Jia leading the Tai Holy Land to unify the 5 domains. Everyone had a heart to dominate the Xintian continent, and Cui Jiang was no exception. Although his own strength was insufficient to achieve his desires, following Su Chuan, Xian Jia, and the Tai Holy Land, he had a chance to realize his aspirations. For the first time, he felt proud and fortunate to have joined the Tai Holy Land. Senior brother, you're just too strong. Ning Yusi also looked excited. Su Chuan's dominance and strength deeply attracted her, captivating her. Her heart had completely belonged to Su Chuan. Let's go. Let's go inside and take a look. Su Chuan smiled and shook his head, saying nothing more. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, whatever he did was right. Chapter 396. So, is this the reason for the disappearance of the Emperor and the inability to break through to the Emperor? After understanding everything depicted in the mural, Su Chuan murmured. He had many speculations before, but he never expected the ultimate reason to be this. The demon race truly deserves to be damned. To be honest, compared to other alien races, he had not encountered much. Su Chuan harbored even greater killing intent towards the demon race. Many incidents on the Xintian continent were caused by the demon race. Now that he learned all this, it only intensified his killing intent. The demon race's move to cut off the roots completely severed the rise of strong individuals on the Xintian continent. It was truly vicious. However, according to the mural, besides the mysterious mist in this palace, there also existed a stargate. As for the origin of this stargate, Su Chuan had a rough idea. There were only 2 forces in this chaotic space, the human race and the alien race. The human race had the 2 realms passed to control free access to this chaotic space. The alien race naturally had their means to continuously send their kin in and out. And this place just happened to be the stronghold of the alien race. If nothing unexpected happened, this stargate would be the means for the alien race to enter and exit this chaotic space. And that mysterious mist. Chapter 397. Rest assured, I will definitely inherit your will and become the new generation of Emperor Realm Strongers of Xintian. Su Chuan said seriously to the skeleton, taking people's money and resolving their troubles. Since his last wish before dying was for someone to inherit this strand of chaotic origin to become an Emperor Realm Stronger, then he would help him achieve it. He could definitely do it. It was time to leave. Su Chuan mumut. He had taken everything he needed, found everything he was looking for, and killed everyone he needed to kill. Moreover, his points in the token had reached a terrifying level. This trip to the Void Immortal Realm had come to a perfect conclusion. Once he returns to the Tai Chi Holy Land and uses that heavenly grade breakthrough pill to break through to the Semi-Emperor Realm, he can then push through to the peak of the Semi-Emperor Realm in one go. After that, he can return here and break through to the first level Emperor Zun level. By then, he will have no rivals in the entire Xintian, no matter how the demonic clan invades or how the major forces attack. As long as they dare to step into the eastern region, it will be a dead end. Thinking of this, Su Chuan felt an unprecedented sense of battle and killing intent. However, before that, Su Chuan put away the skeleton, preparing to bury it outside. Chapter 398. Unlike Li Yan's full confidence, the people from other forces looked nervously at the passage, feeling uneasy. It goes without saying how cruel the Void Immortal Realm is. Moreover, this time there are also external loose cultivators entering, which increases the danger exponentially. Even the ancient elder accompanying Su Chuan showed a hint of nervousness on his face. Although he clearly knew Su Chuan's strength, he was still somewhat worried about offending so many forces and being besieged by so many geniuses. If something happened to Su Chuan, he would truly be hard to absolve of responsibility. On the other hand, several other forces from the eastern region appeared extremely calm, because before entering the Void Immortal Realm, they had already colluded with Li Yan. Once their disciples entered the Void Immortal Realm, they would chase and kill Su Chuan alongside Jiangming until he was dead. Seeing Li Yan's confident demeanor, they naturally felt incredibly confident as well. Faced with Li Yan's covert schemes, and the consolidation of many geniuses. Sichuan had no chance of survival. Next, they could start planning how to work together to eliminate Xian Sa and occupy the entire Tai Chi Holy Land. At this moment, the leading elder of the Yao Mountain Sword sect walked up to Gu Zhun and said with a hint of mockery, "Elder Gu Zhun, don't wait any longer. That one from your Tai Chi Holy Land is destined not to walk out of the void immortal realm alive." Chapter 399. The announcement of the second place's name caused another huge uproar. Many people had never even heard of the name Ning Yusi. Yet despite this, her score had reached second place, surpassing some top geniuses. Astonishment, surprise, disbelief. Everyone was wondering who Ning Yusi really was. The others who had entered the void immortal realm were just as puzzled. It was precisely because they had entered the void immortal realm that they understood how difficult it was to earn points. The beings inside were exceptionally powerful, and each one they dealt with was a huge challenge. It was understandable that Sichuan could earn so many points, as everyone had experienced his strength firsthand. But how did this Ning Yusi manage to gain so many points? They couldn't comprehend it. They also didn't know the relationship between Ning Yusi and Sichuan. With many doubts, they waited for Li Yin to announce the third place. Li Yin didn't waste words and grimly read out the next name. The one in third place was Chui Jiang from the Tai Chi Holy Land, with 50,000 points. Wow, another one from the Tai Chi Holy Land. What was going on? Why were there two people from the Tai Chi Holy Land among the top three? Chapter 400. The reward for second place was much less impressive, completely incomparable to first place. It was just a high-grade heavenly weapon and a pill that could help comprehend martial arts rules. Ning Yusi didn't lack these things. However, out of respect for the Xiantian Holy Land, she accepted them. As for Chui Jiang, only a pill was left. The other contestants received various rewards that were neither good nor bad. After the rewards were distributed, Ho Qinglin nodded and then said in a deep voice, "The 5 domains grand competition has concluded. Everyone, please return." After speaking, he disappeared without further delay. As the organizer of this 5 domains grand competition, the Xiantian Holy Land not only failed to achieve a ranking, but their own holy son also died inside. They had completely lost face for the Xiantian Holy Land. He didn't want to linger here any longer, not knowing how many people were waiting to see his embarrassment. Seeing Ho Qinglin leave, Li Yin turned and gave Sichuan a deep look before also turning to leave. He needed to report the news to the Xiantian Holy Master quickly, because he suspected that Sichuan had a high chance of obtaining the opportunity to break through to the Emperor Zun realm. In this case, they would have to plot how to secretly take this opportunity from Sichuan and then eliminate him. Chapter 401. There was a 90% chance. Li Yin didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly said. He knew how attractive this was for Long and Good. Long and exclaimed excitedly, "How many years has it been? I have waited countless years, and the opportunity to become an emperor has finally come." Long was extremely excited inside, his face beaming with joy. Even as a top powerhouse of the Xiantian continent, even as the holy master of the Xiantian Holy Land, he couldn't hide the feeling in his heart when facing the opportunity to become an emperor. He had waited many years for this day. He was already prepared. In terms of cultivation level, he had reached a point where he couldn't advance further. He just lacked this opportunity to become the first Emperor Zun realm warrior on the Xiantian continent after countless years. At that time, the entire Xiantian would bow before him, and he would be the true king without a crown. Therefore, he must seize this opportunity. Elder Ho, I trouble you both to bring that opportunity back for me. No matter the cost, it must be obtained. A junior does not deserve to hold this opportunity. The 3 holy sons are at your disposal. Chapter 402. Since we are here, let's take action. It's also good to show those small fries that not everyone has the ability to snatch things from me. Sichuan. Sichuan stood at the bow of the ship, his eyes filled with killing intent. He wasn't new to the idea of killing a chicken to warn the monkeys. Each time, the effect had been very satisfying. Today would be no exception. The master of the Thunder sect stood opposite Sichuan and coldly said, "Sichuan, I heard you obtained the opportunity to break through to the Emperor Zun realm. Hand over the opportunity, and I might spare your life." He had never seen Sichuan take action personally. His understanding of Sichuan's strength was only hearsay. After learning that Sichuan had news of a breakthrough to the Emperor Zun realm, he hurriedly led the crowd to block Sichuan in the void. In his view, no matter how strong Sichuan was, he was just a heavenly king realm warrior. He was an old semi-emperor realm powerhouse and had so many heavenly king realm followers. Plus, the void was his home ground. Defeating Su Chuan and obtaining the opportunity would be a piece of cake. He had never considered the possibility of failing. Su Chuan heard these words, smiled faintly, and said, "The opportunity is in my hands, but what makes you think you can take it? By yourself? Or by that group of useless people behind you?" Chapter 403. In just an instant, this veteran half-emperor realm powerhouse was torn apart by this blade aura, leaving only his soul exposed, without any protection. "Master!" A group of Thunder Sect warriors behind him exclaimed in horror, their faces changing dramatically. They immediately summoned their weapons, wanting to rescue the Thunder Sect master. However, it was not so easy to save someone Su Chuan wanted to kill. Whoosh! The shooting sun divine bow appeared, and an arrow with extreme lethality shot out, targeting the Thunder Sect master's soul. Since he wanted to kill, he would kill thoroughly. The complete destruction of the soul was his ultimate outcome. Clang! The arrow struck against numerous weapons, producing a violent sound. Just when they thought they could block this arrow, in front of everyone's eyes, their weapons shattered and scattered into the void. Puff! With the destruction of their life weapons, they were also severely injured, blood gushing from their mouths. "Don't kill me." Seeing this scene, the Thunder Sect master was engulfed by the fear of death. He became afraid. With only his soul left, he involuntarily begged for mercy. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. As long as his soul still existed, he could still live on. Chapter 404. Shortly after Su Chuan and his group left, a team led by Li Yin from the Xintian Sacred Land also arrived at this location. Looking at the traces of the battle in the void, Li Yan's face appeared somewhat unnatural. Clearly, he had received the news that Su Chuan had fought against the Thunder Sect and directly killed a half-emperor realm powerhouse. Previously, he had said that Su Chuan was merely an ant. As a result, Su Chuan had directly killed Jiang Ming and a group of geniuses he sent out. It was a slap to his face. Now, he had even killed the Thunder Sect master, who was on the same level as him, completely exceeding his expectations. For the first time, Su Chuan's strength made him feel a sense of trepidation. However, when he thought of the team behind him, he calmed down. "Elder Ho, this Su Chuan is simply too arrogant, daring to annihilate my central domain sect. Is he not underestimating us? This time he must be captured, and I will torment him severely, making him understand what it means to know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth." Li Yin said fiercely, his expression extremely grim. Old grievances and new hatreds combined made him hate Su Chuan deeply, wishing to chase after him immediately and make Su Chuan's group suffer. Li, there's no need to be angry. What Su Chuan is merely a name without substance. Chapter 405. They've arrived. As soon as Su Chuan stepped into the main hall, he heard Xianza's voice. Looking up, he saw that Xianza was still seated with his eyes closed, just like usual. It was only when Su Chuan arrived that he opened his eyes. However, unlike before, this time there were two more people beside him. One was Blood Three Swords, the supreme elder from the Trial Tower, whom Su Chuan had seen before. At this moment, Blood Three Swords was looking at him with a smile on his face, his eyes filled with some expectation. The other was an elder similar to Blood Three Swords, whom Su Chuan had not seen before. However, judging from the aura emanating from him and analyzing the current scene, this person should be another supreme elder from the transmission tower. Only these two could be on par with Xianza. Sure enough, when Su Chuan used the system to check, this was exactly the supreme elder he had imagined. His name was Zhu Rufeng, and like Blood Three Swords, he was also at the peak of the half-emperor realm. These three represented the peak combat power of the Tai Sacred Land. "Greetings, Holy Master. Greetings, two supreme elders." Su Chuan bowed and saluted, showing complete respect. All three were top-tier existences with extraordinary strength, and being elders of the Sacred Land, they deserve the respect due to them. Chapter 406. At this moment, in a hidden place in the eastern region, many people had already gathered here. All were powerful warriors, with the lowest cultivation level being above the 5th level of the King Realm. There were even a dozen half-emperor realm powerhouses. They had come here not only for the opportunity to break through to the Emperor Realm, but also because those who had grievances with Su Chuan and the Tai Sacred Land were like cats smelling blood, ready to tear off a piece of flesh from the Tai Sacred Land. If they could bring the Tai Sacred Land down from its pedestal, that would be even better. At this moment, no one spoke. The atmosphere here was somewhat tense. They all came from different forces, and some even had enmities between them. If it weren't for the news they received to prepare to take action against the Tai sacred land, they wouldn't have gathered here. Perhaps upon meeting, a great battle would erupt. After an unknown amount of time, suddenly, the space trembled. Following that, a warship with the emblem of the Xiantian sacred land broke through the void and arrived here. Li Yin led a group of people and slowly descended from the warship, coming before everyone. "Thank you all for waiting," Li Yin said with a smile. These forces had all gathered here to summons. After witnessing Su Chuan's strength, he felt a bit uneasy. Chapter 407. At this time, he had already returned to Jinyang Peak and was unaware that he was about to become the ruler of the Tai sacred land. Facing the impending enemies, the massive machine of the Tai sacred land also began to move. A large number of disciples who were out training were recalled. Many dark guards who were fighting against the demon clan in the small world were also drawn out. In an instant, the sacred land was in an uproar. Only a small portion of disciples who were unaware of the situation appeared somewhat confused, not knowing what the sacred land was planning. "Your Majesty, we have received news that many forces are coming to the Tai sacred land, with nearly 20 half-emperor realm powerhouses among them. Do you think I should contact the Immortal Fire Mountain for assistance?" Feng Xingyang stood beside Su Chuan and asked. These people were coming for Su Chuan, and he feared that the Tai sacred land would not be able to withstand them. After all, with so many forces and so many powerful beings united, if placed in the southern region, it would be enough to sweep through the entire southern region. He was unsure of the hidden depth of the Tai sacred land, so he was worried for Su Chuan's safety and wanted to seek help from his Immortal Fire Mountain to jointly resist the enemies. "No need. A bunch of useless people. What is there to fear?" Su Chuan said disdainfully. Chapter 408. Hand over Su Chuan. Otherwise, we will flatten the Tai sacred land. With Chu Hong taking the lead, someone immediately echoed. Their voices were loud, directly penetrating through the space and reaching the Tai sacred land. Countless disciples and elders rushed to the mountain gate, eager to see what was happening. Just a second ago, Su Chuan had broken through, and now someone was knocking on their door. What kind of day was it today? So lively? These voices quickly reached Xuanz's ears. "Huh, I didn't expect these people to arrive first." Xuanze frowned slightly, murmuring to himself. He had thought it would be people from the other 4 domains coveting opportunities. Yet, unexpectedly, the forces from the eastern domain had come to his door first, demanding he hand over Su Chuan. How ridiculous! Let's see what gives them the audacity to challenge our Tai holy land, Blood 3 Swords said disdainfully. After speaking, the 3 of them flew directly towards the mountain gate of the Tai holy land. Soon, they appeared before these people. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's you trash. Defeated opponents daring to act recklessly in my Tai holy land. Xuanze's gaze swept over the visitors, disdainfully saying. He was very familiar with the 5 semi-emperors before him. Chapter 409. When the sword light disappeared, they saw the coalition led by Li Yin appear not far away. Nearly 20 semi-emperors were at the forefront, followed by close to 100 Heavenly King realm warriors. The momentum was immense and quite terrifying. What on earth is going on? Why are there so many powerful figures coming to my Tai holy land? What has happened? Are they all here to cause trouble for the Holy Sun? This could be troublesome. With so many strong warriors, I wonder if the Holy Master can withstand it. What are we afraid of? At worst, it's just death. Are we from Tai holy land afraid of that? The appearance of Li Yin and his group caused a huge uproar within the Tai holy land. On one hand, it was rare for so many powerful figures to appear at once. On the other hand, could the Tai holy land really stand a chance against so many martial arts experts? Many people harbored such doubts in their hearts. Some newly joined disciples, seeing this scene, immediately felt like retreating. They had just joined the Holy Land and didn't yet have much loyalty towards it, naturally prioritizing their personal safety. So, when these powerful figures appeared, they couldn't help but entertain thoughts of fleeing. Chapter 410. Following the sound, they saw Su Chuan walking over with Feng Qingyang, stepping on the void. With each step, endless divine light fell around him. He looked like a deity in the world, so dazzling. Upon seeing Su Chuan, Lian's eyes were filled with extreme hatred. Moreover, Su Chuan's 2 words pierced his heart like needles. His 2 only disciples capable of contending for the position of Xiantian Holy Master had fallen at Su Chuan's hands, completely shattering his inner ambitions. At his current cultivation level and status, he could no longer advance. He could only rely on his juniors to prosper and perhaps support him. There was even a possibility that he could break through to the Emperor realm through this. But now all hope was shattered, and the culprit behind all this was the Sichuan before him. You're here? Did the breakthrough end? Xuanzhe swept away the murderous intent and coldness on his face, smiling and asking Sichuan with concern. He had already discussed with the two supreme elders that Sichuan would succeed the position of Holy Master of Tai, so he naturally didn't want to see him in any danger. Thank you for your concern, Holy Master. I have successfully broken through. Sichuan nodded and said. Chapter 411. With such a monstrous physique, combined with his powerful strength, the outcome of the battle would be uncertain if it were an ordinary person. This was also the reason for Blood Three Swords and Zhu Rufeng's frowns. However, Xuanzhe's emotions did not fluctuate much. He knew Sichuan very well and was aware that the latter also possessed an extraordinary physique. In fact, he had already opened up his inner world in the Heavenly King realm. Thus, no matter how powerful Long Tu was, he could never be Sichuan's opponent. This was also the reason he felt so relaxed. But others didn't know that. At this moment, they all looked at Sichuan with pitying eyes, believing he was bound to lose. Feeling the awe and shock around him, Long Tu's aura surged even higher. His killing intent soared into the sky like smoke. He seemed to already envision his victory and the scene of everyone looking at him with admiration. In contrast, Sichuan remained calm and unperturbed, floating in midair, quietly watching Long Tu ahead. Meanwhile, Feng Xingyang beside him was filled with battle intent, holding a black long staff. Your Highness, let me test his depth. Acquiring this black long staff further enhanced his strength. He wanted to see just how strong he was now. Chapter 412. Speaking these words, he no longer held back. The previous attack was merely a test of Sichuan, not even a fraction of his true strength. Now that he believed he had gauged Sichuan's bottom line, there was no room for reservation. At this moment, in a fully unleashed state, his killing intent was thick to the extreme, almost solidifying, accompanied by terrifying destructive power. Roar! The true dragon behind him roared and soared into the sky, its domineering aura spreading. Then, under everyone's gaze, the true dragon suddenly rushed into Long Tu's body, merging with him. Instantly, under the fusion of the two auras, Long Tu seemed like a king descending to the world, looking down on everything. The aura swept past, and countless martial artists changed color. Whether they were there to besiege the Tai Holy Land or were originally from the Tai Holy Land, in that moment, they felt their blood surging uncontrollably, influenced by Long Tu's day. It's terrifying. With such strength, I'm not even comparable. Can Holy Sun Su really win? Why did such an existence suddenly attack my Tai Holy Land? I don't understand. The Holy Sun is in danger. Countless Tai disciples displayed horrified expressions. Chapter 413. How is this possible? The originally confident Li Yin was momentarily stunned upon seeing this scene, his face filled with disbelief. He kept muttering impossible. In the center of the battle, the Long Tu, who had just been invincible, was now collapsed on the ground, covered in blood, his aura weak. The true dragon immortal body he had once been proud of was cracking inch by inch. The speed of his body's repair was far slower than the rate of its destruction. The arm that had exchanged blows with Sichuan had completely vanished, leaving only a gaping, blood-soaked wound the size of a bowl. The blood-soaked imperial weapon gauntlet fell to the ground. His face was pale, and his gaze was vacant as he looked up at the sky. Endless confusion and disbelief surrounded him. How could this be? How could he be so strong? Even now, he could not accept this fact. How could the invincible him be defeated? This was not the script he had envisioned. Initially, he had imagined himself defeating Sichuan with overwhelming strength, trampling him underfoot, proving his identity as the #1 genius of Xiantian to everyone. Then he would lead the army, directly invade Tai, destroy the Holy Land, seize the opportunity to break through to the Emperor level, and then return to Xiantian in high profile. Chapter 414. This change was unexpected for everyone present. Long Tu actually had such a trump card. He could elevate his strength to the level of a first-tier emperor. Although he wasn't truly a first-tier emperor, this level of strength, how many people in today's Xiantian could stand against it? After just experiencing great joy, the people of the Tai Holy Land fell back into worry. Even the usually calm Xian Sa felt restless, wanting to step in and help Sichuan block Long Tu's day. But before Xian Sa could act, a glance from Sichuan made him stop and continue to observe. Desperate struggle. A cold glint flashed in Sichuan's eyes. Since the other party also wanted to put him to death, he had no need to hold back. It was just the strength of a first-tier emperor, as if no one could improve. Moreover, the other party had relied on such a sinister method to elevate themselves, which was already a disadvantage. Let me send you on your way. Su Chuan said this calmly and then stepped forward. With each step, Su Chuan's aura grew stronger. The flames of fusion surrounded him, and a golden dragon of fortune coiled above his head. Su Chuan unhesitatingly unleashed the three-headed, six-armed body. Various imperial weapons floated in his hands, exuding terrifying pressure. Chapter 4:15. He had already said that Long Tu would find it hard to escape death today. Now, Li Yin and Ho Qinglin actually wanted to come and rescue him. If they managed to escape, wouldn't that be slapping his face? Therefore, it was absolutely impossible to let them go. Stay here. After saying this, Su Chuan summoned the demon-suppressing blade, and the domain of the blade instantly unfolded. With a boost of emperor-level strength, his killing domain became incredibly powerful. This space was directly sealed. Infinite killing intent and evil energy filled the world. The teleportation array that Li Yin was about to activate was suddenly dimmed. Their escape was forcibly halted. Not good. Li Yin and Ho Qinglin's expressions changed drastically. This was their life-saving trump card, which could teleport them away under any circumstances. In the past, it had been nearly invincible, and no one had been able to stop it. But today, it had been cracked by Su Chuan. This meant their thoughts of escape were utterly shattered. If I let you run, where would I put my face? Su Chuan said with a calm expression. Not only was it Long Tu, but Li Yin had also tried to kill him multiple times. He had resorted to various underhanded tactics in the void immortal realm. Chapter 416. Boom. As their words fell, two incredibly terrifying attacks surged towards Su Chuan simultaneously. Where they passed, the heavens collapsed, and all things perished. Once this attack was unleashed, the entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone stopped their attacks and turned to this battlefield. The coalition side, seeing Li Yin and Ho Qinglin suddenly erupting with power, seemed to see new hope, and their eyes filled with renewed expectation. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Tai Holy Land had their hearts in their throats. They had witnessed Su Chuan's strength, and his clean and decisive defeat of Long Tu had given them immense confidence. But at this moment, the exhausted Su Chuan had to face two opponents at their peak, whose strength was comparable to first-tier emperors. No matter who it was, seeing this scene would cause panic. Even Xian Sa felt anxious, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce, forcing back the five half-emperor peak existences in front of him. They were not like the previous waste, such as Chu Hong, who had offered little resistance before being slaughtered by Xian Sa. At this moment, they had all used their trump cards, their strength reaching its peak. Even if they were not as strong as an emperor, they were not far off. Chapter 417. Although somewhat surprised by Li Yan's methods, Su Chuan was not particularly afraid. Competing with me? I want to see how many lives you have to spare. Su Chuan, sculpt de the Sivai. This remark once again enraged Li Yan. You scoundrel. I will definitely tear you to pieces. He had elevated his strength to this level, yet Su Chuan still looked down on him. This drove him completely mad. At this moment, he was solely focused on killing Su Chuan to vent his anger. He roared, and with a swing of his sword, he unleashed a towering sword energy, carrying terrifying power, and charged towards Su Chuan. Faced with such an attack, Su Chuan did not let his guard down. With Li Yin about to reach second-tier emperor strength, he indeed felt considerable pressure. He began to take things seriously. The demon-suppressing blade swung. The golden ancient palace guarded him. He suddenly slashed out a blade energy. The powerful pressure matched Li Yan's sword energy, neither giving way. Boom! A violente explosion érupted. The immense force impacted the surroundings. However, this was far from over. Su Chuan locked onto Li Yan's position and rapidly charged forward, continuously launching attacks. One blade followed another, unleashing powerful blade energies. Occasionally, he would also throw out earth-shattering punches. Chapter 4:18. At this moment, Li Yan's traces in this world completely vanished. The once great hero fell completely at Su Chuan's hands. Everyone stopped their attacks, staring in horror at this scene. This was the second time. This was Su Chuan's second time killing a powerful martial artist with overwhelming force. Before him, there was not a shred of resistance. At this moment, Long Tu, who had fainted, gradually woke up. The first thing he saw upon opening his eyes was Li Yan's extinguished figure. Then he looked at the still powerful Su Chuan. He could no longer hold back. What kind of monster are you? He pointed at Su Chuan, his voice trembling as he asked. Other than monster, he could find no words to describe Su Chuan. His strength was frighteningly powerful. You can go ask the king of hell about these questions. Su Chuan was too lazy to waste words with him. A defeated opponent? A worthless dog. Saying one more word to him was just wasting time. Right now, he just wanted to completely end this farce and then enter seclusion to focus on breaking through to the Emperor realm. After all these battles, he had gained a lot of insights. After digesting these insights, his foundation was already sufficient to break through to the Emperor realm. Once he truly breaks through, he would be invincible in Xintian. Chapter 419, Great Victory. Tai Holy Land is invincible. The Holy Sun is invincible. As the last enemy fell at Su Chuan's hands, a tsunami-like cheer erupted in Tai Holy Land. Everyone was celebrating for Tai Holy Land, celebrating for Su Chuan. This farce was completely ended by Su Chuan alone. At this moment, he was the god in everyone's hearts. With Su Chuan around, Tai Holy Land would never have problems. Well done. Ha ha ha. Xianzhao was extremely happy. Anyone who saw such an unparalleled talent appear under their control would feel proud. Xianzhao was no exception. Unable to contain his excitement, as the Holy Master, he stepped forward and embraced Su Chuan. Blood three swords, and Zhu Rufeng stared at this scene as if they had seen a ghost. It had been many years since they had seen Xianzhao show such emotions. However, they soon felt relieved. Since Xianzhao became the Holy Master of Tai, he had been burdened with too many responsibilities. Although Tai Holy Land appeared to be the #1 in the eastern region on the surface, countless troublesome matters awaited him behind the scenes. Many forces in the eastern region were eyeing Tai Holy Land's position, trying to replace it. Chapter 420, Who are you? Upon seeing this person appear, Xianzhao shouted. This person appeared after the blood red formation and the passage filled with demonic energy, and it was definitely related to this. However, the black-robed figure emanated a terrifying aura that made Xianzhao somewhat wary, so he could only question and did not dare to act rashly. Su Chuan also frowned as he looked at this person. He sensed a familiar aura from this person. He could guarantee that he had definitely seen this person before. But now, dressed in black robes and shrouded in thick demonic energy, he could not discern who he was for the time being. Ha ha ha! Who am I? Xianzhao. You really are forgetful. Hearing Xianzhao's question, the black-robed figure laughed wildly as if he had heard the greatest joke. Open your eyes and see who I really am. As the laughter reached its peak, the black-robed figure suddenly stopped, and his tone became sharp. Then, under the gazes of Xianzhao and Su Chuan, he forcefully removed his black robe. Under the black robe was a hunched old man with white hair. His entire body was covered in twisted patterns, making him look very eerie. His face was also filled with ravines, and his features were distorted, resembling a demon crawling out of hell, making it impossible to discern his original appearance. Chapter 421. However, he did not remain confused for long. Come if you dare. When soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it. No matter how many come, I will kill how many. If I scare them, they won't dare to come again. At this moment, Su Chuan was filled with killing intent. He was not afraid of the invasion of the demon race. According to the legacies of Nan Sangyu and the true martial emperor, those sent by foreign races to invade other worlds were mostly low-level emperor realm beings. That is to say, at most, they would not exceed the 3rd level of the emperor realm. Those above the 3rd level of the emperor realm have been sent to the chaos battlefield to fight against human powerhouses. It could be assumed that the demon race was no exception. The strongest force they could send out was probably only a 3rd level emperor. This level of realm and strength, while strong, cannot be definitively said to be unbeatable against Xintian. Even someone like Li Yin, when fully unleashed, could exhibit combat power comparable to the peak of a 1st level emperor. Xintian would definitely have other hidden powerhouses. In the face of the demon race's invasion, they would not stand idly by. Furthermore, he was still here. He was currently only at the semi-emperor level, yet his real strength was already comparable to a 2nd level emperor. Once he truly broke through to the 1st level emperor, his combat power would double. By then, even if a 3rd level emperor from the demon race came, he would have the confidence to fight. Chapter 422. Here are a few storage rings for you. Please help me deliver them to the others on Jinyang Peak. One of them is yours. Su Chuan took out several storage rings again. Inside were some martial arts resources he had obtained during this time. Keeping them for himself would be useless. The demon race was about to arrive. Taking advantage of this time, improving his strength as much as possible was the right path. Your Highness, rest assured, I will personally deliver them to them. Feng Qingyang took the rings and promised. He was very touched. At this point, Sichuan was still thinking of them. At the same time, he was also incredibly grateful that he had chosen to become Sichuan's follower. This was the best decision he had ever made in his life. Sichuan nodded, trusting Feng Qingyang's words. He was worthy of that trust. In that case, I will take my leave. After arranging everything, Sichuan prepared to enter seclusion immediately. Time was tight, and he did not know when the demon race would come. But one thing was certain. According to the nature of the demon race, there would definitely be no Emperor Realm demons among the first wave that came. Demon powerhouses were also afraid of death. They would not dare to act rashly without understanding the situation in Xintian. However, this just gave Sichuan time. Chapter 423. Is the news accurate? Upon hearing the news just received, Longan immediately stopped his anger and turned to the elder who had just spoken. The invasion of the demon race was a matter concerning the entire Xintian, so he had to temporarily put aside his hatred to confirm the truth. Absolutely true. Nodding seriously, he replied. He had confirmed this news several times before daring to tell Longan otherwise. He would not have dared to interrupt Long, and when he was furious. That would be no different from seeking death. Although he was an elder of Xintian Holy Land with great power, he still had to be extremely cautious in front of Longan. Over the years, Longan's temper had become increasingly strange due to his inability to break through the Emperor realm. Elders often faced severe punishment, even losing their lives for offending Longan. But thinking about it, it made sense. Longan has been famous for a long time and can be considered one of the oldest martial artists on the Xintian continent. If he cannot find a way to break through to the Emperor's realm, his time will soon be up. Watching his life come to an end, anyone would feel unwilling, especially for someone as ambitious as Long in Chapter 424, Strength Improvement, and he also obtained the embryonic form of Chaos Divine Fire, which made Sichuan feel very good. However, he still feels a bit lacking in his current accumulation to challenge the Emperor's realm. He has little idea about how to improve his strength next. Suddenly, he remembered the secret technique he obtained from Li Yinyang's divine mind. He had been somewhat tempted when he saw Li Yan's strength greatly increase after merging with Ho Qinglin. So when he killed him, he deliberately looked for this technique, hoping to see if he could practice it to improve his own strength. But this was almost interrupted by Ling Feng. Now that he thinks of it again, he is ready to study it carefully. Perhaps this secret technique is the key to his breakthrough to the Emperor's realm. This is a hint brought to him by the fate he feels. Sichuan is quite fond of this fate. It has helped him a lot on his path of cultivation. Many times, it was thanks to the hints from this fate that he was able to turn danger into safety. Although it is only a purple fate, it is not inferior to the help brought by a golden fate. Therefore, Sichuan also attaches great importance to the hints of fate. He began to examine everything about this secret technique in Li Yan's memories. Chapter 425, Greetings, My True Self. The three avatars opened their eyes simultaneously and spoke in unison. Even their voices were identical to Sichuan's, making it impossible to distinguish between them. It was like looking in a mirror with no difference at all. We were originally one body, so there's no need to say more, Sichuan said with a smile, shaking his head. This feeling is truly wonderful. Clearly one person, yet possessing three different sensations and perspectives. Since the three have already come into being, please enter my inner world to cultivate martial arts and strengthen yourselves, Sichuan said, making arrangements for the three avatars. Allowing them to enter the inner world to cultivate was something Sichuan had considered long ago. The bodies of these three avatars are condensed from the martial arts rules of the inner world. Letting them enter the inner world for cultivation would greatly benefit both the inner world and Sichuan. As they grow stronger, Sichuan's inner world will also become stronger. It is truly a win-win situation. Moreover, the three avatars can also serve as Sichuan's trump card. If he encounters an enemy he cannot defeat, he can immediately merge with the three bodies and instantly become several times stronger. He can turn defeat into victory before the opponent even realizes it. Chapter 426. Sichuan is unaware of everything happening outside. At this moment, he is completely immersed in his breakthrough, reaching a critical moment. Unlike before, when he divided part of his consciousness to observe the situation outside through the two realms barrier, in case something went wrong that Blood Three Swords could not handle. He could remotely control the two realms barrier to assist them. Now he has recalled that part of his consciousness. Breaking through to the Emperor's realm is not to be taken lightly. Even though he possesses the inheritance of several Emperor-level beings, he can only reference the parts that suit him. Ultimately, it still depends on himself. A month has passed like this. During this time, Sichuan frantically absorbed the world's elemental power and operated his techniques. Boom! Sichuan's body was filled with elemental power. Even the inner world was occupied by abundant elemental power. The constantly compressing elemental power emitted loud rumbling sounds. Eventually, Sichuan's inner world began to expand due to the elemental power. Sichuan understood that he had reached his limit. Let's begin. With a thought, Sichuan extracted a strand of chaos origin. Then, following the method in the inheritance, he refined it with his technique. Chapter 427. Sichuan cultivates the Supreme Primordial Yang Sutra and the Great Sun Divine Demon Body Refining Sutra, both top-tier techniques, giving him strength far beyond ordinary people. Moreover, he possesses the Great Sun Divine Demon Sacred Body, a rare physique even in chaos, making his physical strength even more extraordinary. Furthermore, he has various fates and divine powers that can enhance his strength. Naturally, his combat power far exceeds that of an ordinary first-tier emperor. Now that his cultivation has broken through, he fears that there is little room for further improvement in the short term. It is time to study how to evade the formation outside the Xintian continent. Sichuan began to plan his next steps. Currently, the only thing limiting him is that formation. As long as he can evade the formation's detection, he can go anywhere in the vast Xintian. Outside, half a year has passed since the Two Realms passage opened. During this half year, as predicted by Zhu Rufu and Blood Three Swords, the demon race that arrived on the Xintian continent has already produced Emperor-level demons. However, their cultivation is still low, making it impossible to determine what tier of Emperor this demon belongs to. Moreover, as soon as this demon Emperor appeared, he set his sights on the Two Realms barrier that envelopes the Tai sacred land. Such a level of Emperor weapon would tempt anyone. Chapter 428, just as he thought. With his current realm, he cannot fully comprehend and understand these obscure and difficult concealment laws. Despite his exhausting efforts, he has only achieved a preliminary understanding. With the help of the Wanling Ding, he has solidified the concealment laws within his body. Although he still cannot comprehend too much, he can perform some preliminary applications. However, this is already sufficient to deal with the current situation. He understands the principle of not being greedy. Moreover, comprehending laws is not something that can be achieved overnight. Cultivating martial arts requires humility and patience. One cannot be hasty. Sichuan's mind immersed in the comprehension of the concealment laws. Although it is only a preliminary understanding, he still feels countless principles regarding concealment surging from his heart. It feels as if there are invisible, transparent threads surrounding him. As long as he arranges and combines these threads in a special way, he will completely hide himself, no matter who it is. As long as Sichuan does not want the other party to discover him, they will not be able to find Sichuan even if they rack their brains. Even if Sichuan is standing right in front of them. Such a powerful concealment method makes it easy to evade a formation. When Sichuan completed this step, he let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Chapter 429. Damn it. The face of the demon leader opposite turned ugly. He was only at the 7th level of the reincarnation realm and had very few subordinates to begin with. Now, so many of them had been killed by this human, resulting in heavy losses. When he returned, he would definitely face punishment from higher-level demons. Thinking of this, his expression became even more ferocious. If I catch you, I will make you wish you were dead. Absolutely. He roared and charged towards the young man, aiming to capture him before he could self-destruct, then extract his divine soul and torture him severely. He wanted him to watch as he devoured his own body, everything he had, to make him wish for death. Only in this way could he compensate for his losses. With the addition of the demon leader, the young man felt increasingly powerless. He was already in a state of self-detonation, and now he was merely taking the opportunity to forcibly explode, taking down a few with him. But fundamentally, he was just a martial artist at the 3rd level of the reincarnation realm. He could not withstand so many demons, especially with a 7th level leader among them. All of you, the young man shouted madly, a surge of sword intent erupting from him. In that moment, it was as if a towering sword master had appeared. Chapter 430. Sichuan grabbed Wang Luan and directly traversed through the void, returning to the Tai Chi Holy Land. This was a new ability he developed after breaking through to the 1st level of the Emperor realm. The space of the Xintian continent could no longer restrain him. As long as he wanted, he could instantly travel from one end of the continent to the other, without needing to rely on warships for several days to reach the central region like before. It was incredibly convenient. At this moment, in the Tai Chi Great Hall, Blood Three Swords and Zhu Rufeng sat in high positions, their faces somewhat anxious and restless. So much time had passed, and more demons were appearing, growing stronger. Although the disciples and elders of the Tai Chi Holy Land had been continuously killing demons, the numerical disparity was too obvious. Moreover, since the demons arrived in Xintian, they displayed an utterly fearless attitude. Even with the protection of the Two Realms Pass, the Tai Chi Holy Land had suffered heavy losses over such a long time. In the eastern region, a large amount of territory had also fallen under the control of the demons. Those places had become paradises for the demons and forbidden zones for the humans. Elders, the situation is becoming increasingly severe. What should we do? The disciples who had gone out had lost all contact and were likely already. Chapter 431. The arrogant voice spread throughout the entire Holy Land. Everyone heard this voice, but seemed somewhat unfazed, because every so often, these demon emperors would come and challenge them. Their purpose was to destroy the spirit of the Tai Chi Holy Land's disciples, making them willingly give up resistance and submit to the demons. Fortunately, with Sichuan's previously displayed invincible combat power and the remaining Two Realms Pass, they had managed to hold on until now and not let the demons succeed. These demons are back again. It's truly detestable. If it weren't for the fact that we couldn't beat them, I would love to chop them down with a single sword. Just wait. Once the young lord and the holy master come out of seclusion, it will be your demise. All the disciples of Tai Chi united in anger, filled with righteous indignation. They held nothing but hatred for the demons and did not believe a single word they said. Young lord, what should we do? In the hall, the peak masters looked at Su Chuan and asked. As long as Su Chuan gave the order, they would raise their weapons without hesitation and begin the final battle with the demons. Let's go take a look. They have come knocking at our door. If we don't take action, where will the face of the Tai Chi Holy Land go? Besides, do they think about the consequences of coveting my imperial weapon? Chapter 432. Did you hear what he said? He said it would be us who die. Ha ha ha. This is simply the biggest joke I've heard since coming to Xintian. The demon emperor laughed exaggeratedly, his voice echoing throughout the Tai Chi Holy Land. In his eyes, without this imperial weapon that looked like a turtle shell, the Tai Chi Holy Land would have long been under their control. Now, he shamelessly boasted about killing them. Wasn't this laughing? I want to know, what gives you the right to say such things? Is it because of you few half-emperor ants? Or that group behind you that doesn't even have a half-emperor? He was extremely arrogant. Before arriving in Xintian, he already knew that Xintian was no longer the Xintian of the past. In this world, there were no emperor-level beings. It was precisely because he knew this news that he dared to be the vanguard and was the first to arrive in Xintian. With his first-level emperor realm strength, he was invincible in this land. He could do anything without worrying about being killed by the humans. If it weren't for being attracted by this imperial weapon, he would have long gone around Xintian to plunder and devour the humans to enhance his own strength. Now, a group of human ants dared to say they wanted to kill him? Chapter 433. In the eyes of others, Su Chuan's sword strike was at its peak. Countless afterimages appeared, as if countless swords were swinging simultaneously, an uncountable amount of sword energy sweeping towards this demon emperor like a storm. Anyone who felt this sword energy could not help but feel a chill. How could? The fear in the eyes of the demon emperor facing Su Chuan's sword energy grew even stronger. At this moment, he finally understood Su Chuan's true cultivation level. Like him, he was also at the first level of the Emperor realm, but the power Su Chuan displayed filled him with despair. Such an aura he had only seen on a third-level demon emperor. That level of powerhouse could kill him as easily as killing a chicken. But now, facing Su Chuan, he felt the same way. He was scared, truly scared from the depths of his heart. Since stepping on the path of cultivation, devouring his own kin, annihilating his opponents, and facing several life-and-death crises, he had broken through to the first level of the Emperor realm without ever feeling fear. But now, facing Su Chuan, he truly felt what fear was. He began to regret coming to Xintian. He had thought that as a vanguard, he would gain supreme opportunities and could use this to break through to the second or even third level of the Emperor realm. Yet he never thought that he would lose his life because of this. Chapter 434. Damn it. Damn it. The remaining 4 demon emperors roared in anger, their eyes filled with intense fury. Each of them had become a demon emperor by being the best in their clans, having emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. In the demon realm, they were high and mighty, holding the power of life and death over countless demons. They also held a significant position among the alien races. The human emperor realm had fallen countless times at their hands. But now, the tiger has fallen to the plains. Facing Su Chuan, they have no confidence at all. Even teaming up, they might not be able to defeat Su Chuan. Listening to Su Chuan's mockery, they can only be powerless and furious here. They can't confront him head-on. We need to break through his attacks together and move forward. Ultimately, the demon emperor still has some rationality, not completely controlled by the anger in his heart. He spoke to the other 3 demon emperors. He also realized that this suddenly appeared young human was definitely a freak, not someone they could provoke. As for what he said, it was highly likely to be true. He didn't dare to bet his life on it. The previous fallen demon emperor was the best example. Losing means death. Chapter 435 Buzz. The Jinyu demon blade erupted with a blazing red light. A wave of bloody aura instantly spread in all directions. That feeling was nauseating, and anyone who sensed it was filled with fear. This was the bloody aura absorbed after the Jinyu demon blade had slain a large number of enemies. Previously, Su Chuan's realm was insufficient to summon it. Now that he had broken through to the first level of Emperor Zune, the Jinyu demon blade could finally unleash its true power. Moreover, Su Chuan didn't have to worry about being influenced by this bloody aura and falling into the path of slaughter. Instead, he could transform it into his own strength to slay enemies. Just facing this bloody aura, the monster's expression changed drastically again. No, it's impossible. The monster trembled all over, the killing intent and resentment in its eyes gradually disappearing. Fear and despair swept over them once more, and this time it was the strongest. They truly felt an endless killing intent hanging over their heads, ready to send them on their way at any moment. Previously, Su Chuan had always fought with a playful heart. Therefore, the sense of death was not so strong. Now, Su Chuan was truly serious. Nothing is impossible. A frog in a well, next life, keep your eyes open. Chapter 436. As soon as Su Chuan made his move, he solved the problem that had troubled them for so long, saving the Tai Holy Land from peril. And now, news of Xuanz's breakthrough has also come. If this isn't double happiness, what is? Whoosh. Figures continuously flew toward the direction of the small world. Since the demon race invaded, it was no longer a secret that the Tai Holy Land possessed this small world. After all, the sudden appearance of so many powerful dark guards would raise suspicions in anyone. After discussions among Shui Sandian, Zhu Rufeng, and the various peak masters and elders, this secret was made public. Almost everyone knew that the Tai Holy Master Xuanze was in seclusion in the small world, also suppressing the small world. After so long, news of his breakthrough finally came. Su Chuan was also flying toward the small world. After Xuanze broke through to the first level of Emperor Zune, he would need Su Chuan's help to get out of the small world. Otherwise, if he appeared recklessly in Xintian, he would be directly sent to the demon realm. Su Chuan had just slain 5 demon emperors, and the demon race was furious, discussing how to deal with Su Chuan. If a human Emperor Zune appeared in the demon realm now, just thinking about the outcome wouldn't be pleasant. Chapter 437. After Su Chuan broke through to the first level of Emperor Zune, his observational skills significantly improved, and he naturally noticed the doubts in Xuanz's heart. So he organized his emotions and said with a smile, "Holy Master, there's something I haven't told you. Actually, in the void immortal realm, I obtained 2 strands of chaotic origin. One strand is for you. As for the other..." At this point, Su Chuan's words came to an abrupt halt, and he didn't continue. Everyone present understood the reason behind it, and suddenly realized. Xuanze also instantly understood. However, he did not blame Su Chuan. At this level of opportunity, everyone would have selfish motives. Moreover, that chaotic origin was obtained by Su Chuan himself. Even if he didn't hand over one strand, no one could force him. Handing over one strand was already enough for the strong of the Tai Holy Land to be grateful. Naturally, no one questioned Su Chuan's actions. Furthermore, even if Su Chuan handed over 2 strands of chaotic origin, apart from Xuanze, no one else in the Tai Holy Land could break through to the Emperor Zune realm. Didn't they see that even someone of Xuanze's level took so long to break through after obtaining the chaotic origin? Chapter 438. Apart from the energy of heaven and earth. A large number of martial arts rules were also stripped away. Similarly, Su Chuan threw all these to them. He looked down on these things. The martial arts rules he comprehended were much stronger than this. When most of the things from these two corpses were stripped away, Su Chuan finally made a discovery. Indeed, after the death of an Emperor Zun, the chaotic origin does not disappear. It still exists in the body. Looking at the 5 strands of chaotic origin appearing in the cauldron, Su Chuan smiled. This meant that everything he did was not in vain. The chaotic origin could be extracted. At the same time, he also discovered a new channel to obtain chaotic origin. As long as he killed a demon race emperor, he could extract chaotic origin from it. If this news spreads outside, who knows how many hidden half-emperors would be tempted and go crazy. They would fight desperately against the demon race emperor. Because the last chaotic origin of Xiantian had already been obtained by Su Chuan and used by Xuanze to break through. If they wanted to break through again, they could only use this method. As long as they strip away the demon race aura and origin, it would be perfect. Su Chuan thought to himself. Chapter 439. When Su Chuan took out these things, everyone present was drawn to them, unable to look away. Every item Su Chuan pulled out was a top-tier treasure, enough to make anyone envious. And when they heard that this was chaotic origin, Sita Lin and the 2 supreme elders' eyes lit up. They knew very well what chaotic origin was and understood its preciousness. They didn't expect Su Chuan to take out 3 strands. Did that mean they also had a chance? The eyes of the 3 showed a look of longing. As martial artists, almost everyone's ultimate goal was the Emperor Zun realm. And now, apart from them, who else in the Tai Holy Land was qualified to receive these 3 strands of chaotic origin? If nothing unexpected happened, these 3 strands of chaotic origin would fall into their hands. As for other resources, at their level, they were already of no use. Besides, what resource is more important than a strand of chaotic origin? As soon as they break through to the Emperor's realm, there will be no resources they cannot obtain. What the 3 of them were thinking, Su Chuan was not aware. How to allocate those 3 strands of chaotic origin, Su Chuan would not interfere with. Everything was left to Xuanze to handle. After being in a daze for a long time, Xuanze finally came back to his senses. Chapter 440. Don't rush, take your time, Su Chuan said in a deep voice. Seeing Feng Qingyang like this, it was clear that something major had happened at the undying volcano. But there was no use in being anxious. He needed to understand the situation before making any judgments. Hearing Su Chuan's words, Feng Qingyang tried hard to control his emotions and calm himself down. After a while, he managed to regain his composure and said, Your Highness, something has happened in the southern region. The Sanyang sacred land has betrayed the human race and collaborated with the demon race, opening a 2-world passage larger than the one outside the sacred land in the southern region. A large number of demons have poured out, and the entire southern region has become a paradise for demons. Moreover, the Sanyang Holy Master has broken through to become a powerful being in the Emperor's realm through trading with the demon race. At this moment, they are slaughtering the entire human race in the southern region to enhance their strength. They have already set their sights on the undying volcano and are about to strike. Feng Qingyang recounted. Su Chuan understood why he was so anxious. As the young master of the undying volcano, even though Feng Qingyang had not returned for a long time, he still cared deeply about it. Now that the undying volcano was facing a great enemy, how could he not be anxious? Chapter 441. Inside the Tai Hall. Xuanze had regained his former state, sitting alone in the hall with his eyes closed in meditation. After stepping into the Emperor's realm, he had developed some pride and complacency. However, when he saw Su Chuan at that moment, all those emotions vanished. Su Chuan's strength once again shocked him. At the same time, he realized that his vision was still limited. The first level of the Emperor's realm was not the end. Above this, there were higher realms waiting for him. In this regard, Su Chuan, as a newcomer, had even surpassed him and reached another height. Therefore, he dared not relax and worked hard to digest what he had learned, striving to improve his cultivation and strength. Is there something? Xuanze opened his eyes and looked at Su Chuan in front of him. It had not been long since they parted, and Su Chuan was back. If there wasn't something important, he definitely wouldn't be so anxious. Indeed, there are some matters. Su Chuan nodded and said. He then recounted what Feng Qingyang had said. After Xuanze listened, his expression turned serious. He did not expect that the top powerhouses of Xiantian had become so frenzied in their pursuit of breaking through. Chapter 442. No need for formalities. Sichuan smiled slightly. He had just used the system to observe and found that with Du Hongyu's talent, it was very likely he could break through to the Emperor's realm. As for how far he could go on this road, Sichuan could not see clearly yet. However, he didn't mind helping this former quasi-holy son a bit. Then, Sichuan turned around, his gaze fixed on the warships and the disciples and elders on them, exuding a chilling aura as he spoke loudly. On this trip to the southern region, I hope you can slay many demons and enhance your own strength. It is time for our Tai's sacred land to show its might, and you will be the pioneers of the sacred land. Your names will be remembered by countless people. After saying this, Sichuan paused for a moment and spoke again. On this trip, you can exert your full strength without worrying about any problems. Behind you, there are elders of the sacred land to protect you. If the elders cannot handle it, there will be others, or I will step in. Do not fear death. As long as your souls are intact, I can bring you back in an instant. Sichuan was not boasting. With his current realm, as long as the soul was still there, he could condense a body for them in no time and bring them back to life. Chapter 443. Yes, Your Highness. I will inform him immediately. Upon hearing these words from the prince and recalling his various methods in the demon realm, not only did the demon who had just spoken feel a shiver down his spine, but all the demons present felt a chill. All right, go. I will be waiting for your good news. After taking the entire southern region, immediately rally our kin to attack the eastern region. I want to see if that Tai's sacred land, that legendary Sichuan, truly has such strength. Whoever dares to kill me will pay the price. A cold glint flashed in the eyes of the demon youth referred to as the prince as he spoke. As the leader of this attack on Xintian continent, he dispatched 5 first-level emperors and a large number of demons from the eastern region into Xintian. Yet before reaping any rewards, his vanguard had been completely annihilated. Upon receiving this news, he was filled with indescribable rage. Moreover, other demons in the demon realm also received this news. In an instant, he became the laughingstock of the demons. The demon king, who was his father, was also furious because of this. His siblings, who had long been eyeing his position, were now waiting for him to fail completely, so they could replace him. Chapter 444. I understand all of your concerns, but right now, I have no way to deal with it. After Yang Zhou became a powerful being in the Emperor's realm and devoured a large number of human martial artists, his strength has grown even more formidable, and he is no longer something we can resist. Fengshen was also very worried and explained. A day later, the people from the Sanyang sacred land will launch a full-scale attack. At that time, the undying volcano will definitely not be able to withstand it. The only path we see now seems to be a dead end, and there is no other way. Those traitors from the Sanyang sacred land are truly unworthy of being human. That damned Yang Zhou should have united with other forces to completely kill him back then. The demons are coming fiercely. Do we really have no way out? After listening to Fengshen's words, everyone began to curse Yang Zhou in unison, venting their emotions. Trapped here, all they could do was this. Chief, why don't we escape? At this moment, a clansman stood up and said. As soon as this was said, it was immediately met with ridicule from others. Escape? Where can we escape to now? The outside is full of demons. If we go out, it will only be a dead end. Even now, there were still differing voices within the undying volcano. Chapter 445. A day passed in the blink of an eye. On that morning, all the clansmen of the undying volcano gathered together, their expressions heavy and serious as they looked at the scene outside the formation. There, a large number of Sanyang's sacred land warriors, transformed into human demons, were ready, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed on the grand formation. Not far away, a large number of demon soldiers had also gathered. Thanks to the command of that prince, Yang Zhou was able to temporarily control the nearby demon soldiers. In this battle, Yang Zhou had staked everything he had just to break through the great formation of the undying volcano in a short time and then completely devour it, transforming it into his own strength. That prince could no longer wait. After this battle, it would be the Great Wilderness Dynasty. He dared not defy the prince's orders. Every time Yang Zhou thought of the prince's terrifying methods, he felt a wave of fear in his heart. The demon emperor of the land of 10,000 demons had met his end because of a failed attack on the Great Wilderness Dynasty, which had enraged the prince, leading to the emperor's demise. After being thoroughly dealt with, he was stripped of his consciousness and turned into a puppet, becoming the prince's mount in the southern region. Who would not be afraid of such a fate? He was no exception. When the time was ripe, Yang Zhou soared into the sky, looking down at the dense mass below, and said loudly, Chapter 446, Am I cruel? I just want to survive. Of course. There's also the matter of seeking revenge on Sichuan. Upon hearing the elder's words, Yang Zhou smirked self-deprecatingly and said, he then ignored the curses of those people, letting them be refined by the formation into the power he needed. He turned his gaze towards the undying volcano, wanting to see Feng Sheng's expression at this moment, whether he was still so calm and composed. Unfortunately, due to the obstruction of the formation, he couldn't see inside at all. He could only give up helplessly. Soon, in half a day, I will be able to completely take down the undying volcano, he murmured, his eyes filled with anticipation. He was looking forward to what level he could reach after devouring everyone from the undying volcano. He also looked forward to whether he could receive rewards from that prince and advance further. His gaze shifted to the large number of demon soldiers beside him, a glimmer of greed and desire flashing in his eyes. After being transformed into a human demon, he wanted to increase his strength, and the only way was to devour. Whether it was devouring humans or demons, both were possible. Speaking of which, it had been so long, and he still hadn't experienced what it was like to devour demons. In the demon realm, scenes of cannibalism among the same race were not uncommon. Chapter 447, the dense, demonic energy in the periphery was dispersed in the explosion, and the screams, roars, and howls of the demon soldiers rose and fell. Boom! With the emergence of the sound, the distant sky suddenly trembled violently. A hot and dazzling light erupted from the horizon, resembling a great sun. Countless attacks flew out from the light, melting the demon soldiers on the ground like ice and snow, leaving no trace behind. The remaining demons, seeing this, began to flee frantically to avoid these attacks. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum zone was cleared. It was not until this moment that the continuous attacks ceased. Once the smoke and light dissipated, enormous warships broke through the air. Moreover, powerful beasts escorted them, ensuring their safety. In an instant, both the demons and humans were captivated by this fleet. On every warship, there were groups of warriors dressed in the attire of the disciples of the Tai Holy Land. They had serious expressions, radiating a terrifying killing intent. It was evident that beneath their serious demeanor, they were somewhat eager to act. There was no doubt that with just a command, these warriors would charge directly into the demon army and engage in battle. Chapter 448. Before Yang Zhou could react further, Sichuan's aura shook, directly reverting him from his black mist state to his original form. Looking at the terrified Yang Zhou, Sichuan couldn't help but chuckle lightly and said, Didn't you want to seek revenge on me long ago? Why are you running now that I've come? At this moment, divine light surged around Sichuan, and with every movement, a massive pressure descended upon Yang Zhou. This was actually the first time he had seen Yang Zhou. Initially, he was quite interested in this famed Sanyang Holy Master, as he was the second human demon emperor he had encountered besides Hanfeng. Unfortunately, Yang Zhou's behavior made Sichuan lose interest immediately, claiming to seek revenge, yet wanting to flee upon meeting. What was the difference from being useless? He was even inferior to those demon emperors he had faced before, who at least dared to fight him. However, Sichuan still scanned Yang Zhou's profile through the system to understand the current situation in the southern region. With a flash of his eyes, all the information appeared before him. Name, Yang Zhou, race, human demon, realm, pseudo First Order Emperor peak. No inner world, chaotic Yuan force within. Unable to convert to chaotic Yuan force. Chapter 449. The morale of the Tai Holy Land disciples was like a rainbow, slaughtering the demon race as if they were dogs. In this situation, Feng Qingyang, who had been standing next to Sichuan without taking action, also felt a surge of eagerness and a desire to join the battle. Currently, his strength was not inferior to Du Hongyu, and even wielding an imperial weapon in a life-and-death battle, he might be even stronger. With a thread of chaotic origin granted by Sichuan, he was now only a slight gap in realm away from becoming an emperor-level warrior. Perhaps he might even surpass Du Hongyu and break through to the First Order Emperor. However, despite his eagerness to join the fight as Sichuan's follower, he did not dare to act recklessly without his command, so he could only suppress this impulse. If you want to go, then go. This is about saving your race. What does it mean if you don't contribute? Sichuan's keen insight immediately detected his thoughts, and he then spoke. Thank you, Holy Son, I will go. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang was delighted, immediately took out his black rod, and then mobilized his entire blood and yuan force, charging directly into the battlefield to engage a peak half-emperor demon. Under the aggressive assault of the Tai Holy Land, the demon race, although still resisting, was clearly at a disadvantage. Chapter 450, I didn't expect Yang Zhou to have such means to summon you. However, you're just a second-order emperor. Do you think you are worthy of trying to take me down with you? Su Juan snot Gun Li. Unlike the worried expressions of others, his face was extremely calm, showing not the slightest fluctuation. As his voice fell, clang, the town prison demon blade was unsheathed, the crimson blade trembling slightly. This was the blade's spirit expressing its excitement. This was its first encounter with an enemy of this level since its rebirth. Its bloodthirsty instincts made it equally thrilled. At the same time, the golden ancient palace appeared above Su Chuan's head, and a vast divine light gushed forth, enveloping Su Chuan entirely. The might of the fourth-order imperial weapon erupted to the extreme, instantly covering the entire sky. Anyone who sensed this aura felt their hearts race. A fourth-order imperial weapon displayed vastly different power before and after Su Chuan broke through to the first-order emperor. Under the golden light, countless demons were imprisoned and then annihilated by the disciples of the Taiji Holy Land, who were filled with fighting spirit. A peak second-order imperial weapon versus a fourth-order imperial weapon? Chapter 451. Although in combat strength, the clone might not match his true self. It could easily control the imperial weapon. During the battle, it could coordinate with him, providing immense help to Su Chuan, just like just now. When Su Chuan transforms all the martial rules of the inner world into laws, it will be the day he merges his 3 clones and breaks through to the fourth-order emperor before leaving the Taiji Holy Land. Su Chuan was worried that the demon race would learn of his appearance in the southern region and send the demon emperor to continue attacking the Holy Land. At that time, Xianxia might not be able to cope. Therefore, he left his past self in the Holy Land, taking only his present and future selves. Now, this would come in handy. Playing tricks, are we? Now it's my turn. Su Chuan sneered, ignoring the shocked demon emperor, raising the Jinyu demon blade high and slowly uttering a word. Slash. As soon as the word was spoken, the powerful chaotic primal force surged into the Jinyu demon blade. The blade's crimson color became even more dazzling, combined with the terrifying chaotic true fire and Su Chuan's various unpredictable fates and divine powers. It condensed into a strike that seemed to split heaven and earth. As Su Chuan's voice fell, the long blade slashed down and the power contained within erupted completely, transforming into an overwhelming strike. Chapter 452. Soon, the strong demons were systematically cleared out under the joint efforts of the Taiji Holy Land and the Immortal Fire Mountain. Without the leadership of these strong individuals, the remaining demon brats were like headless flies, unable to escape or fight back, ultimately watching themselves being killed. Before long, this slaughter came to an end. Your Highness, we have not failed our mission. The demon race has been completely eradicated, not a single one left. Feng Xingyang returned to Su Chuan's side with a black staff, filled with killing intent. His entire body was covered in blood, resembling a god of slaughter. However, all this blood was not his. It was all from the demons. Very well. Clear the battlefield and prepare for the next battle. Su Chuan surveyed the surroundings and nodded. In this battle, both disciples and elders displayed their fighting spirit and honed their skills. They had already become a qualified martial artist army. Su Chuan was satisfied. He believed that after completely clearing the southern region, many strong martial artists would emerge among them. Yes, Feng Xingyang accepted the order and began executing Su Chuan's command, cleaning the battlefield while thoroughly eliminating the demon race's stronghold. Su Chuan also began to organize the gains from this battle. Chapter 453. Everyone, please don't be formal. From now on, the Immortal Fire Mountain will merge into the Taiji Holy Land, becoming a branch of the southern region of the Holy Land. Su Chuan announced loudly while holding the Phoenix Seal. Although he held the Phoenix Seal, he would not become the leader of the Immortal Fire Mountain. The merging of the Immortal Fire Mountain into the Taiji Holy Land was necessary for Su Chuan to control the Xintian. The decree of your Highness. Feng Xingyang was the first to respond. With a leader, in the next moment, all the people of the Immortal Fire Mountain accepted Su Chuan's decision. Of course, merging into the Taiji Holy Land was also their best choice. Currently, in Xintian, only the Taiji Holy Land had strong individuals at the emperor level. It could be said that with Su Chuan present, the Taiji Holy Land's rise was unstoppable. as a first group to pledge allegiance. They would also receive special attention from Su Chuan. Moreover, they did not have the strength or courage to refuse Su Chuan's decision. In the future, the immortal Fire Mountain will still be managed by Elder Feng Sheng, who can serve as an elder of my Taiji Holy Land. Su Chuan continued, "Of course, joining my Taiji means that you must respect the rules of Taiji. Any violations will not be tolerated. Similarly, all the members of the immortal Fire Mountain will enjoy various benefits from my Taiji Holy Land." Chapter 454. A few days later, the immortal Fire Mountain regained its former tranquility. With the protection of the formation, this battle did not cause much loss to the immortal Fire Mountain. In fact, during the final chaotic battle, a few clan members fell due to the excitement of the crowd. After the battle, Feng Qingyang and Du Hongyu each took disciples from the immortal Fire Mountain and the Taiji Holy Land to other parts of the southern region to continue hunting the demons. Meanwhile, Su Chuan found a place within the immortal Fire Mountain to prepare for seclusion. After the previous battle, he felt that the shackles of his realm had loosened somewhat. Coupled with the inner world he obtained from the clan elder, Su Chuan was very confident about breaking through to the Second Order Emperor. It must be said that fighting is a shortcut to breaking through realms, especially in life and death battles. However, this shortcut is not something everyone can take. A slight misstep could turn one's cultivation and treasures into someone else's wedding dress. As for why Su Chuan chose to break through at this critical moment, it was entirely because of the enemies he was about to face. After 2 heavy losses, even the Demon Prince would find it hard to bear. The next time, he would probably take action personally, and the Demon Prince, who was appointed by the Demon Realm as the commander for attacking Shantian, certainly had formidable strength that should not be underestimated. Chapter 455. Among the demon clouds, there were not only millions of demons, but also 6 demon emperors. They led the charge to deal with Su Chuan. The Demon Prince followed behind them, overseeing the formation. The deaths of Yang Zhou and the destruction of the demon army made this prince extremely angry, prompting him to personally lead the troops to completely eliminate Su Chuan. However, as a prince, he naturally would not take action immediately. Thus, the task of killing Su Chuan fell to his 6 remaining demon emperors. If the 6 of them could not kill Su Chuan, only then would he take action himself, training soldiers for 1,000 days, using them at a crucial moment. Therefore, after receiving this order, they did not dare to slack off, immediately gathering all the demons in the southern region to head to the immortal Fire Mountain, intending to deliver a fatal blow to Su Chuan. It took them over a month to reach the immortal Fire Mountain. Given the circumstances, this speed was quite good. Their arrival coincided perfectly with Su Chuan just emerging from his seclusion. Very good. These human beings have not yet left. This time, we can definitely capture them all. As long as we can kill the human named Su Chuan, we will surely receive rewards from His Highness, and perhaps even advance further. Chapter 456. It's no wonder they are so angry. Losing so many demon clan members in just one encounter is truly frustrating. The task assigned by His Highness hasn't even begun, and they have already suffered a devastating blow, which anyone would find unacceptable. Moreover, His Highness is watching from the back. How can they accept this? They cannot let him keep killing like this. Otherwise, it will be them who suffer. Let us take action. Even though Su Chuan's strength terrifies them, their inner rage and fear of His Highness's methods still drive them to act boldly. Kill him. The 6 demon emperors roared, their figures like lightning, darting through the void. At this moment, they held nothing back and unleashed their full power, surpassing their current realms, all to slay Su Chuan and recover their recent losses. Only in this way could they avoid punishment from His Highness. As for why they had just shown fear but were now fearless in action, it was because they received a message from His Highness that he would protect them, allowing them to act with all their might. A desperate struggle. One blow would not suffice, Su Chuan said disdainfully. Chapter 457. He had not acted when those ordinary demon clan members were killed by Su Chuan. The reason was that he wanted to use these demon soldiers to test Su Chuan's true strength. Knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. As for the lives of these demon soldiers, he didn't care at all. With him present, the outcome of this battle was already determined. He would achieve ultimate victory. Whether or not these ordinary demon soldiers existed was irrelevant. Moreover, their deaths were not without value. At least they clarified Su Chuan's true strength for him. Furthermore, As long as he killed Su Chuan, the strongest in Xintian, he could quickly seize the southern and eastern regions. In this way, he could produce as many demon soldiers as he wanted. In fact, if this news reached his father, he might even be rewarded and sent stronger demons to serve him. In the back and forth, he suffered no losses and even profited. Why not? As for why he ultimately decided to save these 6 demon emperors, it was because cultivating demon clan members at the emperor level was not easy, and he only had these 6 trusted aides left. Unlike ordinary demons, he could not afford to lose them. This is the harsh reality. This is how cold-blooded it is. This is the demon clan. Chapter 458. The gap between you and me cannot be won by numbers. His face was so dark it seemed it could drip water, he said in a deep voice. Up until now, he still did not believe Su Chuan could rival him. Let me show you the gap between us. He no longer wasted words. Gathering a ball of thunder transformed from the laws in his palm and directly shot it towards Su Chuan. The thunder came with great ferocity, and because it was transformed from laws, its power was terrifying. In an instant, it arrived in front of Su Chuan, then it split into 2 parts, crashing towards Su Chuan as 2 avatars. All beings present, whether human or demon, felt an immense pressure from this thunder. Cold sweat streamed down. Fear engulfed everyone as hearts. The might of a peak 3-tier emperor was truly terrifying. Just a simple attack left them with no will to resist. His goal was to destroy Su Chuan's 2 avatars in an instant, restoring his face. To let the other party know, a 3-tier emperor cannot be insulted. However, just as this seemingly terrifying thunder was about to strike the 2 avatars, Su Chuan moved. Chapter 459. Tianjia swung his arms, and countless laws shot out from his hands, transforming into boundless power, carrying the aura of destruction, covering the entire undying volcano. In an instant, his aura reached its peak, surpassing everyone. Even Su Chuan was no exception. At this moment, whether it was the warriors of the Tai Holy Land or those of the undying volcano, they truly experienced for the first time what it meant to be enraged by an emperor, with 1,000,000 corpses lying at their feet. Moreover, in front of them was a peak 3-tier emperor. Compared to him, they were not even worth being called ants. There was no need to extend a hand. A single glance could crush them all. Originally, those warriors whose cultivation had rapidly advanced during this time began to look down on these emperor-level powerhouses after seeing Su Chuan easily slay many demon emperors, thinking it was just that. But now, this notion was completely cast aside. All that remained in their hearts was the fear of Tianjia's power. Su Chuan also sensed this terrifying aura and began to take it seriously. To be honest, he felt a hint of threat from this aura. However, to say he was afraid would be far from the truth. Chapter 460. Nothing is impossible. You must know, even among people, there are gaps. The gap between you and me is like a chasm, Su Chuan said in a calm tone. Falling into Tianjia's ears, it sounded like thunder, exploding in his mind. Upon reflection, since he decided to deal with Su Chuan, he had not succeeded in a single endeavor. The one responsible for all this was the person before him. Even when he personally intervened, he was not a match for the other party. Just one encounter had left him severely injured. After experiencing all this, he truly began to believe that what Su Chuan said was real. The gap between them was so vast that his peak 3-tier emperor cultivation was not a match for someone who had just entered the 2-tier emperor realm. Even the laws he prided himself on were inferior to Su Chuan's. Impossible. This is all a lie. At this moment, Tianjia's expression was dazed. Ignoring his injuries, murmuring, "Accept reality." Su Chuan would not waste words with him. The principle of taking advantage of someone's illness to claim their life was something he, as a transmigrator, understood very well. Villains die from talking too much, so saying less and doing more is the true path of martial arts. Chapter 461. Su Chuan looked through the demon flames and saw Tianjia's state within. His face was filled with endless madness and distortion, with bulging veins spreading across his body like worms. At the same time, his eyes were filled with strange patterns. After devouring 6 demon emperors, he seemed to have fallen into a kind of madness. Clearly, while devouring his kin could quickly heal his injuries and enhance his strength, it was not without cost. Even with his royal bloodline, being a member of the celestial demon clan, the backlash left him in endless pain. The only reason he retained a shred of sanity was due to the rage and killing intent he felt towards Su Chuan. The human race, mere ants. dares to provoke me time and again, unaware of their impending doom. With this shout, the madness on Tianji's face grew even more ferocious. After speaking, Tianji spread his palm, and terrifying demonic flames burned in his palm. Soon after, a completely black flag, stained with endless killing intent and murderous aura, appeared in his hand. It then swelled in the wind, quickly transforming into a giant black banner. With a slight wave, a large amount of black mist surged from the flag's surface, revealing countless hideous and terrifying faces within. They roared, conveying their unwillingness and hatred to the outside world. Chapter 462. In the blink of an eye, the town prison demon blade slashed out a terrifying blade aura, combined with an arrow from the sun shooting divine bow, directly knocking the soul-devouring flag from Tianji's hand. Seizing this opportunity, the Wanling cauldron flew out and instantly absorbed the soul-devouring flag while erupting with terrifying power to suppress it. At the same time, the chaotic divine fire ignited, continuously refining the restrictions within. Now, Su Chuan, using the strength of a second-tier emperor, displayed the powerful suppressive and refining force of the Wanling cauldron to the fullest, let alone a peak 4th-tier imperial weapon. Even a true 5th-tier imperial weapon would find it hard to break free without its master present for a short time. What? Seeing Su Chuan take out an imperial weapon he had never seen before, he was just about to act. However, he never expected the soul-devouring flag to be suppressed by Su Chuan. In an instant, he lost contact with the soul-devouring flag. His connection to the flag was already weak, and now it was directly suppressed and rapidly refined by the powerful Wanling cauldron. His faint connection was completely obliterated. How is this possible? How do you possess such a treasure? Tianji's eyes nearly burst, and he roared in anger. Chapter 463. Those who witnessed this scene quickly left the area, wishing they had more legs. They were evidently frightened by Su Chuan's power. Uncertain if Su Chuan would act against them, no one dared to stay. The woman in white also left with a fluctuating expression, her thoughts unknown. However, Su Chuan paid little attention to this group. At this moment, all his focus was on the remnant soul of Tianji. After working hard for so long, it was time to reap the rewards. Soul search. With only a remnant soul left, Tianji could not resist Su Chuan's soul search technique and could only watch helplessly as an invisible force entered his soul from Su Chuan. Instantly, the remaining consciousness within his remnant soul felt as if struck by lightning. Waves of intense pain surged, making him wish to disappear immediately. Yet, even if he wanted to dissipate, he could not, and could only let Su Chuan do as he pleased. All his memories continuously poured into Su Chuan's sea of consciousness, where they were digested. Moments later, the soul search ended. Su Chuan's consciousness returned, while Tianji's soul completely dissipated, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 464. It didn't take long for Su Chuan to arrive at the Two-Realm Passage. This passage was even larger than the one outside the Tai Sacred Land. Endless demonic energy spilled out from it, accompanied by a strong, bloody aura and overwhelming killing intent. These characteristics made it feel as if this led to a hell on earth. Let's begin. After observing for a long time, Su Chuan could not discern any secrets. He only felt that this two-realm passage involved profound spatial laws. If he wanted to comprehend it, he would likely have to wait until he broke through to the 4th-tier emperor. Helpless, Su Chuan gave up and prepared to seal this passage. However, he did not leave empty-handed. Su Chuan discovered that this passage was connected to other passages in the southern region. Once he sealed this passage, the other passages in the southern region would naturally disappear. It could be said to be a one-time solution, saving Su Chuan a lot of time. Taking out the materials needed to seal the passage from his storage ring, Su Chuan began to set up the formation according to the inheritance. Although he could not comprehend this passage, he had a method to seal it, which he found quite easy to use. Soon, the formation was completed. Chapter 465. Today's victory in battle is not solely my achievement. Everyone present has contributed. This victory belongs to all of us. Su Chuan smiled at the excited crowd and said, "Therefore, I have decided to grant everyone an opportunity." At this moment, everyone heard Su Chuan's voice. After victory, it is natural to share the fruits of success. In the future, if we encounter such matters again, I hope everyone will continue to defend the sacred land, fight for the sacred land, and take pride in being part of it. And I will always stand behind you, stepping with everyone into a higher realm of martial arts. Proud of the sacred land, fight for the sacred land. We will forever be part of the sacred land. A resounding shout echoed, and everyone present was filled with fervor and excitement. Whether it was the opportunity Su Chuan spoke of or his inspiring words, they all felt a sense of shared honor and disgrace. Even some members of the immortal Fire Mountain clan, who initially had some reservations about merging into the Tai sacred land, now completely returned to the sacred land, united under Su Chuan's strength. And Su Chuan, seeing this scene, smiled even broader, paused for a moment, then continued. All right, everyone, operate your cultivation techniques, sit cross-legged, and cultivate. Chapter 466. Half a day later, this gift from Su Chuan came to a complete end. The great cauldron disappeared. Energy, rules, and soul power were all absorbed, leaving only a trace that dissipated into the heavens and earth. The battlefield remained the same, and the immortal Fire Mountain was still the same. The only difference was that everything related to the demon race had vanished without a trace. If it weren't for the remaining signs of battle, one would hardly be able to tell that millions of demons had once appeared here. In addition, all those who participated in this battle had significantly improved their strength and enhanced their foundations. As their strength changed, so did their hearts. The moment the opportunity dissipated, everyone present opened their eyes in unison. The martial artists of the Tai sacred land were the first to erupt into cheers. Your Highness, supreme divine might. Whether elder or disciple, regardless of cultivation level, as long as they were martial artists of the Tai sacred land, they looked up to Su Chuan with the utmost respect. In the next moment, the members of the immortal Fire Mountain also reacted, unwilling to fall behind, and shouted in unison. Your Highness, supreme divine might. The cheers rose and fell, shaking the heavens and earth. Like waves, one after another, they brought the atmosphere to a climax. Chapter 467. Inside the Great Wilderness Dynasty. As Huang Xingyue issued a command, numerous powerful warriors and a vast army of martial artists gathered outside the imperial city. Everyone, today our great wilderness is facing a strong enemy invasion. It's time for us to work together. Huang Xingyue flew to the top of the city wall and, looking at the somewhat dazed army outside, spoke coldly. Her voice echoed throughout the entire imperial city, and everyone heard it clearly. What is going on? Could it be that the demon clan has broken through the Great Formation and is invading our great wilderness? How is that possible? After hearing Huang Xingyue's words, the martial artists of the Great Wilderness Dynasty displayed expressions of disbelief. They had been too well protected. Since the activation of the dynasty's luck formation, no demon had been able to enter the Great Wilderness territory. They had grown accustomed to this situation. They had no idea that the demons in the entire southern region had been completely cleared out, leaving only a few strays. Hearing Huang Xingyue's words, they thought it was an invasion by demons. Prepare for war in the east. Could it be? A few martial artists who were aware of the situation seemed to realize something, and their faces instantly showed endless terror, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 468. Escape? Is there any way to escape? Should we surrender? After this wave of momentum surged, it directly shattered their fighting spirit. The once soaring battle intent could no longer be maintained and completely dissipated. A large number of martial artists began to entertain thoughts of surrender and escape. Although they were willing to fight for the Great Wilderness Dynasty, that did not mean they were willing to die in vain. Knowing they couldn't win and still pushing forward was essentially no different from seeking death. No one who had embarked on the path of a martial artist was a fool. They all wanted to live. Huang Xingyue watched this scene and fell silent. Your Majesty, what should we do now? One of the heavenly ranked female guards beside her asked hesitantly. At this moment, Feng Qingyang took the opportunity to say, His Highness said that as long as your Great Wilderness Dynasty surrenders and returns to the Taiji Holy Land, we will withdraw our troops. Now that the demons in the entire southern region have been cleared by His Highness and have surrendered to the Taiji Holy Land, only your Great Wilderness Dynasty remains. I hope you won't be stubborn. His voice reached the ears of every martial artist in the Great Wilderness Dynasty. Immediately, many people with lower cultivation began to have different thoughts. Chapter 469. Qingyang come back. Seeing Huang Xingyue submit, the goal had been achieved. And Sichuan immediately recalled Feng Qingyang. Although those few were not dead, their martial arts cultivation had been completely wasted. From now on, they could only be considered useless. This was the price for their reckless talk. Yes, Your Highness. Feng Qingyang put away his staff and returned to Sichuan's side. Although he had not fully enjoyed himself, He dared not defy Su Chuan's orders. Moreover, he had never intended to disobey Su Chuan's commands. Since the Great Wilderness Dynasty had submitted, the previous matters would be put aside. However, Huang Xingyue, it is now time to settle our personal matters. Su Chuan's gaze was piercing as he looked at Huang Xingyue. Under his gaze, Huang Xingyue's delicate body trembled. What was meant to come had finally arrived. Public matters are public, and private matters are private. Now that the public business was resolved, it was naturally time to address private matters. Furthermore, Su Chuan used the term settle accounts, clearly indicating that he intended to pursue the matter from before. This immediately threw her into chaos, unsure of how Su Chuan would deal with her. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang and the others, hearing Su Chuan's words, displayed curious expressions. They were unaware of what had transpired between the Great Wilderness Empress and Su Chuan. Chapter 470. Congratulations, host, for sweeping away all enemies, controlling a domain, and obtaining one opportunity for perfect advancement of the inner world. Just as Huang Xingyue became Su Chuan's maid, the long-awaited system voice rang out again. Upon hearing this sound, Su Chuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He didn't expect that merely controlling the southern region would trigger a system reward. What if he controlled the entire Xiantian? Su Chuan realized he had found another reason to conquer Xiantian. Even for the sake of the system's reward, he had to completely take down Xiantian. The opportunity for advancement of the inner world was somewhat unexpected for Su Chuan. His cultivation level had just recently broken through to the second-tier emperor level. To continue breaking through, the advancement of the inner world was crucial. However, Su Chuan had not found any good methods to advance his inner world. Practicing on his own was too slow. Although he had inherited multiple emperor-level legacies and had the world tree as a powerful asset in his inner world, the advancement speed was still unsatisfactory. Another method of advancement was to devour others' inner worlds. However, while this method was faster than self-cultivation, it also carried significant risks. It could easily lead to an unstable foundation, and inner worlds also varied in quality. Chapter 471. As the southern region underwent a major reshuffle of power, Su Chuan had already brought a group from the Taiji Holy Land back to the eastern region. During Su Chuan's absence, the Taiji Holy Land had been under the shadow of the Two Realms barrier. With the formation activated, countless disciples patrolled at all times, ensuring that no outsiders could sneak in. The entire Taiji Holy Land was enveloped by a powerful aura, with divine lights flashing everywhere, showcasing the majesty of the Holy Land. It was entirely unlike other forces, which had been ravaged by the Demon Clan and were left in ruins. Your Highness, you're back. That's wonderful, His Highness has returned. What? We pay our respects to His Highness. The moment Su Chuan and his group appeared outside the Two Realms barrier, they were spotted by patrolling disciples. Seeing those disciples and elders, who were even stronger than when he left, displayed expressions of envy. Then, upon seeing Su Chuan, they all bowed in respect. Chapter 472. In the training room, Su Chuan was meditating with his eyes closed. After a night of tumult, Su Chuan had also gained something. This was why he had immediately begun to enter seclusion. Coupled with the system's rewards and the spoils from his battle against Tianjia, Su Chuan believed that this time would surely bring great gains. He was confident he could advance further. Only by becoming stronger can he have the confidence to handle the upcoming matters. After dealing with the affairs of Xiantian, Su Chuan will enter the chaos to face even stronger enemies. Therefore, strength is particularly important. He cannot afford to waste any opportunity to improve. Just like now, as Su Chuan began to operate his cultivation technique, he felt a brilliant divine light flickering all over his body, with countless divine runes of evolving laws intertwining around him. A terrifying power surged outward like a tide, unceasingly overwhelming everything around him. At the same time, in Su Chuan's inner world, the roots of the world tree were shining brightly under the influence of the laws, deeply embedding themselves in the chaos. Countless heavy and violent chaotic primordial energies, accompanied by an extremely rich law aura, were absorbed into his inner world, and then continuously refined and absorbed. When the time was right, Su Chuan called upon the system in his heart. Chapter 473. I wonder why the Holy Master has summoned me this time. After some pleasantries, it was time to get to the point, and Su Chuan asked. Xianzha smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. Now that you have broken through to the second tier and taken control of the southern region, I think it's time to hand over the Tai Holy Land to you." The title of Holy Son is too small for you now. Su Chuan was taken aback. He did not expect Xian Za to bring this up. With his current cultivation level, taking over the position of Tai Holy Master would be no problem at all, and no one would refute it. With just a command, he would definitely receive everyone's support. However, he knew his own circumstances and was destined not to stay long in the Xiantian realm. Chaos was his goal. Naturally, he had no intention of taking over the position of Holy Master. As for pushing the Tai Holy Land to the peak of Xiantian, it was merely an incidental benefit on his path to becoming stronger. There is also a layer of reason. Su Chuan wanted to repay the Holy Land for its cultivation and fulfill the lifelong goals of generations of Holy Masters. As for the position of Holy Master, after breaking through to the Emperor's realm, he had already viewed it with indifference. It was basically an optional existence. You know, I'm not interested in the position of Holy Master. Perhaps you should look for someone else. Chapter 474. In Tai City, a rare moment of leisure. After experiencing an invasion by the demon race, Tai City was naturally rebuilt. Moreover, after the news spread, Su Chuan was not idle. Instead, he took action to completely seal off the huge two-realm passage outside the Tai Holy Land to prevent any unforeseen events. At the same time, he spread the method and sent people to handle other two-realm passages in the eastern region. It wasn't until today that he finally had some free time. Coincidentally, Ning Yusi and Su Miaoyin rushed to the Tai Holy Land after hearing the news. So, taking advantage of the leisure time, he strolled around the rebuilt Tai City with the two beauties. Each of the two girls held onto one of his arms, strolling leisurely down the street, looking around and enjoying themselves. Now that the eastern region was completely free from the threat of the demon race, the Tai Holy Land was about to hold a succession ceremony. Naturally, a large number of loose cultivators and mortals flocked to Tai City, all wanting to witness this grand occasion. This instantly transformed what was originally a lifeless Tai City after reconstruction into a vibrant giant city of the human race. His father was also very pleased when he heard that senior brother Su was going to succeed as Holy Master. However, his father had to defend the capital, so he couldn't attend senior brother's succession ceremony. Chapter 475. Su Chuan naturally had no knowledge of everything happening far away in the eastern region. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care too much. No matter what the enemy did, he could remain calm. Thus, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Soon it was time for the succession ceremony of the Tai Holy Land. Today, the sky was clear, with a gentle breeze and soft sunlight shining on his face, making it very comfortable. This sunlight dispelled the gloom brought by the demon race, allowing countless people to smile again. Outside the mountain gate, dedicated disciples welcomed people from various forces. Now that the Tai Holy Land dominated the two regions, the status of the disciples within the Holy Land had naturally risen significantly. Although they respected the strong from other forces, they did not need to bow and scrape. They only needed to guide them to Tai Peak. From the mountain gate all the way to Tai Peak, the path was decorated with lights and festoons, bustling with activity. Upon reaching Tai Peak, many elders and peak masters personally welcomed the powerful figures from the outside forces. Of course, there were not many major forces left in the eastern region now. Most of them had fallen during that initial battle, and later, the Holy Land thoroughly swept through, leaving very few behind. Chapter 476. As the ceremony approached its conclusion, only some meaningless compliments and celebratory events remained. Su Chuan, not fond of crowds, did not participate and returned to the main hall of Jinyang Peak. Beside him were two more people, Ning Yusi and Su Miaoyin. After a long separation, the two naturally did not wish to leave Su Chuan's side for even a moment, constantly sticking together. Su Chuan was quite pleased with this. After their previous brief awkwardness, the feelings between the two girls had become like that of sisters. He could now enjoy a form of happiness he had never dared to imagine before. After a shared experience, Su Chuan began to handle business. This is for you. How you use it is entirely up to you. Saying this, Su Chuan took out the chaotic essence he had prepared long ago, offering each of them 2 strands. He had just slain 7 demon emperors and refined 7 strands of chaotic essence from them, plus the one he had left, totaling 8 strands. Although he had promised 1 strand to Du Hongyu, he still had a full 7 strands left, which was quite generous. What is this? Both girls were already at the half-emperor level, and they were not far from the peak of half-emperors. The moment the essence appeared, a desire to claim it as their own surged from the depths of their hearts. Chapter 477. Late at night. Inside the mountain gate of the Xiantian Holy Land. The lights were bright, long, and the Holy Master of Xiantian, who was originally in seclusion to recover from injuries, suddenly emerged, gathering everyone in the Holy Land together, seemingly to announce something. Since Long had not arrived yet, these disciples and elders could only chat idly. Hey, have you heard? The Holy Master of the Tai Holy Land has changed. It's now that Su Chuan. Su Chuan? Is he the one who killed the Grand Elder and the Second Elder and also killed the Holy Son Long too? I've heard that he gained some opportunities and has already broken through to the Emperor's realm ahead of time. He is currently the strongest in Xiantian, and even the Holy Master is not his opponent. Sho, are you trying to get yourself killed? Everything is risky to say. The Holy Master is furious because his son was killed, and he's in a rage. He even got seriously injured by a demon race expert while seeking revenge. Why would you want to touch this sensitive topic? Isn't that courting death? Be cautious with your words. Is it extreme? Is it extreme? Thank you for the reminder. All right, let's not talk anymore. I estimate that this time the Holy Master has summoned everyone together. There must be a major event about to happen. It is very likely that the Holy Master is seeking to survive from a desperate situation and has broken through to the Emperor's realm. At this moment, gathering us is probably to first retake the central domain and then counterattack the other paths of the Xiantian, with the ultimate goal of conquering Xiantian. Chapter 478. No matter how these disciples and elders of the Xiantian Holy Land curse, plead, or show fear, Tian Yun showed no signs of mercy. He coldly watched everything with his crimson eyes. He saw these disciples' bodies being devoured by curse patterns, leaving only their skins, which turned to ashes and vanished with a gust of wind. Next were those powerful elders, who were no exception. In front of the Emperor Realm experts, their struggles appeared utterly powerless. In the sky, the energy gathered in that blood-red mouth grew ever larger. Unlike the demons who indiscriminately devoured, with extremely low conversion efficiency, Tian Yun's methods incurred almost no loss at all. What he lacked now was energy. In other aspects, he had already reached his peak and only needed to methodically devour to quickly return to the pinnacle. All the power, come to me. I want to return to the peak. There was an indescribable madness in Tian Yun's expression, his face twisted. However, this was quite normal. Anyone who had been dismembered and suppressed for countless years, living in darkness every day, would go mad. If it weren't for someone previously breaking the seal and freeing one of his arms, causing the 5-in-1 curse pattern to develop a flaw and giving him an opportunity. Chapter 479. Upon hearing this, Xiansa also ceased to speak. Perhaps it was Su Chuan's words that moved him, or perhaps he felt that he indeed couldn't be of any help and might become a burden instead. But regardless of the reason, he sat quietly, waiting for Su Chuan's next instruction. Seeing everyone present calm down, Su Chuan nodded and continued speaking. This time, I plan to have the Holy Land mobilize entirely to strike the other two domains swiftly. This includes those forces that have just submitted. They must also participate in the battle. Within the Holy Land, I will leave a clone behind to ensure that the Holy Land will not be ambushed. Is it a bit risky to leave only one clone? Blood Three Swords couldn't help but ask, what if the demon race takes this opportunity to invade the eastern domain in full force? Can your clone withstand it? After all, although the demon race has been annihilated in the eastern domain, there are still many remnants of the demon race, and they have always leaned towards the demon race. It's not that Blood Three Swords doesn't believe in Su Chuan's strength. On the contrary, he is the one who recognizes Su Chuan's immense power the most. But leaving only one clone in the Holy Land made him feel it was a bit overconfident. You needn't worry about this. Su Chuan shook his head and said, I am now only one step away from the third tier. I am confident that my clone will be hard to find an opponent, even in the second tier. Chapter 480. After the decision was made, the vast machinery of the Holy Land instantly began to operate. Soon, everyone learned about the impending war. At the same time, the treasure exchange list spread throughout all the forces under the Tai Holy Land. In an instant, everyone's emotions were stirred up. No one felt anything but excitement. The exchange list presented by the Tai Holy Land was simply too rich. From the weakest martial artist to the very top of Xiantian, it basically encompassed everyone. Most of these resources and treasures were provided by Su Chuan. They were all things he did not need, obtained from the enemies he had slain. But just because Su Chuan didn't need them doesn't mean others wouldn't. On the contrary, These resources are top-notch and crucial for martial artists to grow stronger. In the past, these resources were the prized possessions of their own Holy Land sect, only awarded to those with tremendous contributions, and would never be put up for exchange. But now, the Tai Holy Land has made everything available. Moreover, there are no restrictions. As long as one has sufficient contributions to the Holy Land, they can exchange for whatever they want. In an instant, disciples from various forces in the Eastern Domain were completely enamored and submitted to the Tai Holy Land. Chapter 481. After Feng Qingyang left, Su Chuan let out a long sigh. Let it be. He shook his head, no longer thinking about it. Regardless, he had the ability to protect this sister of his. She could stir up trouble as much as she wanted. Moreover, with Feng Qingyang following her and the contingencies he had left behind, it would be hard for anyone in Xintian to pose a threat to her. As the war was about to begin, he found himself alone. Ning Yusi and Su Miaoyin had gone into seclusion in his cave abode after going out once. His master, Sita Lin, was also fully focused on breaking through to the Emperor realm. Now, his sister and maid were heading to the northern domain. The vast Xinjiang peak was left with just him. When he thought about it, he felt a bit lonely. I should prepare as well. Su Juan Mumut. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from the hall. Time passed quickly, and a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. On this day, the gates of the Tai Holy Land opened wide, with countless martial artists gathering there, each showing excitement and eagerness. It was clear that they could hardly wait. Among these martial artists were those from other forces who had submitted to the Tai Holy Land, as well as scattered cultivators and forces who had survived the initial invasion of the demon race. As for why they came here, it was because of the latest news released by Xian Sa. Chapter 482, Central Domain. In the sky, a crack opened. Su Chuan's figure stepped out from within. As soon as he arrived in the Central Domain, Su Chuan's brows furrowed tightly. Is this really the Central Domain? The current state of the Central Domain made him doubt whether he had gone to the wrong place. Where was the appearance of the center of the Xintian realm? The place most longed for by martial artists? What he saw was a scene of devastation. Wherever Su Chuan looked, it was a picture of ruin. Trees were withered. Rivers and lakes were dried up, and desertification was severe. A gust of wind stirred up a cloud of yellow sand. Moreover, Su Chuan could sense not a trace of the world's original energy here, as if the original energy had never existed in this place. Standing here, Su Chuan felt a sense of emptiness. If he were not currently at the Emperor realm, with his chaotic elemental power derived from chaotic original energy, his strength would be suppressed to the extreme here, and he would be unable to exert his powerful cultivation. Looking at this scene, Su Chuan even began to suspect whether the system had made a mistake in teleporting him, sending him to the vast desert of the Eastern Domain instead. But the sensation of the void, immortal realm in his heart told him that this was indeed the Central Domain. No wonder the heavenly Tao gave a warning. This has already harmed the fundamentals. Chapter 483. Young Master Su? Brother Su? Is that you, Brother Su? The two looked at Su Chuan with doubtful eyes, asking in uncertain tones. They even doubted whether they were hallucinating for being chased, thinking that the person before them was not Su Chuan, but merely a figment of their imagination before dying. What are you two talking about? What young Master Su and Brother Su? Suddenly, another woman among the three asked in confusion. From a moment, she saw the benefactor in front of her. The two had seemed a bit off. Did they know this powerful senior in front of them? She silently speculated in her heart. However, she soon dismissed this thought. It was impossible. If they really knew this senior, would they be in such a dire situation being chased by the demon race? They had faced life and death multiple times on this journey, almost dying several times. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. And this senior in front of them had effortlessly dealt with two demon kings with a wave of his hand. Such strength was unheard of. Even those supreme powerhouses at the half-emperor level for major forces would need to exchange several blows to defeat two demon kings, right? Chapter 484. It didn't take long for He Chun to explain everything. Su Chuan could sense the feeling of helplessness in his words. He wanted to help, but simply couldn't. After all, he was merely a martial artist at the Heavenly Connection realm. The demons that had captured the people from Lingxiao sect and Tianhua sect were two half-emperor level demons. The gap between them was like a chasm. He had done everything he could to bring Leng Wushuang and Yu Qinghan here. Please, Brother Su, save them, He Chun pleaded. He understood that the only one who could save the people from Lingxiao sect and Tianhua sect was Su Chuan. based on the strength Su Chuan had just displayed. Saving them was a matter of thought, but he also knew that Su Chuan had no obligation to do so. Whether to save them was entirely up to his mood. His plea was a last resort. "Please, young Master Su, save my father. I am willing to offer everything. Even if I have to work like a beast for the rest of my life, I will not hesitate." Lung Wushuang's tone was filled with sorrow as she knelt before Su Chuan, continuously bowing her head. Anyone witnessing this scene would feel a pang of compassion. However, Su Chuan did not readily agree. Instead, he showed a contemplative expression. Chapter 485. Indeed, He Chen's fate had undergone a tremendous change. Not only had his talent changed drastically, his cultivation had risen from being an ordinary person to the pinnacle of the heavenly connection realm, and his fate had gained 2 golden strands and 1 red strand. His life script had transformed from a previous undercover role to a supporting character in his own story. It had completely changed his original destiny. In the future, he would not only survive the great battle, but also, like Lung Wushuang, have the opportunity to break through to the Emperor realm. The cause of this massive change was all related to him. It was consistent with his speculation. He was now not only the sole protagonist of the Xiantian realm, but had also gained a significant amount of fortune. Everything and everyone related to him had passively attracted the attention of the heavenly Tao, which infused part of the fortune into them, resulting in such changes. The nature of fortune was indeed elusive. Su Chuan couldn't help but sigh. However, He Chen's achievements in his script were not solely due to fortune. His innate talent was also crucial. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to integrate the essence of both the human and demon races. Since the demon race's invasion of Xiantian over countless years, aside from him, Su Chuan had not heard of anyone else who could reach this level. Chapter 486. Meanwhile, the high-ranking members of the demon race were gathering together to discuss matters. The strength of these demons far exceeded what He Chen and the others had reported. With not just 2 half-emperors, but a total of 5 half-emperors and even a first-stage emperor among them. It could be said that the demons gathered here were the strongest group aside from the previous subordinates of Tianjia. "Chief, what should we do next?" A half-emperor demon spoke, addressing the first-stage emperor who was pondering in the main seat. The latter did not respond immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Continue to capture human martial artists and fulfill the ancestors' plan." However, the demon showed an anxious expression, clearly wanting to say more. Yet before he could finish, he was interrupted. "All right, I know what you want to say. I will explain to His Highness. What we need to do now is only one thing, to fully assist the ancestor in regaining his peak state. His Highness's arrangements can be set aside for now. Do you understand?" At this point, his emperor-level pressure suddenly surged. It instantly descended upon the demons present. Suddenly, their expressions changed, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads.